With a half-dead groan, Xiao Lin opened his heavy eyelids, his misty eyes staring straight at the ceiling above. Where is this? Have I been kidnapped? Xiao Lin wondered. He owned nothing except this broken flickering body that could give out at any moment. Haha, those bastards would be disappointed. I have a serious genetic disease. I'm a cripple now. Maybe death isn't such a bad choice. Xiao Lin murmured to himself, still not understanding the situation. He thought he had been kidnapped by the organ harvesters from Myanmar. He was an orphan bullied as a child. At 16, a hidden disease began to manifest. Those painful memories made his eyes sting with tears. Ha! This seems like a normal room. Wasn't I kidnapped? Xiao Lin slowly stood up, and then a surge of memories not his own flooded into his mind. After absorbing the memories, Xiao Lin understood everything. I've transmigrated. But this body was once a drug addict, its health as wrecked as his original disease-ridden one. Since heaven gave me pity and let me live again, I will not waste this gift. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. It showed the year 2010. Before his rebirth, Xiao Lin lived in 2022. He had over a decade of future memories. Though he didn't remember lottery numbers, he knew many business opportunities. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he vowed never to let himself down again. He would work hard to earn money and live a brilliant life. Xiao Lin tried to stand up from the bed, but this damn body was as weak and limp as a boneless earthworm. As soon as he stood, he felt dizzy. This body was already terminally ill. Even after transmigrating, he didn't have long to live. Xiao Lin gave a bitter smile and sighed helplessly. I swear to be irreconcilable with gambling and drugs in this life. Beep, beep, beep. System loading 1, 10, 25, 38. 60, 80, 99, 100. System loading complete. Evolution system has been loaded. Xiao Lin stared in disbelief. Could the voice in his mind be real? With an excited heart, he tentatively called the system. System. Beep. System loaded. Free evolution granted. Future evolutions require absorbing sufficient energy. Start evolution. Please select evolution template werewolf, triple human body, cockroach man. 3 choices appeared on the panel. With a mere thought, Xiao Lin could view details. Werewolf, evolve into a primary werewolf, muscles and bones 10 times stronger than normal humans. Weakness, silver weapons. Triple human body, evolve into a superhuman with 3 times the normal human physique. Weakness, no obvious weakness. Cockroach man, evolve into a cockroach man with a tough body and strong self-healing ability 15 times the normal human physique. Weakness, afraid of all types of insecticides. After careful inspection, Xiao Lin was dumbfounded. Was this the moment to stop being human? Although werewolf and cockroach man offered stronger enhancements than triple human body once evolved, his appearance would greatly change. The 10+ times enhancement wasn't enough to make Xiao Lin decide to stop being human. System, choose triple human body. Beep. Evolution begins. Ah! Xiao Lin let out a painful roar. This broken body must break and be rebuilt, or else he might not even survive the year. With a series of cracking sounds, Xiao Lin's muscles and bones constantly evolved and strengthened. The evolution lasted only a minute. The once frail skeleton-like living corpse had already changed. Feeling the strength surging through his body, Xiao Lin smiled with satisfaction. His current physique was 3 times the human limit. If he became an athlete now, he could break all kinds of world records. Weightlifting 600 kilograms, sprint 25 milliseconds, holding breath 45 minutes, punch 500 kilograms, normal 700 kilograms charged, enough to kill a cow. Standing long jump 67 meters, high jump 45 meters effortlessly. This triple human physique gave Xiao Lin a foundation to stand on. Even in danger, he believed 7 or 8 ordinary men would be no match for him. Host Xiao Lin evolution count 1 direction, triple human body skills, none energy storage, 0 energy, needed for next evolution, 100 evolution complete. Xiao Lin surveyed his rundown room. 1 word, poor. Bare walls, a nothing of value except the load-bearing walls. Damn, the previous owner of this body was a scumbag. Didn't leave me a single cent. Helpless Xiao Lin had to leave home to try and find some money. Otherwise, he couldn't even feed himself. Dying of starvation right after transmigrating would be a disgrace to all transmigrators. Walking on the busy street, Xiao Lin felt dazed. This was America. A free country where the air reeked of gunpowder and the rivers flowed with the souls of gang victims. In this free land, real life CS, GTA, PUBG unfolded daily. But Xiao Lin's lips curled into a smirk. His terrifying physique could be put to good use here. He turned into a narrow alley where some rats should be hiding. The alley grew narrower. As he ventured deeper, hidden rats began to notice this uninvited guest. Boss looks like a broke one. Humph, broke. In front of me, even if he has no money, he'll leave something behind. The speaker looked down at the machete in his hand. They were the wolfpack, a small crew in this area. Only 7 or 8 men, but all skilled and ruthless. They'd even snatch bones from a dog's mouth. Xiao Lin's vision and hearing surpassed normal humans. These rats hiding in the dark couldn't fool him. Here comes Big Brother Jia. Humph, brothers, grab your weapons. Xiao Lin stopped in his tracks, his gaze cold, as he watched the crowd surrounding him. Kid, leave everything valuable you have or else. Jia waved the long knife in his hand. Or else you'll have to leave a hand or your life. Jia's tone was as arrogant and insolent as possible. So much so that one would think he was the recluse of arrogance himself. Kid, you'd better be smart. Our Hu Lang gang is the biggest gang around here. Even those black guys are nothing but trash in our eyes. Beep. Temporary mission released. Option 1, uproot and exterminate, kill everyone, and completely eradicate the Hu Lang gang. Option 2, light punishment, teach the Hu Lang gang members a lesson, make them reform and abandon evil. Select Mission 1. Looking at the few white thugs in front of him, Xiao Lin smiled slightly, then said to their boss Jia, "You guys are pretty good. Hope you won't disappoint me." Ha! Before the few could react, a black shadow directly slammed Jia, flying. Xiao Lin's speed was astonishing. At full burst, he could cover 100 meters in just 4 seconds. Within this 3 to 4 meter distance, ordinary people couldn't even see his movements. Jia crashed to the ground in utter bewilderment. Since Xiao Lin had held back his strength, he was sent flying 4 or 5 meters, only a few ribs broken. Although he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, he wouldn't die anytime soon. The rest were completely stunned. One by one, they raised their weapons at Xiao Lin, and one guy even drew a pistol stuck in his waistband. A normal person facing 7 or 8 armed thugs would have almost no chance of winning, especially when one of them carries a pistol. But Xiao Lin, now though unable to withstand bullets directly, had no problem dodging within short distances. At least he wouldn't get hit in a vital spot. Crack! Xiao Lin flexed his limbs and twisted his neck. His eyes locked onto these scumbags. And these gang underlings forced themselves to stay calm, but their legs were already trembling uncontrollably. Boom! Xiao Lin suddenly lunged forward like an arrow, unleashing a punch straight to a thug's neck. A huge head flew up like a sandbag following the momentum. A fountain of blood spurted out from the severed neck. Xiao Lin quickly stepped back, not a single drop of blood staining his clothes. The remaining 6 stood like wooden stakes, motionless in place. Their minds had ceased to function. The image just now played over and over in their minds. Ah! Until Jia, lying on the ground, let out a miserable scream. The head that had just flown landed right in his arms. The former underling hadn't completely died yet. His lips moved as if wanting to speak but had no strength. Without the support of the body, the brain, starved of oxygen, kept the eyes wide open. Jia stared at the dead brother, who couldn't close his eyes, his guts quivering in terror. What kind of demon had he provoked? Jia's scream snapped the thugs back to reality. The one with the gun opened fire at Xiao Lin. But within this 4 to 5 meter distance, his bullets simply couldn't hit Xiao Lin. Instead, Xiao Lin used agile footwork to dodge back and forth, turning the rest of the men into his best cover. Soon, with a click, the pistol ran out of bullets. Xiao Lin had not a single scratch. On the other hand, 4 of those thugs had fallen to the ground. Fighting your own people, you bastards, are truly heartless. Are you a demon? The gun-toting thug roared in terror. Clearly this man who could dodge bullets had instilled in him the utmost fear. Ignoring the slightly hysterical man, Xiao Lin targeted the nearest unfortunate soul. Seizing the moment, a black shadow flashed, and Xiao Lin appeared silently behind that unlucky guy. A full-force punch was launched toward his back. Boom! A sonic boom sounded. Xiao Lin's fist pierced straight through the man, his arm passing through the chest, still clutching the beating heart. At this moment, Xiao Lin had lost interest in toying with them. Just now, first he wanted to teach these scumbags a lesson, and second to test his current strength. The effect? Not bad. Facing a dozen unarmed men was no problem at all, and even with cold weapons it still posed little issue. But against powerful firearms, he still had no chance. He quickly dealt with the remaining thugs, pocketed a few hundred cash from their bodies, and strode away coolly. Soon police sirens wailed on the street. The gunfire just now must have alarmed many. Mission complete. Reward 10 evolution energy. Achievement unlocked, first kill. Reward 50 evolution energy, inch punch. Inch punch can burst out 3 times the punching power. Xiao Lin checked his panel again. Host Xiao Lin. Evolution count 1 time. Evolution template, triple human body. Skill, inch punch. Energy storage 60. Next, evolution energy required 100. Gaining evolution energy and a new skill made Xiao Lin very happy. Silently, he thanked that bunch of scumbags. Meanwhile, the crime scene had been completely cordoned off by the police and reports were escalating up the chain. This is beyond our capacity. Let the National Security Bureau handle it. Captain, I feel this wasn't done by a human. A young officer said, struggling to suppress his nausea. Sigh. The police captain took a deep breath and said slowly, indeed, punching a body clean through. It's hard to imagine what kind of thing possesses such power. While the police were discussing, a young man leading a squad appeared. Hello, we are the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. I am the team leader for this operation. My name is Coulson. Hello, I'm the police chief of this area. Everyone calls me Sheriff Paul. Good Sheriff Paul. Have you identified the victims? Sheriff Paul nodded, then pulled out a stack of documents and handed them to Coulson. Here are the detailed files on these guys. These bastards were regulars at the precinct. Coulson took the dossier, nodded, and said to Sheriff Paul, thank you for your assistance. However, this case is now under our full authority. You may take your men and leave. Paul nodded without any objection. After all, it was better to stay away from such matters. With money in hand, Xiao Lin ate a full meal and even bought himself new clothes. He didn't choose to go back to the previous dilapidated house. There was no furniture, the room was dirty and messy, stinking. It felt even less clean than a public restroom. Now that he had money, naturally, he would enjoy the corruption of capital. In the evening, Xiao Lin casually found a hotel. After washing up, he turned on the television. Though he now possessed formidable power, he was still penniless and needed to better understand contemporary society. Only by seizing the right opportunity could he possibly achieve sudden wealth. Today, Stark Industries' stock price continues to plummet. Tony Stark has been missing for 72 hours, his fate unknown. Are the American police merely squandering taxpayers' money? Many wealthy individuals have expressed outrage at the incompetence of the American police. At this moment, Xiao Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Tony Stark existed here. Was this the Marvel Universe? Recalling the calamities and disasters that would befall this world over the next decade, he cried out, System, quickly. Send me back. Xiao Lin wished to leave this place of trouble without a moment's delay, but the system offered no response. Sigh, it seems I must constantly grow stronger to carve out a sliver of hope for survival in the future. In the Marvel Universe, demigods were as common as dogs and celestials filled the streets. Given Xiao Lin's current strength, even a squad of American soldiers could easily defeat him. Encountering those formidable villains was not even a consideration. Moreover, the Avengers boasted a galaxy of talent. Thor, the Hulk, Tony, all powerhouses. For him to stir up trouble and claim dominance was utterly unrealistic. Only one path seemed viable now: to develop steadily, and once his power was sufficient, all these problems would naturally resolve themselves. Lying in bed staring at the patterns on the ceiling, Xiao Lin felt no trace of drowsiness. Though he had accepted this reality, the thought of the Battle of New York 2 years hence still sent shivers down his spine. Grow stronger, he repeated silently in his heart. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, the autopsy report is ready. Coulson knocked on the office door holding a thick stack of results. Come in. According to the report, these individuals undoubtedly died unnaturally. Nick Fury shot him a glance. Had anyone ever seen a natural death where the head flew 4 or 5 meters away? Ahem, get to the point. The report indicates that all deaths resulted from violent blunt force trauma. The 2 worst cases had one man's neck shattered by a single punch and another's chest caved in. Nick nodded. As a seasoned agent, he could discern the cause of death at a glance. But with modern scientific instruments, they could analyze precisely how the victims had died. What did the forensics department conclude? Nick Fury inquired. The specific data has come in. The perpetrator's maximum punching force was at least 500 kilograms, and his movement speed was extremely high. The concrete pavement showed slight fracturing, evidence of immense pressure exerted at a single moment. Nick Fury nodded. It matched his expectations. This was likely the work of a superhuman. After all, killing 8 burly men in such a brutal manner within a short time was beyond even the most seasoned war veteran. The fact that the perpetrator emerged unscathed, even when the victims had fired pistols, demonstrated extraordinary physical prowess and reaction speed. Director, how should we handle this? The surrounding surveillance equipment was long destroyed by these damned gangsters, so we have no information on the perpetrator. Nothing from the ground either? Nick Fury asked curiously. The scene had been meticulously examined. Even a scrap of clothing or a single strand of hair would have been brought back for analysis. No, nothing. No blood, no hair. The perpetrator left no trace whatsoever. Coulson shrugged helplessly. Nick Fury waved his hand, his expression calm. Classify these materials as top-level clearance. Intensify surveillance in New York for now and screen for suspicious individuals. President S.H.I.E.L.D. was undermanned and lacked formidable combat strength. Dealing with such supernatural crimes was not something they could easily manage. Furthermore, there was no valuable information to act upon. Last night Xiao Lin slept soundly, having composed his mind and pushed aside his worries. After all, what was destined would inevitably come. The next morning Xiao Lin checked out of the hotel. The money he had borrowed from the thugs the previous day was nearly gone. To avoid starving to death, he would have to become a wage earner or rob the rich to aid the poor. Working was out of the question. It was never an option. Thus only one choice remained: to rob the rich to aid the poor. That morning New York's underground gangs were in an uproar. The insider details of Garcia and his men's deaths had spread to many. Kingpin, who possessed the most information, furrowed his brow. His massive frame seemed incongruous in a black suit, but the cigar in his hand and his fierce visage marked him as a formidable figure. Bullseye, find out who did this. Kingpin spoke into the darkness and Bullseye silently withdrew. Hey, interesting. It's been a long time since anyone dared to kill on my turf. Little did Kingpin know that his leisurely life as a crime lord was about to come to an end. From a certain moment onward, Mr. Xiao would become the overlord of their industry. Xiao Lin glanced at his watch. It was 9 in the morning. Time to get up. My physical condition has improved, but so has my appetite. If I lie around any longer, I'll starve to death. Xiao Lin muttered ruefully. The money he had borrowed yesterday was running low. Today he would need to borrow again. Xiao Lin was no longer content with petty skirmishes. Those paupers had little to offer. Thus Xiao Lin set his sights on drug dealers. As everyone knew, drug dealers were generous and always willing to help. If Xiao Lin asked them for some survival assistance funds, they should be quite obliging. Of course, this was all in Xiao Lin's imagination. Beneath New York's glittering surface lay endless filth. In the sunlit corners, darkness festered. This magnificent metropolis showed the world its splendor, but the crimes breeding in its shadows were equally chilling. In the depths of Hell's Kitchen, gangs reigned supreme, their hands steeped in the filth of illicit dealings. Robberies, assaults, extortion, territorial wars, drug trafficking. The litany of their sins was too vast for even Satan himself to tally. Yet here power was the ultimate currency, cruelty paved the path to desire. This was precisely the kind of place Xiao Lin needed. Though he now possessed the system capable of endless evolution and self-transcendence, such progress demanded energy. Energy he had yet to learn how to acquire. But completing missions granted evolution points. He recalled his first mission confronting a gang. Now he wondered if he could trigger another. Xiao Lin pushed open the door to a bar, stepping into a dimly lit room filled with glamorous men and women. Amidst the cacophony, no one noticed his arrival. They clustered in groups, drinking, chatting, flirting, stealing touches, every vice on display. At the counter, he ordered a pricey fruit wine. Sipping it, he mused on the exorbitant price, $20 for a mere drink. The bar's owner was a local gang leader. The establishment served as one of their bases. Its primary purpose was drug distribution. Though the Free State's drug laws were lax, a stranger like Xiao Lin couldn't buy anything without a connection. Finishing his drink, he rose to leave. He had come to stir trouble with the gang, but all seemed calm. He hesitated to wreck the place lest innocent bystanders get hurt. Just as he stood, screams erupted from the entrance. Several burly men, weapons in hand, stormed inside. The 8 or 9 intruders were brawny, covered in tattoos. Their leader, a towering bald man nearly 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, was clearly not to be trifled with. Ignoring the patrons, the thugs exuded menace. The crowd, no fools, quickly fled. Xiao Lin stayed curious if the system would issue a mission. FCK, where's Branch? Tell him to come out. The bald man snarled. This bald man was another notorious gang leader. In this country, gangs were common. Dozens of men armed to the teeth, enough to make even the police think twice. Tim, what's this about? You picking a fight with Branch? Humph, you think I fear him? Today he came to my turf, lowballed my prices. Now he's too scared to show his face. Tim boasted. Xiao Lin pieced together the story. This brute Tim and the bar owner Branch were rival gang leaders. They had once divided territories, but Branch had violated their pact by buying on Tim's turf and slashing prices, costing Tim dearly. Now Tim stormed in for retribution. The two sides faced off, tense but restrained, neither daring to fire first. Soon Branch, the bar owner, sauntered in, having anticipated Tim's visit. This was part of Branch's plan. After years of growth, he had long been capable of seizing Tim's territory but lacked the right opportunity. He had devised a scheme exploiting Tim's arrogance. Once provoked, Tim would surely charge in and Branch could ambush his entire crew claiming his turf. The ruse was simple, obvious to most. But Tim, thick-headed and brash, believed himself Branch's equal. He even looked down on Branch, seeing him as a coward who hid behind others lacking a gang leader's ferocity. Little did he know, in Branch's eyes, he was nothing but a brainless gorilla. All brawn, no wit. The moment Tim saw Branch, he demanded an explanation. Branch offered a hollow smile, urging patience, promising to get to the bottom of it. Tim, taking Branch's apparent submission as weakness, grew bolder. Branch, compensate me for today's losses. $100,000. And I'll back off. Otherwise prepare for war. Tim's greed was naked in his voice, his threat undisguised. Branch, a smiling assassin, showed no change in expression, but in his eyes Tim was already dead. Tim's men, lured by the prospect of money, stared at Branch with avarice. They knew Branch was wealthy, and under Tim's influence believed him timid. To appease Tim, they thought Branch would surely pay up. Ha! Brother Tim, if you're willing to settle this peacefully, so be it. Wait here, I'll fetch the money from the back room, Branch said cheerfully. Tim, surprised by the ease, regretted not asking for more. But he didn't haggle, instead daydreaming about how to spend the cash. Or perhaps how to extort Branch again, even kill him. Branch retreated to the back room, bolting the bulletproof door behind him. A hail of gunfire erupted. In moments, Tim and his men were riddled with bullets. They crumpled to the floor while Xiao Lin sat nearby watching impassively. Impressive courage. Branch approached, his gaze a mix of curiosity, admiration, and wariness. He wanted to recruit this mysterious youth, but his origins troubled him. Young man, you have guts. May I sit and talk? Branch asked, his tone gentlemanly. Had Xiao Lin not witnessed his brutality, he would never have believed this man capable of such ruthlessness. Sure, but you're buying. Ha! Of course, Branch laughed. Xiao Lin had expected Branch to silence him, given he had seen the murder. Yet Branch seemed inclined to let him live. Is this how you gangsters live every day? Xiao Lin asked, indifferently, holding a glass of wine. Branch was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Lin to be so bold. Not exactly. It's all about survival. This is Hell's Kitchen. If you don't kill, you'll be killed. As he spoke, Blanche's expression hardened, a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Observing Blanche's transformation, Xiao Lin understood that in such a place good men turned bad and bad men turned dead. In truth, Blanche came from humble beginnings. In his 20s, he was merely an accountant at a small company, toiling diligently every day. Yet the exploitation of capitalists still left him gasping for breath. Day after day, he faced either his boss' oppression or the harassment of gangsters. But he had no choice. He could only endure in silence. Later, crushed by the weight of life, his soul began to corrode. He started cooking the books for his boss. It was then he first felt how easy money could be, as if he had uncovered the secret to wealth. As he sank deeper, he grew obsessed with other quick money schemes. Soon he discovered that counterfeit cigarettes and alcohol didn't pay as well as narcotics. Thus he founded his own gang. Through years of management and expansion, his influence became one of the most formidable in Hell's Kitchen. He had long forgotten his own past. Perhaps he saw a reflection of himself in Xiao Lin. But Xiao Lin was different. He relied on his own strength. Xiao Lin believed that given enough time, even Thanos and Odin would have to step aside. Kid, you've got guts. How about working for me? Rest assured, if you're bold enough, you'll be well rewarded. Blanche extended an invitation to Xiao Lin. In his mind, he planned to groom Xiao Lin, carefully making him his right-hand man. Haha, sorry, but our goals align. My purpose today is to take over your crew. Blanche couldn't help but chuckle. He wondered where Xiao Lin found the audacity to utter such words in front of dozens of guns. Xiao Lin decided to stop wasting words. To make these bloodthirsty thugs obey, he needed to show them his formidable strength. Xiao Lin pushed off with his legs springing from the sofa. He lunged forward, violently tackling a thug and snatching the gun from his grasp. It was only when Xiao Lin had the weapon in hand that the others reacted. His movement had been so swift that they only saw a blur of shadow. Blanche and his men quickly pivoted, training their guns on Xiao Lin. But Xiao Lin was faster, not giving them a chance to fire. The bar was cramped and the men stood clustered together. Xiao Lin dashed forward, seized a man's wrist and snapped it downward. Crack! Amid the sound of breaking bone, the man let out a scream. Ah! My hand! The piercing cry sent chills down spines, and they instinctively pulled their triggers. But Xiao Lin, having made his move, swiftly ducked and somersaulted to their feet. Bang! Bang! 2 punches landed, and 2 men crumpled to the ground, their shins shattered. They writhed on the floor, howling in agony. In less than 3 seconds, Xiao Lin had neutralized 3 men, filling Blanche with dread. Seizing their distraction, Xiao Lin closed in on Blanche and seized him by the throat. The immense force left Blanche unable to breathe. He struggled desperately, but against Xiao Lin's overwhelming strength, resistance was futile. "Drop your guns or I'll crush his throat," Xiao Lin commanded Blanche's men. By now Blanche's face was crimson. The suffocation grew unbearable, and his frantic struggles had drained his oxygen. In another minute he would be in hell. Blanche stared at Xiao Lin in terror, his eyes pleading. Fearing he might kill him, Xiao Lin loosened his grip. "Cough! Cough! Quick, put down the guns!" Blanche ordered his men. With his command they complied, dropping their weapons and kicking them behind Xiao Lin. Seeing them disarmed, Xiao Lin breathed a sigh of relief. His goal wasn't to kill but to recruit these men. He had a half-formed plan, and to execute it he needed obedient lackeys. Thud! Xiao Lin tossed Blanche onto the sofa and sat across from him. "Blanche, I'll give you a chance. Serve me and I'll grant you power beyond mortal limits." Xiao Lin spoke with feigned seriousness, spinning a tale. Yet his words successfully fooled Blanche. After all, the strength Xiao Lin displayed was terrifying. A man weighing nearly 200 pounds lifted by the neck with one hand. That was no ordinary feat. "You must have guessed. I'm not ordinary. My power is immense, but for now I can only unleash a fraction of it. But if you obey me, once my strength is fully restored, I will bestow upon you mighty power, a long life, and endless riches." Xiao Lin continued his bluff, careful not to let Blanche know he had already exhausted his strength. After all, being 3 times stronger than a normal man was formidable, but against dozens or hundreds he was still doomed. After a moment's deliberation, Blanche pledged his loyalty to Xiao Lin. Of course Xiao Lin didn't fully trust him. Not yet, at least. As for the empty promises he made to Blanche, Xiao Lin felt no guilt. The bosses of his past life were far better at spinning tales. After a few more words with Blanche, Xiao Lin mentioned the elimination of Jamie and his men. This made Blanche even more reluctant to betray him. He had heard from his police informant about the gruesome deaths. So horrific that even the coroner was terrified. "Boss, we're just ordinary men. We've done plenty of bad things, but we're not strong. I don't know how we can help you," Blanche asked cautiously, fearing Xiao Lin might kill him with a single punch. "Haha, don't worry. Go about your usual business. I won't interfere. But for now I need you to find someone for me." Though Blanche didn't know why Xiao Lin sought this person, a voice in his gut told him he must complete this task as ordered. After all, despite Xiao Lin's youth, he was a ruthless killer with over a dozen lives on his hands. His name is Samuel Stearns. Just locate him and keep him under surveillance. Don't tip him off. Blonsky felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm about to steal your thunder. Hope you don't mind." Now Xiao Lin had gained an ally, significantly increasing the probability of finding Samuel Stearns. Otherwise, searching for a single person amidst the vast sea of New York's populace would be an utterly futile endeavor. Meanwhile, in a Brazilian favela, Banner was preparing his evening meal. He had purchased some meat and was simply grilling it at home before getting ready to eat. Seated on a worn-out sofa, his sole companion was the loyal black dog as he watched an old bulky television. Banner was uncertain how much longer this existence would persist. Whether the Dr. Blue he had placed his hopes in could actually cure him remained an unknown. In truth, to avoid harming anyone else, Banner had already resolved to remain here indefinitely. The last rampage of the Hulk, which had accidentally injured Betty, filled him with unease and self-reproach. Now Banner would never allow Betty to fall into such peril again. However, General Ross had no intention of letting him go. He had been relentlessly searching for traces of Banner through various channels. And now, thoroughly prepared, Ross would not give Banner another chance to escape. Yet Ross' arrogant nature and Banner's consideration for his identity led him to severely underestimate the Hulk's true power. Ross might have understood but refused to acknowledge that Banner was not a bloodthirsty killer. Otherwise, faced with a terror like the Hulk, even the effectiveness of nuclear weapons would be questionable. Meanwhile, the Dr. Blue Samuel Stearns, whom Xiao Lin sought, stood in his laboratory with an expression of utter disbelief. The Hulk serum the blood sample Banner had mailed from Brazil seemed to have opened a monumental door for Samuel Stearns. Gazing at the cells under his microscope, Samuel Stearns exclaimed, "This is the miracle of life." At that moment he was utterly captivated, yearning deeply to master these cells. Thus he conducted experiment after experiment, not solely to help Banner, but also driven by his own personal ambitions. If I can find the perfect way to control these cells, I will stand above all biologists. This is a feat comparable to the Creator, who the hope of human evolution will rest in my hands. Samuel Stearns fantasized with immense excitement. In truth, this was not entirely a fantasy. There was at least a glimmer of possibility for its realization. If Samuel Stearns could truly achieve perfect control over the Hulk cells, then all of humanity could transform into Hulks while maintaining perfect control over the form. For humanity, this would be a complete evolution. Of course, such an experiment would require a long time, potentially decades or even centuries. Blanche had also dispatched all his underlings and enlisted the help of several individuals of comparable influence requesting their assistance. They were unaware of Blanche's purpose, but over the years he had accumulated some prestige, leading those people to be willing to grant him this favor. Yet searching for a reclusive doctor in a vast city like New York was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Lin knew he must acquire the Hulk serum before Blonsky did. Otherwise, he would never have another chance. The Marvel world was becoming increasingly dangerous, and with his current strength, Xiao Lin had no hope of survival. But once he obtained the power of the Abomination, he would at least have the capital to protect himself. Whether he would be torn apart during the fusion was not a concern for Xiao Lin. Today, Tony Stark returned. The news of his survival became the hottest trending topic. Everyone was discussing it given Tony's extraordinary status. With his return, the stock of Stark Industries surged rapidly, causing countless people to regret their decisions immensely. Xiao Lin merely glanced at the news before shifting his focus. Instead, he began contemplating his next strategic move. He planned, after acquiring the power of the Abomination, to scheme for Whiplash's arc reactor and subsequently for Killian's Extremis virus. If possible, he also desired to obtain the lizard serum, the Green Goblin formula, and even the spider that bit Peter Parker. Xiao Lin intended to possess sufficient strength to scheme for the Tesseract before the Battle of New York. Once he absorbed the energy of the Tesseract, he would become immensely powerful, perhaps surpassing even Odin or the Ancient One. "Blanche, how is the task I assigned you progressing?" Xiao Lin asked, leaning back on the sofa with a somewhat languid tone. Blanche's hair stood on end, cold sweat beating on his forehead, unsure how to respond. By now, he had come to truly understand Xiao Lin's terrifying nature. These past days, Xiao Lin had sent all of Blanche's competitors to their graves. Every night, dozens of people met their deaths in Hell's Kitchen. Their methods of death varied: poisoning, assassination, gunfire, but most commonly they were killed by brutal blows to vital areas. To ensure Blanche worked diligently, Xiao Lin would even bring back the heads of rival bosses as gifts. The thought of waking up in the dead of night to touch a bloody severed head sent a chilling, soul-shaking terror through Blanche, nearly scaring him to death. "Boss, I've been doing my best to search, but you have to understand, New York is a megacity. Finding someone with just a name, no address or photo is like looking for a needle in a haystack," Blanche said weakly. Xiao Lin glanced at him without responding, knowing full well the difficulty of the situation. Blanche's efforts were not entirely fruitless. He had found several people with the same name, but none matched after closer inspection. He had even spent considerable money to leverage connections within the police department, but Samuel Stearns was not a New York native. A mere name yielded no useful information. "Sai, I can give you time, but you'd better do your utmost to help me." Xiao Lin stared into Blanche's eyes. Blanche dared not meet his gaze, for his eyes were too terrifying. Blanche felt as if Xiao Lin looked at him like a dead man. I assure you I will not let you down," Blanche promised. "Hey, that's more like it. No need to fear me. We are partners now. Look, I've already helped you eliminate over 100 competitors recently." Yes. Their conversation ended quickly, and Blanche did not disappoint Xiao Lin. His underlings soon located Samuel Stearns, who had barely left his home, spending every day immersed in his experiments. Blanche slapped his thigh in excitement. This Samuel Stearns had certainly given him a run for his money. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Lin's grin stretched from ear to ear. He was immensely thrilled and excited. Blanche and the others had no idea of the value Samuel Stearns possessed. But Xiao Lin knew that Samuel Stearns was also one of the most brilliant scientists in the Marvel Universe. Though not quite on par with Tony or Banner, he was undoubtedly top tier. Blanche arranged for someone to secretly protect Samuel Stearns immediately. "From now on, I won't allow him to suffer any harm. Remember, any harm. Not even a mosquito can bite him." "Yes, boss." Xiao Lin estimated that Samuel Stearns had just made contact with Banner, or had just received the blood sample Banner mailed to him. Samuel Stearns would conduct experiments and replicate the blood. However, the concentration of the blood would become extremely diluted. Even so, it was still something an ordinary person could not withstand. The reason Blonsky transformed into the Abomination was entirely because he had previously injected a genetic agent and undergone deep integration. Otherwise, Blonsky would have inevitably suffered a fatal explosion. But Xiao Lin was unafraid. He possessed a system that allowed infinite evolution, and he was confident he could become stronger than the original Abomination. Brazil. Banner had just gotten off work and eagerly sat before his old computer. Did you receive the sample? Samuel Stearns saw Banner's message and was equally eager to share his research findings. I received it. I've already conducted some basic experimental tests, and I can say this is a miracle in the history of evolution. Banner frowned. In his heart, the Hulk was nothing but a deformed monster, but he didn't bother to argue with Samuel Stearns over such meaningless issues. Dr. Blue, have you found a way to suppress it? Samuel Stearns shook his head, thinking to himself that it was far from easy. Those cells were simply monstrous. Not impervious to water or fire, but certainly impenetrable to blades and bullets. Not yet. Don't rush me. I need more experimental data. I'll stop here and go conduct the experiments now. Banner stared at the computer but did not continue typing. For now, he could only place all his hopes on Dr. Blue. Over on Blanche's side, after observing for a few days, they found that this Samuel Stearns seemed mentally unstable. He tinkered day and night with a pile of experimental machines. Sometimes he would dance about with laughter, other times he would beat his chest and stamp his feet in utter frustration. In short, he was nothing like a normal person. This guy has had episodes 5 or 6 times today. Yeah, I wonder what illness he has. Should we tell the boss that the guy we've been watching every day is actually a psycho? Tap tap. Blanche kept tapping his fingers on the desk. Is everything you said true? Faced with Blanche's doubt, the lackeys were not the least bit flustered, as they had not lied. Every word was true. Yeah, boss, that guy is definitely insane. Watching him these past few days has made me feel terrible. Blanche believed his lackeys wouldn't deceive him, but he still decided to go see for himself. After all, this was a task Xiao Lin had entrusted to him, and Xiao Lin had made it clear that the guy was not to be harmed in any way. If Xiao Lin misunderstood him, he would have no choice but to complain to God. As the saying goes, hearing is nothing compared to seeing. When he personally witnessed Samuel Stearns' bizarre behavior, Blanche was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this thing? No, while the guy still had some sanity left, he had to notify Xiao Lin immediately. Upon hearing Blanche's report, Xiao Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that Samuel Stearns must have obtained Banner's blood sample, which also meant Xiao Lin could begin to close the net. Blanche, rest assured, that guy isn't crazy. He's perfectly fine. Xiao Lin comforted him in a calm tone. Although Blanche wanted Xiao Lin to see for himself, he suppressed the thought upon seeing Xiao Lin's indifferent demeanor. All right, well-strengthened security, but the nearby police have already taken notice. They suspect we might be up to no good. Oh, then replace them with a new group. Swap them out every few days and grease the wheels at the police station to ensure everything is foolproof. Understood. Blanche left and Xiao Lin fell silent, pondering how to maximize his gains. Samuel Stearns was a talent, and such talent should be brought under his command. Moreover, he wasn't sure if he would end up like the Abomination, completely turning into a monster. If he became like the Abomination, his movements would be restricted and his target would be highly conspicuous. At that time, he would likely face relentless pursuit by General Ross. Even that motherfucker might join the chase. After all, while the Hulk might not be replicable, the Abomination still had potential for mass production. General Ross' recent actions had already drawn the ire of many. First, there was the lab explosion, which cost the U.S. a considerable amount of money and left many people injured. Even more terrifying was that the experiment had produced a monster impervious to swords and bullets. General Ross had led several campaigns to capture it all, ending in failure. After several attempts, over a dozen soldiers were killed, hundreds were injured, and the scrapped weapons represented a significant loss. This caused many to harbor discontent toward Ross. Fortunately, Ross had managed his connections well over the years, and had powerful backing, or otherwise, he would be standing in a military court instead of drinking coffee in his office. In truth, Ross was doing this for the U.S. as the super soldier program was meant to serve the nation. But it couldn't be said he was entirely selfless. Once he got his hands on the Hulk, a weapon comparable to a missile, his status in the U.S. would skyrocket. Any news yet? Ross asked in a deep voice. Then there was the rapist nation of India, as well as Brazil and other vast countries with large populations. Trying to find someone in those places was harder than looking for a needle in a haystack. Ross nodded. He knew full well that Banner would stay far away from the U.S. But the problem now was where to look. The earth was vast, and Ross felt somewhat disheartened. Banner might just hide for a lifetime, although the U.S. claimed to be the world's police that only applied to smaller nations. Countries like the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom were unfazed. Then there was the rapist nation of India, as well as Brazil and other vast countries with large populations. Trying to find someone in those places was harder than looking for a needle in a haystack. On the late-night streets, there were few pedestrians left. In the land of the free darkness was the cloak of gangsters, and the night belonged to gunfights. The freedom of sunlight had retreated behind the bustling facade, with chaos reigning over New York's nights. Xiao Lin accepted the binoculars handed by Blanche and peered through the window at Samuel Stearns inside the room. "Boss, this guy. He's a bit off." Xiao Lin smiled faintly. Upon seeing Samuel Stearns, his heart surged with excitement. When faced with Blonsky's coercion, Samuel Stearns was entirely half-hearted, even harboring a secret hope for a miracle. "Let's go, well, head over." Handing the binoculars back to Blanche, Xiao Lin said calmly. A knock echoed. "Knock, knock, knock." Hearing the knock, Samuel Stearns felt a pang of surprise. As a reclusive doctor, he had almost no friends. Who could it be? With confusion, the disheveled Samuel Stearns opened the door. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Xiao Lin, one hand on the doorframe, pushed Stearns inside with the other. What are you doing?" Samuel Stearns asked in panic, suspecting a robbery. I have a gun at home. You'd better leave now or—" "Oh, and what would you do?" Xiao Lin asked with a grin. "Mr. Samuel Stearns, our boss Xiao Lin has business with you. And it's a tremendous opportunity, so there's no need to fear." Samuel Stearns grew even more bewildered. How could people like them be trustworthy and beneficial to him? Good grief, they weren't after his kidneys, were they? "Bring it up," Blanche commanded, and a subordinate carried a suitcase forward. "Oh no, that suitcase must hold a knife and probably ice packs for preservation." By now Samuel Stearns' legs felt weak. He was an intellectual, always a well-behaved child in the eyes of teachers and parents. Naturally timid Samuel Stearns had lost all capacity for rational thought, his mind conjuring images of a miserable life after losing a kidney. Click! The security lock on the suitcase opened and the lid was lifted. "Oh my God!" Samuel Stearns gasped. "Quick, no need for anesthesia, just take it." I can handle it." It wasn't that his courage had grown. It was simply that the offer was too generous. The large suitcase was filled with US dollars. Gulp! Samuel Stearns swallowed hard. This case held at least $1 million. At that moment Samuel Stearns was desperately short of funds as scientific research burned through money. And ever since Head connected with the Green Doctor, his already strained finances had worsened. $1 million was an immense fortune to Samuel Stearns. He now felt that losing a kidney might not be so bad. At least it would keep him from indulging in carnal desires and allow him to focus entirely on research. Ahem! Seeing the gleam in Samuel Stearns' eyes, Xiao Lin felt pleased. It seemed that those who treated money as dirt were indeed rare. At least Samuel Stearns wasn't one of them. That was good news for Xiao Lin, as coercion was never as swift or effective as temptation. "Blanche, bring our friend Mr. Samuel Stearns another case of the same gift. He seems to like it." Xiao Lin's words were like a spell, leaving Stearns breathless. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat, its rhythmic thumping, making him feel alive for the first time. Perhaps he had been foolish before burying himself in research without ever tasting life's pleasures or the joy of wealth. Blanche's heart ached, but he dared not complain, knowing Xiao Lin held his life in his hands. "Mr. Samuel Stearns, I am Xiao Lin. I've come to ask for a small favor." Samuel Stearns snapped back to reality, realizing these people weren't here to harm him. They truly needed his help. His defenses crumbled. As long as Xiao Lin spoke, he would give anything except his own life. Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin, please go ahead," Samuel Stearns said obsequiously. Just as Xiao Lin was about to speak, Banner arrived with Betty and knocked on the door. Samuel Stearns felt awkward and even annoyed. Who would be so inconsiderate as to interrupt his path to wealth? Opening the door to see Banner and Betty, he was sure he didn't know them. "Who are you looking for? Are you Dr. Blue?" Samuel Stearns was surprised, then overjoyed. "Are you Mr. Green?" Banner didn't intend to hide it and admitted openly. "Yes." But with the esteemed guest Xiao Lin waiting, Stearns asked Banner and Betty to come back tomorrow. "I'm sorry, I have a guest today. If you need something, you can come see me tomorrow," Samuel Stearns said tactfully. But Banner was desperate. General Ross was hunting him, and if the Hulk emerged, it would cause massive casualties. Banner grasped Samuel Stearns' hand, pleading, "Dr. Blue, please help me. I'm in danger. I must get rid of the monster inside me today." "Help him, Mr. Samuel Stearns," Xiao Lin said from behind. Banner didn't know Xiao Lin but was grateful for his support and shot him a thankful glance. Hearing his benefactor speak, Samuel Stearns immediately changed his attitude, cheerfully inviting Banner and Betty inside. Through recent research he had found a method. Though risky, it was worth a try. Samuel Stearns laid out all the pros and cons to Banner, leaving the decision to him. Without hesitation, Banner agreed. He gripped Betty's hand tightly, feeling a sense of relief. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, he lay down on the operating table. Xiao Lin sent Blanche and the others out and stood quietly watching. He knew that after Banner received the antidote and left, Blonsky would strike. Xiao Lin could exploit the time gap. After Banner finished the antidote, he would immediately inject the serum and transform into the Abomination. As long as he didn't foolishly challenge the Hulk, he would be safe in America. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Samuel Stearns had already stockpiled a large quantity of Banner's serum, immersing himself in its study with unflagging zeal. Meanwhile, Banner, far away in Brazil, could only wait patiently for news, enduring the tedium of his monotonous days. Ross, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. After waiting so long, we finally have a lead on Banner. Days earlier, an elderly man had bought a bottle of soda at a convenience store only to drop dead after a single sip. The autopsy report indicated the cause of death was gamma radiation. After several days of investigation, Ross finally pinpointed Banner's hiding place. Hiding in the slums of Brazil all along. Let's see you escape this time, Ross sneered. This time Ross planned to deploy his most elite troops, sparing no expense to bring Banner back. Blonsky, a battle-hardened veteran, was appointed as the mission's leader. Though considerably older than the other soldiers, his combat experience was unparalleled. To avoid causing panic, Ross concealed the existence of the Hulk. Thus, in the eyes of Blonsky and his men, the mission appeared deceptively simple. Felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The night in the Brazilian slums lacked the brilliance of New York City, with only a few scattered points of light piercing the darkness. Move out! At Blonsky's command, the elite squad sprang into action. The sweltering Brazilian night made sleep elusive. Aside from the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, an eerie silence reigned. The occasional gunshot served as a reminder of the slum's brutal underworld code. The squad quickly surrounded Banner's dwelling. Lying in bed, unable to sleep, Banner felt a sudden premonition. A surge of danger jolting him fully awake. Drawing on his numerous escape experiences, he decisively chose to flee. Bang! A soldier kicked in the rickety wooden door, and a flashbang followed closely behind. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, and the soldiers poured in, swiftly converging on the bed. Ha! No one here. Damn it, he slipped out the window. Blonsky's face darkened. This was one of his rare failures. But this was his most humiliating defeat. An elite squad, the cream of the crop, had let an unarmed scientist slip through their fingers. A sheer disgrace. After him. The men shed their earlier lethargy, their expressions turning deadly serious. The sting of this embarrassment kindled a flicker of hatred towards Banner. They cracked their knuckles, eager to teach that ungrateful wretch a lesson. Banner was intimately familiar with the area and believed he could make his escape. It must be said Banner was a man of profound kindness. He would rather endure suffering and scurry like a rat than unleash the monstrous Hulk to wreak havoc. Soon, taking a shortcut, Banner arrived at the soda factory where he usually worked. Once he got through here, he believed he could shake off those detestable American soldiers. But things didn't go as planned. A group of men who routinely bullied him blocked his path. Get out of my way! Banner warned, glancing at the rapidly climbing heart rate on his wrist monitor. Yet, as the saying goes, good advice is wasted on a fool destined for doom. These thugs, intent on tormenting Banner for their amusement, were incensed by his defiant tone and closed in menacingly. No, get away! Banner pleaded, his last shred of reason clinging on. Ha! Get away! What kind of dream are you living? However, that was the last sentence the man would ever utter. Roar! A thunderous bellow erupted and Banner vanished from their sight. In his place stood a three-meter green behemoth. The men, utterly dumbfounded, had no idea what had just transpired. But the enraged Hulk showed them no mercy. He grabbed the nearest bald man, and with a slight twist of his hands tore him in two. Yes, torn asunder. A scene of extreme brutality and bloodshed. Ah! The others snapped out of their stupor, screams of terror filling the air. Boom! A single punch reduced one man to a mist of blood. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the rest met their end. The soldiers dispatched by Ross upon witnessing the monstrous sight unleashed their full firepower without a moment's hesitation. But the rifle bullets struck the Hulk like pellets against an iron wall, failing to inflict any harm. The grenades hurled by two quick-thinking soldiers proved equally futile. A chill ran down the soldiers' spines. Though not all were veterans of 100 battles, they were seasoned warriors tempered by the crucible of war. Yet never had they encountered such an invulnerable monster. Blonsky, commanding from the rear, managed to keep his composure and swiftly ordered a retreat. But the soldier's running speed was no match for the Hulk's. Slaughter. Absolute carnage. Humans before this monster were like lambs to the slaughter. Cries of agony rose and fell, and within moments the elite squad was annihilated. Blonsky, who had narrowly escaped with his life, stared blankly in the direction where the Hulk had disappeared. His lips trembled as if he had seen a ghost, and then his eyes rolling back he collapsed to the ground. Blonsky had no recollection of how he was evacuated. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a bed at the U.S. military camp. "Ah, you're awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days." Blonsky shook his groggy head. Those 3 days felt both interminably long and fleeting, but the Hulk's overwhelming power had been indelibly etched into his soul. Upon learning that Blonsky had regained consciousness, Ross came to check on him and inquire about the events of that night. In truth, General Ross had anticipated their failure. He approached Blonsky's bedside and stopped him from attempting to rise and salute. "What happened that night?" Ross asked in a low voice. "A monster. A monster killed everyone." Ross fell silent for a moment, then said to Blonsky, "Focus on recovering." The significant losses gave General Ross a headache, but they did little to quell his ambition to capture the Hulk. Meanwhile, Banner had managed to stow away on a cargo ship bound for America. He kept to himself in a quiet corner, doing his utmost to avoid drawing attention. He could no longer bear to wait. He had to find Dr. Blue. Perhaps he was the only one who could save him. He could never let go of Betty. That kind, gentle girl had become the anchor of his soul. I apologize for the reversed order of the previous 2 chapters. Blanche waited quietly outside the door, not daring to utter a single complaint. The number of gangs in New York had dwindled sharply, and many drug dealers had been sent to hell by Xiao Lin, causing the price of cocaine to skyrocket. Blanche had made a fortune during this time, even though most of it was offered as tribute to Xiao Lin. Yet the remaining sum was still enough to squander for several lifetimes. Stubbing out the cigarette butt and suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, Blanche continued his vigil outside the door. At Xiao Lin's command, they would charge in without hesitation. It wasn't that they were loyal to Xiao Lin, nor that they feared him excessively. Rather, they had too many enemies. Once Xiao Lin left, every single one of them would meet a miserable end. In Xiao Lin's words, life is pain with pleasure. Blonsky, seeking revenge for their last encounter, showed no mercy to Banner this time. Years of military acumen were on full display in that moment. Moreover, this was New York, the heart of America. In a mere instant, Blonsky located Samuel Stern's residence. Even the entire chat history between Samuel Stearns and the Hulk was uncovered. When Blonsky saw the message Stearns had sent to Banner, a flicker of fanaticism lit up his eyes. For years he had remained unflappable and composed, but now his heartbeat began to race. He glanced around. Fortunately, no one noticed his agitation. A bold plan took shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin was waiting for Blonsky to come knocking. Although Blanche was useful, that was all he was. A man who craves power, who would abandon everything for it, can easily sell his soul. As the antidote was injected into Banner, the Hulk within him stirred restlessly. He struggled desperately, as if trying to burst out of Banner's body. On the operating table, Banner shifted uncontrollably between his own form and the Hulk. The restraints already snapped. Fortunately, Betty, disregarding her own safety, threw herself onto Banner. Perhaps it was the power of love, or perhaps the protagonist's aura, but in the end Banner succeeded. He had transformed back. He could finally be with Betty. Watching this scene, Xiao Lin wanted to tell Banner that his efforts were in vain. But he wasn't close to Banner, and there was no need to invite trouble. If the guy went berserk upon hearing the news, Xiao Lin's strength 3 times the human limit would be somewhat pathetic. "Mr. Samuel Stearns, now it's time for our transaction." "Oh yes, boss." "Xiao Lin, what do you want?" Samuel Stearns said politely. "First send your guest away." Stearns naturally wouldn't refuse, as he didn't want to conduct business with Xiao Lin in front of Banner. Soon Banner and Betty got into the car Blanche had given them. "Samuel Stearns, inject all the replicated serum you have into my body." With that, Xiao Lin lay down on the bed. Stearns was somewhat dumbfounded. Banner had gone to great lengths to become normal again. And now someone wanted to inject the serum and become a monster. Could the rich really think so differently from ordinary people? Are you sure you're not joking?" Stearns asked, extremely uncertain. "That's right, just do as I say. Whether I live or die is none of your concern. When it's done, I won't treat you poorly. A flat sum of $2 million. Stearns hesitated. He desperately wanted the money, but he still had a basic moral compass. All experimental data showed that such power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. For a normal human, injecting even a single drop of the serum meant certain death with no chance of resuscitation. Xiao Lin saw Stern's hesitation. The man had a good conscience, or he wouldn't have chosen to help Banner. Hess Samuel Stearns, your worries are completely unnecessary. With that, Xiao Lin walked to the side and threw a punch, smashing a hole straight through the marble tabletop. This sight nearly scared Stearns to death. This is incredible, Stearns exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Lin opened his palm. There was not a single mark on his hand. As you can see, I am far stronger than an ordinary person. That serum will do me great good. Stearns no longer hesitated. After all, $2 million was an irresistible temptation. Seeing Stearns agree, Xiao Lin broke into a smile. He chose persuasion and inducement over threats first because a talent like Stearns deserved respect. Second, could he guarantee Stearns full commitment during the injection? By giving him both face and money, the man would naturally do his utmost. Xiao Lin's method of governance was to wield the big stick fiercely and offer the sweet dates generously. If someone still proved disloyal, he would simply send them to reincarnation, wishing them well in the next life. Soon Xiao Lin lay down on the bed as Stearns instructed. Following Stearns, operation tubes were inserted into Xiao Lin's limbs. Then bags of serum were brought out by Stearns. Boss, this is all my stock. Are you sure you want to infuse all of it? Stearns asked, a note of panic in his voice. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He was too nervous to stay calm. It wasn't that Stearns wanted to back out, but the sheer volume of serum. A full 50 liters was truly terrifying. If Xiao Lin died here, his men would riddle Stearns with bullets in an instant. Even if Blanche and the others spared him, he would still face prison, perhaps spending the rest of his life behind bars. Boss, please be careful, Blanche pleaded from the side. He couldn't let Xiao Lin die. If this pillar fell, he would be at the bottom of a lake by tomorrow. Food for the fish. Humph, do as I say. Don't worry, I won't die. Stearns had no choice but to follow Xiao Lin's instructions. Beep, detectable energy detected. Absorb. Absorb. In an instant, all the blood bags went flat, not a single drop of serum remaining. And Xiao Lin's panel displayed a new prompt. Host Xiao Lin evolution, count 1 evolution path 3 times human limit skill inch punch energy, reserve 100060 energy, required for next evolution 100. The stored energy had reached 100,000 points. Xiao Lin was immensely excited. The Hulk serum indeed contained a tremendous amount of energy. Beep, please select an evolution template. Abomination energy, 10000, Mighty Abomination energy, 30000, Crimson Abomination energy, 50000, Overlord Abomination energy, 100000. Finally, evolution was possible. Xiao Lin revealed a smile of satisfaction. The 4 newly released templates were all related to the Abomination, but these templates were far more powerful. Abomination, Standard Abomination, possessing the power of the Abomination. Ordinary weapons could no longer inflict any harm upon you. Weakness, Hulk. Mighty Abomination, the strength of both arms surged, with the upper body power being twice that of the lower limbs. Weakness, the enlarged upper body slowed movement and attack speed. Crimson Abomination, the skin shifted from green to a deep crimson, enhancing defensive capabilities. Its physique closely resembled that of a standard abomination, and it gained a new ability, Berserk. Weakness, complete loss of reason in the Berserk state. Alpha Abomination possessed strength far exceeding that of a standard abomination with enhanced mental fortitude. It could fully dominate 2 minions, and acquired new abilities, Danger Sense and Minion. Weakness, no apparent weakness but lacked ranged attack capabilities. Each of these 4 templates was immensely powerful. Even the weakest could trade blows evenly with the Hulk. However, the more energy required, the better the quality. Without a doubt, Xiao Lin would choose the best. I choose Alpha Abomination. Upon making his selection, Xiao Lin's mind grew hazy. His body instantly expanded, forcing the transfusion tubes out of his skin. The ropes binding his limbs snapped. His original height of 1.8 meters surged to 5 meters before finally stopping. Xiao Lin now lay on the floor of Samuel Stearns' lab, the surgical bed beneath him crushed to pieces. Samuel Stearns and Blanche stared at the transformed Xiao Lin, their legs trembling and faces filled with terror. How is this possible? Blanche muttered to himself. Samuel Stearns, however, fared somewhat better. After the initial shock passed, his heart began to race with excitement. Wasn't this the very evolution he had been pursuing? Xiao Lin paid them no heed, focusing entirely on his own status panel. Achievement unlocked, plotting the abomination, gained 1000 energy points. Host Xiao Lin. Evolution count 2. Evolution templates, triple human physique, Alpha Abomination. Skills, inch force, Danger Sense. Minions 02. Energy reserve 1060. The panel had undergone some changes, but his strength had transformed dramatically. At this moment Xiao Lin could utterly dominate the Hulk. His power, speed, endurance, and more far exceeded those of the Abomination. His physique was also much larger than the Hulk's. The Hulk stood over 3 meters tall, while Xiao Lin reached over 5 meters. The Hulk seemed like a child before Xiao Lin. Yet the Hulk possessed the buff of rage, theoretically allowing him to grow stronger indefinitely. However, this aspect was not prominently displayed in the Marvel Universe. Xiao Lin sat up from the floor. If he stood, he would burst through the ceiling. To avoid accidentally harming Samuel Stearns and Blanche, he moved as cautiously as possible. "Bring me a mirror. I want to see what I look like now. Right away." Samuel Stearns hurried to find a large mirror. For an ordinary person, the mirror would reflect half the body, but for the five-meturtle Xiao Lin it only showed his face. Unlike the original Abomination, although his appearance had changed drastically, it was neither hideous nor frightening. He lacked the Abomination's ferocity. Xiao Lin was immensely satisfied with this result. "How do you feel?" Samuel Stearns asked, cautiously fearing Xiao Lin might suddenly turn violent. "Excellent. I now possess boundless strength. I could tear down this building in just a few minutes." Blanche and Samuel Stearns were utterly stunned, their fear and reverence for Xiao Lin deepening. As the three spoke, a thunderous crash echoed as the door was violently kicked open. Boom! "Banner, get out here!" Blonsky stood at the entrance, weapon in hand, shouting loudly. But after his shout, he suddenly caught sight of Xiao Lin and was momentarily at a loss. However, the moment Xiao Lin saw Blonsky, a promising plan formed in his mind. Blonsky, the original Abomination, was not as powerful as the Hulk, but compared to other villains his strength was undoubtedly top tier. Even Dr. Octopus, Lizard, Whiplash, Killian, and others combined would be no match for Blonsky. Blonsky swallowed hard. Though he did not fear Xiao Lin, he had a clear understanding of his own abilities. He intended to slowly back out and report to General Ross requesting heavy fire support. But just as he was about to move, Xiao Lin called out to him. "Blonsky, do you wish to obtain power as formidable as the Hulk's?" Xiao Lin's words were like a devil's whisper, instantly awakening Blonsky's deep-seated craving for power. Did he want it? Of course he did. He desired it desperately, even in his dreams. He would sacrifice everything without a moment's hesitation. The Blonsky who had just tried to flee now stood rigid, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Lin. "What are your conditions?" Blonsky asked urgently, barely able to contain his impatience. "Haha, no conditions at all. I just happen to fancy you." Blonsky naturally did not believe Xiao Lin, but for the sake of power he was willing to take the gamble. At worst he would die. Blonsky had never feared death. Xiao Lin extended his massive hand and instructed Samuel Stearns to fetch a container. Using his fingernail, he cut his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. "Drink this and you will gain power equal to mine." Taking the blood from Samuel Stearns, Blonsky did not hesitate and downed it in one gulp. Once Xiao Lin's blood entered Blonsky's body, a surge of immense energy erupted. Ah! The energy was colossal, continuously reshaping Blonsky's physique. His body felt as if it were being torn apart. The excruciating pain forced out roars akin to a beast's bellow. "Ding! Your bloodline minion Blonsky is evolving. You may select an evolution template for him." Abomination, standard Abomination, possessing the power of the Abomination. Ordinary weapons could no longer inflict any harm upon you. Weakness, Hulk. Bone Blade Abomination, energy 5000, possesses hard massive bone blades on the forearms. The blades can regenerate infinitely. Weakness, the bone blades cannot withstand high temperatures. I can actually choose. But I don't have enough energy right now. You'll have to settle for turning Blonsky into a standard Abomination. Choose Abomination. As soon as Xiao Lin made his selection, Blonsky's body instantly expanded. In no time he had transformed into the original form of the Abomination. Blonsky examined his new form, feeling the immense power surging within. A satisfied grin spread across his grotesque face. Seeing Blonsky's transformation, Samuel Stearns and Blanche retreated, hiding behind Xiao Lin. "Master." "Very well." Xiao Lin nodded in agreement. Xiao Lin's panel also underwent a transformation. Host Xiao Lin. Evolution count 2 times. Evolution template triple human body leader Abomination. Skills inch strike danger perception. Vassals Blonsky 12. Energy storage 1060. Now with Blonsky as his formidable enforcer combined with his own enhanced abilities, Xiao Lin finally possessed a modicum of self-preservation power within the Marvel Universe. "Master, I want to challenge the Hulk." Blonsky's tone was laced with excitement and lingering resentment. He needed to defeat the Hulk to prove his own strength. Although Xiao Lin knew Blonsky was no match for the Hulk, he would not stop him. This could also serve as an opportunity for Blonsky to understand that there is always someone stronger. Go ahead, I'll have your back. Now that Xiao Lin was there, even if Blonsky was defeated, he wouldn't fall into General Ross' hands. Blonsky turned, punched a wall to smithereens, and strode onto the streets of New York. Hulk, come out and face me. Blonsky roared towards the heavens. He then began vandalizing cars on the road, casually grabbing one, and hurling it dozens of meters away with a thunderous crash. Blanche and Samuel Stearns instinctively cowered as they watched Blonsky. How terrifying. Was this true power? Samuel Stearns stole a glance at Xiao Lin, incredulous. If a single drop of Xiao Lin's blood possessed such might, how formidable must he himself be? Then a wave of elation washed over him. The Hulk serum was depleted, but Xiao Lin's blood seemed far more potent. Little did Xiao Lin know, he had already caught Samuel Stearns' covetous attention. The streets of New York descended into chaos, with countless people fleeing in panic. Countless cars were tossed around by Blonsky like mere toys. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed incessantly. Police and military forces arrived swiftly. Amidst a rattling hail of gunfire, countless bullets pelted Blonsky's body. But Blonsky's steel-hard skin was impervious to bullets. "Haha, is that all you've got?" Blonsky bellowed loudly. "Tell Hulk to come out. Weaklings are not worthy to fight me." These soldiers had no idea who or what the Hulk was. Without orders from above, they would neither cease fire nor retreat. A soldier grabbed a rocket launcher from behind an armored vehicle, intending to hit Blonsky hard. Whoosh! A streak of fire hurtled towards Blonsky. Heh! Blonsky grinned, his face full of disdain. He suddenly reached out his massive hand and snatched the rocket midair. To the bewildered soldiers, he pressed it against the exoskeleton on his chest and let go. Boom! As the smoke and flames cleared, Blonsky stood there unscathed. Monster! The American soldiers were horrified, unable to comprehend what kind of creature Blonsky was. Xiao Lin, however, thought Blonsky seemed rather dim-witted. Who catches a rocket and then blows themselves up? Was it bravado or sheer idiocy? Given Blonsky's personality, it was probably a bit of both. Like a war god, Blonsky stood on the streets of New York, wreaking havoc indiscriminately solely to lure out the Hulk. Meanwhile, General Ross' face darkened like a storm cloud, fury boiling within him, as he fixed a murderous glare on Banner. Banner had cured himself. The Hulk was gone. All of Ross' previous efforts had gone down the drain. His heart bled, but he was powerless. Just as he was about to leave with Betty, he received news from the New York streets. He ordered the helicopter to change course. He had to see what this so-called monster was all about. On board, Betty held Banner's hand tightly. They exchanged smiles, their hearts full of hope for a bright future. Now they had finally overcome all obstacles and could live together without worry. Even if General Ross still objected, there was little he could do. As the helicopter descended slowly, a green giant the size of the Hulk came into Ross' view. "This? How is this possible?" Ross muttered in disbelief. "Hulk, you coward! Come out!" Blonsky continued his tirade. His only desire now was to defeat the Hulk. If the Hulk didn't show, he would tear New York apart. "It's Blonsky!" Ross' eyes lit up. As Blonsky's direct superior, if Blonsky remained loyal, the Super Soldier Project was half successful. "Blonsky, this is General Ross. I order you to stand down immediately," Ross shouted through a loudspeaker. Blonsky heard him, as did the surrounding soldiers and the ordinary Americans who had just escaped. Blonsky paused his rampage, scanning his surroundings for Ross. The others, thinking Ross' command had worked, stopped fleeing and turned to look at the distant Blonsky. Seeing Blonsky halt, Ross was elated. This super soldier so close at hand was an irresistible prize. Just as Ross ordered his men to apprehend Blonsky, the creature spotted him. "Ross, go to hell!" Cursing Ross, Blonsky grabbed a manhole cover from the ground, swung his arm with immense force, and hurled it at the helicopter. Fortunately, Blonsky's aim was off, and the cover flew past the aircraft, otherwise the helicopter would have been shattered by the sheer impact. Unfazed by the miss, Blonsky, brimming with strength, yelled, "Ross, send out the Hulk!" He then casually tossed a car wheel. "Ascend! Ascend! Fast!" Ross' courage faltered. He needed to get away from this madman. But Banner, seeing the ruined streets and crushed cars, felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was the origin of this chaos. His blood had been used to create such a monster. Moreover, Blonsky kept demanding the Hulk, and Banner could sense a lingering power within himself. Banner released Betty's hand and approached Ross. "Lower the altitude. Let the thing inside me deal with him." "No, Banner, you can't transform anymore." Betty grabbed his arm, her voice trembling. "Trust me, Betty. I feel like he's not so easy to kill." With that, he freed himself from her grip and leaped from the helicopter. Xiao Lin and the other two silently observed the scene. Samuel Stearns and Blanche believed Blonsky would surely win, having witnessed his power firsthand. He seemed utterly invincible. Yet Xiao Lin understood that the abomination which Blonsky transformed into was not on the same level as the Hulk. Even the leader abomination he became was inferior to the Hulk in terms of bloodline hierarchy. However, Xiao Lin possessed a system. As long as he had sufficient energy in the future, he could continue to evolve. Banner plummeted to the ground, cratering the earth beneath him. Betty watched Banner fall, her heart wrenching with grief. Had Ross not held her back firmly, she would have thrown herself down to join Banner in death. Suddenly, a massive green hand emerged as the Hulk climbed out of the pit. Roar! Blonsky, upon seeing the Hulk, let out an excited bellow and charged toward him with rapid strides. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin had prepared himself. He planned to confront the Hulk once Blonsky was defeated. His strength was now at least a dozen times greater than Blonsky's. While he might not be able to completely dominate the Hulk, he could certainly thrash him single-handedly. Boom! Like the roar of thunder, the two collided. The shockwaves from their impact shattered every window on half the street. Blonsky kicked the Hulk, sending him flying. The Hulk tore a car in half, wielding each piece as a weapon, and charged at Blonsky again, raining down heavy blows. Blonsky found himself pinned beneath the Hulk, pummeled into a daze. But as a former soldier, his reflexes far surpassed the Hulk's. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked the Hulk away. General Ross watched the two monsters brawl with a pounding heart. Yet he knew that after today, he would never again be part of the super soldier program. The damage to this New York street alone amounted to billions. Wrecked cars were everywhere, and the ruined buildings would have to be demolished and rebuilt. The battle between Blonsky and the Hulk would soon end. After all, Blonsky lacked the Hulk's trait of growing stronger with each passing moment. Initially, Blonsky had the upper hand, but soon they were evenly matched. Now, however, the Hulk was overwhelmingly dominating Blonsky. The Hulk pinned Blonsky against a wall, his enormous fists pounding into him again and again. With each blow, the wall trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface behind Blonsky. Had Blonsky not been incredibly tough, he would have been dead by now. Xiao Lin decided it was time to act, and he had already formulated his next plan. After defeating the Hulk, he would take Blonsky and join S.H.I.E.L.D. With his strength, he would surely be treated as a VIP. Not only would the benefits be excellent, but he could also seize the opportunity to acquire other things to enhance his power. Bang! Xiao Lin leaped forward with explosive force, cratering the ground where he landed. Boom! He punched the Hulk, sending him flying, then helped the collapsed Blonsky to his feet. Get back and watch. You're no match for him. Xiao Lin's tone brooked no argument. As a member of his clan, Blonsky's loyalty to Xiao Lin was absolute. He would never defy his orders. Yes, master. Eft. The Hulk spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin knew. The Hulk was enraged. The others were utterly bewildered. Where did this one come from? This guy was enormous, 2 meters taller than the Hulk. Could the Hulk possibly beat him? The furious Hulk leaped, swinging his fist at Xiao Lin. But Xiao Lin stood motionless, showing no intention of dodging. Though the Hulk possessed immense strength, compared to Xiao Lin it was nothing. A gap of at least a dozen times. Just as the Hulk's fist was about to land on his face, Xiao Lin extended his massive hand, grabbed the Hulk's arm, and flung him away with tremendous force. The Hulk shot through the air like a cannonball, crashing through countless walls before finally stopping. General Ross' pupils contracted. In that moment he truly understood the saying, "There is always a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man." Banner! Betty cried out from the aircraft door, calling desperately for him. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Ross couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She was his only precious daughter, and Banner had stolen her heart. The Hulk cleared the rubble from his body and stood up again. Roar, Hulk smash! He charged at Xiao Lin, swinging his fist. This was the Hulk's most powerful strike. All right, let's test my inch punch. Xiao Lin threw a punch as well, intending to meet the Hulk head-on. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The Hulk was sent flying backward, the immense kinetic energy dispersing as a shockwave in all directions. Xiao Lin had put all his strength into that punch, and with the boost from the inch punch skill, it delivered 3 times his normal power. The Hulk flew backward, his arm twisted out of shape. But thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities, the fractured bone mended itself in moments. Yet the searing pain was etched deep into his memory. Rising again, the Hulk hesitated to advance and instead turned to flee. Can't win, really can't win. Though the Hulk wasn't particularly intelligent and was somewhat simple-minded, he wasn't a fool. Even animals know to avoid danger, or running away when you're outmatched isn't shameful. You try it if you think you can. Xiao Lin watched the Hulk's retreating figure without giving chase. He now knew his own strength. There was no need to fight the Hulk to the death. There was no deep-seated enmity between them. At that moment Xiao Lin and Blonsky were sitting in a warehouse. Their massive physiques could no longer fit into ordinary homes. That's right. Neither of them could change back. Yet neither regretted it. Appearance might be important, but it was worthless compared to power. Blanche, if anyone comes looking for me, bring them in. Though Blanche was surprised, he dared not argue and immediately nodded in agreement. Xiao Lin opened his panel again. Ding achievement unlocked, defeated the Hulk. Reward 10000 energy points. New skill acquired, shave. Host Xiao Lin. Evolutions 2. Evolution templates, triple human body, evolvable leader, abomination. Skills, inch punch, danger perception, shave. Clan members, Blonsky, 12. Energy storage, 11060. Seeing the text after the triple human body template, Xiao Lin chose to view it. Triple human body can evolve. Evolution paths, 5-fold human body, 1000 energy, invisible man, 5000 energy, triple werewolf, 10000 energy. Xiao Lin stroked his chin, feeling that his energy might not stay saved for long. 5-fold human body gain 5 times the power of a peak human. Invisible man gain the ability to become invisible. Triple werewolf gain 3 times the power of a peak werewolf with retractable bone claws. Although Xiao Lin now possessed the leader abomination template, these templates could be stacked infinitely. If he chose invisible man, he could become invisible in any form. Similarly, if he chose werewolf, he could use the claws even in his abomination form. Naturally, the claws would be perfectly suited to his size. In the end, Xiao Lin chose the werewolf template. Host Xiao Lin. Evolution count 3. Evolution template, triple human body leader, abomination, triple werewolf. Skills, inch punch, shave, danger sense, wolf claws. Retainer, Blonsky, 12. Energy storage, 11,060. Xiao Lin clenched his fists, and with a thought, 4 razor-sharp bone claws extended from his knuckles. The white bone blades gleamed with a chilling light capable of tearing through steel with ease. Facing the Hulk again, Xiao Lin could pierce his skin with just a slight exertion. If Xiao Lin went all out, tearing the Hulk apart would be no difficult feat. Blonsky, seeing Xiao Lin's new ability, sidled over. Master, you have grown even stronger. Haha, keep up the good work. Trust me, you haven't reached the peak of your power yet. As his first subordinate, Xiao Lin would certainly help Blonsky enhance his strength. The great battle had ended and New York enjoyed a brief peace, but everyone knew that undercurrents were already surging. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stroked his impeccably smooth hair. Coulson and Natasha sat silently on the sofa. They had just witnessed the battle firsthand. A conflict of that magnitude was beyond human involvement. They felt even colossal beasts' fights would pale in comparison. Had they not been far away, the shockwaves alone would have torn them apart. Let's hear your thoughts. This world is getting more chaotic by the day. Perhaps we need to assemble our own super soldiers. Nick Fury said expressionlessly. Natasha knew this wasn't her forte, so she sat in silent contemplation. Coulson, adept at handling such situations, had something to say. Director, those with supernatural power now include Iron Man Tony Stark and the Hulk Dr. Banner. The former would never join S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the latter, thanks to General Ross' antics, he has no love for the U.S. government. However, the two giants who appeared today could be candidates for recruitment. Why? What makes you think they can be recruited? Cameras on New York streets captured several images of Xiao Lin and Branch, but after they visited Samuel Stern's home, the 5-meter giant emerged. So you suspect that 5-meter giant is that guy named Xiao Lin? Coulson didn't just suspect. He was certain, because during the battle he spotted Branch and Samuel Stearns. But after searching extensively, he found no trace of Xiao Lin. The only explanation was that Xiao Lin had transformed into the monster. As for how Blonsky ended up like that, further observation was needed. Yes, Director. We've noticed that Branch recently seems intent on unifying all of New York's gangs. From a third-rate gang, they've leaped to one of the city's top powers. In several clashes with Kingpin, suffered major defeats. Nick Fury nodded. That explained many things. Xiao Lin was likely the real power in Branch's gang, handling enemy elimination while Branch acted as his proxy. Very well, Coulson. Try to make contact and see if they're interested. If possible, offer them level 7 S.H.I.E.L.D. clearance. Level 7 clearance was already quite high, reserved for internal senior personnel. After all, Director Nick Fury was level 10, Maria Hill level 9, Coulson level 8, while Natasha Clint Barton and Melinda May were only level 7. Isn't that a bit too high? Natasha asked. These are special times requiring special measures. As long as Xiao Lin genuinely helps S.H.I.E.L.D. What's a clearance level? Nick Fury explained. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. held many secrets, level 7 clearance couldn't access core secrets. Besides, what used were some secrets even if known. Nick Fury gave his orders and Coulson set off to execute them. Orders from above, running legs below. Coulson didn't approach Xiao Lin directly, knowing nothing about him. As a top-tier agent, his specialty was gathering intelligence on opponents and using it to analyze and understand them. Coulson went straight to Branch, revealed his identity, and asked for information about Xiao Lin. Branch thought of Xiao Lin's terror and flatly refused. Was he joking? His good life had just begun. Why would he betray Xiao Lin? But Coulson was sharp-witted. Faced with Branch's refusal, he smiled calmly, indicating it was fine. Instead, he proposed that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to recruit Xiao Lin. Remembering Xiao Lin's instructions, Branch didn't hesitate and led Coulson to Xiao Lin's warehouse. Pushing open the door, he saw two muscular giants working out. Yes, working out. Xiao Lin's current appearance wasn't suitable for casual walks outside. Until he evolved to a better form, he seemed unable to revert to human. So he had Branch craft some gym equipment. For instance, the Tenton barbell he was lifting. The warehouse had also been luxuriously renovated. The floor was entirely replaced with 50-centimeter thick titanium alloy plates, along with various oversized living essentials. Giant sofas, giant mattresses, even giant bottles of beer. After all, the power of money was the ultimate superpower. Seeing Coulson, Xiao Lin set down the barbell and walked over with Blonsky. His 5-meter frame was immensely imposing, and coupled with Blonsky's grotesque appearance, even Coulson's strong composure wavered. Hello, I'm Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Please forgive my sudden visit. Xiao Lin smiled faintly. Only strength commanded respect. Xiao Lin waved his hand. No problem. What can I do for you, Mr. Coulson? Leading Coulson to the living room, they sat down. Coulson took a deep breath to steady himself. Coulson was handling it well. Anyone else might have been terrified out of their wits. Mr. Xiao Lin, Mr. Blonsky, on behalf of Director Nick Fury, I invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson said solemnly. Xiao Lin had guessed this upon seeing Coulson, but he pretended to ponder, knowing that what came easily was rarely valued. Moreover, his current strength gave him the leverage to demand a high price. Seeing that Xiao Lin hadn't outright refused, Coulson knew this was an opportunity. Before leaving, Nick Fury had emphasized that S.H.I.E.L.D. desperately needed a powerful warrior. Coulson understood Fury's meaning. The price was negotiable. The real fear was the other party not naming one. Coulson, I have no intention of joining any other organizations for now, Xiao Lin said, feigning a hint of reluctance. In truth, Xiao Lin knew that aligning with S.H.I.E.L.D. meant siding with the righteous. If he refused, he risked being labeled a villain, which would inevitably invite a legion of superheroes to hound him. Ahem, Xiao Lin, please don't rush to decline. We're not asking you to clock in like our regular employees. We'd like to hire you as a special consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. with clearance equivalent to a level 7 agent and a monthly salary of $1 million. What do you think? Coulson rambled on at length, but none of it struck the core issue. Did Xiao Lin need money? Of course not. He was now the overlord of New York's underworld. Though he had abandoned despicable trades like forcing women into prostitution and human trafficking, he ran numerous bars, nightclubs, and casinos. His earnings were a daily fortune. Why would he care about a paltry $1 million a month? Yet, considering his future plans, none seemed feasible without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement. So Xiao Lin simply agreed. When the Battle of New York erupted, he could coast through it and conveniently pocket the Tesseract. A delightful prospect. Xiao Lin could scarcely imagine the immense energy the Tesseract held. Perhaps it could even elevate him to godhood. Coulson, your sincerity has moved me. I'll accept the role of special consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. But don't bother me with trivial matters. For issues you can't handle, I'll have Blonsky step in. As he exited the warehouse, Coulson was brimming with confidence. S.H.I.E.L.D. finally had a trump card. Master, why join that damn S.H.I.E.L.D.? Blonsky asked, puzzled. From now on, call me leader. Our ranks will soon swell. As for why, You don't need to know yet. Xiao Lin had considered turning Samuel Stearns into his thrall, but the man lacked combat prowess, so betrayal was unlikely. Thus Xiao Lin shifted his focus to other promising candidates. His list included both heroes and villains, excluding only the utterly vile and detestable. Yet his inner scale tipped toward Blade or the villain Wenwu from Shang-Chi. Blade was a master swordsman, a level 10 agent, and an expert in multiple combat techniques. He was also a weapons and munitions specialist proficient with all firearms and possessing exceptional marksmanship. With his half-vampire lineage, he boasted physical abilities far beyond ordinary humans. If granted Xiao Lin's blood and underwent evolution, he would become a formidable ally. As for the villain Wenwu, he wielded the artifact 10 Rings and was agile. With their aid, he could engage in both ranged and close combat, surpassing even Blade in personal prowess. But Xiao Lin had only one thrall slot, so he had to choose carefully. When Nick Fury received the news, a rare smile crept across his face. With supercriminals emerging everywhere, ordinary soldiers were no longer sufficient. Thus Fury urgently needed powerful allies like Xiao Lin. Yet in Fury's eyes, Xiao Lin alone wasn't enough. He harbored a far grander plan. For a while, the Marvel world remained relatively peaceful with S.H.I.E.L.D. making no major moves. During this period, Xiao Lin had nothing to do all day. He almost wished S.H.I.E.L.D. would stir up some trouble just to relieve his boredom. In stark contrast, Tony was on the brink of collapse, plagued by palladium poisoning. He spent over a dozen hours daily in the lab yet found no breakthrough. A disheartening ordeal. Jarvis, what are the experiment results? Tony asked weakly. Sorry sir, the experiment failed again. You've been working for 16 hours straight. Please rest. Rest. Tony wished he could, but if he didn't solve the palladium poisoning, he'd be resting permanently in a few months. No, I can't rest. Jarvis analyzed the data. Let's try again. Tony pulled himself together for another round of experiments. Meanwhile, his uncle learned of Tony's condition. But his resentment toward Tony was nearing its peak. Not only had Tony returned from Afghanistan alive, but he had also dismantled Stark Industries' cash cow. Obadiah Stane derived much of his income from the weapons division. Cutting off someone's livelihood was akin to killing their parents. In New York's underworld, Kingpin's reign was under severe threat, but he was powerless against an opponent he couldn't match. Days earlier, Blanche and Kingpin had begun their final showdown. The outcome would determine the throne of the underworld. Victory meant dominance, defeat meant utter loss. With Xiao Lin as his patron, Blanche's power had swelled, elevating him from a third-rate gang to a force surpassing Kingpin. In the last clash, Blonsky single-handedly decimated 100 of Kingpin's men. The battle shook all of New York, though ordinary people knew nothing of its details. Many insiders remained silent. Eventually S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped in to quell the incident. Though Kingpin was crippled, Xiao Lin, adhering to the principle of eliminating the root cause, ordered Blanche to eradicate the threat completely. With his life at stake, Kingpin shed his former arrogance. Desperate, he sought the Hand's aid. But Madame Gao was no fool. Her cunning far surpassed Kingpin's. Upon hearing his plea, she neither agreed nor refused. Instead, she silently weighed the pros and cons. If Kingpin joined the Hand, she could leverage his influence to expand her power and gain a formidable enforcer. Yet Kingpin's enemy was clearly formidable, having driven him to this brink. But for Madame Gao, who had lived over a century, what enemies hadn't she faced? Whether it was Daredevil or Kingpin, neither posed a real threat to her. She could simply outlast them through sheer longevity. Her pursuit was transcendent power and immortality, not wealth or status. Kingpin watched her outwardly calm despite his inner urgency. Years at the top had ingrained in him a habit of composure under pressure. Though Madame Gao was his best option, he refused to grovel. If rejected, he could always turn himself in. With money paving the way, he could still live comfortably in prison. Madame Gao did not keep Kingpin waiting long. After a moment of contemplation, she acceded to his request. I will have Blanche killed and uncover the one behind him. You must trust that the Hand has the power to protect you. Madame Gao declared with confidence. Very well. If you can resolve this crisis for me, I will join the Hand. But if not, you shall gain nothing. Both were wily old foxes with not a shred of trust between them. After Kingpin departed, Madame Gao closed her eyes to meditate. Blanche was merely a puppet. The true terror lay in the one behind him. From Kingpin's account, a three-turtle monster had slaughtered 100 well-armed elite gang members. That monster was immensely powerful, killing with greater ease than slaughtering chickens. Before him, even trained warriors were as soft as worms. Though Madame Gao had never witnessed the battle between Blonsky and Hulk firsthand, she understood Blonsky's might from the recordings. The Hand currently lacked a combatant capable of matching Blonsky. Yet they were not without their trump cards. Blonsky, for all his strength, was but one man. All men have weaknesses, and with weaknesses they can be defeated. Few knew of the relationship between Xiao Lin and Blonsky. Under S.H.I.E.L.D. lockdown, aside from a few powerful organizations, almost no one knew Xiao Lin's true identity. Although Xiao Lin had also appeared in the Battle of New York, he had not displayed much of his power. Moreover, unlike Blonsky, he left no trace to follow. Now the news that Blonsky was the Abomination was known to all, if not every household. Such terrifying power! If we could possess such strength, achieving immortality would be a simple task. Unlike typical villains bent on world domination, the Hand's goal was to seek eternal life. One might call their vision narrow, but undeniably Madame Gao and her peers had far longer lifespans than most villains. Moreover, they did not oppose the government. Apart from engaging in illicit activities in secret, they spent most of their time plotting over the Dragon Bone. The Dragon Bone. Xiao Lin also knew some secrets of the Dragon Bone. It was the key to the longevity of the Hand's 5 fingers, containing immense energy. But Xiao Lin did not yet know where it was hidden. He had no initial plans to covet the Dragon Bone, as the Hand concealed it deeply. Wasting time on them seemed less fruitful than directly pursuing the Infinity Stones. Yet Madame Gao, the master of courting disaster, was delivering the Dragon Bone on a silver platter. Xiao Lin would find it hard to refuse. Madame Gao, you may not want it, but I dare not withhold it. Blonsky has been acting frequently lately. At least half of Kingpin's men have died by his hand. Coulson said to a grim-faced Nick Fury. Don't ask how I could tell his face was grim. Let them kill. Locking them up in prison is just a waste of food. Nick Fury said indifferently. Not to mention that Xiao Lin was practically one of S.H.I.E.L.D's own. Even if he hadn't joined, could they really stop this? These gangs made America's streets unsafe. It wasn't that the police didn't act, but what good did arrests do? The best solution was to fight fire with fire. Xiao Lin killing these scum was far better than slaughtering civilians. Evil will be recompensed with evil. Still, he would warn Xiao Lin. It would be best if he kept a lower profile next time, or at least gave S.H.I.E.L.D. a heads up so they could cut the surveillance or evacuate the area in time. He's been making too much noise lately. Coulson, go and talk to him. Tell him to rein it in. Blonsky's actions are drawing too much attention. Though Nick Fury valued Xiao Lin greatly, he hoped Xiao Lin would become a superhero, not veer toward becoming a supercriminal. This was a difficult task, but Coulson had no choice but to accept it. Let Natasha handle it. She has more experience. Xiao Lin had already anticipated this issue. He understood the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. After helping Blanche completely crush Kingpin, he planned to disappear for a while. The reason he went to such lengths to aid Blanche was that Blanche still had a significant role to play. The Sentry Serum, the most powerful superhero in the Marvel Universe, his creation was a matter of chance. But the Sentry Serum had been decisive. Thus Xiao Lin intended to scheme for it. Success would depend entirely on luck. Natasha received the mission from Coulson and frowned. Facing a 5-meter-tall Xiao Lin, she truly had no idea what to do. With a tentative mindset, she sought out Blanche. Boss S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent is here. Hearing this, Blanche dared not be negligent and quickly had the agent brought in. Seeing his subordinate lead in a strikingly beautiful woman clad in form-fitting attire, he rose at once and courteously invited Natasha to sit. Please have a seat. Thank you. Natasha thanked him and sat down on the sofa. Blanche's subordinates were slightly surprised, as it was the first time they had seen him treat a woman with such respect. But they were unaware that Xiao Lin had instructed him to treat S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel with respect and courtesy to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Xiao Lin still needed S.H.I.E.L.D. to scheme for the Tesseract. Seeing Blanche's polite demeanor, Natasha's mood improved considerably. Mr. Blanche, let's get straight to the point. Director Nick Fury has noted your recent aggressive expansion. I know, Agent Natasha. Please tell Director Fury that our expansion is complete. The future New York will be a haven of peace. Blanche cut Natasha off. He was not foolish. Upon learning of Natasha's visit, he understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. had come to warn him. The relationship was absurd, a delicate balance between the gang and the government. Both sides had tacitly accepted this state with no desire to break it, instead striving to maintain the status quo. Natasha never got to see Xiao Lin. Blanche explained that Xiao Lin rarely met outsiders, and that an abrupt visit might provoke his wrath. Though reluctant, Natasha had no choice but to agree to Blanche's suggestion. Very well, then please convey what I've just said to Mr. Xiao Lin. With that she rose and left. Blanche dutifully relayed the message to Xiao Lin. Do you think I'm being overly cautious in front of S.H.I.E.L.D? Xiao Lin asked with a playful tone. No, your will is my command, Blanche replied fearfully. Ha! S.H.I.E.L.D is not as simple as you imagine. Anyone who dares to underestimate it has died. Xiao Lin's words were true. Red Skull, Loki, Ultron, Thanos, all had fallen before S.H.I.E.L.D, without exception. Thus, no matter when or where, no matter how powerful one becomes, humility and awe are essential qualities for survival. Therefore, Xiao Lin would not rashly offend S.H.I.E.L.D unless the potential gain was great enough. Jin Bing disappeared, and to be precise, he was hidden away by the members of the Hand Union. Meanwhile, Madame Gao accepted the power in Jin Bing's hands and continued to compete with Blanche in the arena. In Xiao Lin's words, Madame Gao is like a toad on someone's foot, annoying. Xiao Lin has a certain understanding of Madame Gao. To be precise, she is an old woman whose strength is not remarkable, but whose ambition is vast. After all, she is over 100 years old. The Hand Union consists of traders from Kunlun, and Kunlun is actually the homeland of Iron Fist. The term Kunlun is not entirely accurate. It generally refers to Kunlun Mountain, and the true Kunlun exists in a different dimension from Earth. It can be said that the Kunlun mentioned by Madame Gao and others is not the same. As early as several million years ago, the first Iron Fist emerged from Kunlun to teach humanity. He taught them to harness fire tools and more. However, the current Kunlun has long lost its former legacy. The strength of Iron Fist is also vastly diminished, not to mention that Madame Gao's few traders are merely a bit stronger than ordinary people and have lived a little longer. In Xiao Lin's mind, someone of Madame Gao's caliber is simply not worthy of being his opponent. The inability to revert to a normal human has brought many inconveniences to Xiao Lin's life. During the day he is stuck at home and cannot go out. Only when night falls can he take Blonsky out for a walk to stretch his legs and get some exercise. Boss, why don't we conquer the whole world? Blonsky, who is extremely confident in his strength, has always wanted to change his status. Now he has the power but lacks a corresponding position. Xiao Lin smiled. In fact, transitioning from an ordinary person to a formidable, extraordinary being inevitably brings a bit of arrogance. However, Xiao Lin, who is well aware of the Marvel Universe, remains exceptionally calm. Marvel deities are everywhere, and the Father of Heaven is no more than a dog. Ancient One, Odin, Zeus, Mephisto, Dormammu. Any one of them could crush him effortlessly. Moreover, the more powerful celestial group, the Five Gods, and the Tribunal of Life could obliterate a world with just a glance. In the presence of such beings who would feel powerful, who would dare to consider themselves strong, living honestly, slowly enhancing one's strength and building a solid foundation, only when he can overpower the celestial group and the Five Gods in an arm wrestling match will he truly be considered powerful. The more one knows, the smaller one feels. Blonsky, if in 10 years you still have such thoughts, I will support you. Xiao Lin did not directly answer Blonsky nor explain why. He left behind a half-finished sentence and quickly walked ahead. Blonsky watched Xiao Lin's retreating figure, a flash of fanaticism in his eyes. Does the boss have any concerns? However, my power and my life are given by the boss. 10 years. All right, in 10 years I will offer the entire world to you. What Blonsky was really thinking, Xiao Lin had no idea. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After receiving his paycheck from S.H.I.E.L.D, enjoying the life he had dreamed of in his past life, Xiao Lin felt it was all worth it. If the Marvel Universe could continue to develop peacefully like this, wouldn't that be wonderful? He took a big sip of coffee, leaned back in his specially made rocking chair, and leisurely enjoyed the bright sunshine. However, Xiao Lin's comfortable life was soon to be disrupted. Coulson, you need to head to New Mexico. Remember to take Xiao Lin with you. The voice of the bald-headed Demon King came through the phone. All right, Director. What? Is there a new mission? Natasha asked from the side. Yes, continue to monitor Tony Stark. If he is in danger, make sure to save him. I heard a hammer fell from the sky. Are there aliens tossing trash around without any morals? Hey Xiao, I'm going to New Mexico. Do you have time to join me? Xiao Lin realized Coulson's implication. He needed his help. In New Mexico, Thor seems to make an appearance and Ghost Rider also seems to be there. However, according to the timeline, it is likely that Thor is making his appearance. Xiao Lin's guess was correct, seated on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicopter. Coulson informed Xiao Lin of everything happening in New Mexico. Indeed, it was Thor making his entrance. But Xiao Lin felt a bit confused. Although Hammer God Thor is the Prince of Asgard aside from muscle, there doesn't seem to be anything worth planning for. What's wrong with you? Have you seen this hammer before? Seeing Xiao Lin's unwilling expression, Coulson asked curiously. I don't know. Then why do you look like that, as if you are very... None of your business. My uncle is coming. I'm in a bad mood. Xiao Lin thought about how he had to run errands for S.H.I.E.L.D. for nothing, and his mood couldn't possibly be good. Coulson. Soon Coulson brought the 5-meturtle Xiao Lin and the 3-meturtle Blonsky to the place where the hammer fell. This area had long been cleared by S.H.I.E.L.D., surrounded by thick aluminum alloy steel plates. Looking at the hammer in the pit, Xiao Lin showed no reaction on his face. In his past life, he bought a 1-ton model. Although the weight was different, it looked exactly the same. So, what have you discovered? So far, we only know that the hammer is not of terrestrial origin. This element does not exist in our periodic table. Coulson nodded, confirming his expectations. Turning to see Xiao Lin looking calm, Coulson's sharp intuition told him that the green fellow before him must know something. Mr. Xiao Lin, let's take a rest. Once these scientists have results, we can leave. Xiao Lin remained non-committal. How could he return quickly when he finally had a business trip? At this moment, the hammer's owner was drinking in a remote town. However, everyone regarded him as a lunatic. But looking at his confident demeanor, he seems quite different from the insane. Thor. Stop drinking. You're getting a bit drunk. No, Jane, the physical constitution of gods is dozens of times stronger than that of humans. I can still drink a lot. Looking at Thor, who was talking nonsense seriously, Jane helplessly held her forehead. This guy must have some mental illness, so I suggest taking him to the hospital for a full body checkup. Xiao Lin, accompanied by his subordinate Blonsky, sat on the Gobi Desert in New Mexico. He was contemplating whether to contact Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider possesses considerable strength and is that kind of being that cannot be killed. Whether it's Hellfire or the Eye of Judgment, both are incredibly powerful abilities. Forget it. I currently lack magical resistance. If I were to fight with him, I wouldn't gain any advantage. It's better to wait for another opportunity later. Moreover, I have only one favor left to bestow. I must be cautious. The favor quota determines the number of Xiao Lin's favored ones. When this number reaches its maximum, Xiao Lin's blood will no longer be able to grant powers to others. Otherwise, Xiao Lin would dare to directly create a super army, and at that point even Thanos would be a minor character. No sooner had Xiao Lin and Blonsky departed from New York than the Lady Gao received word. Moreover, the intelligence from the Serpent Shield Bureau this time was exceedingly detailed, clearly originating from a high-ranking source. S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly pitiable to be eroded from within by its enemies, the Lady Gao remarked with a sigh. Though they knew not who possessed such capability, they could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, but those who follow different paths cannot work together. We lack their grand ambitions. It is best to have little contact with them. Another finger of the hand spoke. Humph. The Lady Gao let out a cold, dissatisfied snort. It was called the Hand, but the 5 of them each held their own faction. Aside from occasional cooperation, they mostly left each other undisturbed. This time the backer of that fellow branch has left New York. This is the golden opportunity of a lifetime for us. What do you plan to do? Kill him? The Lady Gao's gaze was sharp, her tone indifferent. It won't be easy. That branch is very cautious. Assassination is simply impossible. But if a few of us strike together... The Lady Gao shook her head. She had not acted in many years. With her current power and status, there was simply no need to take such a risk. She was long-lived but not immortal. A bullet would still leave a hole in her body. Too risky. Haha, risky. That branch has grand ambitions. He wants to become the next Kingpin. No, he wants to surpass Kingpin. If we don't eliminate him now, he might threaten our hand in the future. The Lady Gao fell silent. Indeed, ever since he had Xiao Lin as his backer, branch's ambitions had begun to swell. He wanted to become the godfather of New York's underworld, to let only his voice be heard in the city's criminal world. After a moment of silence, the Lady Gao gritted her teeth and agreed. Fine, let's start the preparations. The 3 of us plus Kingpin can easily kill Branch. Bring heavy firepower. It might cause a stir, but we need a swift resolution. Branch is dead for sure this time. The hand's decision that day would bring about their own cataclysm. Although Branch held no significant place in Xiao Lin's heart, he was still an obedient dog. When a dog is killed, how could its master remain unmoved? In New Mexico, Thor left Jane and her companions. He walked alone towards his hammer. Thor, his heart filled with delight, fantasized about retrieving his hammer, gaining Odin's approval, succeeding to the throne of Asgard, and leading Asgard to greatness. Unwittingly, Thor found the place. Night had fallen and the base was a blur of bustling figures. Thor chose not to force his way in. Thor was still relatively kind, willing to protect the weak and fight for ordinary people. Apart from his blind arrogance and disdain for others, he was an admirable figure. He planned to sneak in when the night was deep and still avoiding direct confrontation and saving himself a great deal of trouble. Inside the temporary base, Coulson was reporting on the situation to the Egghead. After confirming that the hammer was not of earthly origin, Nick Fury began to plan how to handle it. Director, this hammer is unique. So far we have found no way to move it. Couldn't Xiao Lin lift it either? Nick Fury asked. No, Xiao Lin didn't even try. He seemed to know something. Oh, that was indeed suspicious. To know he couldn't lift it without even trying. Try to ask him about it. If he wants, say, don't press him. Trying was useless. That was the weapon of Thor, the god of thunder, an artifact enchanted by Odin himself. It could only be lifted with the hammer's approval. Otherwise one would need strength surpassing Odin's. To be honest, Xiao Lin coveted Thor's Mjolnir greatly. A good weapon could significantly amplify one's own power. Odin's Gungnir, the fire giant's twilight sword, even Captain America's shield. Any weapon could make its wielder formidable. It seems I must try to befriend Thor and find an opportunity for him to take me to Nidavellir to forge a weapon. Little did Thor know he had already been marked as a wealthy mark. In the dead of night, the underworld of New York awoke from its slumber. The darkness provided them with excellent camouflage. Mr. Branch, the successful man who had sat in his office all day, was finally off work. As the head of the largest crime syndicate in New York, he had a myriad of things to handle daily. He had to consider the safety of cocaine supply routes as well as the sales performance. Cooks, make sure the boys stay safe tonight. You know, in our high-risk profession, we can't buy accident insurance. Branch said half-jokingly. Boss, don't you worry. We only use veterans and we've adopted a multi-tiered distribution model. Profits are lower, but the volume and speed of distribution have increased several times. Good. Keep an eye on things here. I'm heading back. Surrounded by a phalanx of bodyguards, Branch arrived at the underground parking garage. A bodyguard opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, holding it ajar for Branch to enter. But just as Branch lifted his foot, disaster struck. Bang! 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 A volley of gunfire erupted from all directions. Branch scrambled into the car, slamming the door shut as fast as he could. His bodyguards were not so fortunate. Unarmed with heavy weaponry, they were quickly mowed down by pistols falling into pools of blood. But the bulletproof Rolls-Royce held up well. Though its body was riddled with bullets, it suffered no major damage. Branch crawled from the back seat to the driver's seat, trying to escape, but the killers gave him no chance. Two cars rammed directly into Branch's Rolls-Royce, trapping it fast. Branch was utterly panicked. The attacker setup was clearly meant to finish him off. As Branch watched in terror, the masked men pulled explosives from their backpacks. Slap! Explosives were attached to the car doors, at least 10 packs placed around the vehicle. Not even a person, but even this modified Rolls-Royce would be blown to pieces. Bang! Bang! Branch pounded desperately on the window, trying to negotiate. No, don't kill me. I can give you money. Money. Haha, we're here to take your life today. Branch kicked frantically at the door, but the car was hemmed in, and he couldn't open it. In his despair and terror. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the building. Branch and his Rolls-Royce were reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Branch was blown to pieces. At the hand, the mission had been remarkably smooth. Humph! That Branch was too arrogant. He thought no one in New York could threaten him, or he wouldn't have come out with only pistols. Upon hearing the news of Branch's murder, Xiao Lin narrowed his eyes and inquired of Coulson, "Any news on the killer?" Coulson shook his head. S.H.I.E.L.D. paid little attention to gangland turf wars, so they were not particularly concerned. As Branch's boss, Xiao Lin felt he had to avenge Branch. Don't be angry. Those guys live for today, reckless enough to do anything for money. Maybe they saw Branch's wealth and wanted to. Do you take me for a child? Would they use explosives for a kidnapping? Besides, I'm not angry. But my dog is dead and that displeases me. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, when you hit a dog you must look at its master. These fellows clearly show no respect for me, Xiao Lin. Branch's death wasn't enough to anger Xiao Lin, but losing a useful tool irritated him greatly. Thus he had to retaliate. Otherwise, who would ever fight for him? Whether to win hearts or intimidate foes, this matter had to be settled in a storm of blood and fury. Meanwhile, Madame Gao and her cohorts celebrated their victory. Kingpin sat nearby drinking whiskey glass after glass. His mood was as cold as the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Chilled to the bone. The green monster did not appear and Madame Gao's group easily killed Branch. Branch's death brought Kingpin no joy. The thought of that monster left him unable to muster any excitement. The Hand also knew the terror of Blonsky, but with numerous safe houses Blonsky could never find them. Once they took over Branch's and Kingpin's territories, all of New York would fall under their control. Then every move by Blonsky and Xiao Lin would be under their surveillance. Madame Gao's strategy was cunning, play it safe and develop slowly. With her longevity, she was confident she could outlast all her enemies. Alas, Madame Gao's plans were doomed to fail. Branch's death stirred considerable commotion in New York. As the leader of the city's gangs, his demise signaled a scramble for power. Every night that week, the NYPD received dozens of emergency calls. Gangs clashed daily, willing to sacrifice dozens of lives for a piece of territory. I thought Branch was a ruthless devil who devoured people without spitting out bones, but his role was so crucial. Yeah, several colleagues have been injured these days. I heard the worst one is in the ICU. Hope that guy gets lucky. Several patrol officers remained silent. In the past, they never had to patrol at night, but now it had become routine. Every day a few officers were assigned heavily armed, driving the precinct's newly purchased armored vehicles to patrol the city until late at night. Of course, the armored vehicles weren't entirely safe. On the road, these vehicles became live targets for extremists. A few days ago, a patrol squad on 4th Avenue was ambushed. The armored vehicle was hit by 4 rocket-propelled grenades and reduced to scrap metal. All 8 members of the patrol squad perished. That night, dozens of gangs of various sizes claimed responsibility. The orchestrator of these terror attacks was none other than the self-destructive Hand. The Hand's goal was to throw New York into chaos. The more disorder, the better. Only then could they maximize their gains. Attacking the police proved effective. The authorities quickly launched a large-scale crackdown, indirectly helping the Hand eliminate many rivals. New Mexico. Under the cover of night, Thor crept toward the fence of the temporary base. Smiling, he had no idea he was about to suffer a devastating blow. Hehe, Mjolnir, here I come. Thor leaped lightly over the iron fence, crouching to evade the distant guard's scrutiny. But he didn't know about humanity's high-tech equipment, infrared scanners. Someone's broken in. Some fool still won't give up. That hammer isn't meant for humans to lift. Coulson received the news and went to the monitoring room. Seeing the furtive Thor, he frowned. Go get some men to kick him out. What followed shocked Coulson. 5 or 6 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were no match for Thor, who took them down in an instant. Watching the agents fall, Coulson instinctively rubbed his eyes. Did I see that right? As the saying goes, amateurs watch the show, experts watch the technique. Clint Barton, the Hawkeye, observed Thor's agile moves and sharp strikes, hallmarks of battlefield experience. If Thor hadn't held back, those agents would have been dead. After taking down the agents, Thor knew he was exposed, so he stopped hiding and sprinted toward the hammer. Coulson, let me stop him, Clint said, grabbing his bow. No, wait, Clint. I want to see why he's so determined. Xiao Lin didn't witness this. After all, why stay up in the dark staring at a broken hammer? Thanks to Coulson's orders, Thor encountered no guards. He quickly reached Mjolnir, gripped the handle excitedly, and shouted, "For Asgard." Then, Coulson, is this guy even sane? Clint muttered. Xiao Lin, sleeping in his room, heard Thor's overly dramatic shout and felt a surge of joy. That big fool. No, the great prince is here. Time to boost my favorability. Xiao Lin rose from his oversized mattress and walked toward Thor. Thump, thump. The ground's vibrations snapped Thor back to reality. Coulson watched the dejected Thor kneeling there, his lips twitching. Damn, meeting a lunatic in the middle of the night. As Xiao Lin stepped out of the room, Thor was stunned to see a 5-meter green giant. When did Earth have such a powerful being? Thor composed himself and eyed Xiao Lin warily. Without his powers, he was utterly defenseless before the giant. If the giant attacked him now, with fists or feet, he might not win. Behind Thor, Loki kept retreating, swallowing hard involuntarily. Loki, a sorcerer, had cast an invisibility spell. On Earth, few could see through his magic. Xiao Lin's current strength couldn't detect Loki, so he remained unaware of Loki's presence beside Thor. Even Thor didn't know Loki had been watching him all along. Xiao Lin looked at the crestfallen Thor and devised a plan. To boost favorability, he needed to offer what Thor desired or provide timely aid. Coulson, lock him up first. See if you can get anything out of him, Xiao Lin ordered. Coulson nodded in agreement, originally planning to have Thor sent to the town police station to see if they could contact his family given that Thor's condition posed a danger to others in the outside world. Don't misunderstand. Coulson was afraid others might get hurt. A mentally unstable individual with considerable combat prowess, who knew what he might do. But since Xiao Lin had said so, there must be a reason. Coulson wasn't one to blindly trust others, yet Xiao Lin was enigmatic, and he was willing to heed his advice and give it a try. Thor offered no resistance, following the agent into the small holding cell with a dejected expression. Seated on the chair, he was deeply disheartened, remaining silent in response to the agent's inquiries. After the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents departed, Loki appeared before Thor. However, Loki cast a spell so that only Thor could see him. "Ah, brother, it's so good to see you again," Loki said, feigning deep sorrow. "Loki!" Thor exclaimed, overjoyed at the sight of his brother, his earlier frustration instantly forgotten. As a devoted brother, Thor's affection for Loki ran profound. In his eyes, the bond between him and Loki was more towering than the world tree itself. Loki felt a twinge of reluctance at Thor's excitement, but for the sake of Asgard's throne, he resolved to continue deceiving his brother. "Brother, father is dead." Boom! Thor's mind exploded as if struck by lightning, leaving his thoughts utterly blank. His pillar of strength, his refuge, his beloved father. Dead. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, but Thor did not wipe them away. Instead, he roared in disbelief. "No, no, Loki, you're lying to me, aren't you? No, Thor, I am the god of mischief, but I would never jest about the life of a loved one." Faced with Thor's hysterical outburst, Loki felt a pang of reluctance, yet also a flicker of joy, his heart torn by conflicting emotions. "How is this possible? How?" Thor murmured to himself. "Thor, this is the last time I'll visit you. Because of your arrogance and pride, Asgard went to war with the frost giants and father fell in battle. Mother is utterly disappointed in you, and the frost giants' condition for a truce is your eternal exile." Loki finished his mournful speech and vanished. Thor was left alone in the confinement room, weeping and wailing. In that moment, remorse, guilt, and helplessness flooded his heart. "I am Asgard's sinner. I am guilty. I deserve to die. It should have been me." Thor sobbed uncontrollably. As a seasoned warrior, no formidable enemy could bring him down, but his family was his ultimate weakness. "Father." Watching the monitor, Coulson wore a perplexed expression. "Does this guy have multiple personalities?" Clinton grimaced, regretting not shooting this noisemaker with an arrow. After crying for a while, Thor's emotions began to stabilize. Xiao Lin arrived with a few cans of beer, aiming to win favor. He gave the door a gentle push, and with a loud crash, the confinement room door collapsed like a piece of paper. Thor was startled, but upon seeing the large figure before him, he suppressed his rising anger. A god must bow when under someone else's roof. He handed a can of beer to Thor. "You seem really down. Drink this. It'll help you forget your troubles." Gulp. Thor downed the entire can in one go, then opened another. Under the influence of alcohol, his mood seemed to calm, and the pain of losing a loved one eased somewhat. "I'm an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. My name is Xiao Lin. I believe everything you just said. If you're in any trouble, I can help you." Xiao Lin's words were sincere, and his attitude was friendly. Besides, Thor, now an exiled criminal from Asgard, had lost his former pride. To survive on Earth, he indeed needed a friend. "Thanks." Xiao Lin patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother, hardships are temporary. I can tell you are an incredibly strong person. Nothing can defeat you." Encouraged by Xiao Lin, Thor's spirits lifted, and he began to warm up to him. If Xiao Lin knew how easily Thor was won over, he'd be overjoyed. In truth, Xiao Lin intended to get along well with Thor. After all, Thor had immense potential. Post-Avengers Endgame, he would become the mightiest superhero and the powerhouse of the Avengers. Moreover, Asgardians grew stronger with age. As Thor aged, his power would only increase. "You're welcome." With that, Xiao Lin helped Thor to his feet and said, "Brother, you're free to go." "What?" Thor was bewildered. So this was what having connections felt like. After assaulting someone and breaking into a base, not only was there no detention or control, but he didn't even have to pay a fine. Was that really okay? Just as they reached the base's main gate, Thor hesitated. He didn't know where to go or where he could go. Perhaps he was destined to be the loneliest person in this world. No family, no friends, nothing at all. Just drifting aimlessly until the end of his life. Just as Thor was about to wander off without purpose, Jane and her mentor appeared before him. Thor, you're here after all. At the sight of the beautiful Jane, Thor's heart soared, and even the news of Odin's death was cast to the winds. Odin, you're filial to the point of killing me. Happily, Thor got into Jane's car and followed her to their lodgings. Xiao Lin, you let him go. How am I supposed to explain this to Director Nick Fury? Coulson asked innocently. Xiao Lin smiled faintly. Coulson was sharp both intellectually and emotionally. It wasn't so much that Xiao Lin had released Thor, but rather that Coulson had allowed it. After all, Xiao Lin was merely a nominal consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D, while Coulson was Nick Fury's right hand. Without Coulson's approval, did he really think those S.H.I.E.L.D agents were pushovers? Alright, Coulson, just tell Nick Fury that we saved the world. What? What the hell? How did we save the world? Seeing Coulson's bewildered expression, Xiao Lin decided to tease him. Do you know who that big guy is? Coulson shook his head. He only knew the man called himself Thor, the god of thunder, and the computer had found no matching records. He's the Thor from Norse mythology. Coulson stared at Xiao Lin in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. No way, no way. How amazing was your elementary school teacher to make you believe that stuff is real? At that moment, his imposing figure was etched deeply into Thor's memory. The other three did not idle either. They drew their weapons and dispersed, hoping to buy time for Thor's escape. Foolish, ignorant humans. The myths in your eyes, the true gods in your books. They are merely aliens who visited Earth thousands of years ago. Xiao Lin said indignantly. This news left Coulson utterly astounded. What? The figures in mythology are all aliens? Coulson was not at all shocked by the existence of aliens, having seen them with his own eyes. But if those immensely powerful deities were truly extraterrestrial beings, humanity would need to prepare thoroughly. Do you have any proof? Proof? Of course. No, but I can tell you that fellow named Thor is the genuine god of thunder from Asgard, the eldest son of Odin the All-Father and the future heir to Asgard. Hearing this string of Thor's titles, Coulson swallowed involuntarily. A prince of a divine realm captured and locked in a dark cell by him. I saved Earth. Now you should acknowledge it. Coulson nodded. At this point, he had not yet endured the baptism of a decade of Marvel's wonders and knew little of supernatural forces. At that moment, Coulson regarded all supernatural powers with profound reverence. This reverence differed from his respect for Captain America, stemming more from fear and awe of the unknown. Blonsky was dispatched by Xiao Lin back to New York. The hand had slapped Xiao Lin's face, and he could not easily swallow such an insult. Wearing an oversized hoodie, Blonsky strode through a pitch-black alley. Blonsky revealed a bloodthirsty grin. He had not stretched his limbs in a long time. Tonight, seizing this rare opportunity, he could cut loose and have some fun killing a few people. At Xiao Lin's request, S.H.I.E.L.D had amassed a large collection of the hand's secret bases. These very bases were Blonsky's targets for the night. Kill. Leave no member of the hand alive. Thumping footsteps echoed like a demon from hell beating a war drum. Arriving at the first target location, a dilapidated warehouse that the hand had converted into a drug manufacturing base. In a remote suburb surrounded by woods, this base was exceedingly secretive. S.H.I.E.L.D had expended great effort to locate it. Master Blonsky will not disappoint you, Blonsky thought to himself. Boom! He kicked the door to pieces and the slaughter began. As the door shattered, the guards inside immediately snapped to alertness, rushing toward the entrance with their guns. The drug lab was hidden underground. The buildings above lay in a state of disrepair, usually unguarded with only a few surveillance cameras that worked intermittently. As dozens of well-equipped hand members emerged, a fierce battle was imminent. Roar! Blonsky bellowed to the heavens, wantonly venting his inexhaustible strength. When the hand's guards saw Blonsky's true form, they all turned into quivering cowards. Monster! Monster! Requesting backup, requesting backup. Before the fight even began, these men were already scared out of their wits. But Blonsky showed no mercy. He lunged forward, and the nearest few were reduced to a pulp of flesh indistinguishable from one another. Rat-a-tat-tat! The surrounding guards returned fire, but their guns were as useless as burning sticks. The bullets had no effect on Blonsky. Ha ha ha, die! Blonsky laughed heartily as he reaped the lives of these men. Like the Grim Reaper from hell, he smashed one guard into pieces with a single punch, then grabbed another with both hands, crushing him into a ball of flesh with his immense strength. Such brutal methods sent the remaining guards fleeing in all directions, but they were no match for Blonsky's speed. In a flash he had dispatched these dozens of guards. Looking around there was nothing but a field of gore. Not a single living soul. Crushing a severed head underfoot, Blonsky pressed deeper. Those inside the base were already terrified out of their minds, utterly at a loss. The smarter ones began to hide, but their trembling bodies and frantic heartbeats quickly gave them away. Bang! Bang! Blonsky swung his fists, pounding again and again against the titanium alloy door. Behind this door lay the drug lab filled with many elite members of the Hand. The protruding fist prints on the titanium alloy door were like the tentacles of a demon, unsettling everyone's minds. Fear conquered all, everyone trembled uncontrollably, curling up in panic. Crash! A thunderous noise followed by countless piercing screams, as the abomination that Blonsky had transformed into appeared before everyone's eyes. You scum, by my master's command, go repent in hell. Ah, don't come near. Get away. Guards! Guards! Fire! Faced with these helpless howls, Blonsky sneered disdainfully. Scream louder, you insignificant insects. Having said that, Blonsky wasted no more words and entered slaughter mode. He strode forward, each step thundering loudly against the metal floor. Clang! Clang! The floor groaned under the strain, denting and warping. This only heightened their terror. The Hand had many people, but combatants were scarce. Most here were drug manufacturers. The white granules they produced had directly or indirectly claimed countless lives. The drugs produced here were shipped worldwide, and the Hand had at least 7 or 8 similar drug labs. Blonsky casually grabbed a man in uniform, opened his massive maw to reveal sharp fangs, and said cruelly, "Your brains must be delicious. Ah, don't eat me, don't eat me. I want taste good. Peft. Eating you would dirty my mouth." With a loud crack, Blonsky slammed him heavily to the ground. The man burst like a ripe watermelon, splintering into pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere, the ground littered with gore. Damn it, he pissed on me. Shaking off the filthy liquid, Blonsky grew furious. He moved swiftly like a green whirlwind. Fist, foot, elbow, knee. Every part of his body became a weapon. Note every single part. Each strike was unstoppable, taking down foes with a single blow. This was a carnage feast exclusive to Blonsky. Splattering blood, shattered organs, broken bones adorning the banquet hall. In this horrifying feast, Blonsky was exceptionally exhilarated. Kill, 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 for the leader. Screams rose and fell. The dead were broken beyond recognition, their flesh and blood scattered, no longer resembling human forms. In the eyes of the living, only fear remained. Twisted faces, trembling legs, and loosened sphincters completely beyond control. Foul yellow liquid gushed out, incessantly emitting a nauseating stench. Red-yellow odor, stench, screams, cries. All of it consumed the entire underground drug lab. These rats of the night had encountered a formidable cat like Blonsky for the first time. The slaughter lasted long. When the screams ceased, the drug factory resembled a hellscape. The ground and walls were drenched in blood, with severed limbs and broken remains scattered everywhere. Blonsky's blood-soaked footprints spanned the entire base. He was stained crimson from head to toe with viscous blood, even clinging to human entrails and shredded flesh like a meat grinder. He repeatedly confirmed no one was alive. Here one could not find a single intact corpse. Hundreds had left this world in utter terror. Blonsky washed off the dried blood from his body, but the smell of gore lingered persistently. Then a great fire reduced the place to ashes. Xiao Lin smiled faintly upon hearing this news. Humph, the Hand will surely feel great pain, but this is only the beginning. I will make them know the consequences of offending me, Xiao Lin. Seeing Xiao Lin in good spirits, Coulson asked, "What? Something good happen?" "Haha, nothing, just collecting some interest." Coulson was puzzled, but did not probe further, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Though Thor had left, he remained under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance. Ever since learning of Thor's identity, Nick Fury wished he could dispatch an army to protect him. After all, they did not know Thor's true power. Now Thor was nothing but a muscle-bound brute. By his reckoning, Thor's companions would soon come to rescue him. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki had finally ascended Odin's throne as he desired. Holding Odin's eternal spear, Loki wore a satisfied smile. He laughed heartily a few times, yet his heart lacked the initial excitement and felt strangely hollow. After all, no one celebrated for him. From childhood, he had always yearned for Odin's favor, but over the years Thor had consistently overshadowed him. This scheme for the throne was not driven by a lust for power, but by a desire to surpass Thor and prove himself. His feelings for Thor were deep, though he was unwilling to admit it. On Earth, Thor got along well with Jane, quickly falling for this simple, kind-hearted Earth girl. Jane too felt drawn to the muscular Thor. After all, who wouldn't be captivated by such overwhelming boyfriend energy? They soon fell in love and confirmed their relationship. These days, Thor spent his time accompanying Jane in her studies and experiments. He found human life enjoyable. Though devoid of battles, it was still fulfilling and joyful. Days passed quickly. Apart from moments of melancholy when thinking of Odin, Thor spent most of his time carefree and happy. Meanwhile, Sif and the others had devised a plan to escape Asgard. We must leave Asgard and bring Thor back. We cannot let Loki become Asgard's king, Volstagg said. He was the eldest of the warriors three, having fought alongside Odin in his youth, earning the title Lion of Asgard through his exploits. Fandral nodded in agreement with Volstagg. They were all Thor's closest friends, his staunch supporters, and the most formidable fighters in his faction. If Loki ascended the throne, Thor's loyal followers would undoubtedly face unfair treatment. Now Asgard is sealed. Only entry, no exit. Heimdall guards the Bifrost. To reach Earth, we need his help. But Heimdall, as Odin's confidant though inwardly favoring Thor, would not involve himself in this succession struggle. Hogun also nodded repeatedly. He admired Thor's straightforward character and had little regard for Loki's pettiness. Come up with a plan and he'll fully support you. Sif listened, quietly pondering how to leave Asgard. Getting past Heimdall would be no easy feat. Meanwhile, Loki had already set his sights on them, as they were the only ones in Asgard with both the will and the power to stand up for Thor. After simple disguises, Sif and her companions sneaked to the Bifrost under the cover of night. Without orders, no one may leave Asgard. Return now. Heimdall, holding his guardian's sword, spoke calmly. Sif and the others looked grim, reluctant to confront this revered guardian of Asgard directly. In truth, Heimdall also wished to avoid conflict with Sif's group. After all, Thor had only been sent to Earth for training, not truly banished. Their rash intervention might disrupt Odin's plans. Thus, without Odin's command, Heimdall would not let anyone leave. The moment they appeared at the Bifrost, Loki grew anxious. If Sif and the others revealed the truth to Thor, he would surely return to Asgard. Would he then have to relinquish the throne he had held for only 2 days? His eyes narrowing, Loki devised a plan. Since you're so loyal to Thor, you can stay on Earth forever. Left with no choice, Sif and the others engaged Heimdall in battle. If they could seize his guardian sword, they could open the Bifrost themselves and travel to Earth. Have you made your decision? Attacking the guardian of Asgard will be considered treason, and you will face the judgment of Odin the All-Father. Heimdall spoke in a flat tone. Sif and her companions felt a weight in their hearts, but none backed down. For Thor, they would risk their lives. Though Heimdall was stronger than any one of them, he could barely hold his ground against their combined assault. Loki had his own agenda. Once Sif's group left Asgard, they would never return. So he sent no reinforcements. Heimdall's eyes flickered. He knew the charade had gone on long enough. Feigning exhaustion, he deliberately stumbled and fell. Sif and the others realized Heimdall was intentionally holding back. They picked up the fallen guardian sword, ascended to the top of the Bifrost, inserted the blade into the keyhole, and turned it with force. A blinding flash of light enveloped them, and they were transported to Earth. Sif and her companions landed in New Mexico just like Thor. They quickly made their way to a nearby town, hoping to find Thor and return to Asgard to expose Loki's treachery. However, on an unfamiliar Earth, finding Thor among 7 billion people was no easy task. Sif and her companion's strange attire quickly drew a crowd. Sif in particular, with her fair skin, striking beauty, and exquisite features, flanked by the warriors three, seemed like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. Countless young men cast fervent glances her way, yet none dared approach, deterred by the 3 burly figures at her side. The group felt uneasy under the gaze of the humans on the street, but they refrained from rash actions, cautiously observing their surroundings instead. Let's find Thor's hammer first, Sif suggested. Without his power, he can't lift Mjolnir. Once we find the hammer, we can wait for Thor. Her proposal met immediate approval from the 3 muscular warriors. For them, action was far easier than thought. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s covert agents noticed their unusual behavior and reported it to Coulson. After hearing the report, Coulson pondered for a moment. Now he fully believed Xiao Lin's words. Thor was indeed the Prince of Asgard. Coulson's certainty stemmed from the fact that, like Thor, Sif and her companions had no traceable records. They seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Ordering his men to keep watch, Coulson went to find Xiao Lin. The situation was delicate. Unsure whether Sif and her group were friend or foe, he decided the best course was to bring Xiao Lin along. With Xiao Lin's immense power, those aliens likely wouldn't cause any trouble. Upon learning of Sif's arrival, Xiao Lin perked up. This was the perfect chance to earn Thor's goodwill. If he could fight alongside Thor, he'd surely be regarded as a sworn brother. Coveting the dwarves' weapons, Xiao Lin rose without hesitation, asking Coulson to lead the way, so he could set an ambush near Sif's location. Loki, seated on Odin's throne, silently watched Sif and her companions through his magic. Just as foolish as my brother, he mused. Asgard can only grow stronger under my rule. Let Thor grow old and die on Earth. Unlike Sif, the warriors three quickly lost patience, shouting wildly through the streets. But after traversing several blocks, the crowd only grew larger and Thor remained unseen. Loki frowned, tempted to teach the insolent warriors three a lesson. Yet he lacked the formidable warriors to do so. This was largely Loki's own doing. Deeming himself above such company, he scorned association with coarse warriors. Whether it was the warriors three, Heimdall, or other Asgardian soldiers, none shared a close bond with Loki. After 1,000 years as the second prince, he had no loyal followers. Perhaps another reason Odin never considered him for the throne. Though he lacked powerful warriors, the destroyer armor in Odin's vault would easily allow Loki to kill Sif and her companions. Loki refrained from deploying the destroyer, immediately waiting for Thor to appear so he could witness his friends' deaths before his eyes. He aimed to shatter Thor's spirit, entirely crushing any hope of returning to Asgard. Yet unknown to Loki, Odin was watching his every move. A Skyfather level being, even in slumber, remains aware of his surroundings. He would never let his son fall into peril. The moment Thor faced mortal danger, Odin would undoubtedly intervene. Standing at a distance, Xiao Lin admired Sif's delicate features, her long fair legs and graceful figure, feeling a stir of desire. He yearned to rush over and embrace her. But then he recalled his current predicament. Awkward. The nut was too small, the bolt too large. I need to evolve quickly, or I'll be stuck relying on ancestral techniques to get by. Coulson blinked, puzzled by Xiao Lin's mention of ancestral techniques, but instinctively assumed it referred to some ancient Dragon Kingdom tradition. Perhaps a martial art or a cultivation method. After all, how else could someone transformed by Hulk's blood utterly defeat the Hulk himself? Coulson couldn't believe there wasn't more to it. If Xiao Lin knew what Coulson was thinking, he'd be mortified, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Right, every man in our Dragon Kingdom masters the Kylan arm, and in the island nation they're experts in 18 martial arts. A full set will send you soaring to the heavens, shoulder to shoulder with the great white planet. Sif and her companions kept calling Thor's name, but he didn't appear, filling them with growing anxiety. Xiao Lin scoffed, inwardly thinking, a civilization that's thrived for tens of thousands of years, and they haven't even invented a communication device. Are all Asgardians just brawn and no brains? How could such a race survive? He turned to Coulson. Send someone to inform Thor that he has visitors. Coulson nodded and made a call. The agent secretly tailing Thor instantly became a messenger. When Thor learned that 3 men and a woman were looking for him, his face lit up with joy. Jane, hearing that Thor's friends had arrived, was equally delighted. Thor took her hand and raced toward the location where Sif and the others were. As they met, the warriors 3 embraced Thor in a bear hug. Sif smiled warmly, clearly happy about their reunion. The relationship between Thor and Sif was special. Odin had once favored Sif, hoping she would become Thor's queen. But Thor had no romantic interest in Sif, and she felt the same, leaving Odin to die without grandchildren. Now Xiao Lin planned to step in. If Thor had no interest in such a beauty, he certainly did. You're occupying a latrine without using it. Time to make way for me. When Loki saw Thor appear in his sight, a smirk curled his lips. The harvest time had come. He activated the destroyer armor with his magic, and the massive construct slowly strode toward the Bifrost. Heimdall, send it to Earth. Watching the destroyer approach, Heimdall's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively wanted to refuse. But then he reconsidered. How could Loki activate the destroyer without Odin's involvement? Very well, as you command. Heimdall agreed readily, though whether that, as you command, was meant for Loki or Odin remained ambiguous. A streak of iridescent light cut across the cosmos, piercing the firmament like an arrow of condensed radiance as it descended from Asgard to Earth. As the glow faded, the towering pitch-black destroyer armor stood before them, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The armor, over 5 meters tall, was forged from a metal known as URU divine steel, a substance of exceptional hardness considered a rare treasure throughout the universe. As the weapon of Odin the Allfather, the destroyer armor was immensely formidable. A cherished heirloom of the Golden Palace, its renown, like Odin's own, echoed across the 9 realms. Xiao Lin gazed at the destroyer armor before him, thinking to himself, isn't this the very metal I need to forge a weapon? Yet his immediate priority was to shatter it. Xiao Lin was well aware of his own limitations. He did not delude himself into believing he could destroy the destroyer. In simple terms, this was a trial arranged by a father for his son. Odin played the roles of director and mastermind, sacrificing this destroyer armor to foster the growth of Thor the god of thunder. See, even a rich lord's foolish son receives such treatment. In truth, Odin feared Thor might become another Hela. As for the trial's outcome, it was undoubtedly a success. Apart from some youths unaware of the truth, those who had dealings with Odin could easily guess his subtle intentions. The destroyer armor, which had been kneeling, slowly rose from the ground. Its towering, majestic form drew a sharp gasp from Xiao Lin. This thing is only a hair's breadth less impressive than me. Truly terrifying. The destroyer's arrival dampened the joy of their reunion. Yet from the brief exchange, Thor learned that Odin was not dead, and that everything was Loki's farce. This enraged Thor to the core, grinding his teeth with a burning desire to thrash Loki. However, Sif and the other three were unimpressed by his demeanor. Beating your own brother? Can you really bring yourself to do it? Faced with their skepticism, Thor had no retort, for he indeed could not bring himself to do so. The destroyer, now standing, scanned its surroundings, and soon located Thor and his companions. His purpose for arriving on Earth was to eliminate Thor. Thor, you no longer have the power of thunder. Flee now, we can handle this. Volstagg, one of the warriors three, stepped forth with his weapon shielding Thor. At that moment, his imposing figure was etched deeply into Thor's memory. The other three did not idle either. They drew their weapons and dispersed, hoping to buy time for Thor's escape. Thor, retreat. Once we smash this scrap metal, we'll return to Asgard together and expose Loki's schemes, Fandral declared with great confidence. Though reluctant to retreat, Thor knew staying would only burden them. Thus he obediently stepped aside, silently guarding Jane. Volstagg and Fandral exchanged a glance and launched their attack simultaneously. Volstagg drew the destroyer's attention from the front, while Fandral circled behind, aiming for its head. Xiao Lin, watching from the sidelines, showed no intention of intervening. After all, the time was not yet ripe. He would wait until Sif and the others were in peril or overwhelmed, then engage the destroyer in a grand battle, showcasing his absolute strength. This way he would not only earn Thor's goodwill but also win over Sif and the other three. After all, what better way to build rapport than a life-saving grace? Volstagg charged forward, but age had slowed him. The destroyer spotted his weakness and sent him flying with a single blow. Fandral had no choice but to press on his long sword, hacking fiercely at the destroyer's nape. Clang! A spark flew, but the destroyer remained unscathed. Sif and Hogan also launched assaults from the left and right, but they underestimated the destroyer's might. Faced with a three-pronged attack, the destroyer activated the energy beam from its face. Scarlet flames gushed forth as if inexhaustible. Sif and the others scrambled to dodge. A single touch of those flames meant death or grave injury. As the destroyer rampaged, unchecked, Coulson, who had been observing, could no longer stand idle. Xiao Lin, are you sure you want to intervene? If this continues, this town will be ruined. Beep, a temporary mission has been issued. Option 1, defeat the destroyer armor to earn the skill Photon Breath. Option 2, do not stop the destroyer armor and let it wreak havoc to earn the skill Invisibility. Oh, Xiao Lin lifted his head and looked around, finding Coulson's words to be true. I choose option 1. The destroyer's destruction was immense. Its fiery beam possessed formidable penetration, causing numerous buildings in the small town to explode and burst into raging flames. Thick, acrid smoke filled the air, and in an instant the town lost its former peace and tranquility. Xiao Lin frowned, muttering to himself that Loki was truly devoid of humanity, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. It seemed he needed a proper lesson. Don't worry, Coulson. The one attacking us now is another prince of Asgard. His aim is to kill his brother and seize the throne. Watch me teach him a lesson. With that, Xiao Lin leaped, landing directly on the destroyer's back. His immense force caused the armor to stumble, nearly crashing to the ground. Regaining his balance, Xiao Lin began to rain blows left and right, his massive fists striking the destroyer like a tempest. His fists pounded against the steel armor, producing the sound of hammered metal. Bam! 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 Though Xiao Lin possessed great strength and hard fists, he was at a disadvantage compared to the destroyer armor. The tremendous recoil made his fists ache, but surging adrenaline fueled his excitement, driving him to strike harder. Sif and the other three stared wide-eyed, bewildered by the sight of Xiao Lin pummeling the destroyer armor. Is this the warrior of Midgard? Powerful. Sif and her companions were awed by Xiao Lin's unmatched bravery, vowing never to underestimate the people of Midgard again. Loki, controlling the destroyer armor, was also taken aback. When did Earth gain such a green giant? His strength can actually rival the destroyer armor. Truly terrifying. But that's as far as you go, mortal. The destroyer armor then counterattacked its URU scales, shifting as its entire body rotated 360 degrees. In an instant, Xiao Lin, who had been on its back, found himself face-to-face with the destroyer. Seeing the armor open its faceplate, he knew it was about to fire an energy beam and swiftly dodged. Xiao Lin performed a side roll, evading the energy attack. Watching the beam pierce the clouds, he felt a pang of envy. Damn it, when will I ever get a long-range attack? Loki was not perturbed by his failed strike against Xiao Lin, fully aware that human strength was woefully inadequate to destroy the destroyer armor. In fact, it was utterly impossible. In his eyes, Xiao Lin was merely a slightly more formidable ant unworthy of his attention. After all, the destroyer armor was a pinnacle war machine forged from URU, a weapon in Odin's arsenal. Even unmanned, it possessed immense power. The thought of Odin piloting it himself was terrifying beyond imagination. Xiao Lin remained unaware of Loki's thoughts. However, he knew that Loki and Thor, those two filial sons, would eventually reduce their father's war machine to scrap. These two, whose filial piety was unmatched, had yet to realize they were mere pawns played by Odin. Thor watched Xiao Lin step forward, deeply moved. He thought to himself, though we've only met once, he is undoubtedly my best friend on earth. Thor, the naive and straightforward brute, was simple at heart. For a muscle-bound man like him, anyone who fought alongside him and protected his comrades was a brother for life. Watching Xiao Lin battle the destroyer armor, Thor could only fret helplessly on the sidelines. Sif and the warriors three exchanged glances, then joined the fray, weapons drawn to aid Xiao Lin. Their assistance eased Xiao Lin's burden considerably. Narrowing his eyes at the destroyer armor, Xiao Lin knew that his fierce attacks, though impressive, could never destroy it. After all, URU was beyond his current ability to shatter. Recalling how Hela would one day crush Thor's hammer with a single hand, Xiao Lin grasped the vast gulf in their power. Moreover, he resolved to steer clear of that woman Hela, for if she could crush Mjolnir with one hand, what would happen if she squeezed his? It would be a catastrophe, leaving him utterly ruined. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Lin lunged forward again, raining a flurry of blows upon the destroyer armor's head. Each punch produced a sonic boom, each strike a thunderous roar. The resounding impacts left Sif and the others in awe. Volstagg, the Lion of Asgard, gave Xiao Lin a thumbs up. Brother, after the battle, I'll treat you to a drink. Ha! Sounds good, but I'm tired of Earth's liquor. Better treat me to some fine Asgardian ale. Volstagg chuckled. No problem. Let me introduce myself. I am Volstagg, the Lion of Asgard, one of the warriors three. Xiao Lin S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. After a brief exchange, they focused their full attention on attacking the destroyer armor. Yet Sif and the others could only slow its advance. But that was enough for Xiao Lin. The five of them took turns unleashing their assaults, with Xiao Lin's massive fists striking tens of thousands of times. Still, the destroyer armor bore not a single scratch. Xiao Lin was furious. This was sheer cheating. Gradually, Sif and the warriors three began to tire. Though they were powerful Asgardian warriors, none possessed Thor's inhuman endurance. Thor, after all, could survive in a vacuum without protection. Fandral gripped his sword tightly and charged again, gritting his teeth as he slashed at the destroyer armor. With a clang, the sword finally shattered under the strain. The destroyer armor spun, swiftly grabbing Fandral by the throat. A slight squeeze would have been enough to kill him. Seeing her comrade in danger, Sif did not hesitate. She snatched a fallen spear, sprinted forward, and leaped with all her might, driving the spear through the destroyer armor's body. Yet the spear merely passed through a gap between the armor's scales. However, the destroyer armor lost its balance, allowing Fandral to escape its grasp. Thor wiped the cold sweat from his brow, terrified by the close call. Had Fandral and the others died, Thor would have lived the rest of his life in guilt and remorse. No, I can't stand idly by any longer. He settled Jane and strode resolutely toward the destroyer armor. Loki! Loki! At the sound of Thor's voice, the destroyer armor turned. Loki, your target is me. I surrender myself to your will, but you must release my friends and ensure the safety of every human here. Thor declared loudly. Sif and the warriors three quickly surrounded him, attempting to shield the powerless Thor. In Asgard, Loki smiled, pleased with Thor's offer. He commanded the destroyer armor to advance, slowly seize Thor by the neck and lift him off the ground. The immense pressure choked Thor, his face quickly turning purple. Yet he endured silently, offering no resistance. Soon his vision blurred, and a cacophony filled his ears. Seeing Thor go limp, Loki assumed he was dead. With a casual flick, Thor was hurled away. In this state, Thor dreamed of his father Odin. Odin nodded approvingly. You have shed your arrogance and pride, sacrificing yourself to protect others. You have earned my recognition. As the words faded, Thor, lying on the ground, snapped open his eyes. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from his body. In the distant sky, once clear and bright, a sudden storm gathered. Dark clouds rolled in heavy with oppression and destruction. Bolts of lightning thick as tree trunks churned within the cloud, sea like dragons swimming. Mjolnir trembled violently, then shot into the sky as a streak of blue light. In an instant, Mjolnir hovered above Thor, surging with endless lightning as it plunged into his body. Xiao Lin watched the spectacular scene, insisting he felt not a trace of envy. Truly, a man should be practical. Flashy displays might look impressive but serve little purpose. Thor's magnificent entrance captivated everyone. At last, Coulson fully believed Thor was the mythical god of thunder. So he really is Thor. Gods truly exist in this world. After Thor's grand entrance, Xiao Lin quietly stepped aside. It was time for Thor's solo performance. Once he defeated the destroyer armor, Xiao Lin would claim his mission reward and persuade Thor to commission a weapon from the dwarves. Though he had exerted some effort, this venture was undoubtedly a profit. He had gained Thor's friendship, the camaraderie of Sif and the warriors, 3 a skill from the system and a weapon. There was no need to worry about Thor refusing. Commissioning a weapon was a trivial matter for a prince. Thor, being the protagonist of this event, saw the destroyer armor that once terrorized the 9 realms as nothing more than a toy. The blows from Mjolnir quickly began to crack the destroyer armor. Watching Thor wreak havoc with sparks and lightning, Xiao Lin suddenly found the abomination less impressive. Truly, a melee mage is the epitome of a man's romance. An assassin who doesn't want to be a cook isn't a good mage. Xiao Lin silently resolved to evolve towards high burst damage in the future, for high damage was the key to mastering truth. The destroyer armor was utterly defenseless against Thor's bullying. Thor spun his hammer, generating a powerful storm that swept the destroyer armor into the center of a tornado. Mjolnir, combined with a bolt of lightning, as thick as a millstone summoned by Thor, shattered the destroyer armor. Seeing the armor that now needed to be sent back for repairs, Xiao Lin smiled. "Ha, I've got materials to forge my weapon." As Thor landed, Sif and the other 3 quickly gathered around him. They looked at Thor with great joy, murmured among themselves, and decided to return to Asgard to settle scores with Loki. Although Thor was usually tolerant of Loki, this time Loki's mistake was no small matter. Attempting fratricide and usurpation, he needed a good lesson. Beep. Mission complete. Reward issued. Obtained light cannon breath. Light cannon breath emits a high-temperature ray from the mouth. With the mission complete and the reward in hand, Xiao Lin inspected it. Host Xiao Lin evolution count 3 evolution templates, triple human body abomination, leader triple werewolf skills, inch punch danger sense wolf claws light cannon breath. Clan Blonsky, 12, energy storage, 1060 energy, needed for next evolution 100. From the descriptions, Xiao Lin realized the light cannon breath ability was somewhat lackluster. Although it compensated for the lack of ranged attacks, the basin-wide energy beam's attack power was mediocre and its area of effect was small. Still, it was better than nothing, and Xiao Lin silently accepted it. Thor walked over to Xiao Lin, at nearly 2 meters tall. He didn't even reach Xiao Lin's waist. Looking up, he said to Xiao Lin, "Brother, I'm returning to Asgard. I'd like to invite you to visit if you're willing." Xiao Lin hadn't expected Thor to invite him to Asgard. In truth, Xiao Lin now held a significant place in Thor's heart. Having just stepped forward and saved Volstagg, Thor considered Xiao Lin a trustworthy friend. Xiao Lin agreed without hesitation. Coulson and the others looked at Thor with hopeful eyes, wishing for an invitation themselves, but Thor ignored them completely. Xiao Lin said to Thor that destroyer armor is now a pile of scrap. "I'd like to ask for some of the metal since I don't yet have my own weapon." Xiao Lin could have remained silent, or, in the original story, Thor and his group simply left carrying nothing for the junk, which would have ended up with S.H.I.E.L.D. for free. But Xiao Lin didn't want to leave himself open to criticism. It was merely incurring a favor from Thor. Once he grew stronger, he could help Thor deal with Hela and save Asgard from destruction. Odin himself would be grateful then. Thor agreed readily. "Oh, no problem. But the metal used to make the destroyer armor is URU, which Earth's technology can't forge. When I have time, I'll take you to Nidavellir, where the finest smiths in the 9 realms reside." Xiao Lin thanked Thor with a smile. Thor was generous and upright, and in his heart Xiao Lin truly wished to become genuine friends with him. The Bifrost shot a pillar of light into the sky, instantly transporting the group. In moments, Xiao Lin and the others appeared in Asgard. Xiao Lin was momentarily stunned by the magnificent sight before him. It was breathtaking, a paradise on Earth. At the center of Asgard stood a vast resplendent palace with towering walls, 100 meters high, golden pavilions, and intricately carved railings, all exuding grandeur. The colorful light in the sky lent a dreamlike quality, with verdant mountains in the distance, giant birds soaring overhead and goats pulling a ship through the air. Seeing Xiao Lin's expression, Thor felt a bit smug. Yet, genuinely regarding Xiao Lin as a friend, Thor wouldn't embarrass him. Xiao Lin, first come with us to deal with my troublesome brother. Later I'll take you around and show you the hospitality of Asgard's people. I'd be honored. And so they slowly walked across the Bifrost toward the palace. The surrounding soldiers were all tall and mighty, clad in golden armor and wielding sharp spears with physical abilities at least 3 to 5 times that of a human. Xiao Lin mused that Asgard's strength was indeed formidable, or else it wouldn't rule the 9 realms. Loki sat dejectedly on the throne, his former arrogance gone. He regretted acting too late, otherwise Thor would never have returned to Asgard. He also resented Sif and the others for their betrayal. After all, he was the ruler of Asgard. The palace doors opened, but Loki had vanished. In Odin's sleeping chamber, Laufey held a dagger ready to sever Odin's head. Indeed, Loki, king of the frost giants, had arrived in Asgard unnoticed. Gazing at the aged Odin, Laufey revealed a cruel smile. The one who kills you, Odin, is Loki, king of the frost giants. Laufey was still lost in his pleasant fantasies, believing that once Odin died, the frost giants could easily conquer Asgard and become the new rulers of the 9 realms. Little did he know it was all part of Loki's scheme. Just as Laufey prepared to strike, Loki appeared abruptly behind him. Stop! Loki bellowed, leveling Gungnir at Laufey. A beam of golden energy sent Laufey flying. Cough! Laufey coughed up a mouthful of blood, a gaping wound visible on his back. Loki's eyes held no emotion as he looked at Laufey on the ground. Without hesitation, Loki attacked Laufey again. The energy from Gungnir reduced Laufey to ashes. The one who kills you is Loki of Asgard. At that moment, Frigga, queen of Asgard, arrived. Seeing Loki save Odin, her anxious heart finally calmed. Loki, you saved your father. Loki gently embraced Frigga. Mother, it's all right. I have everything under control. Loki patted Frigga's back soothingly. Frigga nodded with relief. As a mother, nothing made her happier than seeing her child grow up. Loki's actions left Xiao Lin utterly astounded. He slew his own father to curry favor with his adoptive one. Yet it was this genuine familial affection that made Loki cherish every blade of grass and every moment in Asgard. Odin had always treated Loki as his own, giving him everything he could offer. What Thor had, Loki possessed as well. As the second prince of Asgard, Loki's status was undeniably noble. Raised in luxury and refinement, he developed the demeanor of a graceful gentleman. In terms of weaponry, Thor had Mjolnir while Loki wielded the Sword of Truth. Originally the mightiest blade in the Celestial Palace, it belonged to the first heroes of an era predating Odin. This sword was no ordinary artifact. Forged by the finest smiths and steeped in the blood of an ancient dragon lineage. True to its name, the Sword of Truth. It possessed genuine destructive power capable of altering its effects according to the wielder's intent, unleashing astonishing might. Upon acquiring this sword, Loki immediately used Thor as a test dummy, piercing him relentlessly until the thunder god was utterly overwhelmed. Had Loki truly wished to slay Thor with this blade, it would have been effortless. Yet Loki was not inherently malicious. He thrust the sword into Thor's body only to cure him of poison. And indeed, the Sword of Truth neutralized the serpent's venom, afflicting Thor. In every respect, the two brothers were treated equally. No sooner had Laufey met his end than Thor stormed into Odin's bedchamber. The All-Father lay in repose, and Thor feared Loki might commit some heinous act in a moment of rashness. Fortunately, Loki only sought to compete for Odin's favor, not to harm their family. Frigga, overjoyed at Thor's return, approached him with a flurry of questions and recounted Loki's slaying of Laufey. Thor frowned, clearly not anticipating Laufey's infiltration of Asgard. Mother, you should ask how Loki just commanded the destroyer armor in an attempt to kill me and my friends. Frigga looked at Loki in disbelief, but he could not meet her gaze, lowering his head guiltily like a child caught misbehaving by his mother. By the time Xiao Lin and the others arrived, Loki had already fled toward the Bifrost. Fandral helped the fallen Thor to his feet, asking in confusion, "How did he manage to take you down?" "Humph, that scoundrel ambushed me with Gungnir." Thor said, his voice tinged with embarrassment and anger. Frigga watched silently, making no move to intervene. Both were her children, and she let them quarrel. Frigga could tell Loki wasn't fighting in earnest. She knew the full power of Gungnir well. Had Loki struck with full force, Thor would have already met his eternal fate. Seeing his foolish younger brother's stubborn resistance, Thor grew irate. "Humph, that insufferable Loki humiliating me before outsiders. Just wait until I deal with you." Thor's face darkened, feeling his authority as the elder brother had been violated. Little did he realize he had never possessed such authority, let alone the dignity of an elder sibling. Loki either treated Thor as a fool or was perpetually on the verge of doing so. Gripping his little hammer, Thor soared off to capture Loki. But contrary to Thor's expectations, Loki wasn't planning to flee. He intended to completely destroy Jotunheim, the homeland of the frost giants. Loki reached the Bifrost first and thrust Gungnir into its opening. As the spear's energy surged, the Bifrost's power was unleashed to its maximum. A blinding beam of white light shot forth from the Bifrost, traversing countless miles to tear a brilliant rift through the dark cosmos, striking directly at Jotunheim, the frost giant's home. In an instant, immense energy engulfed the entire planet. Wherever the light touched, everything crumbled and shattered into fragments. By the time Thor arrived, it was too late to stop it, and he immediately grappled with Loki. Though Loki was slender, Thor couldn't bring himself to strike with full force, and they exchanged blows back and forth. In the end, Thor gained the upper hand, pinning Loki to the ground with his hammer. Xiao Lin and the others watched the brothers brawl as spectators, while Sif and the Warriors 3 were accustomed to such scuffles. Though Loki was subdued, the Bifrost remained open, and Thor's current strength was insufficient to close it. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his hammer and began pounding the Bifrost furiously. Boom! 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 With several strikes, cracks appeared in the Bifrost. Wait, no, stop! Loki shouted at Thor, believing that if Jotunheim were destroyed, he would earn great merit and surpass Thor in Odin's esteem. Thor ignored him, intensifying his efforts. Don't you want to return to Earth? Don't you want to see that woman again? Faced with Loki's incessant chatter, Thor paid no heed. He could clearly distinguish between personal gain and matters of right and wrong. Seeing Thor's obstinacy, Loki seized a nearby spear and thrust it at him. At the critical moment, the Bifrost shattered with a deafening crack. The explosion's force hurled both brothers into the air. Fortunately, Odin appeared in time to grab the spear, preventing them from falling into the void of space. But after a few whispered words, Loki's face fell with desolation, and he released his grip on the spear, letting himself plummet into the dark cosmos. Xiao Lin knew exactly what had been said, but he also knew Loki wouldn't die. He would become Thanos' prodigal son, failing to claim the Space Stone, losing the Mind Scepter and Mind Stone, and costing Thanos countless soldiers. Truly a spendthrift in every sense. Thor followed Odin with a face full of regret and self-reproach. He had saved all of Jotunheim but lost his beloved brother. Yet Xiao Lin cared little for Thor's feelings at the moment. His concern was how to return to Earth now that the Bifrost was destroyed. He had come easily enough, but returning was impossible. That night, a grand celebration was held in the Celestial Palace. Xiao Lin and the Warriors 3 feasted heartily, but Thor was clearly distracted. Xiao Lin kept his knowledge to himself. A being of Odin's power would surely have means to save Loki. If he truly wished it, even if Loki were dead, Odin could resurrect him. Xiao Lin suspected Odin knew Loki would survive and thus chose not to intervene, perhaps also intending for Loki to gain some worldly experience. After a hearty meal, a servant showed Xiao Lin to a luxurious guest room. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a knock came at the door. It was Thor. Xiao Lin helplessly opened his eyes, rose from his bed, and pushed open the door. There stood Thor, cradling a large barrel of wine, smiling at Xiao Lin as he said, "I noticed you couldn't sleep tonight, so I came specifically to share a drink with you." Xiao Lin was speechless. He understood Thor's thoughts all too well. Today his brother had died, the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, and now even meeting Jane had become a distant hope. The events of this single day had been far richer than Thor's entire millennium of experience, and none of them were good. As a child over 1,000 years old, Thor's heart was filled with bitterness. Yet he had no one by his side with whom he could speak his true heart. The Warriors 3 and the female warrior Sif were close to him, but they were destined to be his subjects. Their status created a barrier no matter how approachable he tried to be. He could never truly be one of the Warriors 3, and Sif was even more out of the question. "My father will summon you tomorrow. You have helped me greatly on Earth, and he will thank you on my behalf. You're too kind. We are brothers. Shouldn't we help each other? Besides, you've agreed to forge a weapon for me," Xiao Lin said with a smile. He knew that one should not be too greedy and must treat friends with sincerity, even if his initial intentions were somewhat impure. But through their days together, he had grown fond of Thor. This fellow was loyal and a true friend, someone worth a long-term bond. Though Thor was still immature and unstable, his potential was immense. He would mature in time. No one thing is another. When I was at my lowest, you helped me. I must remember this kindness. It's not as serious as you make it sound. There is already too much deceit in this world. We should all keep things simple. Living too burdened drains the flavor from life. Xiao Lin spoke with emotion. The two drank and talked, and as the long night ended, both collapsed onto the floor in a deep sleep. The guards, seeing this quickly, carried them back to their respective chambers. Through his observations over the past 2 days, Odin found Xiao Lin to be of good character, at least not a man consumed by greed. He also hoped Thor would befriend powerful individuals, ensuring mutual support in the future. After all, Odin had spent the first half of his life on the battlefield, slaying countless foes, and the latter half guarding Asgard, enjoying supreme power and material wealth. But Thor was different. Someone had told him that Thor's early life would be filled with turmoil. In his youth, he had not believed it, but as his body aged, he began to trust the prophecy. His eldest daughter Hela would break free from her seal in at most 10 years. Pushing aside these chaotic thoughts, Odin decided to meet Thor's new friend. Let Xiao Lin enter. Under the guard's guidance, Xiao Lin slowly walked in from outside the grand hall of the palace. Respected King Odin, as a friend of Thor, I extend my respect and greetings to you. Xiao Lin gave a slight bow to show his respect. Privately, Odin was the father of his friend Thor. Publicly, Odin was the king of Asgard, the ruler of the 9 realms. In either case, Xiao Lin ought to maintain respect and reverence. Setting that aside, the old man on the throne was one of the mightiest beings in the 9 realms, far surpassing Xiao Lin in strength. Odin nodded. He was not like other emperors who favored grand displays. Before absolute power, such ostentations were meaningless. You helped our prince of Asgard, Thor, the god of thunder on earth. I know you are close like brothers. I am pleased with you as a junior, but Queen Frigga, and I still wish to express our gratitude. Hearing this, Xiao Lin knew he could not refuse lest he offend Odin. Since refusal was not an option, he would accept graciously and find a way to help Thor in the future. Then I thank King Odin and Queen Frigga for their generosity. But when it came time to actually bestow a gift upon Xiao Lin, Odin was at a loss. What should he give? In the end, Frigga offered an idea. Asgard currently had many vacant divine positions, and many divine power inheritances lay gathering dust in the Hall of Valor. Frigga proposed rewarding Xiao Lin with a divine position. Of course, obtaining a divine position required passing a trial. Each divine position had its own unique trial, and all were exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, Asgard would not have so few gods. Finally, Odin and Frigga selected the position of the God of Strength from among the many vacant ones. As the name suggested, the God of Strength was a deity of immense power. At his peak, the God of Strength could effortlessly move a planet. Xiao Lin, we intend to grant you the trial for the God of Strength. If you pass it, you will gain the power of the God of Strength and a divine position in Asgard. Xiao Lin was overjoyed. He had expected Odin to offer gold, silver, or a treasure from his vault. But this was a divine position and, most importantly, the power of the God of Strength. This journey to Asgard was truly worthwhile. After expressing his gratitude to Odin, Thor led Xiao Lin to the location of the trial. Every few years, Asgard would select outstanding children to come to the trial grounds to see if any could inherit these powers. But as long as Thor could remember, in the past 1,000 years, no one had succeeded. The trials were extremely demanding, requiring immense potential, and most failed due to insufficient potential. Xiao Lin was not afraid of that. Just a few months ago, he had been an ordinary man, and now, he was a guest of honor to the prince. Arriving at the trial grounds, they entered Asgard's largest hall of valor. But here no common soldiers were enshrined, only heroes. Each one had been an invaluable warrior of Asgard, each capable of striking fear into the hearts of enemies. All right, this is the place. With that, Thor found the inheritance stone. A blue crystal, the size of an egg yet exceptionally bright. Receiving the inheritance was simple, just grip the stone and silently accept it. As Xiao Lin grasped the inheritance stone, the blue crystal began to glow, and he felt a vast energy surging into his body. In truth, it was quite straightforward. When someone underwent the trial, the inheritance stone would inject energy into the trial taker. If they could withstand it, they would gain the divine inheritance. A slight grin curled on Xiao Lin's lips. This seems to be targeting me. One stone is not enough. Host Xiao Lin evolution count 3 evolution templates, triple human body leader abomination, triple werewolf skills, inch punch, danger perception, wolf claws, light cannon, breath. Vassal Blonsky. 12 energy storage, 311060 energy required for next evolution 100. The energy surged directly by 300000 and a new evolution template emerged on the panel. Beep, sufficient evolution energy detected. Please select an evolution template. Hercules energy 100000, Colossal Abomination energy 200000, Mountain Pulling Abomination King energy 300000. Hercules, a deity of Asgard possessing immense strength and unmatched defense. Weakness: as a member of the Aesir, his recovery is relatively weak. Colossal Abomination, a strength-oriented evolution path for the leader abomination, permanently fixing current minions, granting greater power, and the skill Iron Arms. Weakness unable to gain new minion slots, resulting in a more singular evolution direction. Mountain Pulling Abomination King, one of the evolution paths for the leader abomination, increasing minion slots by 2, granting a tenth of the minion's power as feedback and bestowing the skills Mountain Pulling and Mountain Pulling form. Weakness, no significant weakness but lacks ranged attacks. Unquestionably, given Xiao Lin's nature, he would choose the best option. Select Mountain Pulling Abomination King. Beep evolution complete. At that moment, under Thor's astonished gaze, Xiao Lin's body expanded once more. His original 5-meter frame surged 2 meters higher, transforming into a giant towering over 2 stories. Oh my god, he actually did it! The nearby guard exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Lin opened his eyes, sensing boundless power within his body. Ah, this feeling is truly wonderful. Thank you, Thor. Thor felt immense joy seeing his friend's power grow. Haha, this is all your own doing. I was planning to ask my father to give you something else as thanks if you failed. Xiao Lin asked with a smile. Did you think I would fail? Thor nodded earnestly. As far as he could remember, there had been no successful cases and Xiao Lin had made history. Xiao Lin understood that Odin, by granting him the trial of Hercules, had already foreseen his success. Odin's purpose was purely to invest in Xiao Lin, intending to make him a member of Asgard and a friend to Thor. When Odin was no longer there and Thor faced danger, Xiao Lin could lend a hand. Though Odin never said it outright, Xiao Lin knew this was his intention. Xiao Lin's guess was spot on. Frigga and Odin had been planning for Thor. Odin's remaining lifespan was short, and when Hela broke free from her seal, a battle between her and Thor was inevitable. But the current Thor was no match for Hela. Seeing Xiao Lin's potential, Odin thought to leave a bond of goodwill that might prove useful later. Host Xiao Lin evolution count 4 evolution templates: triple human body Mountain Pulling Abomination King, triple werewolf divine office Asgardian Hercules skills: inch punch wolf claw Mountain Pulling danger sense light cannon breath Mountain Pulling form Hercules divine power. Minions Blonsky 14 energy, reserve 11060 energy, required for next evolution 100 points. Checking his panel again, it had undergone a massive change. The original leader abomination template had been replaced by the new Mountain Pulling Abomination King. Additionally, 2 new skills had been added. Mountain Pulling, pour all strength into both arms. In this state, any object can be moved lasting 30 seconds. Seeing the skill, Xiao Lin laughed. It was an overwhelmingly powerful ability. In this state, he could lift Mjolnir and anything he could touch regardless of weight or rules. The only condition was that his hands had to make contact. Xiao Lin had already devised a tactic. When facing an unbeatable enemy, he would use the skill to lift them and hurl them into space. With his strength, he could probably toss a person from Earth into outer space. Mountain Pulling form was somewhat redundant for Xiao Lin. It allowed him to grow into a giant hundreds of meters tall, but could not shrink him to normal size. Glancing at the remaining over 10000 energy, Xiao Lin noticed a line at the bottom of the panel. Energy required for next evolution 100 points. Having evolved several times, each requiring thousands, what did this mean? Xiao Lin decided to test it. Beep evolve template triple human body. Requires 100 energy points. Yes. Beep evolution complete. The panel changed instantly. Host Xiao Lin evolution count 4 evolution templates: triple human body 1 Mountain Pulling Abomination King, triple werewolf skills: inch punch wolf claw Mountain Pulling danger sense light cannon breath Mountain Pulling form. Minions Blonsky 14 energy, reserve 10960 energy, required for next evolution 100 points. There were no major changes, but a 1 appeared after the triple human body template. He didn't feel any stronger. Had the system consumed his 100 evolution energy points? Beep evolve template triple human body. Requires 100 energy points. Still 100 points. Let's try again. Beep evolution complete. Sure enough, the number after triple human body changed to 2. Evolving again still required 100 points, so Xiao Lin tried once more. This time the number after triple human body was replaced by the word advanceable. Seeing a change, Xiao Lin perked up and pressed on. Advance. Beep advance template triple human body. Requires 500 energy points. Ha, only 500. A drop in the bucket. Beep detecting host's request. Adjusting evolution cost accordingly. Current advancement requires 1000 evolution energy points. Damn, I was joking. Slap. Xiao Lin slapped himself hard. Serves me right. Never get cocky. Evolve. And so the unlucky Xiao Lin wasted an extra 500 evolution energy points. Truly, the villain dies from talking too much, is a profound maxim. But the system panel was merciful. This evolution advanced Xiao Lin twice. Beep evolution complete triple human body, tenfold human body. Xiao Lin's eyes lit up. He felt he had discovered a new world. Perhaps he didn't need to evolve other templates. He could just keep upgrading this one. Maybe someday he'd achieve 100,000-fold human body or million-fold human body. Even going bald would be worth it. As Saitama the Demon Lord said, "I went bald and I got stronger." That godlike physique. What man wouldn't desire it? It seemed all these templates could be upgraded with evolution energy. He wondered how much evolution energy it would take to upgrade the newly acquired template. He would never have known unless he checked. One look and he was taken aback. The mountain-plundering Abomination King template required 500,000 evolution points, exceeding the total evolutionary energy he had accumulated so far. It seemed the path to power remained long and arduous. He lingered in Asgard for a few more days and was personally ennobled by Odin as the god of strength of Asgard. He garnered countless admirers, but none matched his type, leaving no room for deeper connection. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin believed that one day he would gain the ability to freely control his body size. After these days of adjustment, Thor had come to accept Loki's departure. Today he planned to take Xiao Lin to Nidavellir. The dwarves were master craftsmen among the 9 realms. Odin's Gungnir, Thor's Mjolnir, and Stormbreaker were all forged by the dwarves. It could be said that the dwarves monopolized the high-end weapon forging market. Xiao Lin was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had long wished to leave Asgard and return to Earth, but since Thor the Simpleton had shattered the Bifrost, they had to find another way to depart Asgard. Thus Xiao Lin turned his attention to Nidavellir. If the dwarf king Eitri could forge Stormbreaker for him, he would be able to summon the Bifrost at will. Then he could go wherever he pleased. With the Bifrost gone, the two had to travel on a chariot pulled by goats. 2 enormous goats ran ahead, towing a massive ship behind them, leaving Xiao Lin exclaiming in astonishment. Asgardian goats could not only be roasted whole but also pull chariots. Truly an eye-opening experience. Thor finally explained that these goats were exceptionally precious, captured by Odin during his conquests. Though they had bred over the years, their numbers in Asgard remained scarce. "Thor, how many days until we reach Nidavellir?" "At most 3 or 4 days. Trust me, these goats are fast." Xiao Lin nodded. 3 or 4 days was acceptable. For days passed in the blink of an eye, and they finally saw Nidavellir's blazing furnace shimmering with light. Xiao Lin felt an overwhelming awe. These dwarves actually used a star as their furnace. He was momentarily speechless, unable to find the right words. Thor smiled. He had been even more stunned on his first visit, but had grown accustomed to it over time. As soon as they landed, several dwarves gathered around. Upon recognizing the crown prince, their attitudes instantly became more respectful. In the eyes of these dwarves, Thor was the rightful heir to the throne. Building a good relationship now would ensure that Thor, like Odin, would protect them in the future. Eitri soon arrived, greeting Thor warmly with a hug and sending his regards to Odin. Only after this routine did he ask about Thor's purpose. "Thor, what brings you here?" Eitri wondered if Odin was planning another major move. He had heard that the frost giants had been restless lately. Perhaps they were about to take action against them. Unaware of Eitri's thoughts, Thor stepped aside and began introducing Xiao Lin to the crowd. "Everyone quiet down. Let me introduce the giant beside me." Thor's calling Xiao Lin a giant was not an exaggeration. It was quite fitting. The dwarf king Eitri stood over 4 meters tall, and the other dwarves were only slightly shorter. Xiao Lin, however, stood out like a crane among chickens, becoming the tallest of them all. At 7 meters, he towered over Eitri, his muscles bulging, giving him the appearance of an ancient beast. His name is Xiao Lin, the newest god to ascend in Asgard. He is also one of the powerful upper-tier gods. Having passed the trial of strength, he was personally ordained by Odin as the god of strength. After Thor's introduction, Eitri was astonished. How many years had it been since Asgard last gained a new god? He could not recall. Asgard was now severely lacking in high-end combat power. Alone, Odin and Thor could barely contain the restless vermin stirring in the shadows. "Eitri, I brought Xiao Lin here to forge a weapon. We have plenty of URU steel that can be melted down and reworked." Looking at the pile of scrap metal, if Eitri had not recognized its value, he would have slapped Thor silly on the spot. Eitri quickly crouched down, pained at the sight of the metal. He reached out, picked up a small piece, and examined it closely. "I'd wager this is from the destroyer armor, isn't it?" Thor chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing gets past you, does it?" "Ha! Don't forget I forged the destroyer armor myself. But my craftsmanship back then was lacking. If I were to recast it now, I could double its power." Eitri's words brimmed with confidence, and everyone believed him, for his forging skills were undeniable. Alright, enough talk. Brother Xiao Lin, this is our first meeting. I don't know what kind of weapon you prefer. Can you tell me? King S.H.I.E.L.D, I thank you in advance. I want an axe that can summon the Bifrost. It would be best if it could change size, making it convenient for me to use. As he spoke, Xiao Lin activated his mountain plundering form, shrinking his body to 5 meters, the size he had before receiving the God of Strength inheritance. It was also the smallest form he could currently assume. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. Xiao Lin's requirements were few and easy to fulfill. In S.H.I.E.L.D's mind, countless weapon designs were already taking shape, and now was the time to experiment. I can forge a weapon for you called Stormbreaker. Xiao Lin's spirits lifted immediately. This was the weapon he had been dreaming of. Excellent, no objections. Seeing that Xiao Lin had no complaints, S.H.I.E.L.D led the other dwarves away to begin forging. In the original story, Stormbreaker, like Mjolnir, was made from Asgard's unique metal URU. Every weapon forged from this material was immensely powerful. The forging process of Stormbreaker was perilous. During its creation, Thor exposed himself to the unbearable heat of a neutron star, using his hand to start the forge, nearly losing his life. Groot then connected the still-burning, unfinished axe head, sacrificing his own arm to serve as the handle, completing Stormbreaker. Forged from the core of a neutron star, Stormbreaker possessed astonishing power. Compared to Mjolnir, which leaned toward physical attack, Stormbreaker was more attuned to mystical and area attacks. It not only had abilities like flight recall and power projection, but also the crucial function of space teleportation, capable of summoning the Bifrost. Stormbreaker first demonstrated its might during the Battle of Wakanda on Earth. Thor raised the axe high and swept through the enemy ranks with devastating force, cutting down Thanos' elite soldiers as if they were nothing. Finally, Stormbreaker shattered the energy barrier created by the 6 Infinity Stones, overpowered the Infinity Gauntlet, and gravely wounded the once invincible Thanos, who fled after uttering, "You should have gone for the head." And so Thanos escaped. As the neutron star forge began its work, a dazzling beam of light shot forth from the neutron star's core. Waves of tens of millions of degrees Celsius swept over them. Had Xiao Lin not been in such excellent physical condition, he would have been cooked by the residual heat. After a short while, the URU divine steel brought by Xiao Lin and Thor was completely melted. Gazing at the fiery red molten iron in the furnace, S.H.I.E.L.D's heart surged with immense excitement. Finally, another divine weapon is about to be forged successfully in my hands. Through the relentless coordination of hundreds of dwarves, the axe was soon shaped by S.H.I.E.L.D. Fetch an axe handle. The dwarf hurried to the storeroom to retrieve the finest handle available. Before long, a dwarf returned carrying an axe handle thicker than a bowl. This axe handle was made from a tree of extremely slow growth. Reaching such thickness took at least a century. Moreover, it was a precious magical material, making it the perfect choice for an axe handle. When S.H.I.E.L.D connected the handle to the axe, the weapon blazed with a blinding radiance. Though devoid of thunder and lightning, its power far surpassed that of Thor's original Stormbreaker. Xiao Lin strode forward and grasped the handle, only to feel a force of resistance. Oh, it possesses such spirit! It was no wonder Xiao Lin was astonished, or the axe seemed to possess emotions, vehemently resisting his grip and struggling to break free. It appeared to have a will of its own, deeming the weak unworthy of wielding it. Veins bulging on his arm, Xiao Lin squeezed the handle with immense force, channeling the divine power of the Hercules within him. His fingers clamped onto the handle like iron pincers. Xiao Lin raised the axe and swung it wildly around him. The sound of air being cleaved echoed as the surrounding space rippled slightly. The axe's sharpness far exceeded his imagination. As his power grew, Xiao Lin believed this axe could slice through the fabric of the cosmos, allowing him to enter secondary dimensions. After a few swings, perhaps the Stormbreaker had resigned to its fate or been won over by Xiao Lin's might. Not only did the resistance vanish, but a subtle resonance emerged between them. Xiao Lin now carefully examined his new weapon. Except for its different size, it was an exact replica of Thor's Stormbreaker, but his axe used more URU and was crafted with greater precision. In addition to the ability to enlarge and shrink, S.H.I.E.L.D had incorporated a ranged attack based on Xiao Lin's description. A swing of the axe could unleash a blast of energy. Thor eyed the Stormbreaker with some envy, but upon recalling his own Mjolnir's merits, he suppressed the thought. With the weapon complete, Xiao Lin and Thor decided not to linger. Xiao Lin expressed his gratitude to S.H.I.E.L.D, showering him with effusive praise, as if words cost nothing. S.H.I.E.L.D, already fond of Xiao Lin, was thoroughly charmed by the flattery. He felt that Xiao Lin was someone worth befriending. Both Xiao Lin and Thor wished to return home, so they declined S.H.I.E.L.D's dinner invitation. S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head in regret. Very well, come find me next time, and I'll treat you to a drink. After a brief farewell, Xiao Lin summoned the Bifrost to send Thor back to Asgard, while he himself returned to Earth. This journey had kept Xiao Lin away for half a month. Upon his return, he felt a sense of homecoming. No matter how beautiful Asgard was, it was not his homeland. To avoid causing unnecessary panic, Xiao Lin landed directly within the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Honestly, this was his first time here. Previously, all contact had been through Coulson. The Bifrost pierced through the roof, allowing Xiao Lin to land steadily, without causing any damage. However, his 7-meter frame now brushed against the ceiling any taller, and he would have punched a hole through the roof. Coulson rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing Xiao Lin had grown even taller, he deduced the man had encountered some adventure. Xiao Lin, you're finally back. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Lin was puzzled by the implication in Coulson's tone. What's wrong? Did something happen while I was away? Sigh. Coulson let out a helpless sigh. His expression betrayed the troubles he had been unable to voice. Don't even ask. Go and reign in Blonsky. Blonsky? What happened to him? Xiao Lin asked in confusion. While you were away from Earth, he's killed at least 2,000 people. If you hadn't returned, the White House was considering launching missiles. Coulson said. Xiao Lin's face darkened immediately. How dare they touch his people? Did they think he was someone to be trifled with? Seeing Xiao Lin's anger, Coulson quickly explained. Calm down, Xiao Lin. It's like this Blonsky recently got into a conflict with the Hand. For several days straight, they've been waging war in New York. Hearing Coulson's words, Xiao Lin understood the situation. All right, I'll handle these vermin myself. Their blood will be the perfect baptism for my new axe. Xiao Lin said with a cold sneer. Branch was dead. Though he was merely a dog in Xiao Lin's eyes, this grudge had to be avenged. Coulson was taken aback, gazing at the murderous Xiao Lin, as if seeing him for the first time. But he dared not let Xiao Lin act recklessly. Calm down, I haven't finished yet. Coulson quickly added. During this time, Blonsky has destroyed over a dozen of the Hand's drug labs, killed more than 2,000 of their members, and even beheaded one of their leaders. Now the Hand has completely retreated into hiding. They won't dare trouble you anymore. Xiao Lin gave a cold laugh. That's not necessarily true. Since they dared to assassinate my people and challenge my limits, paying this paltry price is far from enough. Coulson didn't want Xiao Lin to pursue the matter further. The Hand had now gone deep underground, completely concealed. Those killed by Blonsky were merely unimportant peripheral members. The true core members had vanished without a trace. No one knew where they were. Moreover, many high-ranking officials in the U.S. had dealings with them. If Xiao Lin continued his investigation, it would inevitably provoke their retaliation. They've already handed Kingpin over to you. He's currently imprisoned in the S.H.I.E.L.D. detention facility. Director Nick Fury hopes that Kingpin can appease your anger. Xiao Lin fell silent for a moment. The Hand using the worthless Kingpin as a scapegoat was in his eyes nothing unexpected. Kingpin, devoid of any value, had only this one use left. Coulson, go tell the Hand that it's not enough. Coulson looked up at Xiao Lin, his lips moving as if to speak, but no words came out. Finally, he forced 2 sentences from the corner of his mouth. All right? In Xiao Lin's eyes, Kingpin did not deserve death. His mistake was failing to recognize the situation. But as for the Hand, those loathsome creatures, Xiao Lin intended to spare none. However, he wanted to see what the Hand's next move would be. Meanwhile, he was waiting for an opportunity to annihilate the Hand completely. When this news was relayed layer by layer to the Hand, Madame Gao gnashed her teeth in fury, wishing she could flay Xiao Lin alive and tear him apart. Yet she lacked the strength to do so. The other fingers of the Hand cast reproachful glares at Madame Gao. Had she not stubbornly provoked a formidable foe, they would not have suffered such grievous losses. Though authority within the Hand was fragmented, many of their assets were intertwined, and this time every single one of them had endured immense devastation. Now they were forced to skulk like rats in the sewers, hiding furtively for fear of being found by Blonsky. None of them could recall how long it had been since they had been so utterly humiliated. This was without a doubt the greatest disgrace they had faced in nearly a century. Coulson returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. and reported the day's events to Nick Fury. Xiao Lin is back. Coulson nodded. And he has become the Hercules of Asgard, inheriting divine power. Nick Fury stared at Coulson in disbelief. Coulson merely shrugged. He was only relaying what he knew to Nick Fury. Moreover, he found the credibility of this matter quite high. Nick Fury tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his mind swirling with complex emotions. Xiao Lin was arguably the most formidable asset S.H.I.E.L.D. had at its disposal, yet he was only a peripheral agent barred from participating in many classified missions. But according to Coulson, Xiao Lin had grown even stronger after returning from Asgard. Nick Fury pondered whether to approach Xiao Lin for a talk to see if he could become a loyal pawn for S.H.I.E.L.D. Blonsky gazed at Xiao Lin before him, his heart thrumming with excitement. During Xiao Lin's absence from Earth, though he had enjoyed himself, he had also lived in constant anxiety. He feared the despicable American politicians might make a move against him, but now his master Xiao Lin had returned. Those politicians were no match for Xiao Lin. "Chief, you've finally returned," Blonsky exclaimed with fervor. "You have done well during this time. Even in my absence from Earth you executed my orders meticulously. That is commendable." Xiao Lin was quite satisfied with Blonsky. Now utterly loyal to him and possessing formidable strength, Blonsky served as an impeccable enforcer. Yet Xiao Lin also contemplated expanding the ranks of his kin. Kingpin seemed like a promising candidate. By now Kingpin must harbor a deep hatred for the Hand, must he not? Xiao Lin opened his interface and began inspecting Blonsky's attributes. Kin name Blonsky, kin species Abomination, kin affiliation Xiao Lin, kin status good, kin evolution count 1, kin rating level 1, kin strength 2 stars, kin endurance 2 stars, kin speed 2 stars, kin physique 2 stars, kin soul 1 star, evolution energy required 1000. This was Xiao Lin's first time viewing Blonsky's panel. Aside from the soul attribute, all others were rated at 2 stars. But what puzzled Xiao Lin was why Blonsky's kin rating was only level 1. Unable to fathom it, he set the thought aside. With only 1 kin, he had no basis for comparison. Yet seeing that Blonsky could still grow stronger, Xiao Lin felt an urge to experiment. Ding, new exclusive kin template detected. Spend 1000 evolution energy points to evolve. With a considerable reserve of evolution energy, Xiao Lin did not hesitate to choose evolution. Suddenly a roar burst from Blonsky's throat as excruciating pain racked his entire body. Yet the agony came and went swiftly. Rising again, Blonsky's height surged from over 3 meters to a full 4 meters. Observing the meter gained, Xiao Lin noted the significant transformation. Blonsky's frame grew more robust, his muscle lines more pronounced, radiating explosive power. Standing there, he would surely make any wealthy woman drool. With desire, Blonsky's strength had now greatly increased and his kin species had also changed. From the original Abomination, he had evolved into the far more powerful Iron-boned Abomination. Kin name Blonsky, kin species Iron-boned Abomination, kin affiliation Xiao Lin, kin status good, kin evolution count 2, kin rating level 1, kin strength 3 stars, kin endurance 2 stars, kin speed 2 stars, kin physique 3 stars, kin soul 1 star, evolution energy required 10,000 points. After this evolution, Blonsky's power had soared. Though his rating remained at 1 star, his strength and physique had both ascended to 3 stars. Xiao Lin checked the panel's description to finally understand the meaning of this rating. When the total star rating across a kin's 5 attributes, strength, endurance, speed, physique, and soul, was within 20, their kin rating was level 1. A total exceeding 20 stars meant level 2. For every subsequent increment of 20 stars, the level would break through once more. Calculating this way, enhancing his kin's strength would require Xiao Lin to invest a sea of evolution energy. How do you feel? Power? I feel so much stronger, especially my strength. A smile crept across Xiao Lin's face. Future enemies would only grow more formidable, and only by continuously elevating his kin's power could they keep pace with him. Now it was time to visit Kingpin. If Kingpin was wise, Xiao Lin planned to offer him a chance. "Hey Coulson, have someone deliver Kingpin to my residence. Remember, I want him alive." Coulson nodded in agreement. Though he suspected Kingpin's fate would be grim, it was entirely of his own making. He should never have colluded and conspired with those Hand scoundrels. "Go bring Kingpin in. Make sure to give him several doses of anesthetic. Don't let him escape under any circumstances," Coulson carefully instructed his agents. Soon Xiao Lin came face to face with the notorious Kingpin of crime. Kingpin, once the underworld sovereign of New York, bore countless souls on his conscience. Even the most brutal tortures like dismemberment or quartering would be a mercy for him. When the utterly weakened Kingpin laid eyes on Xiao Lin and Blonsky, shock flooded his face. Xiao Lin's immense frame instinctively stirred fear within him. Yet Kingpin, long resigned to his fate, did not grovel like a dog to beg for his life. He regarded Xiao Lin calmly, even daring to meet his gaze. This enraged Blonsky. "Damned bastard, how dare you look the chief in the eye? They'll tear you apart." Blonsky exuded a murderous aura. Perhaps due to his recent spree of killings, his bloodlust sent chills down one's spine. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's forehead was slick with cold sweat, desperate to leave. "Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'll take the man. You may go." The agent, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly turned and fled. A cold smirk curled on Xiao Lin's lips. He intended to give Kingpin a chance now. But would this Kingpin prove useful or not? Kingpin, do you hate the hand? Upon hearing this, Kingpin was momentarily stunned, but then instantly erupted into a rage, his face twisted with fury. Yet that ferocious grimace vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound desolation, like a mortally wounded tiger aware of its dwindling days. Seeing Kingpin's expression, Xiao Lin knew his hatred for the hand was far from trivial. Sigh. Kingpin let out a heavy sigh. It's meaningless. I've lost everything. When I die, I won't even have a tombstone. My corpse will be left to rot in the wilderness until it turns into a pile of bones. What's the point of hating the hand now? But it'll be waiting for those bastards in hell. Haha, excellent. I thought you were some saint. Remember, hatred will make you stronger. Kingpin knelt on the ground, listening to Xiao Lin's unrestrained laughter. His fists clenched tightly and bitterness churned in his heart. The victor reigns, the vanquished falls. An immutable rule since ancient times. Yet, as a loser, how many truly understood the torment within him? Blonsky extended an arm thicker than Kingpin's thigh and gently lifted him from the ground. Kingpin, I'll give you a chance at revenge. Do you want it? Xiao Lin looked at the Kingpin before him, speaking in a calm tone. Kingpin was taken aback, muttering to himself, "A chance at revenge." Then his eyes lit up. He knelt directly before Xiao Lin, looking up to ask, "What else can I offer?" Indeed, aside from his own life, Kingpin had nothing left. But he knew that to gain anything one must pay a price. "I won't hide it from you. See, Blonsky." Xiao Lin pointed at him. "You'll become a monster just like him." Kingpin studied Blonsky carefully. Though his appearance was unsightly, he possessed a formidable power beyond Kingpin's imagination. He had single-handedly slain over 2,000 hand members, and even Madame Gao had fled in terror. In the face of such strength, what value did looks hold? Moreover, Kingpin had always been burly and rough-hewn. By human standards, he was hardly a handsome man. "Fine, I agree. Even if I become a demon, I won't flinch." Now Kingpin understood a truth: possessing a mighty force was inferior to wielding formidable personal power. "Kingpin, trust me, you won't regret today's choice." With that, Xiao Lin chose to add a new thrall, and a drop of blood materialized in his palm. Gazing at the crimson blood, tinged with a golden radiance in his hand, Xiao Lin smiled. This system was truly thoughtful. Perhaps one day his thralls would possess the strength to challenge the Celestials themselves. He gently pushed his palm forward, and the floating drop of blood flew toward Kingpin. "Swallow it." Without a moment's hesitation, Kingpin opened his mouth wide and gulped it down. Boom! Kingpin felt his head explode as if struck by thunder. His body burned with unbearable heat, his skin reddened rapidly, and he looked like a boiled crab. Ding! Your blood thrall Kingpin is evolving. You may select an evolution template. Abomination, a standard abomination wielding its power immune to ordinary weapons. Boneblade Abomination Energy, 5,000, possesses massive unbreakable bone blades on its forearms that regenerate infinitely. Mighty Abomination Energy, 6,000, arm strength surges with upper body power twice that of the lower body. Crimson Abomination Energy, 9,000, skin turns from green to crimson, defense enhanced physique similar to a standard abomination, gains new ability Berserk. Crimson Abomination Energy, 9,000, skin turns from green to crimson, defense enhanced physique similar to a standard abomination, gains new ability Berserk. Select Crimson Abomination. The Crimson Abomination boasted fine attributes, even surpassing the twice-evolved Blonsky in some aspects. Kingpin collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. To gain extraordinary power, one must endure extraordinary pain. Only through this piercing torment could one appreciate the hard-won nature of strength. Kingpin's body began to contort and swell. Every bone shifted and muscles continuously regenerated. If one compared Kingpin's body to human civilization in that brief moment, his physique had leaped from the primitive tribal era to the age of interstellar travel. An earth-shattering transformation. Kingpin slowly rose to his feet. His formidable crimson form was majestic and imposing. Bulging muscles, rock-hard skin, arms several times thicker than an average man's thigh, and fists like millstones. Xiao Lin smiled with satisfaction at the sight of the monster before him. "How do you feel?" "Master, the sensation of power is truly exhilarating." Kingpin's eyes gleamed as he spoke. In his decades of life, he had never experienced such a feeling. Not even when he became the Underworld Emperor of New York. Thrall name Kingpin. Thrall type Crimson Abomination. Thrall master Xiao Lin. Thrall status good. Evolution count 1. Thrall rating level 1. Strength 2 stars. Endurance 2 stars. Speed 2 stars. Physique 3 stars. Soul 1 star. Energy required for next evolution 1000 points. Unlike the once-evolved Blonsky Kingpin's Crimson Abomination form, excelled in defense boasting a 3-star physique. Xiao Lin's own panel was less detailed than his thralls. He estimated his physique at most 4 stars, making the Crimson Abomination a pure tank, while Blonsky leaned toward a warrior class. By now he had largely figured out the system. He divided evolution into 2 categories: advancement and upgrade. Advancement referred to template evolution. For example, Xiao Lin's transition from Leader Abomination to Mountain Uprooting Abomination King. It meant moving from a weaker template to a more powerful one. The second type was upgrade. Templates could be upgraded. For instance, Xiao Lin's initial template, Triple Human Body, became Triple Human Body 3 after 3 upgrades. Once a template was upgraded to a certain degree, it could advance. Triple Human Body 3 had now advanced into Tenfold Human Body, and it could continue to be upgraded and advanced. As long as he had an endless supply of evolution energy, Xiao Lin could advance indefinitely. However, evolution energy was extremely rare. So far Xiao Lin had not found a stable source. He could only obtain it through tasks or by absorbing energy-laden objects. This method was fraught with uncertainty and hampered Xiao Lin's evolution speed. But for now, no other way to acquire energy existed. Now Xiao Lin had gained another capable lieutenant. It was time to make Madame Gao kneel and sing in surrender. Kingpin, from now on you will still command the underworld of New York. Kingpin was overjoyed. He had not expected such a reversal of fortune. Not only had he gained power, but he could also continue to rule. Continue to help his master rule New York. Yes, master. Kingpin will not disappoint you. From now on address me as chief, just like Blonsky. Kingpin was elated. Though his loyalty was absolute to him, this was a sign of respect and recognition from Xiao Lin. Yes, chief. Kingpin understands. I don't like the current state of the underworld. Clean it up for me. I abhor excessive darkness, so you'd better focus on legitimate businesses. Bars, gaming halls, internet cafes, casinos. Of course drugs can still sell well. The American people need them. After giving a few brief instructions, Xiao Lin called Coulson. By his reckoning, that guy Tony should be terminally ill by now. Hello, Coulson. What have you been up to lately? Xiao Lin's tone was gentle, his attitude friendly. Coulson frowned, sensing trouble, but still steeled himself and said, Nothing much. Just a few trivial matters. Xiao Lin smiled faintly, pretending not to notice Coulson's evasiveness. Perfect timing. I have a favor to ask of you. WH. What is it? Coulson was flustered, clearly not expecting Xiao Lin to ask him for help. Instinctively he wanted to refuse. Not because of a bad relationship, but because he sensed Xiao Lin's request would be troublesome. It's nothing major. Just a word from you, Coulson, and it's done. Hearing this, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't a big deal, then all was well. All right, go ahead. If I can do it, I won't refuse. Xiao Lin chuckled inwardly. This Coulson still needed some tempering. He lacked experience with the harsh realities of the world. I'd like to borrow S.H.I.E.L.D. Tesseract for a look. No way. Coulson refused without a second thought, his mind reacting instinctively. Was he joking? The Tesseract wasn't something you could just lend out. It was neither a historical artifact nor a work of art, but an extremely dangerous hazard. It had to be strictly protected. Xiao Lin was speechless. That was one swift rejection. Meanwhile, Coulson's mind was in turmoil. The Tesseract was one of S.H.I.E.L.'s most classified secrets. An outsider shouldn't even know of its existence. How did Xiao Lin, a mere auxiliary member, find out? Coulson was baffled. Fine, if you want lend that, then lend me something else. How about letting me play with the obelisk? The obelisk? Lend it to you. To play with? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Or is it my ears that are failing me? Coulson asked, his face full of shock. What was going on? Was there a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D.? How else could Xiao Lin know everything? So what do you say? Coulson stopped dawdling. You've studied that thing for decades and gotten nowhere. Lend it to me and I'll tell you the secret of the obelisk. This? How could you possibly know the obelisk's secret? Coulson asked incredulously. Humph, never mind how I know. Just go ask Director Nick Fury if he agrees. With that, Xiao Lin hung up in annoyance, muttering under his breath about the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. not even being able to make such a simple decision. Coulson, naturally unaware of Xiao Lin's grumbling, quickly dialed Nick Fury's internal line after ending the call. "Director, I need your advice on something." Coulson relayed Xiao Lin's words to Nick Fury. Fury's eyes flickered with curiosity. He too wondered about the source of Xiao Lin's information. Was there truly a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D? But those questions would have to wait. For now he had to decide whether to lend the obelisk or not. If he refused, the obelisk would remain untouched in S.H.I.E.L.D's vaults. Perhaps decades later S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists might unlock its secrets. Or perhaps humanity would never decipher the obelisk's mysteries. If he lent it, Fury feared Xiao Lin might not return it, and he also worried the obelisk's secrets could threaten humanity. If the obelisk were like Pandora's box from myth, bringing destruction to human civilization, he would be a sinner against all mankind. Tap, tap. Nick Fury's fingers drummed on the desk as he weighed the options over and over. Finally, he made up his mind. Coulson, tell Xiao Lin to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to speak with him face to face. Coulson turned and left, knowing full well that Fury had agreed. The obelisk was a creation of the Kree designed to modify humans. It was merely a shell. The true active component was the Terrigen crystal within. The Terrigen crystal's function was to activate the latent inhuman gene in humans, granting them superpowers. Of course, gaining powers required possessing the inhuman gene in the first place. But what Xiao Lin coveted was not the Terrigen crystal's effect, but the energy within the obelisk. Under Coulson's guidance, Xiao Lin soon arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Meeting Nick Fury for the first time, Xiao Lin greeted him warmly. "Director Nick, I've long admired you." Nick nodded, exchanging pleasantries before cutting to the chase. "You said earlier you could unlock the obelisk's secret." Xiao Lin nodded. "The obelisk is not of Earth. It is a weapon created by Kree civilization." Nick Fury knew of the Kree. Captain Marvel had once been brainwashed and used by them, but an ordinary Earthling could not possibly know about the Kree. Fury's gaze toward Xiao Lin shifted subtly. Yet that subtle change did not escape Xiao Lin's notice. He thought to himself, this black-balled man is indeed cautious. Time to reveal my new identity. Director Nick must be curious as to how I know all this, right? Fury stared at Xiao Lin expressionlessly, neither confirming nor denying. He wouldn't be led around by the nose by Xiao Lin. "As you know, I visited Asgard a few days ago. There I met Odin the Allfather and received the divine power inheritance of Hercules, granted the divine throne of the God of Strength. The inheritance not only granted me power, but also the memories of past Hercules, including the secret of the obelisk." Xiao Lin sat there spinning a tale with a straight face. Watching his confident, eloquent manner, even Nick Fury was somewhat convinced. "Asgard is truly wondrous. And you are quite fortunate to have gained so much in just a few days." Xiao Lin smiled and said, "Ha, it's nothing much." Though not entirely convinced, Nick Fury decided to give Xiao Lin a chance and let him try. Soon Nick Fury had someone bring over a box. When the box was placed on the table, Xiao Lin saw the intricately suffocating combination lock. Xiao Lin complained inwardly, thinking that 99% of humans who touched the obelisk would die, so locking it up was utterly unnecessary. Nick Fury fiddled with it briefly and opened the box. The moment the lid lifted, Xiao Lin caught sight of the obelisk inside. It had a silver-white metallic shell and a regular spiral cylinder. Though excited, Xiao Lin refrained from touching it, knowing the outer casing would kill any human who made contact. Not daring to risk it, Xiao Lin produced a pair of giant rubber gloves he had prepared in advance and reached out his sinister hand toward the obelisk. The moment Xiao Lin touched the obelisk, his panel displayed a prompt beep. Evolutionary energy detected. "Begin absorption." Xiao Lin silently commanded absorb. The obelisk in his hand instantly lit up, radiating a dazzling glow. The brilliance flickered for a moment and then faded. Checking his panel, Xiao Lin saw he had gained 30,000 points of evolutionary energy. Host Xiao Lin. Evolution count 4. Divine Office Asgardian God of Strength. Evolution templates: tenfold human body, mountain uprooting, abomination, king, triple werewolf. Skills: inch punch, wolf claw, shave, mountain uprooting, danger sense, light, cannon breath, mountain uprooting, form, divine power of the God of Strength. Followers: Blonsky, Kingpin, 24. Energy storage: 39,760. Energy required for next evolution: 100. By now the energy within the obelisk had been drained dry by Xiao Lin, and it would likely take decades to recover. "How did you do that?" Nick Fury asked in astonishment. This thing had gathered dust in S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades. How could it react the moment it reached Xiao Lin's hands? It's quite simple, Xiao Lin replied. This device was invented by the Kree to modify humans. The energy inside can cause human mutation, though the probability is low. Those who mutate fall under Kree control, becoming their biological weapons. Nick Fury already harbored no fondness for the Kree, and hearing this only deepened his disdain. Those wicked aliens had indeed committed such heinous acts. Now that the obelisk secret was unveiled, Nick Fury felt such an evil artifact should be destroyed outright to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Can you destroy this thing? Nick Fury asked after a moment of contemplation. Xiao Lin shook his head. In truth, he had no idea how to destroy the obelisk, but such a precious object would be a terrible waste to simply annihilate. I can absorb all the energy inside the obelisk. It's very important to me. In exchange, you can name one condition. Nick Fury shot Xiao Lin a look, sensing there was more to this than met the eye. He suspected Xiao Lin might be deceiving him, yet his instincts told him the man was telling the truth. Indeed, Xiao Lin had not lied. He had truthfully explained both the obelisk's purpose and origin, and the proposed deal was fair. If Nick Fury refused, Xiao Lin would have to think of another way. For instance, Hail Hydra. Nick Fury stroked his chin, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately decided to proceed with the trade. But the condition Xiao Lin promised must exceed the obelisk's own value. Fine, but we want 5 conditions. We haven't decided what we need yet, so we'll save them for later. Xiao Lin knew Nick Fury would haggle, so he had deliberately set his initial offer low. But he never expected this black-balled egg to have a heart as dark as his face. Take a good look at yourself. Does this broken obelisk really warrant 5 conditions? 2 conditions, that's my bottom line, Xiao Lin said with a stern expression. This was indeed his limit. If Nick Fury refused to budge, he would have to acquire the obelisk through other channels. Seeing Xiao Lin's serious face, Nick Fury knew this was not a man to be trifled with. So he stopped testing and simply agreed to the deal. Xiao Lin was quite satisfied with the outcome. The obelisk contained roughly 100,000 points of evolutionary energy. He had just absorbed 30,000. If he drained the remaining 70,000, the obelisk would likely crumble to ash. There was another approach. Slow absorption, allowing the obelisk's energy to recover gradually. The 30,000 points he had just taken would require decades for the obelisk to replenish. But time was of the essence. With the Marvel Universe's crises beginning to emerge, this was the moment to strengthen himself. Reluctantly, Xiao Lin decided to wring the obelisk dry. System, absorb all the energy from the obelisk. Beep, absorbing. In an instant, the obelisk in Xiao Lin's hand shattered into tiny particles like grains of sand, slipping through his fingers and scattering on the floor. Host Xiao Lin. Evolution count 4. Divine Office, Asgardian God of Strength. Evolution templates: tenfold human body, mountain uprooting, abomination, king, triple werewolf. Skills: inch punch, shave, wolf claw, mountain uprooting, danger sense, light, cannon breath, mountain uprooting, form, divine power of the God of Strength. Followers: Blonsky, Kingpin, 24. Energy storage: 109,760. Energy required for next evolution: 100. Checking the panel again, Xiao Lin's evolutionary energy had increased significantly. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Xiao Lin smiled. With this evolutionary energy, his strength could be greatly enhanced. Nick Fury watched him but noticed no visible change. He had no idea where Xiao Lin had absorbed the obelisk's energy. Bidding farewell to Nick Fury, Xiao Lin returned to his residence. Now Kingpin had made a triumphant return and quickly brought New York's underworld under control, fostering a thriving order. With the Hands Retreat, Kingpin had monopolized the entire city's drug trade. Every day brought in a torrent of real money. Gazing at the mountain of US dollars piled up in the giant safe, Xiao Lin smiled with satisfaction. In any world, the power of money commanded respect. Kingpin, take some of that money and train a group of loyal subordinates. Now we need to follow the Hands' example and cultivate a capable team. Yes, boss. Also set up a laboratory and put Samuel Stearns in charge. Xiao Lin intended to have Samuel Stearns continue researching things that could aid his evolution. After all, with money to spare, it was meant to be spent. With these matters settled, Xiao Lin turned his focus to tracking down the High Lady and her associates, for he had long coveted the dragon bone. The dragon bone was the skeleton of a divine dragon. It was through these bones that Madame Gao and her people had managed to live for over a century. Xiao Lin's interest, however, lay not in their life-extending properties, but in the energy contained within them. When idle, Xiao Lin had secretly touched an electrical socket, wondering if he could absorb the current to gain evolutionary energy. Yet aside from a slight numbness in his arm, his panel remained utterly still. Xiao Lin deduced that his panel could only absorb unconventional energies. The dragon bone, he believed, fell into the category of what he could absorb. Madame Gao, now holed up, was filled with regret. If only she had known, she would never have provoked Xiao Lin. Now decades of the Hand's foundation lay in ruins, and they were forced to scurry like stray dogs hiding in every corner. Ah, such regret. If it weren't for that damned kingpin, how could the Hand have come to this? At this moment Madame Gao not only resented Xiao Lin but hated Kingpin even more. In her eyes, if Kingpin hadn't come crawling for mercy, she would never have brought such a formidable enemy upon the Hand. Little did she realize it was her own greed that had blinded her. She had wanted not only to swallow Kingpin's territory, but also to have him as her top enforcer. Kingpin must be dead by now, right? How fortunate for him. I should have carved his flesh off piece by piece and fed it to the dogs. Madame Gao gnashed her teeth, her face twisted with rage. A centipede does not die even when stiffened. A lean camel is still larger than a horse. Though the Hand had suffered Xiao Lin's vengeance, they still possessed considerable reserves. Given enough time, they could rise from the ashes and rebuild their enterprise. Pierce had been troubled these past days. They had been lying low within S.H.I.E.L.D. quite smoothly. But then, out of the blue, Nick Fury had launched an internal investigation. Fortunately, Pierce had acted swiftly, sacrificing a few scapegoats to divert Fury's attention. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was in a foul mood. There really were traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. The men Pierce had thrown under the bus were double agents, their true allegiance lying with Hydra. On the surface, they were spies planted by other organizations. These individuals had at least 3 identities: S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Hydra member and spy for another group. But Fury had not traced their true identities. Thus he remained unaware that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra. Rubbing his throbbing head, Fury felt utterly exhausted. He still didn't know if any of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets had been leaked. Coulson, how is the interrogation going? Director, those men had been secretly modified. Their pain nerves were severed. They feel no pain. Torture is pointless. I see. Dispose of them. Send death benefits to their families. File a report and I'll approve it. Coulson was bewildered. These men were traitors. Yes, they are traitors, but only we know that. For now, keep it quiet. There are still. Coulson nodded gravely, understanding that there were more spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. To avoid alarming them, they had to handle this discreetly. Be careful. Some of the traitors might sense something amiss in the coming days. Don't let them escape. Fury's voice was laced with murderous intent. He was truly enraged. The S.H.I.E.L.D. he had painstakingly built had come to this. No matter how vigilant one was, spies were always hard to guard against. Pierce, meanwhile, was weighing his options. He needed someone to divert Nick Fury's attention. After a moment of contemplation, Pierce analyzed the situation and quickly found a way to break the deadlock. He would sow chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D. The Hand seems like a fine choice. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin, determined to obtain the Dragon Bone, had issued a bounty on Madame Gao. At his command, the underworld of New York sprang into action. With the enormous bounty Xiao Lin had offered, nearly every criminal syndicate across America was thrown into a frenzy. Master, don't you think this is too generous for Madame Gao? Blonsky asked, puzzled. In his eyes, a defeated foe like her wasn't worth $100 million. Madame Gao herself isn't worth much, but she possesses something of great value. If that item were put up for auction, it could fetch tens of billions or even hundreds. The lure of such a colossal bounty was highly effective. Gangs across America were scouring for Madame Gao's trail. Countless impoverished souls dreaming of instant riches clutched the flyers printed by Kingpin and began their aimless search. Madame Gao gnashed her teeth in fury, cursing Xiao Lin's cruelty. This man is utterly ruthless, leaving me no way out. The remaining members of the Hand trembled in fear. Faced with the enraged Madame Gao, they buried their heads like ostriches encountering danger. After venting her frustration, Madame Gao calmed down. She was now considering leaving America to develop in Japan. But by now she had become a golden goose in the eyes of many. The moment she showed her face, countless people would come to capture her. Even some police officers had secretly stashed away a flyer. Instant wealth, the dream of millions. All it took was capturing Madame Gao. Who wouldn't be tempted? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury cursed Xiao Lin for his recklessness. Now all of America knew about this affair. It had caused a massive uproar. Many judges in America loudly declared they would uphold the law and make the mastermind behind this pay. Faced with these people, Xiao Lin merely chuckled. When Kingpin sent a few bundles of cash their way, those same figures revealed their greedy faces, eagerly pledging their support for Kingpin. In their eyes, Franklin was justice. Whoever had more Franklins was the good guy. Whoever had none. What? You evil wretch don't even have a Franklin. I shall judge you in the name of God. This affair was nothing short of a farce. Though many dreamed of striking it rich, few had the real power to participate. Eric Brooks removed his sunglasses, carefully reading the flyer in his hand. It bore not only Madame Gao's photo but also a list of her misdeeds. Murder, arson, trafficking, drug manufacturing, assassination. She had committed nearly every sin imaginable. Madame Gao seemed like a demon walking among men devoid of any moral compass. Slap! Eric Brooks slammed the flyer hard onto the table. He had heard of Madame Gao's infamy before, but his obsession with hunting vampires had kept him from taking an interest. Now, however, it seemed this Madame Gao was no different from vampires. Perhaps even worse. Eric Brooks wiped his sharp blade, his face cold as steel. Damn you, Madame Gao. Your life belongs to me, blade. Madame Gao was facing the greatest crisis of her life. Just as she found herself at a loss, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. approached her. Gazing at the man before her, Madame Gao felt a murderous intent surge within her. S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly formidable. I never expected you to find me, Madame Gao said with a cold sneer. No, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not possess such power. What do you mean? Madame Gao asked warily. I am not a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., and you need not know who I am. My purpose here is to assist you. Assist me. Madame Gao was no fool. His sudden appearance and claim of aid hinted at a far greater scheme. No need. Such a trivial matter is well within the capabilities of the hand, Madame Gao retorted stubbornly. The man did not expose her bluff but continued nonchalantly. You only know that the one who destroyed your drug lab was a green giant. But do you know who is behind that green giant? Madame Gao knew little of Xiao Lin's forces. She was only aware that Blonsky and Branch obeyed Xiao Lin, who had never acted against her. Thus she remained ignorant of his true strength. Yet the man's words piqued her interest. Oh, are you well acquainted with Xiao Lin? The man nodded. This time we have stolen Xiao Lin's detailed files from S.H.I.E.L.D. If you wish, I can share them with you. Madame Gao received the intelligence and examined it closely. Sigh. Now I realize my defeat was not unjust. A monster of such caliber is not one we could provoke. Madame Gao's expression fell her heart, a turmoil of emotions. Before she had only felt regret, but now she regretted it to the very core of her being. No, you are mistaken. You are merely too weak. In our eyes, he is nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. Watching his arrogant demeanor, Madame Gao yearned to crush his skull and snap his throat. But upon second thought, she relaxed her clenched fists. Did you come here specifically to mock me? Madame Gao asked, her face ashen and tone icy. Mock you? I was ordered to seek cooperation. Yet seeing your utter lack of fighting spirit, it seems there is no point in continuing this conversation. Madame Gao had no interest in his so-called cooperation. Her only desire now was to leave America for Japan as soon as possible, allowing the hand to recuperate. Perhaps in a few decades she could stage a triumphant return. Forget the cooperation. But before I leave, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Never underestimate any enemy, or the hand would not have met such a fate. Madame Gao spoke with lingering resentment. The Hydra agent did not dissuade her, but instead reached into his coat and produced a small glass vial. Let's make a deal. Help us kill Nick Fury and this is yours. Madame Gao squinted, staring at the small vial in the man's hand, unable to fathom its contents. What is that? Dracula's blood. What? Madame Gao shot to her feet, staring in disbelief at the vial in the Hydra agent's hand. This drop of Dracula's blood had been obtained long ago by Hydra during a hunt for the ancient vampire. It was the darkest era of the Middle Ages, when many vampires disguised themselves as human nobles amassing wealth while preying upon countless innocents. Hydra, coveting the immortality and agelessness of vampires, sought to cultivate an army of the undead. Yet the power of the bloodline could not be enhanced. Their hierarchy was rigid: the stronger the progenitor, the mightier the progeny. But no vampire could sire offspring at will. For the greater the number of vampires, the scarcer the food supply and the higher the risk of exposure. The social structure of vampires consisted of princes, dukes, marquises, counts, viscounts, barons, and the lowliest neonates. Originally, Hydra planned to use this blood to create a super vampire warrior. As a descendant of the progenitor Dracula, it would at least possess the power of a vampire prince. But such a warrior would be Dracula's progeny, making loyalty difficult to guarantee. Thus the blood was sealed away until Xiao Lin emerged and cultivated his own thrall Blonsky, reminding Hydra of this precious fluid. After centuries of preservation, the blood remained unchanged. Madame Gao hesitated only a moment before agreeing. Rather than spending decades rebuilding the hand, she would seize greater power. With this drop of progenitor blood and the dragon bone in her possession, Madame Gao believed she could defeat Xiao Lin. Nick Fury, knowing he could not stop Xiao Lin, decided to go all out and cooperate with him to eradicate the hand. This would not only eliminate the evil organization but also indirectly win Xiao Lin's favor and secure his loyalty. Pierce, upon learning that Madame Gao had agreed, was overjoyed. He couldn't help but open a bottle of red wine and leisurely savor it while seated. Truth be told, he did not believe Madame Gao could kill Nick Fury. However, she could serve as a distraction for Hydra, diverting Furious' attention. If by some miracle Madame Gao succeeded, it would be a tremendous boon for Pierce. S.H.I.E.L.D. would become a mere branch of Hydra, and he, Pierce, would lead Hydra to greatness once more. Perhaps the dream of Hydra ruling the world could be realized in his lifetime. The thought of all humanity chanting, "Hail Hydra," filled him with exhilaration. Swirling the wine glass leisurely, Pierce's expression hardened as he mused. Since Nick Fury is destined to be eliminated sooner or later, we should carefully plan for the future of Hydra. Since the end of World War II, Hydra had been recuperating. Their losses in the war were immense, bringing them to the brink of annihilation. These 6 or 7 decades of recovery restored their strength, but they had remained in the shadows, secretly recruiting new members. After decades, Hydra had recovered to a considerable extent. It was time to reveal themselves to the world. Yet without a clear development plan, Pierce felt slightly unprepared. Pierce gazed at the wine in his hand, the ruby-like liquid exuding a sweet, mellow fragrance. His emotions surged like the wine swirling in the glass. The revival of Hydra was within reach. Most of the Ultimers from World War II who knew of Hydra's threat were already dead. With Nick Fury out of the way, Hydra's resurgence would face no obstacles. But Pierce was unaware that Nick Fury was not so easily eliminated. Resolute, he decided it was time to gather all the heads of Hydra. Obadiah had been brewing a conspiracy these past days, his patience slowly wearing thin. He had originally planned to stage an accident, but Tony had just returned from Afghanistan. Another mishap would seem too deliberate, making it far too easy to expose him. Thus Obadiah decided to strike hard. He had to deliver a fatal blow to Tony. He intended to devastate Tony both mentally and physically. As long as Tony was dead, he could seize control of Stark Industries under the guise of being Tony's uncle. To everyone, Tony's current actions seemed utterly reckless, shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division and even halting the RD department. This was more agonizing to Obadiah than death itself. Though deeply dissatisfied, Tony Stark was as stubborn as a mule this time, and no amount of persuasion could change his mind. Obadiah had been brewing a conspiracy these past days, his patience slowly wearing thin. Tony spent every day in the lab, never stepping out. Palladium poisoning wasn't yet life-threatening, but the systemic symptoms it caused were excruciating. After Jarvis's examination and analysis, Tony realized that if he didn't solve the palladium poisoning, he would truly die young. From Tony's computer, Obadiah retrieved the blueprints for the Iron Man armor. With the help of numerous weapons experts from Stark Industries, he built his own suit of armor. He named it the Ironmonger. Xiao Lin thought that if it were called Iron Tyrant, it might survive a few more episodes. The creation of the Ironmonger filled Obadiah with overwhelming confidence, convincing him that Stark Industries no longer needed Tony. A Tony who couldn't produce weapons was utterly worthless to Stark Industries, and so the ambitious Obadiah embarked on his villainous legend. He first snatched the arc reactor from Tony's chest, then piloted the Ironmonger to attack Pepper Potts. Fortunately, Tony arrived just in time to save her, otherwise he and Pepper would have been separated forever. Then Obadiah in the Ironmonger engaged Tony in battle. "Hey, why are you calling me so late at night? What's the matter?" Xiao Lin answered drowsily. On the other end of the line, Coulson's anxious voice came through. "Xiao, come quick. Tony Stark is in danger." "Oh, what does his danger have to do with me? I'm not Stark's bodyguard." With that, Xiao Lin was about to hang up and go back to sleep, even though he admired Iron Man Tony. After Endgame, countless people praised Tony as a man with mortal flesh standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. But Xiao Lin knew that Tony wouldn't die before Endgame, so there was no need to drag himself out in the middle of the night. But Coulson disagreed. Watching the battle between Obadiah and Tony, he was terrified. If anything happened to Tony, how would he explain it to Nick Fury? Besides, Tony was already a prospective member of the Avengers. Though Tony didn't know it, Coulson believed Nick Fury would eventually convince him. No, Xiao Lin, listen to me. Tony needs your help right now. Didn't you promise S.H.I.E.L.D. 2 favors? I'm cashing one in now. Please come help Tony. At this moment Tony was indeed weak. His weapons were not advanced enough, and his armor, though compact and refined, was far inferior to the ironclad Ironmonger in both firepower and defense. His only advantage was speed, but the arc reactor's energy couldn't sustain prolonged flight. All right, Xiao Lin sighed in resignation. Since he had made a promise to S.H.I.E.L.D., he had to keep his word. Xiao Lin called for Blonsky, ignoring his groggy state, and said, Tony Stark is in danger. Go help him out. Yes, Chief. Xiao Lin waved his hand, and Blonsky, brimming with excitement, got up and left. Once on the street, he leaped onto a rooftop, let out an excited roar, and sprinted toward the battlefield. For the battle-crazed Blonsky, skipping meals and sleep was tolerable, but missing a fight was absolutely unacceptable. By now Tony was losing ground, and Obadiah's endless taunts were rattling him. Haha, Tony, you wretched brat, you can't beat me. Obadiah said confidently and arrogantly. Shut up, you traitor to Stark Industries. Tony retorted angrily. Traitor? Bullshit. I'm just taking back what's mine. Once you're dead, what's yours becomes mine. The whole Stark Industries will be mine. They exchanged blows and barbs. Seeing victory within reach, Obadiah's confidence soared. The once genius Tony Stark was now beneath his feet. Tony, you arrogant fool, today you will lose everything. He'll snap your neck and drop your body from 10,000 meters, leaving not a trace. Oh really? That's terrifying, Uncle Obadiah. What material did you use to solve the high-altitude icing problem? In their chase, they had unknowingly ascended to 10,000 meters. Obadiah sensed something was wrong, but blustered. What icing? Oh, nothing. Just that right now your suit is icing over and your power systems are shutting down. Tony said in an infuriating tone, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. No sooner had Tony spoken than Obadiah panicked. Tony was right. His power systems had failed. Without power, the Ironmonger plummeted like a giant iron ball, accelerating as it fell. If it hit the ground, it would be shattered to pieces. Even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Obadiah forced himself to calm down. Fortunately, his suit had painkillers which, though not as effective as sedatives, provided a slight calming effect. Just as Blonsky arrived at the battlefield, he saw an armored figure falling from the sky. He didn't know if it was the Tony Stark his chief had mentioned. To be safe, he decided to catch the iron behemoth. Blonsky positioned himself beneath the Ironmonger, calculating its descent speed. He bent his legs slightly, channeling all his strength into them. Boom! With a mighty leap, the force shattered the concrete beneath him. Like a cannonball, he shot toward the Ironmonger. At the moment of impact, Blonsky struck out with both fists, slamming them into the armor's feet. Obadiah felt a tremendous force from below. The Ironmonger jolted, its descent slowing. Tony's pupils constricted. He had thought Obadiah was done for. He never expected a wild card to appear out of nowhere. Coulson, standing in the distance, gaped. He remembered calling Xiao Lin to help Tony. Why was Blonsky helping Obadiah? Had Xiao Lin misheard? That couldn't be, could it? As Coulson questioned himself, Tony descended from above, his gaze fixed solemnly on Blonsky. This green brute's physical prowess was terrifying. He had dared to catch the iron mongrel at such a high velocity. Anyone else would have been reduced to a bloody pulp. Both the Iron Mongrel and Iron Man wore masks, leaving Blonsky uncertain of their identities. He bellowed, "Who is Tony Stark?" Tony was baffled but opened his faceplate. "What do you want, Green Giant?" "My leader sent me to help you." With that, Blonsky charged at the Iron Mongrel. Obadiah, who had just landed barely, had a moment to catch his breath before feeling a violent tremor. Blonsky was ramming the Iron Mongrel recklessly. Seizing a rare opportunity to fight, he intended to savor the moment. After a few collisions, the Iron Mongrel's hardened shell began to deform. Inside, Obadiah's mind raced with fury, and curses spewed from his lips. Blonsky grabbed the Iron Mongrel by the leg, swung it around, and executed a powerful suplex. The resounding crash made Tony's scalp tingle. The blow severely injured Obadiah, causing multiple fractures throughout his body, and a violent concussion that left his vision blurred and stars dancing before his eyes. The deformed armor shell was rendered useless. Its weapon and power systems were damaged, making any counterattack impossible. Obadiah couldn't even crawl out of the Iron Mongrel. The deformed shell was sealed tight, impossible for him to open. The Iron Mongrel, which Obadiah had been so proud of moments ago, had become a coffin. The outcome shattered him. He struggled desperately, trying to kick open the hatch, but the metal was too strong. It was a futile death throes. Hearing the banging from inside, Blonsky grinned. Want to come out? Just say so. He tore off the hatch and pulled Obadiah out. Obadiah was a mess covered in injuries. The very armor meant to protect him had caused multiple fractures. Excruciating pain made him grimace and snarl, but faced with death, he swallowed the agony and begged for mercy. Let me go. I can give you anything you want. I'm a major shareholder of Stark Industries. Trust me, I can fulfill any wish you have. Hearing Obadiah's weak plea, a cruel smile spread across Blonsky's face. He relished this feeling of conquest. The weak deserved only to kneel and wail. Really? You can grant any wish. Obadiah's face lit up with hope. If the man asked for something, he could stall him. The priority was to survive. Yes, put me down and I'll grant your wish. Fine. Blonsky dropped Obadiah to the ground, shattering more of his bones upon impact. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, a listless Obadiah mustered his strength. He felt there was still a chance to be saved. My wish is simple. I want to know what hell looks like. Go check it out for me. With that, he stepped forward and crushed Obadiah's neck in one swift motion. Obadiah left this world with a face full of terror. Coulson watched the scene unfold silently. At least Tony was safe, so his mission was complete. As for Obadiah, he'd be written off as an accident or a sudden illness. Blonsky tossed Obadiah's corpse aside, a look of disgust on his face. The man had wet himself. How filthy. Tony approached in his Iron Man suit, expressing gratitude for Blonsky's help. He refrained from his usual sarcasm. He had witnessed the brutality of terrorists. But this green giant was a first for him. The ferocious appearance didn't inspire trust, but Tony, who often judged by looks, dared not mock Blonsky. Thank you for your help. What's your name? Blonsky. With that, he leaped dozens of meters onto a rooftop, traversing the buildings before disappearing from sight. Tony was speechless. He disliked being in anyone's debt, but Blonsky hadn't given him a chance to repay. Blonsky seemed to say, I gave you a chance and you blew it. With the danger gone, Coulson hurried over to check if the playboy was injured. Tony, are you all right? Tony shook his head, indicating he was unharmed, then asked in return. Was that green giant a backup you called in? Coulson nodded. Director Nick Fury was worried about you, so he had me find someone to help. A loyal subordinate always gives credit to their leader. Tony didn't argue this time, acknowledging the favor. Thanks for this. Set up a meeting with that green giant for me. I want to thank him in person. Hearing Tony say thank you surprised Coulson. It seemed the playboy had matured a bit over time. As for arranging a meeting between Tony and Xiao Lin, it was inevitable. The question was whether Xiao Lin would be willing to meet Tony. All right, I'll ask. But be prepared. He has a temper and might refuse to see you. Tony shrugged, indicating it didn't matter. Coulson said a brief goodbye and left to handle the aftermath. This guy sure makes things difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. He grumbled internally as he walked away. Back home, Pepper's comforting words lifted Tony's spirits, but his mind was elsewhere. He was replaying the scene of Blonsky destroying the Iron Mongrel. Where did a monster like that come from? With that strength and physique, he could probably withstand a cannon shell. Tony muttered, deeply shaken by Blonsky's appearance. He had known about the Hulk and Blonsky's fight before, but hadn't paid much attention. He thought it was just a failed military experiment. But seeing it up close, it didn't seem that simple. What's wrong? Obadiah brought this on himself. Don't overthink it, Pepper said softly, trying to soothe him. She feared Tony was troubled by the decades-long relationship he had with Obadiah. Tony shook his head. I'm not thinking about today. You saw the monster who helped me. Do you think my Iron Man suit could threaten him? Pepper thought for a moment, then shook her head. Compared to Blonsky, Tony's suit seemed like a toy. I asked Coulson to set up a meeting. I want to study his abilities and develop a countersuit. Tony's thoughts were something Xiao Lin could roughly guess. After all, Tony in the Marvel world was just like Batman in the DC universe. Both had developed armors to restrain superhumans. Tony had studied the Hulkbuster armor and the Anti-Thor armor. Batman had prepared kryptonite and heavy battle suits. Both firmly believed that power needed to be checked. But Xiao Lin just chuckled. Tony was not qualified to develop a suit to counter him. After all, Xiao Lin could evolve infinitely. As long as he planned well in the future, Odin, Thanos, the Celestials, they would all have to step aside when Lord Xiao arrived. Xiao Lin did not refuse Tony, but scheduled their meeting for a week later. This time he planned to bring Blonsky and Kingpin. He would let them show their faces before S.H.I.E.L.D. Firstly, to inform them that his ranks had grown and that Kingpin was also one of his subordinates. Secondly, he wanted to tell them that not only was he powerful himself but his followers were formidable as well. From now on, no matter the situation, they should never underestimate his strength. One must know when to lie low and when to flex their muscles. This was also preparation for his future plans regarding the Infinity Stones. Contrary to what Hydra thought, Madame Gao did not use the blood of Dracula she had obtained. Firstly, she did not want to become a vampire, and secondly, she was not confident she could defeat Xiao Lin. But to end the conflict between the Hand and Xiao Lin, she decided to apologize profusely. She would offer Dracula's blood and the dragon bone as a peace offering. As long as Xiao Lin stopped hunting her, the Hand could relocate and rebuild. Besides, she had more than just one dragon bone. She first sent someone to greet Kingpin and inquire if Xiao Lin was willing to reconcile. Xiao Lin was certainly willing. He cared little for Madame Gao's life, but he greatly desired the dragon bone. With Kingpin's introduction, Madame Gao met Xiao Lin. It was their first encounter. Seeing the giant seated above her, who appeared to be 6 or 7 meters tall, Madame Gao swallowed hard. Kingpin glanced at Madame Gao with disdain, yet he no longer harbored hatred for her. She was instrumental in his achieving his current state of immense power. The once lofty queen of the Hand now sat on a lower chair like a frightened quail, not daring to make the slightest unnecessary move. It wasn't that Madame Gao was a coward, but facing the 3 giants, Xiao Lin, Blonsky, and Kingpin, she had no confidence at all. If Xiao Lin showed the slightest displeasure, she believed Blonsky and Kingpin would not hesitate for a moment to tear her apart. Madame Gao, I presume. My subordinate Kingpin says you've come to apologize. Xiao Lin asked coolly. Yes, I was blind and offended you before. This time I come on my own behalf to apologize and seek your forgiveness. Madame Gao humbled herself completely. Gone was her former arrogance. She only hoped Xiao Lin would spare her life in consideration of her gift. With that, she presented the gifts she had prepared. In her right hand was the glass bottle Hydra had given her, containing the blood of Dracula, the progenitor of vampires. In her left hand she held a box no larger than a palm inside, which lay a piece of dragon bone the size of a cigarette pack. Lord Xiao Lin, this bottle in my right hand holds a drop of the progenitor vampire's blood. Though ancient, it is well preserved. Injected into the body, it can transform one into a vampire, granting immortality and undying power. And in my left hand is the legendary dragon bone. You are from the Dragon Kingdom and are no stranger to dragons. They are not mere myths but real beings. This bone contains abundant life energy capable of prolonging one's lifespan. In truth, the dragon bone in Madame Gao's possession was not exceptionally potent, or otherwise how could she have kept it safe? If it were truly remarkable, the ancient one would have taken it long ago. Xiao Lin speculated that the weaker the user, the more effective the item seemed. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the 2 treasures in Madame Gao's hands. He was immensely satisfied and silently decided to grant her a swift death. As for his earlier promise to spare her, that was in the past. Besides, they were all educated people. Could an educated person's word really be trusted? A wide grin spread across Xiao Lin's face, revealing a villainous, arrogant smile. Blonsky took the peace offering from Madame Gao and respectfully presented it to Xiao Lin. Ding! Detectable energy source detected. Absorb. With his system panel, Xiao Lin could confirm the items were genuine and felt overjoyed. Seeing Xiao Lin's beaming face, Madame Gao felt she was safe. Little did she know that the despicable Xiao, the unprincipled Lin, was deceiving her. An honorable senior citizen. Lord Xiao Lin, are you satisfied with my gift? Satisfied, satisfied. I'll see you home soon. Xiao Lin's smile softened as he looked at her kindly. That's good. Since you are satisfied, let our grievances be settled. I swear I will never challenge your authority again, Madame Gao said solemnly. Ha! You flatter me, Madame Gao. I am not so petty. Blonsky, escort Madame Gao on her final journey. Final journey? Madame Gao's heart jolted with alarm, but seeing Xiao Lin's kind expression, he seemed to have no intention of violence. Madame Gao, this way, please, Blonsky said. Oh, very well. Lord Xiao Lin, farewell. After exchanging pleasantries, Madame Gao turned and followed Blonsky. But as soon as they stepped through the door, Blonsky spun around and gripped her neck. Crack. With a look of utter shock and confusion, Blonsky snapped her neck. To be absolutely certain, Blonsky grabbed her head and twisted it, gently severing it completely. From the very beginning, Xiao Lin had never intended to let Madame Gao live. Since enmity had been established, it had to be a fight to the death. He understood the danger of letting a tiger return to the mountain. A venomous woman like Madame Gao would always be a threat if left alive. Blonsky wiped the blood from his hands and returned to report. Chief, it's done. Good. You and Kingpin may withdraw. I need to study how to use these 2 items. This unexpected gain was the progenitor's blood. Madame Gao had just explained its origin. But Xiao Lin was not surprised. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. even be called S.H.I.E.L.D. without Hydra? Xiao Lin didn't care who was plotting against him. He valued the treasures Hydra possessed. This drop of progenitor's blood was certainly not for his own use. Gaining a weakness to sunlight would not be worth it. However, it could be given to his followers. Currently his followers were mostly warriors and tanks. The types were too homogeneous. For his next follower, Xiao Lin planned to cultivate an assassin. This drop of progenitor's blood came at the perfect time. The dragon bone was also kept for future use. Merely absorbing the energy within it would be a sheer waste of a precious resource. Though Madame Gao was dead, the hand still had 4 fingers remaining, so Xiao Lin had no intention of stopping there. Yet Xiao Lin was unaware that those 4 were now like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. Madame Gao's death was the final straw that broke the camel's back. They instantly scattered, abandoning many insignificant peripheral members, and resolutely gave up all their assets in the United States, fleeing to small Asian countries like Japan and South Korea. Perhaps one day they would stage a comeback, or perhaps they would be crushed beneath the relentless wheels of history. Tony had gone to great lengths for this gathering, hiring the best chef in New York City, purchasing the finest and freshest beef, and even bringing out a vintage wine he himself would have hesitated to drink. The reason for such extravagance was twofold: first, to express his gratitude for Xiao Lin's help, and second, to have Jarvis scan Xiao Lin's physical attributes in order to develop a corresponding suit of armor. It wasn't that Tony was ungrateful. He simply prioritized the greater good over personal feelings. Today, Xiao Lin arrived in full regalia, with his 2 underlings following behind him. Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. played the role of a social butterfly, this time responsible for introducing Xiao Lin to Thor and maintaining the rapport between them. Given Xiao Lin's fiery and reckless temper, if he took offense at Tony and resorted to violence, it would be disastrous. Tony too shed his usual nonchalant demeanor. Today, he struck others as a completely different person. "You're so mature today," radiating masculine charm, Pepper teased. Tony smiled, faintly basking in Pepper's compliment. He wrapped his arm around Pepper's waist, pulling her close. He was no longer the playboy he once was. He had found his soulmate. Before long, a helicopter descended slowly, and Xiao Lin stepped out with Blonsky and Kingpin. The venue for this gathering was Tony's beachside villa. It was the same villa destroyed by Killian in Iron Man 3. Tony's immense wealth was undeniable. He had built a villa here complete with surrounding greenery, and even a private highway. The decadent lifestyle of the capitalist left Xiao Lin, who came from humble beginnings, secretly astonished. "Kingpin, find a construction company tomorrow and build a villa for me next door." "Understood, boss." Xiao Lin's net worth had long since surpassed billions, with Kingpin controlling all underground trade in New York City. Every day brought in a fortune, yet Xiao Lin had been too busy lately to truly enjoy it. But now, with the tycoon Tony Stark as his example, Xiao Lin finally knew how to squander his wealth. "Welcome, welcome." Tony and Coulson hurried over, looking up at Xiao Lin's towering figure. At 7 meters tall, with a robust and muscular build, despite his green skin, he was undeniably handsome. Flanking him were 2 monsters, one green, one red. Unlike Xiao Lin, Blonsky and Kingpin were far less appealing in appearance. The moment the trio appeared, they became the center of attention. In truth, the banquet was small. Tony and Pepper, Xiao Lin's group, and a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. There were barely a dozen people in total, and Xiao Lin was the guest of honor. "Mr. Stark, you've gone to such expense," Xiao Lin said politely. Yet with his massive frame and booming voice, his courteous demeanor seemed oddly out of place. "Haha, don't mention it. I must thank Xiao for saving my life. If Blonsky hadn't stepped in, I would have been in grave danger." After a few pleasantries, Tony invited Xiao Lin and his party to take their seats. He then ordered the kitchen to serve the meal. The chef working inside the villa couldn't even see Tony's guests, otherwise he might not have been able to hold his knife steady. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Tony brought up a topic that made Coulson's scalp crawl. "Mr. Xiao Lin, you possess immense power and have made significant contributions to social stability. But would you be willing to submit to government and legal oversight?" Tony asked in a calm tone. Despite his composed facade, Tony's heart was racing. He too feared Xiao Lin's fists, which were as large as car tires. If he took a hit like that, he'd be reborn as a new man 18 years later. "Haha, Mr. Stark, you're quite amusing. I, Xiao Lin, am a law-abiding citizen, a level 7 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, a good citizen of New York, a servant of the people. How could I ever break the law?" Xiao Lin declared heartily, his expression revealing no hint of hesitation or deceit. Even Coulson, a master of reading people, detected nothing amiss. But inwardly Xiao Lin sneered, law. Bullshit. I'm not even human anymore. What do your human laws have to do with me? Besides, I've got an Asgardian residence permit now. Your American laws can't touch me. Seeing no displeasure from Xiao Lin, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since witnessing Blonsky's power, Tony had harbored a fear that these immensely powerful superhumans might spiral out of control. If a superhuman turned to crime, the resulting casualties and destruction would be catastrophic. Xiao Lin wasn't angry at all. In the face of true power, what was the law? His thrall Blonsky had killed over 2,000 members of the Hand, and no police had come to arrest him. Ultimately, it came down to his overwhelming strength, the Hand's members being outlaws themselves, and S.H.I.E.L.D. covering his tracks. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. also reaped great benefits from cleaning up after him. They gained the allegiance of the powerful Xiao Lin and eradicated the nefarious Hand. A win-win for the organization. Tony concluded that Xiao Lin was a good man worth befriending, at least someone on the side of justice. He became even more enthusiastic toward Xiao Lin, and the party atmosphere reached its peak. Pepper supported a thoroughly drunk Tony Stark back into the villa. Coulson accompanied Xiao Lin on his way home. On the road, Coulson couldn't resist asking about Kingpin. Mr. Xiao Lin, who is this red giant? I've never seen him before. At the banquet, Kingpin had been nothing but a glutton. Without Xiao Lin's order, he wouldn't utter a single word. Moreover, Xiao Lin had no intention of introducing Kingpin to the others. So despite their curiosity, they had to hold their tongues. Seeing Coulson finally unable to contain himself, Xiao Lin decided not to keep it from him. Isn't he Kingpin? He's still in charge of New York City now. Staring at the drastically transformed Kingpin, Coulson was momentarily dumbfounded. Kingpin? Coulson's mind went blank for a second, then began racing. Kingpin wasn't dead. He had gained the same power as Blonsky. It seemed their suspicions were correct. Xiao Lin definitely had the ability to turn others into monsters. They had initially thought Blonsky was like Xiao Lin, transformed by the Hulk serum, just to a lesser degree. But now the likelihood of that scenario seemed low. Xiao Lin undoubtedly harbored other secrets. Coulson relayed the latest discovery to Nick Fury. Faced with this new intelligence, Fury showed no hint of surprise, as if nothing could stir the depths of his heart. Yet inwardly he was far from calm. Xiao Lin alone possessed the power to utterly dominate the Hulk. If he could also mass-produce monsters on par with Blonsky, that would be truly terrifying. Blade Eric Brooks had been chasing shadows all these days. He had been relentlessly hunting for Madame Gao, only to discover that Kingpin had withdrawn the massive bounty on her head. No need to wonder. Someone else had beaten him to it. The thought of losing $100 million seared Blade's heart with pain. How much silver could that buy? How many vampires could I slay with the weapons forged from it? With regret weighing on him, Blade decided to leave New York and continue his vampire hunt elsewhere. But suddenly a jolt of dread seized him. The unmistakable presence of a vampire with exceedingly pure blood. With his half-vampire heritage, he could sense the hiding places of vampires. Otherwise, relying on his own strength alone, even finding them would be a distant possibility. Following the sensation, he moved swiftly. Though clad in a trench coat, he was as light as a swallow. His physique, far surpassing human limits, allowed him to dash effortlessly and weave through the towering buildings. It's here. But why has the feeling vanished? Brooks muttered in confusion. Inside, Xiao Lin remained unaware that he had been mistaken for a vampire. Holding the glass vial in his hand, Xiao Lin carefully replaced the stopper. The thick scent of blood dissipated as he furrowed his brow, contemplating how to use this drop of progenitor blood. An abomination with vampire blood coursing through its veins. Surely it would be formidable. Yet the greatest dilemma was the lack of a suitable candidate. In truth, Xiao Lin had his eye on Hawkeye, but the man was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. For now, without the space stone in his grasp, Xiao Lin had to proceed with utmost caution. Thus, he could only seek a worthy subject among the independent powerhouses. Someone like Yen Shuangying, Barong Channel, for instance Wenwu of the Ten Rings, or Electro, or perhaps Killian. Faced with these formidable villains, Xiao Lin, adhering to the principle of waste, not want, not considered which one could be developed into his thrall. Just as Xiao Lin was lost in thought, he realized his home had been burgled. A figure clad entirely in black with a complexion equally dark crept stealthily into his house. A grin curled at the corner of Xiao Lin's mouth as he cursed with a laugh. Damn it all, stealing from me of all people. Looks like blood will be spilled tonight. He was no murderer, yet he held no aversion to killing. Soon Eric Brooks' pistol in hand and long blade on his back appeared before Xiao Lin. Oh, are thieves these days so brazen? Failing at theft you turn to robbery, truly a foolproof business. Xiao Lin taunted directly. Brooks had long grown immune to other sarcasm, but seeing Xiao Lin's true face did catch him somewhat off guard. Yet accustomed to dealing with vampires daily, he was long familiar with a world full of hidden secrets. Still he couldn't quite pinpoint Xiao Lin's species. Are you a green giant? What the hell is a green giant? Seeing Eric Brooks remain unflinching and devoid of fear, Xiao Lin grew intrigued. It seems you're no thief or robber. Let me guess your identity, Xiao Lin said playfully. Meanwhile, he was already scanning his mind for matching figures. Neither Daredevil nor the man without fear fit. One by one, Xiao Lin eliminated all others until only a single candidate remained in his thoughts. Dressed in tactical gear carrying a pistol and a long blade, you must be a hunter. As for your prey ID wager, it's the legendary vampires. A black man with a signature silver long sword. The clues were unmistakable. He just couldn't fathom why Blade had appeared in his home. If the man had come to kill him, then apologies were in order. Go reform in hell, and in 18 years we'll be brothers again. Your wife I shall take care of. Brooks' pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Xiao Lin to truly guess his identity. Could this green giant possess the power of divination? Blade thought to himself. That's right, I am Blade, the bane of vampires. Eric Brooks admitted openly. Since you're the vampire slayer, what brings you to my place in the dead of night? Xiao Lin posed the soul-searing question, genuinely curious. I sensed the presence of a vampire and came to investigate, Eric Brooks explained. A vampire? Xiao Lin could swear that besides himself, Kingpin, and Blonsky, there was no one else in his home. As for vampires, if any existed with Xiao Lin's powerful perception, he would have locked onto their aura in an instant, captured them, and dragged them to the lab for Samuel Stearns to study thoroughly. Impossible. I've never sensed any vampires nearby. Eric Brooks frowned and said, I searched the vicinity for a long time and found nothing. But earlier I definitely felt it. The aura of a vampire with very ancient blood. My instincts never fail. Hearing this, Xiao Lin took out the drop of Dracula's blood and uncorked the vial. Is this what you sensed? Gazing upon the drop of blood in Xiao Lin's hand, Eric Brooks trembled involuntarily. It was a pressure that emanated from the very depths of his soul. A sensation he had never experienced when facing any other vampire. What is this? Why do I feel both instinctive fear and intense longing? Just as he suspected, Eric Brooks had sensed the progenitor blood. Watching the trembling, yearning Brooks below him, a sinister plan took shape in Xiao Lin's mind. Repaying a ghost in his own coin. The next day, Kingpin spread the news that Xiao Lin possessed a drop of progenitor blood. The entire New York underworld caught wind of it, and like wings the news spread outward rapid and far. Meanwhile, Blade Eric Brooks took up temporary residence at Xiao Lin's place. They struck a pact: if Xiao Lin could help him slay 10,000 vampires, Brooks would pledge himself as Xiao Lin's servant. But Eric Brooks had no idea that Xiao Lin was aiming to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, Blade himself would become his new thrall. Second, he intended to lure the vampire progenitor Dracula here. With Dracula's massive frame, at least 100 drops of his essence blood could be extracted. Third, he planned to take control of the entire Blood Clan. The ordinary humans under Kingpin's command were of too little use to him. After the news was released, someone Xiao Lin never expected appeared. It was Tony Stark. His arrival left Xiao Lin utterly astonished. Xiao, you saved me last time, and I haven't had a chance to repay you. Now I've come to you for help again. With that, Tony unbuttoned his white shirt, revealing the arc reactor on his chest. Upon closer inspection, faint black threads like tiny snakes spread across his chest. This thing sustains my life, yet it also threatens it. Xiao Lin naturally knew that Tony was suffering from palladium poisoning. However, these issues would eventually be resolved by Tony himself. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. was also seeking solutions. They would never let Tony die young. So what's the purpose of your visit? Xiao Lin asked with a furrowed brow. Exactly. I want that drop of blood you have. Though Xiao Lin had mentally prepared himself, hearing Tony admit it still left him incredulous. Tony would become the Iron Vampire in the future. Not to mention how that would disrupt the timeline of the Marvel world. The moment he handed that drop of progenitor's blood to Tony, the Ancient One would arrive, physically obliterate Xiao Lin, grind his bones to dust, and send him to the Western Paradise. For the sake of his own life, Xiao Lin dared not take that risk. At least not now. Tony, you know this is vampire blood, right? Tony nodded. After a night of inner struggle, he had made up his mind. He would secure that drop of progenitor's blood first. When he was utterly desperate and out of options, he could only turn himself into a vampire. That way at least he would still be alive. Soon after Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. His purpose was the same as Tony's, to obtain the progenitor's blood from Xiao Lin. Whether for research or safekeeping, S.H.I.E.L.D. believed such a dangerous item was better held by the government. Seeing his competitor appear, Tony frowned, his goodwill toward S.H.I.E.L.D. plummeting. Humph, and they claim to be close with my father. Now they want to snatch the very thing that could save Tony Stark's life. Looking at the two of them, Xiao Lin found it both amusing and exasperating. He hadn't leaked the news to attract this pair of rivals. Enough! A commanding voice rang out as Xiao Lin decided to shoo them away. Kingpin, show them out. Seeing Xiao Lin's attitude, Tony sighed helplessly and shot a glance at Coulson. It's all this guy's fault. Oh, otherwise Xiao Lin would have sold the progenitor's blood to me. In truth, vampire blood wasn't rare. If Tony wanted it, he could get plenty. But the blood of ordinary vampires could only turn humans into blood thralls. Wretches incapable of escaping their dependence on blood. After seeing off the troublesome duo, Xiao Lin settled down to wait. Meanwhile, the vampires were already growing impatient. Their remaining reason told them this might be a trap, but many driven by ambition chose to risk it all for advancement. Ronald Garces was a noble among the Blood clan. In the present-day vampire world, he ranked among the top few, and he was the leader of the Ronald family. Ronald Garces was a count among vampires, a status already significant in the Blood clan. The hierarchy from highest to lowest was Prince, Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, and Fledgling. But if Ronald Garces could obtain the blood of the vampire progenitor Dracula, he would surely advance to Marquis or even Duke. The mere thought was thrilling. This time he brought all the wealth and warriors of the Ronald family, 30 Viscounts, 170 Barons, and 500 Fledglings. The family's entire strength. This included his own progeny and their progeny. With the progenitor Dracula missing, relations among the vampires had become chaotic. The surviving vampires fought for themselves. Some hostile, others attacking and slaughtering one another. They organized into families, each a formidable power. Take Ronald for example. As a count, his progeny were all lower in rank, and he was the family's strongest combatant. Higher-ranking marquises and dukes could utterly crush him. Yet marquises were scarce and dukes even rarer. As for vampire princes, direct descendants of Dracula, none existed now. Still, many vampires coveted that drop of blood. Several major families hidden in the United States had sent many members. Each harbored their own agenda. Some wanted to trade with Xiao Lin, others to seize it outright, and a few simply to cause chaos. These vampires were like scattered sand, devoid of any clan unity. Soon some approached Kingpin, but he had transformed into Crimson Abomination and couldn't reveal his identity. So he arranged for a substitute. Joao, as Kingpin's aide, naturally took on the task. When he first encountered the vampires, he was truly stunned. Fred Saber, leader of the Fred family, wore a crisp suit, polished leather shoes, and a shirt as white as snow, immaculate from head to toe. His sapphire-like pupils were bright, clear, and pure. He was elegant, noble, exuding an air of scholarly refinement like a learned prince. With his youthful, handsome face, no one would guess he was a vampire who had lived for centuries. It was clear these creatures were masters of disguise. Demons in human skin, their true, ugly faces only revealed in the darkness of night. Joao would bet that if his wife met Fred Saberhead, surely end up wearing a green hat. Fred Saber smiled faintly, sat gracefully on the sofa, and calmly regarded Joao, Kingpin's representative. He pulled a box of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Joao. Joao took it, lit it, and took a deep drag. These are cigarettes from 1890. I like them, so I bought many. How do you find the taste of a 100-year-old cigarette? Joao was inwardly shocked. He wasn't smoking a cigarette. This was practically an artifact. He nodded and gave a fairly neutral review. Then Fred Saber pulled out a pocket watch from his coat. This was a royal exclusive timepiece from the Middle Ages. Do you like it? Joao knew nothing about antiques, but seeing the pure gold and diamond-encrusted watch, he could tell it was priceless. After a few pleasantries, they got down to business. Fred Saber intended to buy the progenitor's blood at a high price. But the blood was merely bait for Xiao Lin's fishing scheme. He had no intention of selling it. I offer 3 tons of gold. Joao scoffed. 3 tons of gold was a lot, 3 million grams. But at the current peak gold price of $400 per gram, it was worth only 1.2 billion. Though Joao had accepted the watch, he knew whose dog he was. 12 billion for the progenitor's blood. That was a pipe dream. In recent days, the number of vampires in New York City had multiplied several-fold, swelling from a few thousand to 30 or 40,000. Though they hailed from every corner of the globe, their purpose in converging upon New York was singular. That purpose was the progenitor's blood. For every vampire this was an opportunity. A once-in-a millennium chance that none would forsake or refuse. They gathered by bloodlines, watching and conspiring. Observing the current state of New York, Xiao Lin felt the time was ripe to set his plan in motion. He would slaughter the majority of these vampires, leaving only the obedient ones to serve as his enforcers. Meanwhile, Ruo was haggling with Fred Sab, behaving like a miser. Boom! Kingpin kicked the door to splinters and strode in with heavy steps. Seeing the fury blazing in Kingpin's eyes, Ruo instinctively swallowed hard and ventured cautiously, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Humph, that bastard Ronald Garces has stolen the progenitor's blood. Now gather our men. We must retrieve it at all costs. And not a single vampire from the Garces clan is to escape." "Yes, boss." Daring not to waste a moment under Kingpin's wrath, Ruo hurried out to summon their forces. Fred Sab's expression was equally stunned. He hadn't expected Ronald Garces to be so audacious. Yet a flicker of cunning stirred within his heart. Xiao Lin and his men were formidable. His own clan was no match for them. But Ronald Garces' clan was of middling strength. If he set an ambush and struck by surprise, perhaps. Suppressing his rising excitement, Fred Sab quickly took his leave, intending to muster his own forces. No sooner had Fred Sab departed than Ruo returned. Kingpin, however, no longer wore the mask of fury. The entire scene just enacted was but a part of Xiao Lin's scheme. He wanted the vampires to tear each other apart, first thinning the ranks of the weak and splintering their unity, giving him a chance to defeat them piecemeal. Of course, this rumor alone was not enough. Ronald Garces, listening to Bronski's furious accusations, was utterly baffled. What progenitor's blood had he stolen? He knew nothing of it. Though separated by the phone line, he could feel Bronski's seething rage. The earth-shaking roar nearly ruptured Ronald Garces' eardrums. "Ronald Garces, just you wait. He'll skin you alive and grind your bones to make calcium pills." Bronski spat out the threat and hung up. As the line went dead, Ronald Garces suddenly realized another vampire must have stolen the progenitor's blood and framed him. Damn it, run! Bronski is already on his way. But the moment he tried to rally his clan for a hasty escape, Blade and his men stormed in. Each of them wielded a submachine gun, spraying silver bullets with reckless abandon. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Countless vampires struck mid-flight, let out piercing screams before crumbling to ash. At the sight before him, Ronald Garces roared, "No!" But it was futile. Blade had already locked onto his position and opened fire. If not for his quick reflexes in diving behind cover, Ronald Garces would have met his end then and there. "Blade! The Garces clan will never rest until you're dead." His impotent fury failed to stir even a flicker of emotion in Blade. Holstering his submachine gun, Blade drew his longsword and advanced toward Ronald Garces. For this vampire Count, Blade had long harbored a deep craving. "Ronald Garces, your time is up. You bastard! I'll tear you apart." In a blind rage, Ronald Garces lunged at Blade, abandoning all reason in a desperate bid to take him down together. Ronald Garces was swift. After all, a vampire Count's strength was not to be underestimated. But just as he was about to reach Blade, a pair of hands like iron vices clamped down on him. Bronski had intervened. The vampire Count was as helpless as a chick in his grasp. Bronski said to Blade, "The leader orders us to finish this quickly. The other vampires will be here soon." With that, he shoved Ronald Garces onto Blade's longsword. The blade pierced clean through him. His body, like embers burned to ash, scattered into motes of dust. Having eliminated the clan, Bronski and Blade withdrew. As for what Fred Sab and the others would think, that was beyond their concern. When Fred Sab arrived, the scene was utter devastation, scattered bullet casings, furniture scarred by blade marks, and not a single soul alive. Surveying the carnage, Fred Sab could imagine the ferocity of the battle that had occurred. What happened here? His body, like embers burned to ash, scattered into motes of dust. Having eliminated the clan, Bronski and Blade withdrew. As for what Fred Sab and the others would think, that was beyond their concern. Now the trail to the progenitor's blood was lost. But what puzzled Fred Sab was who possessed such power. Just as he was racking his brains, the leaders of several other major vampire clans appeared. "Fred Sab, hand over the progenitor's blood?" A sudden shout rang out. Fred Sab was taken aback. He didn't have the progenitor's blood. But before he could explain, he felt countless gazes fix upon him. Burning with greed, malevolence, envy. A chill ran down Fred Sab's spine. He realized the worst had happened. The Sab clan had been set up. The patriarchs of the other major clans emerged slowly from their ranks, eyeing Fred Sab with ill intent. For clans had gathered, all secretly summoned by Xiao Lin. They advanced slowly, subtly encircling the Sab clan. Fred Sab, that treasure is beyond your grasp. Surrender the progenitor's blood, and you may claim the protection of the Bibersk clan. Ha! Bibersk Zeusin, you overestimate yourself. Can your Bibersk clan withstand the wrath of all of us? The patriarch of the Rivet clan retorted. The others glared at Bibersk Zeusin. Ha! Let's not sour the mood. As 4 great clans, we should unite against the outsider. Something as precious as the progenitor's blood cannot remain in the hands of a mere count. The patriarch of the Jackler clan interjected. By now Fred Sab was numb. It's over. All over. The Sab clan is finished. Xiao Lin watched from a distance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His mood was buoyant. Fight on, fight on. When you're done, it will be this old fisherman's turn to reel in the catch. Fred Sepoy gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. The Fred family must not perish. My bloodline descendants must not die out. The progenitor's blood is indeed in my hands, and I can hand it over to you, but you must first release my clansmen. Fred Sepoy roared at the patriarchs of the 4 great clans. His voice reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing Fred Sepoy's admission, all the vampires displayed expressions of immense excitement. Ha ha ha, I can almost feel the call of the blood. The progenitor's blood is truly with him. Someone spouted nonsense, and the other vampires followed suit, as if not sensing Dracula at that moment meant one was not a true vampire. My blood is boiling, and I hear the progenitor's whisper in my ears. Nonsense. The progenitor just told me that it is the power he bestowed upon me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin took out the progenitor's blood from his system space and examined it carefully, finding himself at a loss for words. This group of vampires was even playing the Emperor's new clothes. Fred Sepoy was at a loss for words. In his eyes, what difference was there between these vampires and bandits? Now he had no other choice. Rather than total annihilation, it was better to engage in duplicity, for now at least preserving the strength of his family. Humph, you think too highly of yourself. Hand over the progenitor's blood first, and we will let you leave. Rest assured, with the guarantee of our Rivet family, the Fred family can depart safely. How ridiculous! The guarantee of your Rivet family is nothing but hot air. A cold, sinister voice rang out. The patriarch of the Rivet family was enraged. Old Ghost Vig, close your foul mouth and stop spewing nonsense here. A man destined to die should lie quietly in his coffin. What right do you have to spout such filth? Little brat Rivet, you'd better watch your tongue. Ancestor Vig was once a warrior under the Blood Ancestor. Humph Bibesk, what can you do to me? The patriarch of the Rivet family said arrogantly. In terms of family strength, the 4 great clans were evenly matched with little to separate them. Comparing individual prowess, the patriarchs of the 4 great clans were all marquises, and this title represented power, with their abilities being largely similar. Thus, even though Ancestor Vig was very old, Rivet was not intimidated. It was precisely because their strengths were so comparable that the 4 great clans had been able to coexist peacefully until now. But today, with the progenitor's blood emerging, each clan sought to ascend to a higher level, and they would spare no expense, even gambling their entire family's foundation. If they could advance from Marquis to Duke, they would have the power to unify all vampires. These so-called noble and civilized aristocrats now behaved like common street ruffians, spouting nonsense and cursing each other's ancestors. Dracula. With such filial descendants, he was truly blessed. Watching the crowd hurling insults at each other, Fred Sepoy's face darkened. Were these people treating him as if he were invisible? Release my clansmen now. If you refuse, I will destroy the progenitor's blood, and no one will get what they want. Unable to endure their endless bickering, Fred Sepoy issued a direct ultimatum. His threat had the desired effect, causing the others to hesitate out of fear of consequences. But they were not easily subdued. There is no problem with releasing your clansmen. We are all of the same kind, and we will not harm them. However, you must leave the progenitor's blood behind first. Haha, do you take me for a child? I, Fred Sepoy, have lived for centuries and know your kind's nature all too well. Fred Sepoy, do you realize what you are saying? Vig's old, cold, and sinister voice came through. I am fully aware. It was you who killed my parents and turned me into this wretched state. For years our families have been at odds, constantly tripping each other up in the open and the shadows. Humph, do not forget that we granted you immortality. Otherwise you would have long turned to dust, you ungrateful cur. Rivet retorted angrily. Ha ha ha, immortality. To fear the sunlight, lose your loved ones, and live like a rat in the sewers. Such immortality is meaningless. Insolence. We are the noblest race in the world. Trash like you should have been purged long ago. The patriarch of the Jackal family also joined in the rebuke. When it came to matters of bloodline, the vampires reacted with startling unanimity. No one could insult their lineage. No one could deny their nobility. Nobility? Ha, we are the most despicable race. All these years I have endured humiliation to seek revenge, but now there is no chance. Humph, revenge. Who do you think you are? Rivet sneered disdainfully. If you hand over the progenitor's blood, we might consider sparing your descendants. Otherwise the Fred family will be wiped from this world. Fred Sepoy's face showed determination, and he harbored a death wish. But his bloodline descendants were his children with whom he had lived for centuries. How could he feel nothing for them? I will say this one last time, let them go, and I will leave the progenitor's blood behind. Standing at a distance, Xiao Lin watched the scene and felt a glimmer of admiration for Fred Sepoy. According to Kingpin's investigation, Fred Sepoy was a pacifist. His purpose in coming this time was to negotiate, and he harbored no disrespectful intentions toward Xiao Lin. As for the other vampires, their goals were mostly plunder and disruption. More ridiculously, some vampires even harbored the delusion of turning Xiao Lin into their own blood descendant. Leaving aside whether this was even possible, merely breaking Xiao Lin's skin would be a feat worthy of being recorded in history. In the end, the four great vampire clans chose to compromise. In their eyes, letting go of some impure-blooded vampires was of little consequence. Fred Sepoy, your clansmen have been released. Now hand over the progenitor's blood. Ha ha ha, you fools have been tricked. I never had the progenitor's blood at all. Fred Sepoy, do not make a grave mistake. Hand it over, or it will be beneficial for everyone. Otherwise your clansmen will face relentless pursuit by the four great clans. Humph, do you still not understand? Understand what? Do you think the Fred family could have wiped out the Ronald family in such a short time? Take a good look at the bullet casings on the ground. They are all made of silver. Don't try to fool us. Do not take us for fools. Which family here has not manufactured silver weapons? Exactly, Fred Sepoy, our patience is wearing thin. We have already shown you a mere count great respect today. Fred Sepoy was at a loss for words, but seeing that the vampires were all of such a caliber, he could die with his eyes closed. Xiao Lin restored the Stormbreaker, which had shrunk to the size of a pendant, to its original form. The plan has changed. I need Fred Sepoy alive. I feel he can help me manage the vampires. A vampire who loathes vampires. That is truly a rarity. Grasping the Stormbreaker, Xiao Lin charged forward, leaping in a single bound to land beside Fred Saber. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered as dozens of vampires were sent flying by the shockwave of his arrival. At the sudden appearance of Xiao Lin, all the vampires were momentarily stunned. But Xiao Lin gave them no time to recover. Kill! With his command, Kingpin and Blonsky joined the fray along with a multitude of New York gangsters wielding specially crafted weapons to slay their foes. Though the vampires possessed formidable personal prowess, they had a fatal weakness. Silver was their bane. And the immensely wealthy Xiao Lin had already manufactured millions of silver bullets. Countless gangster underlings opened fire with machine guns, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the vampires. Anyone struck by a silver bullet met instant death. Blade drew his silver longsword and plunged into the vampire horde, slashing with wild abandon. His great blade whistled through the air with formidable might, each stroke claiming a vampire's life. Victor roared with his cold, hoarse voice. Fred Saber, you traitor to the vampire world. I curse you. Riviere shouted, quick, break through. Thousands of vampires were encircled by Xiao Lin and his thousands of gangster underlings. Under the gangster's suppressive fire, the vampires could only flee in panic, utterly unable to fight back. They scurried everywhere seeking cover or a chance to escape. The patriarchs of the four great families had all found shelter, but they dared not even show their faces. Blonsky, wearing massive gauntlets forged from silver, rampaged through the vampire ranks like an unstoppable force, as if traversing an empty plain. Xiao Lin was even more formidable. The Stormbreaker was a veritable engine of slaughter. He needed no effort to cleave. A mere graze, a touch, a bump would reduce a vampire to a wisp of ash. Fred Saber laughed with wild exhilaration. In his entire life, today was the most gratifying day. Centuries of humiliation and hatred had finally been avenged. As he laughed, tears welled in his eyes. Father, mother, little sister. Your vengeance, Fred Saber, has finally achieved it. At that moment, Fred Saber felt utterly liberated. The stone that had weighed on his heart had vanished. It was precisely because Fred Saber was unlike other vampires that Xiao Lin had deliberately launched the attack early. Fred Saber, is it? Yes, my lord. The Saber family is deeply grateful for your rescue, but might I propose a transaction? A transaction? What do you want? Centuries ago that bastard Victor slaughtered my entire family. I want his life. For that I would give everything I possess. Fred Saber implored with a desperate expression. Originally Victor had drained his blood dry, making it impossible for him to become a vampire, but fate had other plans. A wizard discovered his corpse and intended to use magic to forge him into a puppet. But an accident occurred during the process, causing Fred Saber to revive unexpectedly and become a vampire. Yet he had also shed his identity as Victor's blood descendant. For centuries he had sought a chance for revenge. The horrific image of his loved one's deaths remained vivid, ensuring his hatred for the vampire race never diminished. Very well. I accept this transaction, but a life for a life. From this day forth your life belongs to me. Faced with Xiao Lin's imperiousness, Fred Saber broke into a smile. As long as he could personally kill Victor, he wouldn't hesitate even if Xiao Lin demanded his head. Hatred can blind a person's eyes, yet it can also grant them boundless drive. As long as he could slay his enemy with his own hands, nothing else mattered. Thank you for your grace, master. Seeing Fred Saber so cooperative, Xiao Lin wasted no time and began searching the battlefield for the oldest vampire. Victor was among the earliest vampires, having once served as a guard for Dracula. He was a staunch loyalist to the vampire race. Have found you. Spotting the old fiend Victor's position, Xiao Lin swung the Stormbreaker to clear a path. The surrounding vampires were instantly obliterated. The others witnessing this quickly distanced themselves from Xiao Lin, doing their utmost to avoid this plague god. You! Stay away! Victor's cold, raspy voice grated on Xiao Lin's ears. Had it not been for his promise to Fred Saber, Xiao Lin would have gladly crushed this ancient wretch with a single slap. His withered, wrinkled skin indicated that he was an ancient vampire only recently awakened. But his revolting, shriveled hide offended Xiao Lin's sight, kindling a nameless fury within him. No, don't. He'll give you countless gold and treasures. Ignoring Victor's struggles, Xiao Lin hoisted him like a chick, holding him aloft. You'd better not move, or I might not be able to resist killing you. Gazing at Xiao Lin's ferocious visage, Victor had no doubt that Xiao Lin meant every word. You? Slap. Before Victor could finish, a massive palm landed on his face. The blow snapped his neck and left his face a bloody pulp. Had he been human, Xiao Lin would now be holding a lump of flesh. Shut up. Victor's grating voice enraged Xiao Lin. This decrepit eunuch had no idea when to keep quiet. Blonsky's fists whistled through the air, and the vampires before him had already been slaughtered to the last. Those attempting to flee were gunned down by the gangsters on the perimeter. Silver bullets are truly effective. No matter where they hit, the vampire dies instantly. Blade was filled with battle fervor. In his decades of life, today was his most exhilarating. These vampires were like lambs to the slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance. The patriarchs of the great families attempted to transform into bats and flee. But under the dense net-like barrage of gunfire, they dared not make a single move. It's over, all over. Patriarch Victor has been captured. Charge! All of Victor's clan attack. We must rescue the patriarch. Heh! Xiao Lin let out a cold laugh, still daring to resist. With a swing of the Stormbreaker, a blade of white energy shot forth, reducing several oncoming vampires to ash. Blonsky Kingpin finished this quickly. After these thousands, there are tens of thousands more vampires in New York waiting for us. You'll die a miserable death. The progenitor of the bloodline will avenge us. Riviere, under attack from Kingpin, roared in fury. He used agile footwork to maneuver against Kingpin, but his fangs and claws could not inflict a single scratch on his foe. What drove him to despair was the silver weapon in Kingpin's hand. Ha ha ha! Is running all you can do? Aren't you a noble vampire, Marquis? Come on, fight me, heathen! Mocked by Kingpin, Riviere was powerless to retort. Each swing of Kingpin's great blade produced a sound of splitting air. The patriarch of the Riviere family could only dodge with all his might. A pitiful sight. Once an aristocrat, a member of the self-proclaimed noblest race, now his face was twisted in terror, his clothes tattered, his hair disheveled. A true portrait of utter wretchedness. Kill! With a roar, Blonsky dispatched 2 more vampires. Xiao Lin dragged the old Vicky and brought him before Fred Saber. He tossed the old Vicky to the ground like trash. Fearing the old Vicky might escape, Xiao Lin intended to cripple his legs. Then he stomped on the old Vicky's legs. Crack! Accompanied by the old Vicky's agonized scream. His legs were crushed into a pulp. Though vampires possess formidable regenerative abilities, even capable of regrowing limbs, at this moment the old Vicky's suffering was in no way diminished. Fred Saber, I leave him to you. In 5 minutes, I don't want to see him still breathing. The old Vicky gazed at Fred Saber, his eyes brimming with terror. Fred Saber too shed his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Now his face twisted with malice like a starving wolf eyeing a succulent piece of flesh. Do you remember? Over 300 years ago, in a small village, a mother and father had just prepared dinner for their 2 children. The family sat joyfully around the table, the faint candlelight illuminating every smiling face. It was you. You damned bastard, you destroyed everything. You took everything from me. Fred Saber raised his fist, pounding it again and again into the old Vicky's face. The old Vicky, now only a torso, let out a piercing shriek. Fred Saber grabbed him by the collar, pressing his face close to his ear, unleashing an endless roar. That was the hatred and rage buried deep in his heart for 3 centuries. Fred Saber opened his mouth wide and sank his teeth into the old Vicky's neck. He tore off a chunk of flesh instantly, then spat it out. The old Vicky's face contorted in agony. His remaining arms flailed wildly in a final attempt to resist. But Fred Saber's bloodshot eyes offered no chance. Crack! Fred Saber snapped his arm and continued to bite and tear at him. Fred Saber intended to bite him to death, just as the old Vicky had done to his family. As he bit, tears welled unbidden in his eyes. The ghastly sight of his parents and sister before their deaths flashed before him. At these thoughts, Fred Saber bit down with even greater ferocity. The old Vicky, like a writhing maggot, could only squirm on the ground. Ah! Spare me! Spare me! Fred Saber remained unmoved by the old Vicky's pleas. If pleas had ever worked, his parents and sister would not have died so horribly. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Fred Saber repeated this phrase, biting and tearing relentlessly. Soon the old Vicky fell silent. His entire body had been torn into countless pieces by Fred Saber. Only bones remained on the mangled limbs. The flesh had been gnawed and ripped away. Xiao Lin watched Fred Saber, now drenched in blood, and nodded with satisfaction. Only such a ruthless man, one with no love for vampires, could serve him well. Thousands of gang members had gunned down most of the vampires. Blonsky and Kingpin had slaughtered many more. The rest were nearly all slain by Blade alone. There was no help for it. Blade fought vampires as if he were cheating, effortlessly graceful and smooth in his movements. His actions were even a pleasure to watch, for he was a professional vampire hunter. 3,000 to 4,000 vampires from the 4 great families had fallen here. On the scene, aside from the remaining 500 vampires of the Fred Saber family, no other living vampires remained. Fred Saber, I have avenged your great hatred. Now your life belongs to me, Xiao Lin declared with an air of finality. Fred Saber did not hesitate. He knelt on one knee before Xiao Lin. Master Fred Saber will serve you forever. At this moment, Fred Saber's loyalty was genuine. Without Xiao Lin, relying solely on his own strength to seek revenge would have been a fool's dream. Utterly impossible. Good. From now on, call me Chief. He motioned Fred Saber to stand aside, then turned his gaze to Blade. Wasn't this the very reason Xiao Lin had gone to such lengths? Blade, Eric Brooks, you remember our agreement, don't you? Once it's done, don't forget to pledge your allegiance to me. Yes. We have killed 4,100 vampires this time. If we launch a full assault now, we can fulfill our agreement quickly. Good. Launch a full assault now. Tell the men a bounty of $10,000 for each vampire killed. Tonight's operation payment, tomorrow morning. Money moves hearts. With Xiao Lin's incentive, the carefully trained gang members were as if injected with adrenaline. Seeing their high morale, Kingpin led them into a hunting spree. Xiao Lin, however, headed back. Opponents without challenge simply could not hold his interest. He brought Fred Saber back to his base. Chief, our Fred family has been secretly trading for years and has amassed many rare treasures. I wish to offer them all to you. Fred Saber was keenly aware of Xiao Lin's terror, so he had to do his utmost to please him. No need, keep them. I have no interest in such worldly possessions. But I have a question for you. Do you know where Dracula is? Fred Saber shook his head. He had been a vampire for over 300 years, yet he had never seen Dracula. He even wondered if Dracula was dead. I am not certain, Chief, but Dracula is surely alive. He still has dealings with some powerful vampires. Xiao Lin stroked his chin, pondering. He too knew Dracula was alive. But now the man was nowhere to be found, foiling Xiao Lin's plan to extract his blood essence. No one knew where Dracula was nor why he was hiding. Unable to solve it for now, Xiao Lin shifted his focus to Fred Saber. Fred Saber was currently loyal to Xiao Lin, for Xiao Lin had avenged him and saved his entire family. But the human heart was something no one could guarantee. Thus Xiao Lin had to impose a shackle upon Fred Saber. Now Xiao Lin trusted only his own thralls. In his eyes, others were beyond trust. Moreover, Fred Saber's strength was meager, pitifully weak compared to Blonsky and Kingpin. Fred, I offer you a chance to grow stronger. With that, Xiao Lin once again chose to add a thrall. As before, a drop of blood, suffused with a golden sheen, materialized in his palm. Swallow it, and you will gain incomparable power. Fred Sepoy was about to open his mouth and swallow it, when Xiao Lin interrupted him. Wait! Under Fred Sepoy's bewildered gaze, Xiao Lin took out the ancestral blood. You should know the value of this, Fred Sepoy. The investment I've placed in you far exceeds that in Kingpin and Blonsky. I hope you won't disappoint me. Rest assured, my leader. Fred Sepoy vows to serve you unto death. I shall be a sharp blade in your hand. Fred Sepoy pounded his chest and made the solemn pledge. Fred Sepoy first swallowed the ancestral blood. The moment the crystalline blood-red liquid entered his mouth, it erupted with astonishing energy. In an instant, the blood flowed into his abdomen, and a wave of heat surged through him as the blood began to be absorbed by his body. Being a vampire himself, he could absorb this drop of ancestral blood flawlessly. The greatest effect of this ancestral blood was to cause Fred Sepoy to revert to his ancestral form. In other words, to purify his bloodline, elevating him directly from a count to a marquis. His bloodline grew more ancient and noble. After about 10 minutes, the ancestral blood's transformation of Fred Sepoy was complete. Fred Sepoy then devoured the blood granted by Xiao Lin. This drop of blood was far more potent than the ancestral blood. As soon as Fred Sepoy swallowed it, a tremendous change occurred. Beep, your blood kin Fred Sepoy is evolving. You may select an evolution template for him. Beep, the current kin possesses non-human bloodline. Initiating bloodline fusion template adjustment. Beep, adjustment complete. Blood Ancestor Abomination Energy 80000 perfectly inherits all the advantages of both Vampire and Abomination, discarding the vampire's weaknesses to sunlight and silver, and enhancing resistance to holy water. Combat ability is strengthened at night, and he can absorb others' blood to recover from injuries and replenish stamina. Possesses a bloodline level equal to that of the vampire progenitor Dracula, remaining unaffected by other vampires, and can develop his own clan with each generation decreasing in strength. His physique is more agile, and he has a second form, the vampire bat. New abilities acquired: echolocation, sonic attack, bloodsucking. Weakness, holy water. Xiao Lin frowned. This time there was only this one template. Although it was immensely powerful, Xiao Lin's heart ached at the thought of the energy he had painstakingly accumulated. Suppressing his reluctance, Xiao Lin chose evolution. In an instant, Fred Sepoy's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His height, originally 1.8 meters, shot up to 2 meters, and his frail frame became considerably sturdier. To Xiao Lin's surprise, aside from growing 20 centimeters taller, the evolved Fred Sepoy showed no other changes. Looking at Fred Sepoy, who now appeared exactly like a human, Xiao Lin felt a pang of envy. How do you feel? I'm brimming with power now, and I feel that I no longer fear sunlight or silver. I feel like a normal person. A sensation I haven't experienced in centuries. Fred Sepoy, one must look forward. You've already avenged your loved ones, so don't dwell in the sorrow of the past. I understand, my leader. Kin name Fred Sepoy. Kin type blood ancestor abomination. Kin allegiance Xiao Lin. Kin status good. Kin evolution count 1. Kin rating level 1. Kin strength 1 star. Kin endurance 1 star. Kin speed 4 stars. Kin physique 2 stars. Kin soul 2 stars. Kin evolution energy required 1,000 points. Xiao Lin looked at Fred Sepoy's attribute panel and found that this guy was essentially a glass cannon assassin. Of course, Fred Sepoy's defense was also formidable, not far behind Banner's Hulk transformation. I have a task for you. Go to New York and gather vampires of reliable character, as long as they aren't guilty of heinous crimes. Now Fred Sepoy had the opportunity to expand his own race. His blood ancestor abomination form possessed the ability to spawn progeny. The vampires who once followed him were personally transformed by him into blood progeny abominations. Blood progeny abominations are far more powerful than ordinary vampires, and no longer fear sunlight or holy water. Aside from stronger muscles and bones, their appearance changes very little. Of course, blood progeny abominations no longer need to drink blood and cannot turn others into blood progeny abominations. Apart from being stronger, they look just like ordinary people. Now Xiao Lin planned to gradually replace the ordinary humans under Kingpin's command. Turning them into blood progeny abominations would serve as his combat force, a way to make use of what would otherwise be wasted. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. By then, New York had returned to its former calm. Fred Sepoy had selected a total of 2,000 vampires who were deemed acceptable. They would undergo rigorous training and screening before finally becoming Xiao Lin's subordinates. Naturally, Fred Sepoy would completely transform them into blood progeny abominations. When Xiao Lin next faced Blade, he had already fulfilled the promise he had made earlier. Blade showed no intention of going back on his word. By now, tens of thousands of vampires had been slaughtered by Xiao Lin, drastically reducing their numbers. The remaining vampires had all hidden deep in the mountains and forests, unlikely to emerge for a long time. Thus Blade was virtually unemployed. It could be said that Xiao Lin had forced him into early retirement, or otherwise with his own abilities Blade could never have killed so many vampires in a lifetime. Having successfully secured Blade's loyalty, Xiao Lin was in good spirits. He did not grant a kin slot to Blade, however, since all three of his current kin were melee-type fighters. They were severely lacking in ranged attacks. Once they encountered an enemy with agile movement and ranged capabilities, they would be at a disadvantage. Kingpin, from now on we need to reduce our personnel. Replace the ordinary humans with the more powerful blood progeny abominations. Fred Sepoy will coordinate with you on this. Yes, my leader. Although this incident had attracted a vast number of vampires, the vampire progenitor Dracula never showed up. This made Xiao Lin feel that his gains were greatly diminished. If he could have stuffed Dracula into a juicer, he would have obtained dozens of drops of ancestral blood, which could have produced many more powerful subordinates. The power Xiao Lin displayed this time left S.H.I.E.L.D. deeply shaken. Tens of thousands of vampires had been annihilated, and Kingpin and Blonsky had grown significantly stronger. Even the Hulk might not be a match for them. And Xiao Lin, who usually kept a low profile, was even more terrifying. A vampire of Vicky's caliber couldn't last 3 moves against him. For a moment Nick Fury was tempted to press the pager in his hand. In just a few short months, the hand had fled to some backwater, and the vampires had suffered heavy casualties, with most fleeing human society to hide in the mountains. It could be said that Xiao Lin, by his own power, had eradicated 2 major scourges for humanity. But Nick Fury knew that ambitious men like Xiao Lin were far more dangerous. Having just had 2 days of leisure, Xiao Lin received a message from Thor. It turned out that, without the Bifrost, Asgard had lost its rapid troop deployment, and rebellions of considerable scale had erupted across the 9 realms. The loss of the Bifrost, that mighty tool for swift reinforcement, emboldened many ambitious souls to seize the moment and stir up chaos. The Frost Giants, the Fire Giants, and the Dark Elves, the 3 major villainous races of the 9 realms, began to cause trouble. Countless minor races that failed to grasp the situation, and countless dreamers lost in their grandiose fantasies, began to court death. As long as I provoke fate fast enough, death will surely catch up to me. Heimdall reported the newly rebellious regions to Odin every day. But to Odin these were all trivial matters. He delegated all these affairs entirely to Thor, for sooner or later Thor would inherit the throne, and now was the time for him to learn how to handle such thorny issues. Suppress rebellions. As a battle maniac, Thor was thrilled upon hearing this news. His adrenaline surged, and he could hardly wait to find some rebels to fight. Volstagg poured cold water on Thor. The Bifrost is gone. How are we supposed to suppress the rebellions? Thor was stumped. He had no idea how to get there. Left with no choice, he first went to find Heimdall to see when the Bifrost could be repaired. Accompanied by the Warriors 3, he found Heimdall on leave. Heimdall had been monitoring the 9 realms, but with the Bifrost destroyed, surveillance was pointless, so Odin simply granted him a vacation. This was not because Odin had grown old and senile, but rather a testament to his confidence in Asgard, in his own strength and reputation. An iron-blooded king, a mighty warrior who rose through slaughter. Even in old age his lingering might inspired fear. In this regard Odin was 100 times superior to Zeus. Facing the god-butcher Gore, Zeus chose to submit and flee. Both were powerful god-kings, but such a scenario could never happen to Odin. Hey Heimdall, I want to ask. When will the Bifrost be repaired? Heimdall shook his head. He couldn't say for sure, but he had already summoned the dwarf craftsman to fix it. No one knows, but it will certainly take a long time. What are you going to Earth again? Thor did want to visit his girlfriend on Earth, but with rebellions breaking out everywhere across the 9 realms, if he sneaked off for pleasure Odin would surely thrash him. No. The 9 realms are in chaos, and my father ordered me to suppress the revolts. But the Bifrost is destroyed, and I can't figure out a way to travel for now. Isn't that simple? Your friend from last time, the Hercules of Asgard, Xiao Lin. Doesn't he wield the Stormbreaker? Thor's eyes lit up. That's right. His weapon can summon the Bifrost. And so, brimming with excitement, Thor contacted Xiao Lin using magic. He hoped Xiao Lin could help him suppress the rebellions across the 9 realms. Xiao Lin had just wanted to relax, and was reluctant to fight again, but Thor promised him many rewards. For instance, he could once again choose a divine power inheritance. Thor was taking advantage of Xiao Lin's ignorance. Asgardians could only inherit one divine power, no one could possess multiple. But Xiao Lin was an anomaly. He could absorb even 100 different powers without issue. Another promise was that Thor would have a custom armor forged for Xiao Lin as flashy and handsome as his own Thor armor. Additionally, in war one could earn merits. With military achievements, Xiao Lin could acquire land houses, money, beautiful women in Asgard. In short, bombarded by such sugar-coated bullets, Xiao Lin relented. Xiao Lin said, money doesn't matter. What matters is that Thor is my best friend. After settling matters on Earth, he set off for Asgard. Haha, Xiao Lin, you've finally come. Thor was as excited as a dog seeing a bone, utterly overjoyed. I came as soon as I got your message. How did so many places suddenly rebel? Humph, these scoundrels are challenging Asgard's bottom line. Do they think we're helpless without the Bifrost? Forget it, let's not dwell on that. Xiao Lin, time is tight. Let's start suppressing the rebellions immediately. Xiao Lin had no objection and nodded, asking, where do we begin? Jotunheim, the homeland of the Frost Giants. Ever since their king Loki died in Asgard, the Frost Giants of Jotunheim had been locked in internal strife. They had roughly split into 3 factions. The pro-Asgard faction believed the Frost Giants should submit obediently to Odin, offer their faith, and cease feudal resistance. The anti-Asgard faction thought they should unite all Frost Giants, break free from Asgard's rule, and some even wished to launch a full-scale assault on Asgard, toppling Odin from his throne. The neutral faction preferred to maintain the status quo, neither submitting nor provoking war, quietly developing as the Frost Giants could no longer afford turmoil. None of the 3 factions could convince the others, so fists had to settle the matter. They fought fiercely, and the pro-Asgard faction directly appealed to Asgard for help. Now that rebellion had erupted, would Asgard intervene? Upon learning the situation, Xiao Lin nodded, raised the Stormbreaker, and summoned the Bifrost. Then Thor, Xiao Lin, and the Warriors 3 embarked on their journey to conquer Jotunheim. On Earth, the drastic reduction of bloodline descendants pushed Dracula to the brink of rage. But over 100 years ago, he had been gravely wounded. Surviving it all was a blessing amidst misfortune. Every time he thought of the organization called Hydra, Dracula ground his teeth in hatred. Hydra, you deserve to die. Once my injuries are fully healed, your destruction will come. In the dim castle, Dracula's furious roar echoed a piercing howl that made the vampire guards tremble. Go and awaken Prince Levin. I have an important task for him. Having calmed his rage, Dracula spoke to the guard outside the door. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury remarked calmly, Xiao Lin has been too restless lately. At least with him in Asgard, the air in New York no longer reeks of blood. Coulson spoke a fair word for Xiao Lin. Actually, Xiao Lin has done well. The Hand Kingpin and the vampires have all been subdued or dealt with. New York security has improved tenfold. Security is indeed better, but New York has become the largest drug trafficking hub in the entire United States. The drugs produced here are world-renowned, exported overseas with tens of tons flowing out every day. Hearing this, Coulson gave an awkward smile. The manufacturer of those drugs was Xiao Lin. He even created a brand logo and slogan for his narcotics. At this point, Nick Fury was both angry and frustrated. Coulson opened his mouth intending to defend Xiao Lin, but after a long pause, he found there was truly little to argue. Just as Nick Fury had said, half of these earnings were allocated to building their base, nurturing talent, and purchasing supplies for the vampires. The other half was Xiao Lin's personal expenditure: private jets, skyscrapers, custom luxury cars. Every day he drank fine wine like soda and lit Cuban cigars only to discard them after a single puff. He squandered his wealth in every conceivable way. Of course, a small portion was also used to bribe officials, as protection money had to be paid. Xiao Lin's lavish lifestyle surpassed even that of Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was busily recruiting other superhumans, such as Captain America, who had recently awakened. How is Captain America doing? Nick Fury inquired. His vital signs are stable, but there are no signs of waking yet, Coulson replied with a look of regret. As Captain America's most devoted fan, Coulson desperately wished for his hero to awaken. Moreover, Captain America held immense significance in Nick Fury's eyes. He was destined to be the soul of the superheroes. Keep observing. We must have faith in the Captain. His willpower and conviction are beyond our imagination. Then Nick Fury opened a drawer and pulled out a thick stack of documents. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s development plan for the near future. I've named it Project Pegasus. The Dr. Selvig you encountered in New Mexico is a genius. I've invited him to join this project under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s banner. Make the arrangements. Coulson took the hefty proposal and turned to leave. After he departed, Nick Fury retrieved another file from the drawer. It contained little text, just a list of names: Bruce Banner, the Hulk, Tony Stark, Iron Man, Captain America, Xiao Lin, Blonsky, Kingpin and Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, and Captain Marvel. These were the individuals Nick Fury had selected to be Earth's protectors. However, his greatest challenge now was assembling this disparate group. Natasha and Clint were easy. They were already S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Captain America too could be swayed with reason and emotion. He would surely not refuse. Banner and Tony were far more difficult. One was a persecuted scientist, the other a playboy billionaire. Under normal circumstances, these two would never cross paths. Yet, the title of super genius would eventually bring them together. Since his last beating from Xiao Lin, the Hulk had not emerged. He seemed either angered or intimidated. But the Hulk's docility was a blessing for Banner, allowing him a semblance of normal life. Unbeknownst to Banner, however, the Hulk possessed his own consciousness, a distinct personality. After being defeated by Xiao Lin, the Hulk's intelligence seemed to have increased and his temper had tempered. He began to control his emotions, refraining from causing trouble for Banner, while secretly seeking ways to grow stronger. But the Hulk's intellect was akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, and his personality was equally simple. After much agonizing thought, he found no solution. Helpless, he could only turn to Banner for help. In the dead of night, a weary Banner prepared for bed. Months of mundane life had almost made him forget the other soul dwelling within him. Banner! A gruff voice echoed in Banner's mind, both familiar and strange. Banner, Banner, it's me, Hulk. Banner bolted upright in bed, as if waking from a nightmare, sweat beading on his forehead. Hulk! Yes, I'm Hulk. We can communicate. Hearing the Hulk's simple voice, Banner realized for the first time that the Hulk was also a living being. As Banner sat stunned, the Hulk spoke again. Banner, I need your help. What? Banner was baffled. The Hulk needed his help. What do you need? Banner asked cautiously, fearing he couldn't meet the Hulk's demands. If the Hulk went on a rampage, his peaceful life would be over. Hulk wants to get stronger. Can you help, Hulk? My God. You want to get even stronger? Banner nearly had a heart attack. The Hulk's current strength was already uncontrollable, and he wanted more. This was truly an unreasonable request. Banner resolved to nip this idea in the bud. Listen, Hulk. You're already incredibly powerful, unmatched on Earth. Trust me, there's no need for you to get stronger. No, that guy bigger than me last time had the power to beat me up. Hulk is no match for him. Banner had forgotten about that and was momentarily speechless. Never being a man of many words, he found himself even less capable of persuading the Hulk. Should he suggest the Hulk study law? That would be utterly absurd. Well, he's just one person. Being second in the world is still pretty impressive. No, Hulk doesn't accept that. Hulk wants to be first. You have to help Hulk figure it out. Figure it out. Banner had no idea, but he knew that Xiao Lin and Blonsky were likely Samuel Stern's creations. So he decided to placate the Hulk first and then ask Samuel Sterns if there was a way to keep the Hulk in line. Hulk, don't rush. Solutions don't come in a day. Banner tried to soothe him. Fine. Hulk gives you 2 days. You must find a way. Hearing the 2-day deadline, Banner was caught between laughter and tears, but he couldn't refuse. If the Hulk went berserk, he would have to flee again. All right, they'll think of something tomorrow. For now, let's get some sleep. After much coaxing and cajoling, the Hulk finally quieted down. But Banner wore a bitter smile. The Hulk was like a stubborn child. Simple-minded and single-track. Truly a headache. Still, being able to communicate was a blessing. Before, the Hulk had been nothing more than a mindless monster. On the other side, Xiao Lin, serving as an external reinforcement, learned of the value of battle merits, and his enthusiasm surged. An empire that had existed for tens of thousands of years possessed a foundation beyond ordinary imagination. Battle merits functioned as currency exchangeable for what Xiao Lin needed. They could even purchase vast lands in Asgard and capture war prisoners as slaves. A true slaveholder's life. With these thoughts, Xiao Lin no longer willingly acted as mere transportation. Instead, he began to fight fiercely. The rebellious frost giants, seeing only the 5 of them approaching, wore expressions of certain victory, their heads held high like proud roosters. But when Xiao Lin picked up his axe and activated his mountain-pulling form, the frost giants panicked. Oh, a giant is coming. Run. Don't let him trample us. Originally 7 meters tall, Xiao Lin suddenly grew to 70 meters, his body like a small mountain. He was bare-chested with muscles of unyielding solidity, his robust frame unleashing unparalleled power. The Stormbreaker axe enlarged and Xiao Lin swung it, smashing it heavily against the ground. Boom! Earth-shattering. This single blow crushed dozens of slow-running frost giants, denting the ground, cracking the surroundings, and trembling the earth mightily. The divine power of the Hercules god circulated within him, an inexhaustible torrent of strength. He swung the axe again, leaping into the air, the immense force shattering a vast expanse of ground. Midair, he gripped the axe handle tightly, channeling divine power into the weapon. Rumble! A thunderous roar split the earth, quaking the land for hundreds of miles, creating a deep crater dozens of kilometers wide. Xiao Lin slowly rose from the ground, gazing at the frost giants, fleeing in terror after just 2 of his strikes. Is that all? With such meager skill, daring to rebel Odin must indeed be old. If he were younger, he'd never stop until rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses piled. Thor, seeing Xiao Lin's might, cheered with joy. At that moment they were comrades. The stronger Xiao Lin was, the richer their war spoils. He began pursuing the fleeing frost giants. With a flick of Mjolnir, he shattered a string of them instantly. The warriors 3 of Asgard, long without battle, charged at the enemy with fervor, as if injected with adrenaline. Volstagg wielded a longsword, his rich combat skills making each strike lethal. Every sword thrust claimed a life. Even surrounded by 7 or 8 frost giants, he remained effortlessly adept. Could be said that Volstagg was a formidable force in Asgard. Though incomparable to Odin or Thor, his strength far surpassed these frost giants. The 5 of them alone created the momentum of a mighty army. Tens of thousands of frost giants, terrified, dared not approach Xiao Lin at all. Though Xiao Lin was a large target vulnerable to ranged attacks, their weapons couldn't breach his defense. They didn't even register on his skin. Yet even a simple stomp from Xiao Lin caused mountains to crumble, and earth to split. Mere steps inflicted heavy losses on the frost giants. Light cannon breath. Xiao Lin opened his mouth wide and sprayed a crimson energy beam at the fleeing frost giants. Though resembling atomic breath, its power was far lesser, as his body lacked a nuclear reactor. Frost giants struck by the red energy screamed and turned to ash, horrifying their kin. Thor slammed his hammer into the ground, unleashing lightning that claimed nearly 100 frost giants. 1 hammer, 1 kill. He reveled in the slaughter. Haha, it's been ages since I fought so thrillingly. Without Laufey's leadership, the frost giants were scattered like loose sand. Though the rebel leader held some prestige, few were willing to truly die for him. Seeing the disintegrating army, he knew the frost giant race was finished. At least they'd never again have the courage to defy Asgard. He dropped his weapon and walked slowly from among the frost giants, intending to confess and beg Asgard's forgiveness for his people. Stop! Thor ceased his actions and turned to face him. Prince of Asgard, I am the rebel leader. We surrender. Thud. He knelt heavily before Thor, devoid of dignity, head bowed low, eyes fixed on the ground. Only his trembling frame betrayed the turmoil within. All frost giants watched, powerless to intervene. Many wore expressions of relief at being spared. Xiao Lin shrank his body and walked slowly toward Thor. The frost giants instinctively recoiled at the sight of his blood-drenched axe. They had been thoroughly terrorized. That green giant was more ruthless than a demon from hell. How many frost giant necks had his sharp axe severed? At least 1,000 frost giants had died at Xiao Lin's hands. Fear was the cure for ambition. Seeing his goal achieved, Thor saw no point in further slaughter. Very well, I, Thor, god of thunder, accept your surrender on behalf of Asgard. The warriors 3 seized the rebel leader, who would be taken back to Asgard for Odin's judgment. Of course, Jotunheim had many rebels. After this one, Thor and the others still had others to subdue. But most were insignificant, mere pushovers. Throughout Jotunheim's rebellion there were few tough nuts. Once Xiao Lin and his group killed a batch, the rest quickly surrendered. A rainbow light shot into the sky and Xiao Lin brought Thor and the others back to Asgard. Simply, the Jotunheim rebellion was quelled. This time they brought back over 20 rebel leaders, awaiting only Asgard's guillotine. Xiao Lin, this is your residence. In truth, all gods of Asgard have their own estates. Odin had this manor newly built for him, since Asgard's gods lived in the palace. But Xiao Lin was an outsider after all, and some inconvenience was inevitable. The manor was luxuriously built, grand and expansive, with a lake and a vast forest. Those are fertile fields. You can hire people to plant grapes and make wine in autumn. Thor had a special fondness for wine, but dared not indulge in the palace. He hoped his good brother Xiao Lin would heed his advice and brew plenty. Xiao Lin agreed with a smile. After all, thousands of acres of fertile land would be a waste to leave fallow. Hiring was out of the question. He'd see if he could capture slaves from other rebellious regions. He felt no pity for those wretches. By the way, Thor, how many battle merits did I earn this time? Asgard had its own system of military merits. Before stepping onto the battlefield, mages would cast spells upon the warriors. These spells could detect the number of enemies slain by each warrior. This time Xiao Lin had killed over 3,000 frost giants. According to Asgard's merit table, this was an extraordinary feat rarely achieved. Volstagg of the warriors 3 had slain over 600, while the other 2 had each killed just over 500. Thor, the god of thunder, had killed slightly more than 3,000. In total, the 5 of them had vanquished over 7,000 frost giants. Xiao Lin, you have earned 3,500 merit points this time. You can exchange them with the quartermaster for the weapons and armor you need, or for gold, silver, and jewels. What? Only 3,500 points. Indeed, in Jotunheim you only slew 3,500 frost giant soldiers. Thor, fearing Xiao Lin might misunderstand, quickly explained. But Xiao Lin was displeased. His axe was his primary mode of transport, and the round trip alone should be worth at least 1,000 merit points. Ahem, Thor, we're brothers. Tell me, did I travel all the way from Midgard to Asgard for a mere 3,500 merit points? Xiao Lin spoke with feigned anguish. Thor thought about it. It was true. He needed Xiao Lin's help, and Xiao Lin had come. Though Thor had promised many rewards, that was only right. Even the warriors 3 would receive ample compensation. Seeing Xiao Lin's expression, Thor felt he had been disrespectful and said, I was wrong. But how could we let you fight for nothing? No, you misunderstand. You Asgardians fight because it's your duty. But as a Midgardian, I'm a mercenary. You know what a mercenary is, right? It means my appearance fee is very high. Xiao Lin then looked at Thor with a grin, his meaning unmistakable. Time to pay up. Thor was left speechless, but Xiao Lin's logic was sound, so he had no choice but to add more rewards. As for the divine position of the god of strength on Xiao Lin, the divine power had already flowed into him. Why would he care about a useless ornamental title? So Thor directly doubled the merit points, granting Xiao Lin 7,000. Xiao Lin grinned broadly. Now he could finally appreciate the thrill ancient warriors felt on the battlefield. This was truly a path to wealth and prosperity. At that time, many realms were still in rebellion, so Xiao Lin planned to farm merit points thoroughly. Returning to his estate in Asgard, he held the deed Thor had given him, written clearly in black and white. Xiao Lin was content. Now he could consider himself a landed gentry. The vast estate was eerily silent, as he was its only occupant. Tomorrow I'll ask Thor where I can buy slaves. If not, I'll hire some servants first. At least the fertile fields can't be left barren. That would be an insult to my ancestors. Truly, the genes flowing in the blood of a dragon countryman can never be erased. In the evening, Thor held a grand feast. To celebrate this great victory, he summoned the warriors 3, Xiao Lin, Sif, and others for a banquet. During the feast, Thor emphasized Xiao Lin's valor, introducing him to the Asgardians as the newly appointed god of strength. Of course, Thor spent most of the time boasting about himself. Xiao Lin, however, was indifferent. After toasting and drinking with the crowd, he managed to get 6 or 7 people drunk, and no one dared to challenge him further. Enjoying the leisure, he began to flirt. Though his physique was massive, he could still build rapport. Holding a drink, he approached Sif. Facing this maiden over 1,000 years old, Xiao Lin felt quite inexperienced, at least in age. Of course, that referred only to years. Sif revered martial prowess, was forthright and generous, and was a rare female warrior in Asgard. But her romantic life was a blank slate, which gave Xiao Lin an opportunity. Fancy another trip to Midgard. Life in Asgard is so dull and monotonous. What's fun on Midgard? Sif asked, her big watery eyes wide. Xiao Lin, gazing into those clear, transparent eyes, sensed her innocence. Of course. If you're interested, I can be your guide. I promise you'll have a great time. Their conversation went pleasantly, and Xiao Lin arranged for Sif to visit his estate for horseback riding and archery. Sif looked at Xiao Lin, who was as robust as a beast, and shook her head inwardly. Her slender frame couldn't handle that. Yet she did have some fondness for him. Their size difference was the only obstacle between them. Xiao Lin was well aware of this, so he didn't rush. A man with a system was always this confident. He was also grateful that the system hadn't given him an old man living in a ring, or otherwise when he was intimate with his girlfriend it would be like a live broadcast. Since it was still early, Xiao Lin headed to the merit hall Thor had mentioned. Contrary to his expectations, it wasn't in the barracks but near the palace. Pushing the door open, he saw a white-bearded old man dozing on a recliner, soft snores filling the air. Beside him were empty bottles and a messy table. Xiao Lin couldn't help but exclaim. Honestly, he was envious. Getting paid to slack off openly was the ultimate dream of every working man. Ahem. The old man didn't stir. Ahem, ahem. Still no reaction. Cough. Young man, if you're unwell, see a doctor. Don't disturb my sleep. With that, he turned over and continued sleeping. Xiao Lin was utterly dumbfounded. This old man was incredible. A sinecure was an understatement. He wanted to ask when the old man would retire. With his connections to Asgard's crown prince, wouldn't this job be his for the taking? And Xiao Lin was confident he could do the job better. Upholding the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly, he roared, "Old man, if you don't get up, I'll tear apart your bed. Oh, my young man, you have no martial virtue. Tell me, what are you here for?" The old man reluctantly roused himself and sat up from his bed. His cheeks were flushed and his bleary eyes barely opened into slits. "I'm here to exchange my military merits." "Oh, very well. How many merits do you have?" "Let me warn you, the cheapest item here starts at 100 merits. Xiao Lin nodded at the old man's words. "Indeed, the higher the price, the better the item. I have 7,000 merits now. I'd like to see if there's anything good I can use." "Ah!" The old man was astonished. 7,000 merits? This big green fellow had some skill. He had slain 7,000 enemies alone. Not bad, young man. Not only are you handsome, but you also possess considerable strength." Faced with the old man's praise, Xiao Lin merely smiled. Basic moves, no need for applause. "All right, follow me." Stepping into the inner chamber, the old man produced a thick book. "Young man, this is the Military Merit Exchange Manual. As long as you have enough merits, you can obtain even a divine heritage." Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Lin's eyes lit up. Other things might be useless to him, but this divine power inheritance was indeed valuable. Xiao Lin recalled that after Odin's death, Asgard was completely destroyed. An empire that had stood for tens of thousands of years fell, losing not only countless precious treasures, but also every single one of these divine power inheritances. With Odin's death, Asgard was left without gods except for Thor and the Valkyries. Could be said that Thor was a veritable king of a fallen nation. In terms of both political skill and strength, the current Thor was not even on the same level as a young Odin. To use an old saying, a mighty father begets a feeble son. Xiao Lin quickly flipped through the manual. The items in the first few pages were not expensive: various weapons, armor, gems, herbs. All relatively precious things in any case. The prices started at 100 military merits and did not exceed 1,000. These items were all plundered from the outside world. Odin looked down on them, so he placed them here to be exchanged for merits, both to win people's hearts and to strengthen Asgard's power. Turning a few more pages, things were different. A shield forged by the dwarf king Eitri, made from many rare metals, was a decent weapon priced at 4,000 merits. Looking at this weapon, Xiao Lin glanced at his Stormbreaker. Without tens of thousands of merits, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to touch it. Further back, there were all kinds of extremely precious items. The water of life that could extend one's lifespan, spellbooks left by powerful mages, weapons forged from URU. But each of these items cost 20 to 30,000 military merits. If placed in the outside world, each one would be a treasure that made people envious. Asgard's foundation was terrifyingly deep. For a moment, Xiao Lin felt the urge to overpower the old man before him and make off with the goods. "Too expensive," Xiao Lin said, taking a deep breath. "Expensive? Young man, the expensive things are yet to come," the old man said proudly. Continuing to flip through, the old man was right. The fire god's heritage, 50,000 merits. The earth god's heritage, 50,000 merits. The winter god's heritage, 50,000 merits. Note that 50,000 merits did not grant the power of a god. It only granted one opportunity for inheritance, and success depended entirely on luck. Of course, those who could accumulate 50,000 merits were undoubtedly powerful, so their chances of success were considerable. But amassing 50,000 merits was more difficult than reaching the heavens. To put it plainly, the Lion of Asgard, Volstagg, had fought his entire life and barely surpassed 10,000 merits. Forget it, I'll go back and accumulate merits first. Closing the manual, Xiao Lin slowly departed under the old man's unfriendly gaze. The old man cursed inwardly. After all that browsing, this fellow had exchanged nothing and even disturbed his sleep. What a detestable rascal. Sigh. It seemed he must fight valiantly in the next suppression campaign. At the very least, he couldn't come away empty-handed this time. He had to exchange for a god's heritage. Xiao Lin walked toward his manor, deep in thought. However, Xiao Lin looked down on the inheritances of those few gods. They were clearly lower-tier deities. He hoped to obtain the heritage of a powerful god. For example, high-level divine powers like death, thunder, life, and light. Returning to the manor, the many winged horses he had purchased had already arrived. These white-winged horses, capable of both running and flying, were perfect for charming the ladies. When Hela was around, these horses served as mounts for the Valkyries, but now Asgard had no Valkyries left. Hela and the Valkyries represented at least half of Asgard's strength. Compared to its golden age, Asgard's overall power had been reduced by half. Reaching out his hand to stroke these winged horses, his enormous size frightened them into stillness. The originally tall and majestic horses seemed like foals before him, utterly impossible to ride. In the distance, a flock of goats leisurely grazed on the grass. The tender, juicy grass made their meat delicate and delicious. Xiao Lin himself could devour an entire goat at every meal. A flock of pheasants as large as ostriches ran wildly across the fields, injecting a spark of life into the once empty manor. Looking at his estate, Xiao Lin nodded with satisfaction. He thought to himself Odin had gone to great lengths to bind him to Asgard, this leaky ship. But such meager benefits could not sway Xiao Lin. He cared little for wealth and status now. As for beauties, he was willing, but his size was too great for them to accommodate. Moreover, the future of Asgard was far from peaceful. Xiao Lin calculated carefully. By now Loki should have met Thanos, and the events of Avengers 1 were about to begin. And in Avengers 3, before Thanos snapped his fingers, Odin would have already died. To be precise, in Thor Ragnarok, Odin died on Earth. Once Odin died, Hela would rise to cause chaos. With Thor, Loki, and the rest of Asgard, they would be no match for Hela. Moreover, the longer Hela stayed in Asgard, the stronger she became. But if that day came when Xiao Lin possessed sufficient strength, he would still be willing to help Thor. Once, after all, he owned real estate in Asgard. After a few days of rest, Thor summoned Xiao Lin again. It was time to continue their campaign to quell the rebellions. This time their target was the elf race. Not the dark elves, but the light elves. The realm of Alfheim, the kingdom of the light elves. Thousands of years of peace had allowed the few remaining elves to thrive and multiply. Under the leadership of the Elf Queen, their population had grown several times over. From a mere 10,000 to over 100,000 now. The population had multiplied several times, but as the tribe grew and the Elf Queen's power increased, they began to chafe under Asgard's rule. It wasn't that they had developed some unworthy ambition. Rather, it was dissatisfaction with the enormous annual tributes. The elves decided to heed the call of other races. To oppose Asgard's rule together. They had no ambition to conquer the 9 realms. They simply wished to shed the title of Asgard's vassal. A rainbow bridge descended, and Xiao Lin and his 4 companions appeared in the Elven Kingdom. Thor, you must think clearly. The elves are extremely united. If we start a fight, we'll definitely face countless elven armies. Volstagg reminded him from the side. It was no wonder Volstagg was worried. These elves were simply mad. Facing their enemies, they showed no fear. Even if only one elf remained from the entire race, they would fight to the very end. Volstagg had no desire to provoke these beings. However, Thor had not come to fight this time. He had actually come to negotiate. Of course, if negotiations ultimately failed, he would still choose to resort to force. After all, in the 9 realms, now only Asgard's voice could be heard. Xiao Lin looked up and saw a towering tree standing like a proud mountain peak in the distance. That was the gathering place of the elven race. And that colossal tree resembling a great mountain was the elven totem, the ancient tree of life. How large was this tree? It was the planet itself. Its sprawling roots had long since wrapped tightly around the planet, while the forests above ground were merely sprouts from the finest tips of its roots. The dew gathered from its countless leaves could converge into a surging river. Every animal on the entire planet relied on it for survival. Without the ancient tree of life, they would have no food to eat, no shelter from the cold, no oxygen to breathe. With just a single glance, Xiao Lin felt a profound reverence for life. Possessing the system, he could sense the life energy contained within that colossal tree. Though this energy could not be absorbed, it reflected the magnitude of a life form's power. Now Xiao Lin's heart sank to the depths. It was said that the elves could borrow the power of the ancient tree of life and even share its vitality. This vibrant ancient tree of life before him was like a fountain of health in a game. Should he and Thor charge in recklessly, never mind, he would adapt to the situation. At worst, he could return to Asgard to find Odin. The 5 arrived at the foot of the tree, seeing hundreds of elven soldiers armed to the teeth. Their weapons were spears and shields, exuding the spirit of Spartan warriors. Upon closer inspection, many of their arms were exquisite pieces forged by the dwarves. After all, the dwarves were highly sought after across the 9 realms. It was perfectly normal for them to take orders from the elves and exchange resources. These elven men were exceedingly handsome. On Earth, no among any humanoid race, they would undoubtedly be considered beauties far surpassing Wu Qian and Ji Kuan. Their long golden hair paired with handsome faces, tall figures, well-proportioned builds, and sharp eyes embodied masculine fortitude. They possessed neither a lack of iron-willed masculinity nor an astonishing, breathtaking beauty. Xiao Lin silently stroked his chin. In this era where looks reign supreme, the elves could surely fetch a good price. Xiao Lin thought of another surefire way to make money, though it would be troublesome to implement. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I wish to speak with your elven king. Soon the elven guards parted to either side, clearing a path. An extraordinarily beautiful elven maiden slowly emerged from within. Princess. All the guards bowed in greeting. Xiao Lin secretly wiped his drool, licked his lips, and cautiously nudged Thor. Thor gave an awkward laugh. If not for Xiao Lin's reminder, he would have been drooling profusely, losing face utterly. It wasn't that Xiao Lin and the others were driven by lust, but this elf was truly stunning, leaving them all in awe. Irene Berg was the most beautiful woman in the 9 realms. Princess of the elves Irene Berg. Greetings, Thor, god of thunder and warriors of Asgard. I am Irene Berg, princess of the elves. She seemed completely oblivious to their earlier rudeness. Having grown up with such gazes, she was long accustomed to them. Greetings. May I speak with your elven queen? Asgard does not wish to bring war to Alfheim. Her Majesty awaits you in the temple. Please follow me. Thor and the others followed behind the elven princess Irene Berg, their eyes occasionally drifting to her silhouette. Entering the temple upon an emerald throne, sat a woman of supreme nobility, the elven queen Vera Berg. Queen Vera, Thor, god of thunder, offers his respects. The elven queen nodded and asked, Thor, god of thunder, state your purpose for coming to Alfheim. At this Thor could only steel himself and say, Esteemed queen of the elves, I wish to ask why you seek to secede from Asgard's rule. 10,000 years ago, Thor, your grandfather Bor, came here with your father Odin, and a great war erupted between Asgard and Alfheim. In that war, our elven race suffered defeat after defeat, ultimately forced to retreat near the ancient Tree of Life. Without the blessing and salvation of the ancient Tree of Life, the elven race would have been utterly annihilated. Hearing the elven queen's words, the atmosphere grew tense. Thor and the others gripped their weapons, ready to break out at any moment. Xiao Lin also prepared to summon the Bifrost. So your intention is to completely secede from Asgard? Thor issued his final inquiry. The elven queen nodded and said, We elves do not wish for war. Peace between us can be achieved through negotiation. Negotiation? Thor had originally intended to negotiate, hoping to persuade the elven queen with his silver tongue. But now it seemed the elven queen shared the same idea. She intended to use the same method to persuade Thor. At this point, Thor had yet to experience life's great ups and downs, and stubbornly believed that Asgard must rule the 9 realms. Little did he know that, in the future, Asgard would fare the worst among the 9 realms. Ragnarok, the war between Hela and the fire giant Surtur, would reduce Asgard to rubble. The few remaining Asgardians could only flee to Earth to eke out a living. In the original timeline, Thor came to Alfheim and engaged in a great battle with the elves. Though he was powerful, facing tens of thousands of well-equipped, disciplined elven warriors bolstered by the ancient Tree of Life, Thor lost. These warriors, empowered by the ancient Tree of Life, could heal their wounds in the blink of an eye. Even if their heads were shattered, the pure life energy of the ancient Tree of Life could restore them instantly. But now both sides were relatively restrained. Whether conflict would ultimately erupt was beyond Xiao Lin's control, as he was merely an ally. Asgard will never yield to any enemy, Thor declared, raising his hammer with unwavering resolve. The elven queen was not angered. Clearly, she had some understanding of Thor. Thor, I can list several benefits of elven independence for Asgard. But can you name any benefits of war? Or can you name the benefits of elven subjugation? Independence would benefit Asgard? Thor asked, utterly bewildered. Of course. First, by resolving this peacefully, both sides preserve their strength. Second, we elves will become allies of Asgard, standing together against all evil forces. Third, Asgard is no longer what it once was. When war comes, the outcome is uncertain. Fourth, I believe our elven race already possesses the strength for independence and no longer needs to prepare. In short, the elven queen's message was that they were willing to resolve this peacefully. If Thor insisted on war, they would not fear it. After all, with the ancient Tree of Life as their buff, Asgard would gain no advantage. Thor fell into deep contemplation, yearning to refute the elf queen's words. Yet he could not deny the truth she spoke. Asgard was no longer what it once was. His father Odin had grown old, while Thor himself had yet to fully mature. With his current strength alone, he could not hope to subdue the 9 realms. Though unwilling to admit it, even the proudest must bow before reality. Moreover, the elves were unlike the frost giants. Loki, the king of the frost giants, had fallen, leaving his people leaderless and fragmented, each fighting for themselves without unity. But the elves still had their queen and princess. Every elf would rally around them, binding their race together in unyielding solidarity. There was no possibility of dividing and conquering them. The Frost Giant's sacred relic had been seized by Odin and locked away in his vault. No matter how fiercely the Frost Giants resisted, they lacked the power to break free from Asgard's dominion. However, the elves possessed the World Tree, a divine artifact that granted them an unparalleled advantage. As long as the World Tree stood, the elves would know no fear. Princess Arendelle of the elven race stood silently behind the queen, watching and listening. She was now the heir to the elven throne, destined one day to wear the crown. To bear the crown is to bear its weight. Queen Vera's gaze settled upon Xiao Lin. In her 10,000 years of life, she had never seen or heard of a giant like him. A giant with green skin. Surely he must be attuned to nature, she mused. She could sense that Xiao Lin's power far surpassed Thor's. Furthermore, Xiao Lin was young and brimming with potential. If he could sincerely aid Asgard in the future, the realm would surely rise again. Of course, that was not what Queen Vera wished to see. With a gentle smile, she asked Xiao Lin, "May I ask what the Green Giant is called and from what race he hails? I have never heard of your kind before. I am the leader of my race. We are called the Abominations, a new race born in the universe, and our numbers are few." Xiao Lin explained. Queen Vera nodded. The universe was vast. Every day new races were born and others perished. They, the so-called leaders, were merely the shepherds of their flocks, striving to guide their people through the perils of the cosmos and ensure their survival. Thus Queen Vera decided to extend an olive branch to Xiao Lin. Though every elf was agile and skilled in archery, they were sorely lacking in high-end combat power. "Would you, Lord Xiao Lin, be willing to bring your race to Alfheim and share in the nourishment of the World Tree?" The queen's invitation came unexpectedly, jolting Thor from his thoughts. Yet he realized that regardless of today's outcome, the elves would never again accept Asgard's rule. Even if they won today, the elves would resist endlessly. To hold a nominal territory, Asgard would pay a tremendous price. Having grasped this, Thor ceased his hesitation and made up his mind. Faced with Queen Vera's invitation, Xiao Lin refused without a second thought. As if he still planned to exchange for another divine power inheritance. That was hundreds of thousands of evolution points. What benefit was there in joining the elves? No matter how beautiful the maidens, what use were they if unattainable? Xiao Lin is Asgard's god of strength. How could he ever join your elven race? Thor said indignantly. He is not of Asgard. He can align himself with multiple factions. The Elf Queen's guard interjected. Well, Thor was momentarily speechless. It was true, Xiao Lin was merely a guest of Asgard. Though he held a divine title, he was not native to the realm. Without any gain, Xiao Lin naturally would not agree. Queen Vera understood that without sufficient incentive she could not sway him. Stop! Xiao Lin quickly interjected. Let's not discuss whether he'll join the elves. First, let's see how your race and Asgard choose to proceed. At this, all eyes turned to Thor, awaiting his decision. Sigh! Asgard cannot let war rage on for selfish desires. From this day forth the elven race shall be free. Thor said, his voice drained of energy. Thor had grown much, no longer the brute who thought only with his muscles. Queen Vera nodded with a smile. Today's negotiation seemed simple and effortless. Yet no one knew the price the elves had paid to reach this point. They had prepared for tens of thousands of years to gain the strength to sit at the negotiating table with Asgard. From today onward, the Light Elves shall forge an alliance with Asgard, bound by generations of friendship, sharing hardships and facing trials together. Gaining an ally eased much of Thor's disappointment. With this matter resolved, he decided to return to Asgard and report to Odin. In truth, Odin was well aware of Asgard's decline. For an ancient divine kingdom on a downward path, losing a few vassal territories was only natural. Xiao Lin, it's time for us to go. Xiao Lin shook his head. I'll send you back first. The Elf Queen has asked me to stay. What? Thor was taken aback. Was his former comrade about to defect? Don't overthink it. I'm staying to see if I can get something for nothing. Knowing Xiao Lin's nature of never lifting a finger without profit, Thor let it go. Yet before leaving he couldn't resist a jab. Alfheim has no divine titles for you. But their princess. Volstagg muttered, still captivated by her beauty. Get lost. After seeing Thor off, Xiao Lin went alone to the elven temple. What business does Her Majesty have with me? We elves wish to recruit you. Queen Vera did not mince words, stating their goal directly. But I am Asgard's god of strength. Though you hold that title, you are not of Asgard. You can ally with many powers. Hearing this, Xiao Lin did not hesitate and began to inquire about the queen's offer. After all, his allegiance came at a high price. Queen Vera shook her head knowing she had nothing that could truly tempt him. And recruiting Xiao Lin was not her idea alone. Seeing her shake her head, Xiao Lin's smile froze. Was she trying to get him for free? Did she think he was someone to be taken advantage of? Queen Vera said, "The world tree wishes to see you. The ancient tree of life wishes to see me." With curiosity, Xiao Lin quietly followed behind Queen Vera. Accompanying them was Vera's daughter Princess Ironclad of the elven race. Ironclad was extremely excited for she had never before laid eyes upon their race's holy mother. The ancient tree of life bore countless titles among the elves: Holy Mother, Sacred Tree, Mother of Life, Immortal, Divine Tree, and so forth. Yet each of these appellations without exception embodied the elves' reverence and worship for the ancient tree of life. Only the queen held the right to an audience with the sacred tree. Deep within the temple there lay a passage that wound its way underground. This passage was formed from a withered root of the ancient tree of life. Countless branches lining both sides of the path emitted a faint glow illuminating the way forward for the group. Queen Vera and Princess Erin advanced with utmost piety and reverence. Xiao Lin, however, gazed about with curiosity. Soon the three reached the end of the passage where a vast underground cavern unfolded before them. Countless roots of the ancient tree of life clung to the surrounding rock walls, their myriad branches, glowing with fluorescence, casting brilliant light into the once dim subterranean cave. "Venerable and great Mother of Life, Vera has fulfilled your command." As her words faded, countless luminous branches erupted with dazzling radiance. These lights broke free from the branches, converging from all directions before the onlookers. Slowly they coalesced into a humanoid form, radiating boundless brilliance. She floated serenely before them, emanating life energy that brought immense comfort. Her gentle warm radiance, like a tender mother's touch, softly caressed their skin. Holy Mother. Ironclad was too moved to speak. It was her first time beholding the deity of the elven race. Queen Vera was also deeply stirred, having never witnessed the tree of life in such a form. "My children," a voice of utmost gentleness echoed in their minds. "The purpose of summoning this giant before you is to seek his protection." The three exchanged bewildered glances, and even Xiao Lin was taken aback. Given the power of the ancient tree of life, 100 Xiao Lins would be no match for her. Xiao Lin estimated that the ancient tree of life strength was below the celestial father level, and she was not yet capable of creating avatars like Ego. Moreover, her command over her own power seemed rather crude. Queen Vera asked anxiously, "Mother, why will you no longer shield us? I must enter a deep slumber. When I awaken, my life form shall ascend to a higher plane." Listening to the words within his mind, Xiao Lin's thoughts raced. The ancient tree of life meant to advance to the celestial father level. Her purpose in recruiting Xiao Lin was to protect the elves, while also adding a layer of security for her own slumber. Xiao Lin's mind buzzed with schemes. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to drive a hard bargain? "'Tis the time to exploit a crisis for gain. Giant Sir, I am the consciousness of the ancient tree of life. I wish to employ you for a century. Ahem, quite the substantial deal. May I ask what price you are willing to offer?" Xiao Lin's tone carried a hint of excitement, for this was also a chance for him. Faced with Xiao Lin's inquiry, the consciousness of the ancient tree of life seemed prepared. A surging wave of green energy gushed forth from countless branches, swiftly pouring into Xiao Lin's body. Watching the rapidly increasing numbers on his interface, Xiao Lin's heart surged with exhilaration. Beep, sufficient evolution energy detected. A new evolution template has been loaded. This template is exclusive. Elven King 100000 energy, the sovereign of the elven race, possessing exceptionally pure elven bloodlines, skilled in archery, and blessed with a long lifespan. Acquired skill, Nature's Power. Weakness, Fear of Dark Forces. Evolve. Host Xiao Lin evolution count 5 Divine Office Asgardian God of Strength. Main template Mountain Uprooting Abomination King subtemplates. Tenfold Human Triple Werewolf Elven King skills. Inch Punch Shave Wolf Claw Mountain Uprooting Danger Sense Light Cannon Breath Mountain Uprooting Form God of Strength Divine Power Nature's Power. Vassals Bronsky Kingpin Fred Sable. 34. Energy Storage 439760 Energy. Required for next evolution 100 Beep Host has evolved 5 times. Template Autonomous Switching function now activated. The hosts for existing templates are divided into main and sub-templates. The main template is the dominant form, determining the host's external appearance. This evolution granted Xiao Lin immense benefits. He could finally alter his physical form, no longer bound to drag his giant body around every day. The newly acquired Elven King template, while not significantly boosting combat power, boasted the elf's peerless beauty. A perfect tool for charming the opposite sex. Furthermore, he had gained a vast amount of energy. Xiao Lin counted nearly 400,000. Had the Elven King template not consumed 100,000, His interface would now display over 500000. Xiao Lin could now continue strengthening his vassals. Soon the Battle of New York would commence, and he must get his hands on the Tesseract. Xiao Lin snapped back from the euphoria of evolution and switched his template to Elven King. In an instant, the green giant vanished, replaced by an elf male of striking beauty, extraordinary bearing, and an aura of formidable strength. His noble bloodline made Queen Vera and Princess Erin feel an inexplicable closeness, as if he were their own flesh and blood. The voice of the ancient tree of life resounded, "I have granted you the ability to assume the form of an elf. Now I bestow upon you a weapon." As the words fell, a branch gleaming with golden light flew before Xiao Lin. It transformed into a bracelet clasping itself around Xiao Lin's wrist. "This is a small core of my being forged into a weapon centuries ago. It can take any shape you desire and also store items for you. A spatial artifact." Xiao Lin retrieved the Stormbreaker and attempted to store it within the bracelet. With a flash of green light, the Stormbreaker vanished from sight. Yet Xiao Lin could clearly sense the Stormbreaker within the bracelet. His fondness for the ancient tree of life soared. For no other reason than her sheer generosity. "My compensation is sufficient. I trust you will not break your word." "Rest assured, I am a man of my word," Xiao Lin vowed, thumping his chest. The consciousness of the ancient tree of life nodded, then fixed its gaze upon the elven princess Erin Bell. "Erin Bell, before me as witness you shall be betrothed to Xiao Lin." Xiao Lin's mind swirled with questions. She gave him power, a weapon, and now a wife. This ancient tree of life treated him better than his own father ever had. Gazing upon Erin Bell's peerless visage, Xiao Lin wondered, should he accept or should he accept? Ellenberg would never oppose the will of the sacred tree. In the hearts of all elves, the sacred tree is their parent, their deity, and the collective will of their kind. At that moment, the ancient tree of life privately communicated with Queen Vela, explaining the reason for her actions. Centuries ago, the tree of life could have advanced. But breakthroughs in power always come with risks, especially for a species as massive and immobile as herself. During her advancement, she would fall into a deep slumber. Should danger arise, it would not only disrupt her progress but also threaten her very existence. Thus the tree of life sought to choose a powerful elf to safeguard herself and the elven race. Yet she found the elves' potential limited. For centuries none had met her expectations. From that point she began considering other powerhouses among the 9 realms. The Asgardians were first to be ruled out. Odin's immense strength made seeking an ally far more powerful than oneself unwise. Once she ascended to the Skyfather level, she would inevitably threaten Odin's dominance over the 9 realms. So she had to develop in secret, reaching the Skyfather level before Odin discovered her. The other races of the 9 realms were even less reliable. The Dark Elves bore a blood feud with them, and the Fire Giants were out of the question. That would be like inviting a wolf into the fold. The dwarves only knew forging weapons, and humans lacked the power to protect her. Until Xiao Lin appeared. Xiao Lin showed great potential, possessing formidable strength at a young age. Most importantly, he had no background, a clean identity, and posed no threat to her. Moreover, once Ellenberg and Xiao Lin married, he would be considered part of the elven race. One could say Xiao Lin was the perfect candidate in her eyes. Little did the Tree of Life imagine how immense the returns from today's investment would be for herself and the elves. Upon learning the Tree of Life's intentions, Queen Vela was thrilled. Why had Asgard dominated the 9 realms? Was it not because of Odin, a Skyfather-level powerhouse? Now the matriarch of the elves was about to step into that realm. Perhaps one day the elven race could be called a divine race. Matriarch, rest assured, our elven race has received your protection for tens of thousands of years. Now it is time for us to repay you. I swear, as long as one elf lives, no enemy shall reach the temple. The consciousness of the Tree of Life nodded, then dissipated before everyone's eyes. Xiao Lin followed them back to the elven temple. Upon returning to the temple, Queen Vela announced the betrothal of Ellenberg and Xiao Lin to all elves. As for the wedding date, it was today. Xiao Lin's face was filled with shock. Only today did he understand what it meant to get something for nothing. But as an earthling, he still felt everything was happening too fast. He even considered grabbing the Stormbreaker and summoning the Bifrost to flee. But then he thought, what was he afraid of? Ellenberg was so beautiful. Running away would be a huge loss. However, Xiao Lin felt it might be unfair to Ellenberg. The feeling of being controlled by others was unpleasant. Little did he know Ellenberg was overjoyed inside. Xiao Lin possessed the bloodline of the Elf King and the potential recognized by the sacred tree. His future was destined to be extraordinary, so she felt no grievance. No elf questioned the matriarch's decision. This was the reward for the Tree of Life's countless years of selfless dedication. Under the witness of the Tree of Life, Xiao Lin and Ellenberg were married. Though they had met for the first time that day, and had not exchanged a single word, through a twist of fate, Ellenberg became the one to accompany Xiao Lin for life. The elven wedding was simple. No bride price, no demands for a house or car. The next day, Xiao Lin slowly awoke, having spent an unforgettable night in the warmth of love. He even wanted to stay here forever. Pinching his thigh, he extinguished this dangerous thought. Gazing at the sleeping beauty beside him, Xiao Lin gently caressed her face. At that moment, his resolve to grow stronger intensified. Stepping out of the castle, he breathed in the fresh air. Patrolling guards halted and bowed as they saw Xiao Lin. "Lord Xiao Lin, you've worked hard." Imitating his former boss manner, he waved at the guards. The guards felt flattered, for Xiao Lin was the prince's husband and destined to be a great figure among the elves. Ellenberg opened her eyes. The dull ache below made her cheeks flush. Last night she had talked much with Xiao Lin, hoping he would stay in Alfheim. But Xiao Lin told her that to become stronger he had to return to Earth, where his opportunities for growth lay. Give him 10 years and even Odin would be no match for him. His fame would spread across the 9 realms. Moreover, his axe could summon the Bifrost, allowing him to return to Alfheim anytime. The separation Ellen worried about was impossible. In the morning, bright sunlight bathed the towering Tree of Life. Queen Vela gathered all the elves in the square. She was about to announce news that would astonish them all. "Today, following the guidance of the Great Mother of Life, I hereby declare Xiao Lin the crown prince of the elven race. He shall be the sole heir to the elven throne." Hearing this, all the elves were stunned. They stood frozen, their minds blank. Xiao Lin was also completely dumbfounded. He too was at a loss. Was the crown prince of an entire race given away so casually? Was it not a bit too frivolous? But what Xiao Lin did not know was that Queen Vela, like Odin, was nearing the end of her life. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the colossal Tree of Life before them emitted a blinding light. The matriarch reveals herself. This is the matriarch's will. All the elves knelt down, praying to their great deity. With the Tree of Lives' approval, every elf accepted Xiao Lin as their crown prince without hesitation. Queen Vela had appointed Xiao Lin as crown prince because the Tree of Life had told her that her advancement would be lengthy. Short by a century or too long by several millennia. During that time, she could not aid the elves, leaving them at their weakest. So Queen Vela intended to exchange the throne for Xiao Lin's powerful support. Once the Tree of Life advanced to Skyfather level, Queen Vela would abdicate, making Xiao Lin the new king of the elves. Then, perhaps like Asgard before them, they would choose to expand their territory. And Xiao Lin would lead the elven armies to conquer the 9 realms. After resting in Alfheim for a time, Xiao Lin bid farewell to his new wife and returned to Asgard. He had to tell Thor that he had been busy lately and had gotten married on the side. In Asgard, Thor looked at Xiao Lin with a resentful gaze, like a spurned lover. Xiao Lin shrugged helplessly and said, "Actually, everything happened so fast. I got married in a daze and somehow became the crown prince." Hearing this, Thor was so jealous he could hardly contain himself. Did that even sound like something a person would say? Now Xiao Lin was in his elven king state, exuding an aura of nobility. Xiao Lin had a handsome, delicate face and graceful manners, coupled with a kingly bearing that made countless Asgardian maidens turn their heads. "Tomorrow I'll spread the news of your marriage to keep any innocent Asgardian girls from falling into your clutches," Thor said indignantly. This guy was just too lucky. He went on one trip and came back with a beautiful wife. There was no reasoning with it. "Humph, Thor, I advise you to be kind." Volstagg and the other two congratulated Xiao Lin, having seen the elven princess. She was extraordinarily beautiful, one of the fairest in all the 9 realms. Since Xiao Lin had married such a lovely wife, they decided to make him treat them to a lavish meal. That evening at Xiao Lin's manor, they feasted on succulent roasted lamb and drank clear wine brewed from mountain spring water. "Thor, are you still going ahead with the pacification?" "Yes, I've explained the situation to my father. The rebellions in other regions have been quelled, but the uprising in the death realm of Hell remains severe." At the mention of Hell, Volstagg shuddered involuntarily. The beings in Hell were all wicked undead. Ordinary blades could not harm those undead. Xiao Lin was also puzzled. What use was such a godforsaken place? Moreover, it was home to many powerful undead lords commanding billions of undead soldiers, a truly daunting sight. "I asked my father about this, but he didn't tell me. But he said it had to be cleansed. When he was young, my grandfather sent him there too." Xiao Lin pondered this. Was there something in Hell that Odin feared? That couldn't be right. They were just a bunch of undead. In that case, well, set out tomorrow. After we deal with Hell, I should return to Earth, Xiao Lin said calmly. "Humph, aren't you going to the Elven realm to see your wife?" Hee I can be on Earth during the day and visit the elves at night. Xiao Lin glanced at Thor smugly. After a hearty meal and drink they saw off Thor and the warriors 3. Xiao Lin then took several Pegasi to the elven realm. Summoning the Bifrost, he and the Pegasi arrived in Alfheim. Though he and Eileen Berg were already married, he still had to give gifts and be attentive. Your Highness, welcome back. The elven guards spoke with utmost respect. Xiao Lin nodded in satisfaction, greeted them, and went to find his beloved wife. Their reunion was slightly awkward, having only known each other for 2 days. Xiao Lin spoke first. I brought you some Asgardian Pegasi. You can ride them around the sacred tree for hunting. Seeing the pure white robust Pegasi, Eileen Berg's eyes sparkled like stars. The horses were beautiful and she loved them, but more importantly, she felt her place in Xiao Lin's heart. Eileen smiled and said, I love them. She then took Xiao Lin's arm and they walked and talked. When Xiao Lin mentioned his trip to the Death Realm tomorrow, her face clouded with worry. She knew the Death Realm was perilous, teeming with countless undead and many powerful lords. She feared Xiao Lin might get hurt. So she raised her hand and cast a unique elven spell, Elven Blessing. Xiao Lin chuckled, almost forgetting his wife was no ordinary woman but an elven princess. A ranger and mage. By the way, can you teach me elven magic? Eileen Berg nodded. As the crown prince of the elves, Xiao Lin was entitled to learn all their magic. Of course, but the elves love peace, so most of our spells are supportive with few offensive ones. Haha, no matter. An elven king who can't use magic would be a laughingstock. The next morning, Xiao Lin returned to Asgard. He shifted into his abomination form, feeling the explosive power return. Let's go, Thor. Alright, it's just the 2 of us this time, since ordinary weapons can't harm the undead. Xiao Lin knew this well. Summoning the Bifrost, they headed for the Death Realm. There was no need for words this time. Just action. Xiao Lin's eagerly awaited battle merits were about to skyrocket. Upon arrival, everything was gray and colorless. Silent and hollow. Staying here too long would drive anyone mad. The scent of flesh. Yes, the scent of flesh. Though this was the Death Realm, its undead were not limited to ghosts and skeletons. Any kind of undead monster could be found here. How do we find the undead? Xiao Lin asked. No, they'll find us. As he spoke, a few undead stumbled toward them. This is what you call a rebellion? Xiao Lin asked skeptically. Thor gave an awkward smile. In truth, there could never be a rebellion in the Death Realm. It was simply time for Asgard's cleansing of the undead. Odin had told him this, but only last night. Every few millennia Asgard would come to the Death Realm to slay all the powerful undead lords. According to Odin, the Death Realm was now overflowing with undead. Without cleansing, hell would become a source of disaster for Asgard. But after looking around, aside from a few half-dead creatures, there were no undead in sight. Let's wait and see. Maybe these undead aren't early risers. Seeing Thor's stubbornly save face, Xiao Lin sighed. Being a mercenary wasn't easy. He casually dispatched a few minor undead. Why not interrogate them? Because those low-level undead had no minds. Only the powerful ones could communicate. But those powerful undead often gathered masses of lesser ones, seizing territory and killing their own kind. Through endless slaughter, they devoured the energy of their kin to grow stronger. As the 2 ventured deeper, a strange unease crept over them. After walking so far, they hadn't encountered a single undead. Something is off. Even without Thor's words, Xiao Lin could see it. Where have all the undead gone? Xiao Lin asked, puzzled. Thor's face grew solemn. As the Prince of Asgard, he had once heard tales of the undead. He also knew from Odin about the habits of some undead lords. These undead lords would gather vast numbers of lesser undead. These mindless lesser undead served both as soldiers and as sustenance for the undead lord. I think I know where these undead have gone, Thor said, his expression grave. Noticing Thor's unease, Xiao Lin asked, Are you all right? The undead here were likely devoured by a powerful undead lord. What? Are you sure that thing can eat? You don't understand, the undead grow stronger by constantly devouring each other. Hearing this, Xiao Lin understood. A powerful undead lord must have emerged here, consuming all the undead in this realm. That undead lord must be terrifyingly strong, far beyond their ability to contend with. Let's check other areas first. If it has devoured the entire undead realm, well, have to return for reinforcements. Xiao Lin spoke. This was exactly what Odin feared. During the reign of Thor's grandfather, a similar event occurred, birthing a Skyfeather-level undead in the realm of Hell. Weapons in hand, the 2 swiftly flew over Hell. Gazing down at the desolate undead realm, a sense of dread rose within them both. Xiao Lin had originally planned to earn some military merits, exchange them for divine power inheritance, and leave Asgard to prepare for the Battle of New York. He didn't want any unexpected complications at this critical juncture. Thor was even more reluctant. As a son, he knew his father was growing old. But now a Skyfeather-level enemy had emerged. If Odin were to fight this Skyfeather-level undead, he might very well fall. Thinking of this, Thor felt helpless. After circling the area, the two landed with grim expressions to discuss a plan. In Xiao Lin's memory, Thor had never cleansed hell in the original timeline. Perhaps Odin deemed him too weak, or perhaps Asgard was too troubled at the time to pay attention to the undead realm. With Xiao Lin as an ally, they finally remembered this forsaken place. But as luck would have it, an immensely powerful undead had been born here. Go back for reinforcements? Xiao Lin asked tentatively. Thor shook his head. Odin's body could no longer endure another battle. All right then, since that thing hasn't noticed us, let's slip away. Xiao Lin suggested again. Once he got his hands on the Tesseract, this puny undead would be a piece of cake. Thor had no choice but to nod in agreement. Challenging a Skyfeather-level being with just the two of them was nothing short of folly. Xiao Lin had just raised his axe to leave. Suddenly a change occurred. A bone war blade flew from afar, striking Xiao Lin's axe with immense force, knocking it from his grasp. Xiao Lin fell to the ground, his arm numb from the sheer power of the blow. If not for his extraordinary physique, his arm would have been shattered. Seeing his Stormbreaker fly away, Xiao Lin instinctively tried to retrieve it. But several undead emerged from the ground, seized the axe, and presented it to the owner of the bone blade. Who are you? Thor demanded. You may call me Ilneis, the king of the undead. The towering undead, standing 8 or 9 meters tall, exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. He was not merely a skeleton of bones, but resembled a shriveled corpse with dry, pitch-black skin devoid of any blood. Most of his body was shrouded in a black robe, and eerie green flames flickered in his hollow eye sockets. They couldn't win. There was simply no way to win. Xiao Lin's first thought was the principle of discretion is the better part of valor. But with Stormbreaker in the enemy's hands, summoning the Bifrost was impossible. Xiao Lin transformed the bracelet on his wrist into a long sword. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir. Both of them were tense with anxiety. Their opponent was a Skyfeather-level powerhouse. In this critical moment, Xiao Lin remembered his system. He recalled he still had 430000 evolution energy points. He silently thought, System I want to evolve. Beep hosts energy insufficient to evolve a new template. Upgradable templates include 10-fold human body and triple werewolf. Xiao Lin narrowed his eyes and asked, how many times can I evolve 10-fold human body with all my energy? Beep consuming 280000 energy can upgrade 10-fold human body to 2000-fold human body. Alternatively, host can consume 405000 energy to upgrade triple werewolf to 2000-fold werewolf. System, what should I do in this situation? With no room for error, Xiao Lin decided to consult the system. Beep evolving any current template will not suffice. It is recommended that host upgrade the skill shave. Alright, upgrade the skill shave. Beep, will you spend 100000 energy to upgrade skill shave to flash? Yes. After the upgrade, Xiao Lin felt nothing as he had never used the skill shave. Beep's skill shave has been upgraded to flash. Shave became flash, increasing both movement distance and speed. Beep, will you spend 200000 energy to upgrade skill flash to teleport? Upgrade. The energy on the panel decreased by another 200000, leaving only 130000 from the original 430000. Beep skill upgrade successful. Flash has been upgraded to teleport. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lin had upgraded shave to teleport. This skill was formidable, allowing him to instantly reach any point within his line of sight. Moreover, Xiao Lin's skills had no cooldown, enabling unlimited consecutive use. Glancing at the panel again, his energy had dwindled significantly. Most of what he had planned for evolving his kin was now spent on skill upgrades. Host Xiao Lin. Evolutions 5. Divine Office Asgardian God of Strength. Main template Mountain Uprooting Abomination King. Sub-templates 10-fold Human Body Triple Werewolf Elf King. Skills Inch Punch Teleport Wolf Claw Mountain Uproot Danger Perception Light Cannon Breath Mountain Uproot Form God of Strength Divine Power Nature's Power. Kin Blonsky Kingpin Fred Seb. 34. Energy Storage 139760. Energy required for next evolution 100. Now, even if he couldn't defeat this undead lord, escaping with Thor was no longer a problem. But first he had to retrieve the axe. At this moment, the Lich Lord Uranus remained unaware that Xiao Lin had grown considerably stronger. In his eyes, Thor and Xiao Lin were nothing more than two insignificant ants. However, their abundant life force made them a perfect snack to satisfy his craving. Over millennia, the Lich Lord Uranus had devoured every undead being in the nether realm. Absorbing vast quantities of death energy had allowed him to ascend to the celestial level. Now only the most feeble undead lingered in the nether realm. Uranus had gathered them together to serve his bidding. Thor's face was grim, his mind a storm of turmoil. That old dog Odin had truly set his son up for a fall. Even Odin himself would have to exert tremendous effort to overcome a celestial-level undead. Uranus waved his hand and countless undead surged forth like a black churning tide crashing towards Xiao Lin and Thor. Xiao Lin, think of something. We must get your axe back. Xiao Lin shot him a disdainful glare. In a critical moment, this guy was utterly unreliable. Time to show how it's done. In an instant, Xiao Lin, who stood beside Thor, vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared right next to Uranus. The Stormbreaker was clenched tightly in Uranus' grip. Attempting to snatch it by force would likely result in a brutal beating. But Xiao Lin possessed an almost game-breaking skill. That skill was Mountain Uproar. In the moment Uranus was stunned, Xiao Lin lunged forward and wrapped his arms around the Lich Lord's legs. Instantly activating the skill, he hoisted Uranus up high. He slammed Uranus hard against the ground. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the entire ground shook violently. Thor struggled to keep his balance, turning to look. The earth was a web of fissures with Uranus at the center of a crater-like depression. The Lich Lord lay in the pit, staring up at the sky. His celestial-level body had suffered no real injury, but as they say, the damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was immense. He had been thrown to the ground, and in such a pathetic manner. This was utterly unforgivable. Xiao Lin seized the chance to retrieve his axe and teleported back to Thor's side. As Thor watched in utter astonishment, Xiao Lin summoned the Bifrost to escape hell. But just as Xiao Lin raised his axe, the Lich Lord Uranus erupted from the pit with explosive fury, lunging towards Xiao Lin and Thor. In his rage, Uranus appeared even more grotesque, his body shrouded in boundless black miasma. Within his hollow eye sockets, eerie green flames blazed fiercely, reminiscent of an enraged Darkseid from the DC universe. Damn it! Thor bellowed, hurling his hammer to buy Xiao Lin some time. But he had clearly underestimated Uranus' power. Uranus simply caught Mjolnir midair and flung it back at Thor. The mere fact that Uranus had caught the hammer filled both Xiao Lin and Thor with profound shock. Fortunately, Thor could still command the hammer, or the incoming projectile would have gravely wounded him. The Bifrost had yet to appear, and Uranus was already upon them. Xiao Lin had no choice but to abort the summoning. Bringing Uranus to Asgard would spell disaster. Die! Answer the call of the dead! Silence! Xiao Lin roared, swinging his axe at Uranus. Now their only option was to try and drive him back, then escape with Thor. As an undead, Uranus was impervious to physical harm, so Xiao Lin channeled the power of Heracles into his axe. On Earth, such a blow could cleave a small mountain in two. Yet against Uranus it seemed woefully inadequate. "Heh, is this all the strength you possess?" With those words, Uranus caught the axe blade with one hand. Thor stared at the undead before him in disbelief. But his hands didn't pause. He swung his hammer at Uranus. Uranus kicked the leaping Thor away. Sent flying backward, Thor was unharmed, tumbling several times before regaining his feet. To Thor, Uranus' Nini-Metertal form was a veritable mountain. The Lich Lord's true strength lay in his physical body and his ability to raise the dead. In an unknown duel with another celestial-level being, he would have no advantage. But against Xiao Lin and Thor, it was pure domination, a cat toying with mice. Xiao Lin was equally stunned. That swing of his axe had carried immense force. He himself couldn't have withstood or dared to catch it. Dwarven-forged weapons were notoriously sharp. But Uranus wasn't as unscathed as he appeared. In truth, he had regretted raising his hand the moment he did it. The tremendous force numbed his arm, sending fine cracks through the bones of his shoulder. The keen axe blade had sliced through the skin of his palm, cut into the muscle, and struck the bone beneath. But lacking flesh and blood, he did not bleed. Xiao Lin withdrew his axe and quickly retreated, standing with Thor at a distance watching Uranus. Uranus too had calmed down. This was a tough nut to crack. Yet he was unwilling to give up the fresh blood before him. His powerful regenerative abilities swiftly mended the damaged parts, but his arm remained numb, hampering his combat effectiveness. "Thor, summon your lightning and channel it into my Stormbreaker. Let's see if he can withstand the combined divine power of Heracles and the god of thunder," Xiao Lin said through gritted teeth. He remembered Thor wielding Stormbreaker had nearly cleaved Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet in two. He refused to believe that a mere undead like Uranus could rival the Titan. Thor knew this was a fight for survival. Without a word, he readily agreed. Raising his hammer to the sky, he summoned lightning with all his might. The sky over Hell instantly darkened with ominous clouds. Thunder carrying the aura of annihilation roared across the heavens. Thor's body crackled with lightning, his very eyes transforming into arcs of electric blue. The brink of death inspires the greatest terror, and it is terror that most effectively unlocks one's potential. Xiao Lin began to channel his own divine power, gathering every ounce of it within the Stormbreaker. The once silver axe now radiated a golden light. Xiao Lin's body swelled, transforming him into a hulking mass of muscle. Uranus was taken aback. He hadn't expected these two ants to possess such formidable strength. I didn't think you had it in you, but this is where it ends. A smirk touched Xiao Lin's lips as his eyes locked onto Uranus. Ding! Host is facing a lethal threat. Will you consume energy to temporarily increase attack power? The system's sudden prompt stunned Xiao Lin for a moment, but was quickly followed by elation. Facing the specter of death, he had to give his all, leaving no room for wishful thinking. System consume 100,000 energy points to enhance my next attack. Ding! Enhancement initiated. Ding! Enhancement complete. Target locked. Hit probability 100%. An intangible force surged from within Xiao Lin, rapidly infusing the Stormbreaker. The already brilliant golden light intensified. In an instant it became blinding. Golden energy coalesced in the space around him, and the Stormbreaker emanated a power rivaling that of a celestial-level being. Once Thor was ready, Xiao Lin leaped into the air, raising his axe high above his head. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Stormbreaker directly. Charged with the power of both the god of thunder and Heracles, Xiao Lin swung the Stormbreaker forward. This strike was the combined full-force attack of Xiao Lin and Thor. Though it consumed 100,000 points of energy, Xiao Lin still felt uncertain. Thor could wound Thanos with Stormbreaker, but Xiao Lin dared not guarantee that his axe strike could injure Uranus. Both Xiao Lin and Thor stared intently at Stormbreaker. Uranus wore a contemptuous expression. This axe blow would surely gravely wound him. But he was a Skyfeather-level powerhouse. If he couldn't withstand it, couldn't he simply dodge? Yet just as he attempted to sidestep, an invisible force firmly restrained him. Uranus' face filled with shock and disbelief. But the axe was already flying toward him. He quickly released death energy, trying to halt the axe midair. But how could a supreme divine artifact combined with the full divine power of two gods, and the aid of the cheater system, be countered? This insignificant undead being was overreaching, like a mere apprentice showing off before a master. Stormbreaker shattered the death energy Uranus released with irresistible force, cleaving straight toward Uranus' head. At the critical moment, Uranus crossed his arms in front of his face. He intended to sacrifice his arms to save his life. Stormbreaker howled as it descended its terrifying might, instantly reducing Uranus' arms to ash. Yet his arms did not sacrifice in vain. They successfully altered Stormbreaker's trajectory. The axe, which would have struck his head, instead plunged fiercely into Uranus' chest. The entire Stormbreaker embedded itself within his body, leaving only a portion of the handle exposed. Uranus let out a scream and collapsed heavily to the ground. He dared not move, for even the slightest tremor would inflict immense pain. Stormbreaker still harbored a vast amount of unspent power, continuously ravaging his internal organs and tormenting Uranus' soul. Bereft of his arms, Uranus could not pull Stormbreaker out. No matter how formidable the regenerative abilities of a Skyfeather-level powerhouse, they were powerless now. At this rate, Uranus was doomed. Xiao Lin and Thor rejoiced, finally turning danger into safety. Their victory was entirely owed to the system. Without the system restraining Uranus' body, it would be Xiao Lin and Thor lying on the ground wailing in agony. Watching Uranus howling in the distance, the two finally relaxed. Xiao Lin had suffered a heavy loss this time, his 400,000 points of energy completely depleted. He had gone from a tycoon to a pauper. Yet the achievement of defeating a Skyfeather-level powerhouse filled him with exhilaration. Such feats were exceedingly rare across the universe. At this moment he felt he finally possessed a certain degree of self-preservation capability. "Do you want to finish him off?" Thor asked with a sly grin, eagerly poised. Having narrowly escaped death, Xiao Lin was not in the mood. But seeing Thor's keen interest, he considered selling this first kill at a good price to compensate for his losses. Yet recalling how well Thor had treated him, he couldn't bring himself to treat Thor like a fool, while Thor regarded him as a brother. "Go ahead yourself." Thor picked up Mjolnir and stepped forward to give Uranus a swift end. He intended to bring Uranus' head back to Odin. Imagining Odin's praise, Thor's grin stretched from ear to ear. Xiao Lin had no interest in slaying Uranus. He quietly opened his panel. Host Xiao Lin. Evolution count 5. Divine Office Hercules of Asgard. Main template Mountain Bashing Abomination King. Sub-template tenfold human triple werewolf elven king. Skills inch strike teleportation wolf claw mountain bash danger sense light beam breath mountain bashing form divine power of Hercules nature's power. Retainers Blonsky Kingpin Fred Seb 34. Energy storage 39,760. Energy required for next evolution 100. So it's just 39,000 energy. Looks like plans to upgrade my retainers are off the table. Xiao Lin smiled bitterly. Wait, retainers? Thor, stop right there. Thor had just raised his hammer to finish off the grimacing Ernest. Hearing Xiao Lin, he paused thinking Xiao Lin wanted to kill Ernest himself. Hold on, I think there's still hope to salvage Ernest. Thor was bewildered. System, can I turn Ernest into a retainer? As long as the host has a retainer slot and the target willingly accepts. Xiao Lin smiled wickedly, sending a chill down Thor's spine. Ernest, do you want to live or die? Ernest was in agony as Stormbreaker continuously released energy within him. But as a S.H.I.E.L.D level powerhouse, he was not easily broken. Humph, do you think I fear death? Ha, quite spirited, worthy of a S.H.I.E.L.D level powerhouse. Thor, give him some electrotherapy. Sure thing. Thor grinned, releasing a torrent of lightning from Mjolnir directly onto Ernest. Thor even pressed Mjolnir against Ernest's head. Faced with such humiliation, Ernest could do nothing but rage. I'll ask you one last time, live or die. If you pledge allegiance to me, I'll spare your life. Dream on. Xiao Lin's expression turned cold. Having lost 400,000 points of energy, he was counting on Ernest to recoup his losses. And this guy was being so uncooperative. He took out the elf bracelet and transformed it into a bow. Under Ernest's gaze, Xiao Lin slowly drew the bowstring and shot an arrow into Ernest's leg. Ah! Ernest screamed in pain. Fine, so you're tough, huh? I'll shoot you full of holes, then sell your corpse to the collector. As the first S.H.I.E.L.D level powerhouse displayed, you'll be famous across the universe. Saying this, Xiao Lin didn't stop shooting arrow after arrow while telling Thor to increase the electrocution. Ernest's screams echoed through Helheim. Under the terrifying pressure, countless weak undead instinctively fled the area. The more Xiao Lin thought about it, the angrier he grew. The bow from the elf bracelet could conjure arrows on its own. So Xiao Lin kept shooting but still persisted in persuasion. Ernest, think of yourself, think of how long it took to reach your current strength, think of the beauty of the cosmos. Are you truly willing to give it all up? Serve me for just 1 year and I'll release you. Xiao Lin kept up his verbal assault, constantly tempting him. After intense inner struggle, Ernest finally spoke. Will you truly release me after just 1 year? Humph, do you think I, the mighty Hercules of Asgard, would deceive you? Ernest didn't believe Xiao Lin, but faced with death, he chose to compromise. Fine, I'll trust you for now. Haha, that's more like it. Thor grew unsettled. He pulled Xiao Lin aside, glanced at Ernest lying on the ground and said, He's a celestial father-level powerhouse. You can't control him. Listen to me, just smash him with your hammer. Xiao Lin didn't explain. Just watch. On the panel, he directly selected to add a new bloodline vassal. As before, a drop of golden glowing blood appeared in the center of Xiao Lin's palm. Swallow this drop of blood and you'll be free. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ernest's face. Reluctant as he was as an undead under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow his head. Ernest opened his fanged maw and gulped down the drop of blood. Instantly, a surge of immense energy exploded within him. The Stormbreaker was expelled by this energy, and the massive wound on his chest began to heal at a visible rate. Flesh buds sprouted from his shattered arms, and within a few breaths Ernest's limbs had fully regenerated. Beep! Your bloodline vassal Ernest is evolving. You may select an evolution template for him. Undead Lord Abomination, an undead abomination with a flesh and blood body, possessing the innate ability to convert the undead and strengthen itself by devouring other undead. Weakness light magic attacks. Undead Archduke Abomination 100000 energy, an undead abomination with a flesh and blood body, a superior form of the undead lord. It has a greater ability to convert the undead, and can devour undead lords to enhance its own power. Weakness light Archmage magic attacks. Bone King Abomination 500000 energy, completely abandons its flesh and blood body, becomes immune to most physical attacks, masters extremely powerful dark magic, and possesses an exceptional ability to convert the undead. Weakness light Archmage magic attacks. Watching Ernest evolve, Xiao Lin felt an urge to slap him. If he had just obeyed, Xiao Lin could have at least chosen the undead Archduke for him. Now it's all gone to hell. He could only choose undead Lord Abomination. Still, Xiao Lin was overjoyed. Now Xiao Lin can roam the earth without fear. Step aside, Ancient One and Eternals. Just the thought of a celestial father-level vassal made him tremble. By then Ernest had completed his evolution. His aura was even more terrifying and the transformation had made him considerably stronger. Previously Ernest was a weaker celestial father-level powerhouse, but now he ranked among the more formidable ones. He naturally couldn't compare to a younger Odin, but he was far stronger than Hela, the goddess of death, and Surtur, the fire giant. Thor stood nearby clutching Mjolnir with intense tension. Seeing Thor's stance, Xiao Lin signaled him to relax. Ernest greets his master. Rise. From now on call me leader. Xiao Lin then checked Ernest's panel. Vassal name Ernest, vassal type Undead Lord Abomination, vassal allegiance Xiao Lin, vassal status healthy, vassal evolution count 1, vassal rating tier 3, vassal strength 12 stars, vassal endurance 11 stars, vassal speed 9 stars, vassal physique 12 stars, vassal soul 10 stars, vassal evolution energy required 100,000 points. Note: when the total star rating of a vassal's 5 attributes, strength, endurance, speed, physique, and soul, is within 20, the vassal rating is tier 1. Tier 1, total 5 attributes within 20. Tier 2, total 5 attributes between 20 and 39. Tier 3, total 5 attributes between 40 and 59. Excellent. He didn't expect Ernest's 5 attributes to total 54 stars. His rating also reached tier 3, while vassals like Blonsky had a maximum of 11 or 12 stars. The gap was obvious. Thor was completely dumbfounded. His mind couldn't comprehend what Xiao Lin had done. Ernest's appearance had changed dramatically. Originally over 9 meters tall and burly, but withered all over, he was now packed with solid muscle. There was hardly any trace of the undead left about him. If not for his still hollow eye sockets with burning soul fire, Thor would have thought the guy had been resurrected. Having secured the greatest gain from this trip, Xiao Lin was in an excellent mood. He looked at Thor with a different light. In Xiao Lin's eyes, Thor was now a child of fortune. Following Thor to the elves, he not only obtained the divine artifact, the Elf Bracer, but also got married, gathered substantial energy, and solved the issue of being unable to shrink. This trip to Helheim had yielded a celestial father-level vassal. Although all the benefits were Xiao Lin's, Thor had led the way after all. But Thor's view of Xiao Lin was different. Thor thought to himself he needed to stay on good terms with Xiao Lin from now on. Damn, this guy's luck was simply heaven-defying. He reaped huge rewards wherever he went. All right, Thor, let's head back. Thor nodded mechanically. Truth be told, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. The Bifrost shone and the three of them returned to Asgard. Sensing the arrival of another celestial father-level powerhouse, Odin appeared beside Thor in an instant, Gungnir in hand. Ernest also sensed Odin's presence. He immediately released his own aura, shielding Xiao Lin behind him. Ernest, relax. He's the father of my friend. Xiao Lin spoke calmly, having switched to the Elf King template. Now facing Odin, he was fully confident and unafraid. A powerhouse from the undead race, what is your purpose in Asgard? Thor quickly grabbed Odin and explained the whole story. Odin listened, gave Xiao Lin a deep look, then turned and said, "In that case, I am reassured." Back in the palace, Odin sat on his throne, eyes closed in contemplation. Now Xiao Lin stood on the same level as him. For a moment he regretted that if he hadn't sealed Hela back then, Asgard's situation would be infinitely better now. Thor returned to the palace to see his mother, then went to see Odin. "Father." "Thor, do you find Xiao Lin trustworthy?" Without a moment's hesitation, Thor replied, "Trustworthy." In truth, Xiao Lin had been quite good to Thor, aside from his initial intention to use him to forge a weapon. Now he genuinely considered Thor a friend. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to help Thor quell the rebellions in the 9 realms. This time he indirectly saved your life and helped Asgard pacify Helheim. Ask him what he needs, and you may take it from the vault yourself. Odin stated calmly. Xiao Lin brought Ernest back to his estate, instructing him not to cause trouble in Asgard, and ordered the servants to roast 10 goats for him. Watching Ernest devour the mutton ravenously, Xiao Lin murmured to himself, "Time to go back and scheme for the Tesseract." After indulging in food and drink, Ernest lay on the bed, transforming his appearance into that of an elf identical to Xiao Lin. For the first time he felt that life was so beautiful. Gourmet cuisine and fine wine seemed to open a new door to the world for him. As a heavenly father-level powerhouse, a necromancer lord, and a dark mage, he had once naively believed that the world was just like that, until today. Reflecting on his nearly 10,000 years of primitive blood-soaked existence, Ernest was filled with deep regret. Despite possessing immense power, he had never enjoyed a single day of comfort. In the morning, bathed in sunlight, Xiao Lin awoke from his slumber and roused the elf princess Erin, planning to take her back to Earth. "Erin, come with me to Earth for a while. I might be very busy in the coming days." Erin nodded, gently agreeing to the proposal. Before long, Loki would lead Thanos' army to Earth, igniting the Battle of New York. That would be the perfect opportunity for Xiao Lin to acquire the Infinity Stones. He didn't want anyone to know that he could absorb the energy within the Infinity Stones, so there was no need to keep them in his grasp. Besides, the energy contained within the stones was not something he could drain in one go. Xiao Lin brought Aaron to Asgard. Xiao Lin, you've been living it up these past few days, Thor said with a laugh. Thor, I plan to return to Earth. What? Having spent these days with Xiao Lin, Thor was reluctant to see him leave. Why rush back? Stay a while longer, Thor urged. Xiao Lin shook his head. All feasts must come to an end. Trust me, we'll meet again soon. The Battle of New York will be caused by that foolish brother of yours. You Voldemort will definitely have to clean up his mess. Very well. You've helped Asgard completely resolve the calamity of Helheim. My father asks what reward you desire. Xiao Lin thought he would never again have the chance to receive a divine power inheritance. Then grant me another divine power inheritance. Thor nodded in agreement. No problem. Thor once again led Xiao Lin to Asgard's trial grounds. Here numerous divine inheritances remained, though most had yet to find suitable heirs. You may choose any of these divine power inheritances. Among them were the Light God, Earth God, Twilight God, and others. In the end, Xiao Lin chose the Light God's divine power inheritance. This one is a high-ranking god. It should contain a considerable amount of energy. Xiao Lin picked up the gem that held the divine power inheritance. Beep, detectable energy source found. Initiate absorption. Begin. Instantly, streams of energy were absorbed by the system, and the energy gauge on the panel skyrocketed. Soon the absorption was complete. Beep, host has acquired a new divine power inheritance. You have obtained the new divine title Light God, and the skill Light God's divine power. Light God's divine power, the power of light, and holiness, the bane of evil forces capable of purifying dark energy. Host Xiao Lin evolutions 5 divine titles: Asgardian, Hercules, Asgardian, Light God. Primary template: Abomination, King of Uprooting Mountain. Secondary templates: Tenfold Human, Triple Werewolf, Elf. King skills: Inch Punch, Teleportation, Wolf Claws, Mountain Uprooting, Danger Perception, Light Cannon, Breath. Abomination form: Hercules, Divine Power, Nature's Power, Light God's Divine Power. Followers: Blonsky, Kingpin, Fred Sepp, Ernest. 44. Energy storage: 339760 energy, required for next evolution 100. This haul was substantial. Though he didn't obtain a new evolution template, Xiao Lin's strength had significantly increased. With the power of the Light God, Xiao Lin became the nemesis of dark creatures. Moreover, with the acquisition of 300000 energy points, he could return to Earth and evolve Blonsky and the others. Politely declining Thor's farewell banquet, Xiao Lin returned to Earth with his beloved wife and followers. He switched his template from Elf King to Abomination. After all, it was wise to keep a card hidden from S.H.I.E.L.D. When the time came to seize the Tesseract, he could use a different template to do the deed, leaving no evidence. A perfect crime. Leader, welcome back. Blonsky and the other two said respectfully. How have things been? Is Earth still peaceful? Kingpin stepped forward and briefly reported recent events. First, a burly man from a northern country attacked Iron Man, but was ultimately defeated by Tony. Second, Banner came to Samuel Stearns, seeking a way to strengthen the Hulk. Xiao Lin was astonished by this news. What was wrong with Banner? Was he beginning to turn dark? Unable to figure it out for now, he set the thought aside, planning to investigate later. Lastly, Coulson had visited him several times. Nothing major, just an invitation to join the Avengers. Humph. Xiao Lin had no intention of joining the Avengers. His lingering near S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been solely to scheme for the Tesseract. But now, with his power soaring and a Heavenly Father-level follower in tow, as long as he didn't court disaster, he could live a life of ease on Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. could go and stay wherever they pleased. Yet this was not Xiao Lin's ultimate ambition. He had grown strong initially to survive, but having witnessed the vastness of the world and the boundlessness of the universe, who could remain without aspirations? Of course, that was for later. According to the timeline, the Battle of New York was imminent. Thus, Xiao Lin needed to start laying his groundwork. First step: place his pawn within the Avengers. Fred Sepp was the perfect candidate. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with a well-built symmetrical physique and an eternally youthful, handsome face. This man had a pleasing appearance, far more agreeable than Blonsky or Kingpin. Sending him to be a superhero would make it easier to earn others' trust. Most importantly, Fred Sepp exuded an aristocratic aura. Elegant, noble. Someone like that couldn't possibly be a villain. Second step: exploit the information gap. After closing the portal above New York, he must get his hands on the Tesseract. Naturally, it couldn't be a blatant theft. He would have to stage a convincing performance. Third step, immediately convert the Tesseract's energy into personal power. Fourth, S.H.I.E.L.D, a minimizing interference with the Marvel Universe's overarching development. Xiao Lin was well aware that during the Battle of New York the Ancient One would be present, so he couldn't afford to be too reckless. Moreover, Thanos would be vigilantly monitoring the stone's movements. Once the Battle of New York concluded, the Space Stone, Time Stone, and Mind Stone would all be on Earth simultaneously. This was by no means a good omen for the planet. Of course, that was none of Xiao Lin's concern. Perhaps when Thanos descended upon Earth years later, he would be utterly astounded. Thinking of the coming battle in New York, Xiao Lin felt it necessary to enhance his clansman's strength. He first chose Blonsky, who had followed him the longest and contributed the most. Blonsky had already evolved twice. His template had evolved from the initial abomination to iron-boned abomination. Clansman name Blonsky. Clansman type iron-boned abomination. Clansman affiliation Xiao Lin. Clansman status healthy. Clansman evolution count 2. Clansman rating tier 1. Clansman strength 3 stars. Clansman stamina 2 stars. Clansman speed 2 stars. Clansman physique 3 stars. Clansman soul 1 star. Clansman evolution energy required 10000 points. Xiao Lin first expended 10000 energy to advance Iron-boned Abomination to Iron-boned Abomination 1. The investment of 10000 energy brought a considerable boost to Blonsky's strength. Both stamina and speed rose to 3 stars. Xiao Lin then consumed another 30000 energy to elevate Blonsky by another level. After that, he spent 50000 energy to max out Blonsky's template Iron-boned Abomination. Clansman name Blonsky. Clansman type Iron-boned Abomination 3. Clansman affiliation Xiao Lin. Clansman status healthy. Clansman evolution count 5. Clansman rating tier 1. Clansman strength 4 stars. Clansman stamina 4 stars. Clansman speed 3 stars. Clansman physique 3 stars. Clansman soul 2 stars. Clansman advancement energy required 20000 points. After the advancement, Blonsky's total 5-dimensional star rating increased by 4 points, rising from the original 12 stars to 16 stars. This enhancement was still tremendous. Just from his appearance, Blonsky had undergone a drastic transformation. His body had grown nearly a meter taller, his frame was much more robust, his tan skin had deepened in color, and the density of the exoskeleton outside his chest cavity had greatly increased. Looking at Blonsky, now over 5 meters tall, Xiao Lin nodded with satisfaction. After all, he had consumed a total of 90000 energy points. Though still bald with a ferocious face, Blonsky now possessed the strength to single-handedly take on the entire Avengers. Blonsky knelt on one knee and said to Xiao Lin, "Thank you, Chief, for granting me power. I have seen your contributions. Rise." Next was Kingpin. Kingpin had followed Xiao Lin for a long time and provided strong support for Xiao Lin's extravagant lifestyle. Though not as battle-honored as Blonsky, he could be said to have rendered great service through hard work. During Kingpin's first evolution, Xiao Lin had expended considerable energy to choose a template for him. Clansman name Kingpin. Clansman type Crimson Abomination. Clansman affiliation Xiao Lin. Clansman status healthy. Clansman evolution count 1. Clansman rating 1 star. Clansman strength 2 stars. Clansman stamina 2 stars. Clansman speed 2 stars. Clansman physique 3 stars. Clansman soul 1 star. Clansman evolution energy required 10000 points. Looking at Kingpin's current template, the total star rating was 11. Moreover, the template would advance after 3 evolutions. Likewise, he consumed 90000 energy to transform Crimson Abomination into Crimson Abomination 3. Kingpin's strength also achieved a tremendous leap. Clansman name Kingpin. Clansman type Crimson Abomination. Clansman affiliation Xiao Lin. Clansman status healthy. Clansman evolution count 4. Clansman rating 1 star. Clansman strength 3 stars. Clansman stamina 3 stars. Clansman speed 3 stars. Clansman physique 4 stars. Clansman soul 1 star. Clansman advancement energy required 20000 points. Kingpin's total star rating reached 14 points. Like Blonsky, Kingpin had grown from over 4 meters to about 5 meters tall. His crimson body appeared even more majestic and robust. Everywhere bulging muscles and rock-hard russet skin showcased Kingpin's despair-inducing defensive capability. His arms, several times thicker than a normal person's thigh, fists like millstones, and a body like a primordial beast harbored endless immense power within. After evolving, Kingpin Xiao Lin had consumed 180000 energy. The energy on the panel had shrunk by more than half, and Fred Sable was still left unstrengthened. But Fred Sable had not been under Xiao Lin's command for long, with fewer merits and not much hardship. So Xiao Lin planned to take it slow, and besides he needed to reserve some energy. A few days later Coulson came to see Xiao Lin again. This time he didn't come in vain and finally met Xiao Lin, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Coulson looked as if he had met a long-lost relative. The previous times he came he couldn't even get through the door, and Blonsky and the others didn't even bother with him. "Xiao Lin, you're finally back," Coulson said bitterly. If he could do it over he would never become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent unless he could be the director. "I heard you've been looking for me recently," Xiao Lin asked indifferently. "Yes," Coulson nodded. "Hey, race the thing, we've formed an organization, an alliance of superheroes, and we hope you'll join." Hearing Coulson's words, Xiao Lin shook his head without hesitation. "I have no interest in joining such an organization, but I can arrange for my subordinate Fred Sable to join. If it weren't for the Infinity Stones, even a single extra word with you, Coulson, would be a waste." Coulson knew Xiao Lin's clansmen were quite capable, but S.H.I.E.L.D. planned to bring Xiao Lin and his people all in. If Xiao Lin joined, the Avengers' high-level combat power would be secured. Coulson persisted. "Joining the Avengers has many benefits, you know." "Benefits?" Xiao Lin sneered inwardly, but hid it well, not letting Coulson see. "That's right. You'll gain the people's praise and make friends with other like-minded superheroes." "Stop!" Xiao Lin quickly halted Coulson's rambling. "What you've said has no practical benefit whatsoever." Coulson was a bit helpless. Other superheroes weren't as mercenary as Xiao Lin. They were all easy to talk to and didn't care about benefits at all. Especially Tony Stark, who lavishly donated money and supplies and even fought in person. In comparison, Xiao Lin's vision was infinitely smaller. Xiao Lin thought to himself, "You want me to work for you? Looks like you've been smoking too much and are getting dizzy." Xiao Lin glanced at Coulson and, seeing he still wouldn't give up, quickly said, "Fred Sable's strength can crush any single Avenger. If you're not interested, forget it." Having no other choice, Coulson could only nod in agreement. In the pitch-black night, Yilnesai transformed into an ordinary human. He walked alone on the silent street like a hunter in the forest, constantly searching for prey. He was out hunting for blood. Yes, Yilnesai still relished devouring humans. In the eyes of the undead, human flesh was the most delicious. Especially those depraved souls stained with filth. Their flesh was incomparably succulent. Of course, Xiao Lin was fully aware of everything Yilnesai did. Though he didn't fully endorse it, he wasn't opposed either. With America's vast population, what harm was there in Yilnesai consuming a few? He had set rules for Yilnesai. Only those deserving of death could be targeted, for such people were merely wasting resources by living. Yilnesai gladly accepted. He walked with practiced ease toward a remote alley, deliberately quickening his pace to mimic a flustered passerby. To certain eyes, Yilnesai appeared like a lamb to the slaughter. Yet in his heart he was silently screaming, "Come and mess with me." Soon someone began trailing him. With his keen perception, Yilnesai had already sensed several figures behind him, and he gradually slowed his pace. In moments, several figures emerged, blocking Yilnesai's path. 4 or 5 burly men surrounded him. As they drew closer, they scrutinized Yilnesai. This fellow looked refined and well-dressed, clearly a wealthy man. Greedy eyes roamed over Yilnesai's form, and their plan shifted from robbery to kidnapping. "Kid, you seem to be in a hurry? Passing through our turf without a word. You looking down on us?" One thug said arrogantly. "Haha, don't be scared. We mean no harm. We'd like to invite you for a chat and a cup of coffee." With that, a man with full-sleeve tattoos swiftly drew a pistol and pressed it against Yilnesai's waist. "Don't shout. Come with us." Yilnesai feigned terror, stammering, Okay. Don't kill me." Seeing his cowardice, the men burst into smug laughter. It had been a long time since they'd encountered such a fat catch. They escorted Yilnesai into the secluded alley. There stood a dilapidated warehouse, their prison. They held all their gatherings there. "Get in." A hard shove to his back sent Yilnesai stumbling, nearly falling. His frail demeanor only provoked more laughter. The door slammed shut with a bang. In the dim room, a single old-fashioned bulb hung from the ceiling. "Buddy, you've probably guessed our aim. We hope you'll cooperate to avoid unnecessary pain." "Yeah, your tender skin can't handle our torment." The speaker flashed a lecherous grin, revealing his perverse inclinations. Their unbridled taunts and insults didn't anger Yilnesai. Instead, he regarded them with amusement. He thought, just as the leader said, humans are truly vulgar. Well, it didn't matter as long as it didn't affect the taste. Ylnis's demeanor shifted, a chill sent shivers down the thug's spines. In the blink of an eye, the frail man transformed into a bloodthirsty undead lord. He opened his maw, revealing rows of fangs. "O depraved and corrupted souls, let me Ylnis redeem you." With a few screams, the world fell silent. The mere pressure of a Heaven Father-level powerhouse could have crushed them. He took out a white handkerchief pilfered from Fred Sipo and wiped the blood from his lips. The chaotic scene was swiftly consumed by a malevolent flame. He let out a satisfied burp. Time to return. Ylnis uttered a string of obscure incantations. A pitch-black portal opened beside him. "Back?" Xiao Lin asked calmly. "Leader, it's so late. Why aren't you resting?" Ylnis replied respectfully. Feeling restless. Can't sleep. Ylnis is at your service." Xiao Lin smiled. His kin were his confidants, and he never treated them as tools or servants, but as family and companions. "It's nothing. Go rest. I need some time alone." "Yes." Ylnis withdrew with deference. Watching Ylnis's retreating figure, Xiao Lin felt a pang of nostalgia. When he first arrived in the Marvel Universe, he had no friends or family, truly alone. Now he had 4 utterly loyal kin and a wife of ethereal beauty. In New York, he had built a vast enterprise, though its origins were dubious. Yet who could deny Franklin's legitimacy? In the beginning, he lived in constant fear of being discovered by the Ancient One or erased by Thanos' snap. Now, though still outmatched by the major bosses, he had gained the means to protect himself. After witnessing Asgard and the elven race, Xiao Lin felt his horizons expand. He could no longer remain content in a corner. He had to carve out his own territory in the Marvel world. Thinking of his wife Eileen Berg, Xiao Lin understood that the elves had staked their entire future on him. He once asked Eileen Berg if she resented Asgard or Odin. Her answer surprised him. "I don't resent Asgard or Odin. Without Odin, the 9 realms would fare worse. The frost giants and fire giants might be enslaved, the dwarves reduced to laborers, and the elves would suffer even more." In recent days, Nick Fury was in high spirits. Under his brilliant leadership, the Avengers had finally been formed. Captain America, Iron Man, Tony Stark, Hulk, Bruce Banner, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Blood Ancestor Fred Sipo. Though only 6 members, it was a promising start for Nick Fury. Even Coulson felt greatly inspired. "Everyone I trust, you know our mission and our duty. I hope we can work together to protect our world." Nick Fury's impassioned speech left Fred Sipo unmoved. Without Xiao Lin's orders, he would never have joined the Avengers. Banner still harbored deep resentment toward the U.S. government and was skeptical of the organization. But joining the Avengers spared him many troubles, so he accepted the invitation. Regardless, this superhero team had been established. The Avengers were established a bit earlier, with Thor replaced by Fred Saber among the founding members. Despite this change, Fred Saber was in no way inferior to Thor in power. While marveling at how swiftly time flew, Xiao Lin also anticipated the arrival of Loki. At that moment, Loki, who had been absent for a while, was engaging in a deal with the most malevolent titan in the universe. Guided by Ebony Maw, he once again entered Thanos' palace. Gulp! Loki swallowed hard. Though he had met Thanos several times before, each encounter filled him with exceptional tension. At this moment, the evil titan, far more brutal than his father, was scrutinizing him intently. "Loki?" A voice both majestic and gruff rang out. Loki quickly stepped forward, forced to bow his proud head. "Great Titan, it is my honor to serve you. Loki, Prince of Asgard, God of Mischief, I now require you to conquer Earth for me. Lord Thanos, I am most willing to oblige." Loki bowed. Thanos nodded and commanded Ebony Maw to bring the scepter, handing it to Loki. "This scepter is embedded with an infinity stone. It will aid you in your mission." Loki was thrilled not only to receive a weapon, but also a promise from Thanos. If he could conquer Earth, he would become its king. Holding the scepter, Loki withdrew in delight. "Master Loki is not up to the task," Ebony Maw murmured nearby. Thanos nodded. Loki was merely a pawn in his casual scheme. Odin and the Ancient One were still alive, formidable beings he could not yet challenge. Now Thanos knew the whereabouts of 3 stones, the Time Stone with the Ancient One, the Space Stone with the people of Earth, and the Mind Stone in his possession. To avoid arousing suspicion from certain powerful entities, he must collect all 6 stones with lightning speed and fulfill his lifelong wish in the shortest possible time. Having obtained the scepter, Loki began preparing his next move. He first sought out his ally, the leader of the Chitauri army under Thanos' command. "Once you open the portal with the Space Stone, I will lead the Chitauri army to attack, the Chitauri leader declared with utmost confidence. Having encountered Xiao Lin on Earth before Loki knew, the planet was not as simple as it appeared. Earth is not as weak as we imagine. Loki spoke up. Is it so hard to crush the insects on Earth? The Chitauri leader retorted dismissively. Loki was speechless. This fool was even more obtuse than his own foolish brother. I hope your army is truly as invincible as you claim. As the Prince of Asgard, Loki was unfamiliar with the Chitauri army. In reality, the Chitauri were the dregs of the universe. In Avengers Endgame, Rocket Raccoon directly stated that the Chitauri army was the most pathetic in the galaxy. Destroy their mothership and the battle ends. A fact known to all. Moreover, Thanos' attack on Earth was merely a probe, as he was still unaware of the locations of the other 3 stones. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Dr. Selvig was sweating profusely, constantly adjusting the equipment. Yet the devices remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Director, the Tesseract is emitting intense energy fluctuations. The energy levels are still rising. If this continues, the facility will collapse. Coulson reported urgently. I haven't authorized any research on the Tesseract recently, Nick Fury said in a calm tone. No, Dr. Selvig wasn't conducting research. The Tesseract activated on its own. Did Dr. Selvig shut down the equipment and cut off the power source? Fury asked. Yes, but the Tesseract itself contains immense energy. Hearing this, Fury realized the gravity of the situation and ordered Coulson to expedite the evacuation. Coulson thought to himself, if that thing exploded, the entire US could ascend to heaven. What was the point of evacuating? Fury hurried to the scene to see if Dr. Selvig had a solution. By then, Dr. Selvig was at a loss, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof. Doctor, what's happening? Seeing Fury arrive, Selvig felt a sense of relief. Director, this morning the Tesseract began releasing energy continuously, as if it had gained consciousness completely beyond our control. Fury squinted, watching the Tesseract pulse with energy lost in thought. He then instructed Clint Barton to stay vigilant and prepare for immediate evacuation. Clint, observing the activated Tesseract, said to Fury, It's not our side's issue. What do you mean? Director, the Tesseract is a door to the other end of the universe, and doors can be opened from both sides. Fury's eyes narrowed as a foreboding feeling arose within him. At that moment, the energy released by the Tesseract peaked, and azure energy around it slowly formed a swirling vortex. The vortex spun continuously, then a beam of blue energy shot from the Tesseract, slowly opening a portal in the space ahead. With a loud boom, the energy beam dispersed and the portal vanished. The surrounding blue energy receded like an ebbing tide. Where the portal had been, a figure sat quietly. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents cautiously approached, weapons drawn. Loki revealed his true form. Sir, put down your spear, Fury commanded. But before anyone could react, Loki fired a blue energy blast at Fury. Clint reacted swiftly, shoving Fury aside. Several agents returned fire, but the bullets had no effect on Loki. Instead, they clinked harmlessly. Loki leaped, impaling an agent with the scepter. He then threw 2 daggers, killing 2 more, and kicked another away. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Clint drew his pistol and fired several shots, but they were useless against Loki. Loki closed in, grabbing Clint's wrist, and easily subdued him with the scepter. The others attempted to fight back, but to no avail. As weak as Loki was, he was still a god of Asgard. His physical prowess far surpassed that of any ordinary human. Seeing that he had the situation under control, Loki began to introduce himself. I am Loki from Asgard, and I have come here to liberate you, to grant you true freedom. Nick Fury naturally did not believe Loki's lies. Loki, for his part, had no intention of wasting time with Fury. He ordered Clint to take the Tesseract and evacuate immediately. Loki's primary fear was that the green brute who had destroyed the destroyer armor in the previous battle would emerge and ruin his plans. So he decided to lie low for a while. Carrying the case containing the Tesseract, Clint swiftly escorted Loki out of the base. Nick Fury, who had been playing dead on the floor, scrambled to his feet the moment Loki left and urgently called out to Hill. Stop them. Clint has betrayed us. Hearing the anxiety in Fury's voice, Hill quickly jumped into a car and sped off in pursuit of Loki and his group. Meanwhile, Fury contacted Coulson, instructing him to assemble all available Avengers. The Avengers had only been formed a few days ago, and its members had yet to truly mesh as a team. Yet it seemed this great battle was unavoidable. Soon the base began to tremble violently, clearly on the verge of collapse. With no other choice, Nick Fury led the remaining personnel in a swift evacuation. No sooner had they escaped the base than Hill relayed more grim news. Loki had escaped. A large number of personnel were still buried within the base, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had suffered severe losses. Coulson cautiously glanced at Nick Fury beside him. The director's face had never looked darker. Coulson immediately notified every Avenger, including Xiao Lin's familiar Fred Saber. It seems the Battle of New York is about to begin. Master, should I still go to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fred Saber inquired. Go. Just make a token appearance, show a bit of strength, and cover for me at the critical moment. Although Xiao Lin's power was now sufficient to utterly crush the entire Avengers. Openly seizing the Tesseract would not escape the notice of the Ancient One. For now, Xiao Lin, a mere slightly larger grasshopper, dared not leap recklessly. Soon aboard the helicarrier meticulously constructed by Nick Fury, the Avengers assembled once more. The others greeted each other warmly, but Fred Saber sat alone, aloof. Being a vampire, he had never had much interaction with humans. Coupled with the plans Xiao Lin had shared with him, he felt no desire to engage in further conversation with the other Avengers. Everyone was aware of Fred Saber's origins and power, so no one bothered him. Seeing that all were present, Nick Fury called the meeting to order to discuss their strategy. At this point, they were still unaware of Loki's purpose in stealing the Tesseract. But the Tesseract was thousands of times more dangerous than a nuclear bomb. It could not be allowed to fall into Loki's hands. Does anyone have any ideas? Nick Fury asked. After a moment of contemplation, Banner spoke. The energy emitted by the Tesseract contains gamma rays, so we'll need a lot of equipment to track it. Nick Fury nodded. S.H.I.E.L.D. could commandeer the equipment from numerous labs. Accomplishing this was not a difficult task for them. However, Fury's understanding of these technical matters was superficial, so the work would ultimately be left to Banner and Tony. Master, the Tesseract is in Loki's hands now. Why don't we just find him and take it back? Blonsky asked, confused. And what would we do with it afterward? Xiao Lin countered. The energy contained within the Tesseract was immense. The power held within any single Infinity Stone was terrifying. Even with his system, Xiao Lin couldn't drain a stone in one go. He had asked the system, and it informed him that the Infinity Stones were currently brimming with energy. Converted into evolution energy, each stone held roughly 10 billion points. But given Xiao Lin's current physique, the system could absorb at most 10 million points at a time. There was also a time limit, as the energy itself was a burden. Only when Xiao Lin grew much stronger could he possibly drain an Infinity Stone completely in one attempt. Of course, the Infinity Stones were like batteries. Even if the system drained them dry, it would only be like depleting their charge. After tens of thousands of years of rest, their energy would replenish. This meant Xiao Lin didn't need to hold onto the stones for now. Absorbing 10 million energy points should trigger a powerful evolution. In the future of the Marvel Universe, the stones would appear frequently over the next 10 years. There was no need to cling to such a hot potato. Blonsky's perspective was still too narrow. He didn't know that beyond Earth, the vast cosmos teemed with extraordinary beings. Odin, Thanos, Dormammu, Mephisto, Ego, Zeus, the Eternals, the Celestials. The power of these beings was barely comprehensible to humanity. But entities like Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion, Death, Galactus, the five cosmic deities, and the living tribunal, these existences were beyond human understanding. And these were merely beings at the Skyfather universal or multiversal level. Even if Xiao Lin were to confess everything to Nick Fury, telling him about the cosmic deities, he would likely only receive a skeptical glare. Odin could be explained away as a powerful alien. But how could he describe or explain a conceptual being like Eternity which had no physical form? For now, Xiao Lin just wanted to continue following the great path of keeping a low profile. Elsewhere, Loki, who had successfully seized the Tesseract, was not having an easy time. The Tesseract was only the first step in his plan. To open a stable portal for the Chitauri army, he needed many other things. For instance, the iridium that Dr. Selvig had mentioned. Do you know where to find some? Loki asked, frowning. I do, Clint replied. Then that makes things easier. With the help of Dr. Selvig and Clint, Loki's burden was lightened considerably. He was also immensely grateful that Thanos had given him the scepter. Without its power, seizing the Tesseract would have been utterly meaningless. Little did he know this was all part of Thanos' calculations. Not that Thanos was exceptionally shrewd, but rather that Loki and Thor were both children raised under Odin's protection. To put it simply, they were naive, completely unaware of the world's depths. Loki in particular didn't realize how laughable his own cunning appeared to a master schemer like Thanos. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Everyone was bustling about. Only Fred Saber remained completely unruffled, sipping his coffee, and even pulling a newspaper from his pocket to read. Though Nick Fury strongly disapproved, he held his tongue. He knew this was not the time to stir up conflict, but someone else couldn't stand it. Tony frowned, gazing at Fred Saber, who was lounging like a lord. A surge of irritation welled up within him. He was exhausting himself while this man sat leisurely sipping coffee and reading the newspaper. Does that newspaper happen to show the location of the Tesseract? Sarcasm was a fundamental skill for Tony. Fred Saber continued holding the newspaper, speaking in a detached tone. Only the leader can command me. That single sentence left Tony speechless. Nick Fury also found these individuals a headache to deal with. Each one was a thorn in his side, and he had no idea how to handle them. Banner, ever the peacemaker, worked diligently and earnestly, hoping only to find the Tesseract quickly so he could leave. Deep down, he had no desire to have much to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he had joined the Avengers, it wasn't entirely his own decision. The Hulk had agreed as well. But Banner told no one about his ability to communicate with the Hulk. The Hulk wants to get stronger. You've said that dozens of times today, Banner said helplessly. The Hulk just wants to get stronger. You saw it yourself. Samuel Stearns couldn't help either. I've done my best. Though they could communicate, Banner was endlessly annoyed by the Hulk. The creature constantly clamored in his mind, demanding to become stronger. Like a broken record, Banner tried to distract the Hulk with other things, but with little success. And the Hulk, sharing their memories, now had a clear picture of who Banner was. These memories had matured the Hulk's mind, considerably, making him akin to a 10-year-old child. But this slightly more mature Hulk was even harder to fool. Go find that other green giant. He can become stronger than me. He must know a way to help me get stronger. Banner's eyes lit up at the suggestion. But his spirits deflated instantly. He wasn't familiar with Xiao Lin at all. Besides, that man's strength was his own business. Why would he, a stranger, share his secrets? Hulk, you're young. You don't understand yet. The world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about connections and favors. The Hulk was utterly baffled, clearly not grasping Banner's meaning. But inexplicably, it sounded profound. Banner, is the equipment ready? Tony, venting his frustration through appetite, munched on snacks while working with a nonchalant air. Tony, toss me some snacks. I'm a bit hungry. Tony handed the dried fruit to Banner and began to focus. Do you know how many secrets S.H.I.E.L.D. has? Tony asked abruptly. Banner was taken aback, then replied with a wry smile. I'm not interested in any of that. S.H.I.E.L.D. is hiding a lot from us. Their attitude makes it hard for me to concentrate on finding the Tesseract, Tony said seriously. Over the past few days, Tony had learned the Tesseract's history. For decades, this incredibly dangerous object had lain safely dormant in the ice. But within a year of S.H.I.E.L.D. retrieving it, an alien invasion occurred. This made Tony realize things might not be so simple. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. itself had attracted the enemy. Tony was brilliant, and with his inherent bias against the organization, he began to speculate in the worst possible direction. And these suspicions weren't baseless. He knew the kind of man Nick Fury was. A spy, the master of spies. He would have countless secrets. To cover up one secret after another, Nick Fury, the spy master, spoke with only 3 parts truth and 7 parts falsehood. Of course, Nick Fury hadn't done anything wrong. As a spy, he had already shouldered a great burden for this world. Driven by curiosity, Tony secretly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D's internal database. With the help of his AI Jarvis, S.H.I.E.L.D's firewalls were breached layer by layer. But S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't foolish. Whatever Tony managed to steal was certainly not their most classified information. Asgard. Odin summoned Thor to the palace and delivered a shocking revelation. Loki is alive. What? Thor asked in disbelief. Your brother lives, but he is currently causing trouble on Midgard. Go and bring him back. Odin said calmly. In truth, Odin had long known Loki survived. He had hoped that some time away would help Loki mature. But it seemed the fellow was still as lawless as ever. When he returned, he would need a thorough lesson. Overjoyed that Loki was alive, Thor would have had Heimdall send him immediately had the Bifrost been fully repaired. But father, the Bifrost is not yet repaired. Don't worry, I will send you myself. Meanwhile, Loki had taken control of a building holding a large number of hostages. He planned to split up with Clint. He would draw S.H.I.E.L.D's attention while Clint searched for the iridium that Dr. Selvig needed. Loki stood arrogantly on the steps brandishing the scepter. He reveled in the fearful gazes of others. Kneel! Loki bellowed, the scepter gleaming. With a loud crash, he blasted a hole in the nearby wall. Faced with the threat of death, the hostages obediently knelt with their hands on their heads. Loki, satisfied with the scene, laughed heartily. His vanity was immensely gratified. S.H.I.E.L.D. also detected Loki's presence. Iron Man and Captain America deployed swiftly. Black Widow also piloted a fighter jet to provide support and rescue the hostages. Nick Fury looked at the idle Fred Saber and asked with a frown, "Aren't you going to help?" There were limits to slacking off. Fred Saber nodded and replied calmly, "It would be good to stretch my limbs a bit." He stood up gracefully, smoothed his immaculate clothes, straightened his tie, and instantly transformed into a vampire bat. Flapping his wings, Fred Saber flew towards Loki's location. Seeing him leave, Nick Fury picked up the newspaper from the table. He glanced at the headline, "Billionaire Howard Stark donates $100 million. Nick Fury's cheek twitched in irritation. A newspaper from over 50 years ago. What was the point of reading that? Just as Nick Fury put the paper down, Fred Saber flew back. He reverted to human form, carefully folded the newspaper, and tucked it back into his coat pocket. Watching Fred Saber fly off again, Nick Fury's eyes flickered. In his heart, he understood that Xiao Lin and he were ultimately not on the same side and might very well become adversaries in the future. Captain America arrived first at the scene. Watching Loki swaggering and trampling on human dignity, he wasted no words and hurled his shield without hesitation. Loki sidestepped the shield, and upon seeing Captain America in his star-spangled suit, fired an energy blast. He taunted, "Why don't you go perform in a stage play? I have a clown role perfect for you." Captain America leaped aside to dodge the blast, unswayed by Loki's mockery. Seizing the opportunity, he charged toward Loki. They exchanged several blows, with Loki matching Captain America blow for blow thanks to his physical prowess. The captain's uncanny ability to hold his own against any opponent left Loki astonished. This earthling possessed physical abilities far beyond the ordinary. However, after a few exchanges, Captain America realized the difficulty. Loki's physique was formidable, and if they continued grappling like this, Captain America would ultimately be no match for Loki. After all, Loki's skin could withstand bullets. No matter how weak he seemed, he was still a god of Asgard. Soon Iron Man arrived to provide backup, blasting the Mind Stone scepter from Loki's grasp with a repulsor blast. Various weapons locked on, and Tony cranked the repulsor's power to maximum. The blinding light made Loki feel a flicker of threat. "I surrender." Clean and decisive, without any hesitation, Tony Stark retracted his weapons, and Captain America stepped forward to restrain Loki. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents soon handcuffed him and escorted him onto the aircraft. Frederick Saber arrived late. Seeing the team had already subdued Loki, he boarded the aircraft to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Hey, relax. I'm here to save you all. Trust me, I mean no harm." As Loki rambled on, Captain America frowned at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and said, "Can we gag him?" Loki chuckled awkwardly and quickly shut his mouth, not wanting to be silenced that way. Finally, some peace and quiet. Tony had barely finished speaking when a deafening crash echoed. Bang! What was that noise? Tony sprang to alert, and Captain America looked up at the aircraft's ceiling. Someone's standing on top of the plane. Natasha opened the hatch and Thor stormed in furiously. Right before everyone's eyes, Thor grabbed Loki and flew out with him. Tony and Captain America exchanged bewildered glances. This was certainly unexpected. After him. Did Tony Stark have no pride? As Tony charged out, Captain America refused to be outdone. Ignoring Natasha's warning, he grabbed a parachute and his shield and leaped from the hatch. Frederick Saber sat calmly as if nothing had happened. Natasha couldn't help but think, isn't he slacking off too obviously? Ahem, mister. Frederick Saber, could you please go help? I worry for Tony and the captain's safety, Natasha said politely. Frederick Saber glanced at her indifferently, thinking to himself, women are such a bother. Still, he didn't want to be rude. Xiao Lin had told him to slack off but not to overdo it. Very well, he'll protect them both, implying he wouldn't bother about Loki escaping. With that, Frederick Saber transformed into a giant bat and flew off at incredible speed. Thor slammed Loki hard onto the ground, eyes blazing red as he roared. I thought you were dead. Loki smirked. You must have been heartbroken, weren't you? Loki's expression enraged Thor, who itched to punch him. Hand over the Tesseract and come back to Asgard with me. Impossible. Loki snarled. You have no idea what you're doing. No, imperfectly clear. I've witnessed power you could never imagine. Loki, stop your misguided actions and return to Asgard with me. Father and mother miss you deeply. Thor emphasized. Humph, don't dream about it. I'm not going back with you. That's not my home. Thor ground his teeth in frustration but felt helpless. Listen to me. Bang. Iron Man blasted Thor away with an energy attack. I'm listening, my foolish brother. Loki said gleefully. Thor got up and saw Iron Man, his face showing displeasure at the interruption of his lecturing. This is Asgardian business. I advise you not to meddle, Thor warned sternly. So there's no room for negotiation. Tony scoffed dismissively. No matter who it was, even a so-called god. Did Tony Stark have any reason to fear? Seeing Tony's blatant disrespect, Thor lost his temper. He spun his hammer and, catching Tony off guard, sent him flying. Tony crashed through several large trees and hit the ground. Protected by his armor, he wasn't injured, but Thor's underhanded sneak attack infuriated him. Thor, seeing the Iron Man flung so far, thought little of him. Tony Stark slowly got up and, catching Thor off guard, fired a repulsor blast at full power, striking Thor square in the chest. Thor flew backwards, snapping 6 or 7 trees, as thick as a man's thigh, before stopping. Both were stubborn and prideful. Now a grudge was set and their tempers flared. Neither would yield, and they clashed again. With Jarvis' computational aid, Tony fought evenly against the robust and agile Thor, each landing blows. But Thor's physical endurance was no joke. Withstanding numerous attacks from Iron Man, punches, kicks, and blasts, he showed no external injuries. Haven't you two had enough? Captain America's stern voice cut through. Both turned to look at him. Thor assumed Iron Man had backup. He raised his hammer and leaped toward Captain America. Boom! The moment Mjolnir struck the captain's shield, a massive shockwave erupted. All three were thrown back and surrounding trees were flattened. They looked around at the devastation. Finally subdued. That's enough. Frederick Saber arrived late again, landing gracefully. Thor sensed a formidable power within him. Who are you? I am Frederick Saber, attendant to leader Xiao Lin. You're one of Xiao Lin's people? Thor asked, overjoyed. Yes. I know our leader is a good friend of yours. Indeed, we are brothers. Take me to him. I need him to send Loki and me back to Asgard. Frederick Saber naturally had no objection. Very well, Lord Thor. Out of consideration for Xiao Lin, Thor followed Captain America and Tony back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Loki was also taken into custody by Nick Fury. In the original storyline, Loki used the power of the Mind Scepter to sow discord among the Avengers, causing Banner to transform into the Hulk and nearly destroying the helicarrier. In the meeting room, Thor revealed Loki's trump card, the Chitauri Army, a vast technologically advanced alien force. The master of this army remained a mystery unknown even to the Avengers and Thor. Their faces turned grim. A large-scale alien invasion was a deeply troubling challenge, but they had no retreat and could only fight to the death. Loki wants to open a stable portal. He needs a large amount of the metal iridium, said Dr. Banner. Damn it! Natasha exclaimed. What's wrong? Tony asked. Clint knows where to find iridium. Upon hearing Natasha's words, everyone froze. So Clint might have already succeeded. They then realized that Loki's seemingly reckless appearance in the streets was merely a ploy to divert S.H.I.E.L.D's attention. Their true goal was the iridium. Banner gave a wry smile, never expecting Loki to be so cunning. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was negotiating with Loki. Just tell me where the Tesseract is and I'll let you go. Haha, a tempting offer, but unfortunately I don't know where the Tesseract is either. Loki spoke with feigned regret. Fury had no choice. Loki was too slippery, and continuing was a waste of time. So Fury simply stood up and left, ignoring Loki. Under Loki's control, Clint successfully obtained a large quantity of iridium. Dr. Selvig gazed at the metal with intense excitement. Haha, finally I can witness the power of the Tesseract. Clint, do you know? I will open a door to the Temple of Knowledge. Clint smiled, fully confident in Dr. Selvig's abilities. The Tesseract would soon reveal its might to the entire world. With everything ready, Clint set out to execute Loki's second plan: infiltrate the helicarrier, sabotage it, and fracture the Avengers to buy time for the Chitauri invasion. Dr. Selvig, good luck. I'm off. All right, Clint, all the best. Clint nodded, leading a small squad in a fighter jet toward the helicarrier. Dr. Selvig accelerated his work and soon completed a device capable of controlling the Tesseract. With this, he could open a perfectly safe and stable portal. Xiao Lin waited at home, silently biding his time. Though he knew every detail of the Avengers, he planned to step in only after the battle between the Avengers and the Chitauri had begun. By shutting down the portal at the right moment, he could briefly possess the Tesseract, secretly absorbing its energy for an evolution and enhancing his followers once more. A flawless operation. Meanwhile, Tony Stark cracked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s encrypted files and discovered their secret project to weaponize the Tesseract. Tony was furious. The Tesseract was not meant to be controlled by humans. He instinctively believed that this disaster was entirely S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault. If S.H.I.E.L.D. had permanently sealed away the Tesseract, Loki would never have found Earth, and none of this would have happened. Banner said nothing, but his respect for S.H.I.E.L.D. plummeted. The U.S. government was as arrogant as ever, always thinking it could control everything. In his anger, Tony wanted to quit, feeling he was just cleaning up S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mess. Why should he solve the problems they created? And on top of that, they had lied through their teeth. Captain America, seeing Tony's frustration, didn't know what to say. After all, Fury had hidden the truth. Regardless, I'll deal with these issues after we've repelled the enemy, he stated firmly. Tony, however, didn't care. He wanted to confront Nick Fury directly. Hearing the commotion, Fury came to check. As he entered, he felt the tense atmosphere. Banner glanced at him and continued working. But the look Tony gave him was far from friendly. Looking up, Fury saw a holographic display of a weapon, S.H.I.E.L.D. designed energy weapon powered by the Tesseract. Your research on the Tesseract has landed us in a huge mess, Tony said accusingly. Knowing he was in the wrong, Fury didn't argue and instead tried to change the subject. We were very careful, and our goal was to solve humanity's energy crisis. Humph. Tony scoffed coldly. The Tesseract should have been sealed away forever, not sitting in a lab. Fury had no retort for Tony's accusation. I admit S.H.I.E.L.D. has been studying the Tesseract. But ever since that Asgardian prince came to Earth, I realized something: the enemy is at our doorstep, and we must always be prepared. Asgard means no harm to Earth, Thor said slowly. Then what about Loki? Tony countered. Loki was corrupted by an outsider. This has nothing to do with Asgard, Thor explained. If Asgard means no harm, what about other civilizations in the universe? Fury retorted. Asgard will protect you. No, we don't need protection. Humanity must protect itself. You dare question your protectors? Thor said to Fury. No, this isn't doubt. Humanity just needs its own strength, Fury replied with unwavering resolve. Fury's words resonated with Tony. Though he disagreed with Fury's methods, he fully agreed with his philosophy. Humanity indeed needed a means of self-protection, but that power must be controllable with no hidden risks. Clint had now approached the helicarrier. He drew his bow, fitted an arrow with a powerful explosive, and fired it directly into one of the helicarrier's engines. With a thunderous roar, the helicarrier shuddered violently. Fury and the others staggered, grabbing onto tables and walls to steady themselves. Fury quickly contacted the control room to find out what had just happened. What's going on with Hill? Director, the helicarrier has been attacked. The right rear propulsion system is damaged, and the carrier is now experiencing insufficient power. Nick Fury's face darkened. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, if the helicarrier lost power, the consequences would be catastrophic. Get it repaired immediately. If it falls? Yes, Director. Hill understood the gravity of the situation. But as Fury came to his senses, he sensed an eerie atmosphere. Natasha was circling Dr. Banner, constantly trying to soothe him. Banner, calm down. It's okay, everyone's fine. Relax, take deep breaths. But seeing Dr. Banner on the ground struggling, desperately, his skin flickering between normal and green, Fury ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. Captain America and Tony had no time for Banner at the moment. The helicarrier had to restore power immediately, or they were all doomed. They rushed straight to the right rear power room, hoping Tony might be able to fix it. The others quickly dispersed as well, minimizing casualties if Banner lost control. Fury rushed back to the command center, needing to take charge of the overall situation to prevent further mishaps. Director, it's Clint who attacked us. Stay alert. Stay alert. Clint is leading a sneak attack. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Banner could no longer suppress the Hulk. The enraged Hulk appeared before Black Widow. She immediately turned and fled, lacking the courage to face the furious Hulk. But the Hulk, having locked onto Black Widow as his target, gave relentless chase. He smashed through several steel doors and crushed countless pieces of machinery. Had Thor not intervened, the Hulk would have pounded Black Widow into a pulp. Banner, snap out of it. We're not your enemies. Thor spoke. Roar. The enraged Hulk, devoid of reason, charged at Thor. Seeing he couldn't reach Banner, Thor swung his arm and sent the Hulk flying with a hammer blow. The Hulk crashed through several walls before regaining his footing. Captain America and Tony, looking at the smoke-belching engine compartment, knew this mission wouldn't be easy. Tony flew over in his armor, using the lasers on his arms to cut away large amounts of scrap material, lightening the helicarrier's load. With the scrap cleared, Tony began repairs. With J.R.V.I.S. assistance, he quickly identified the problem. Although the power system had sustained considerable damage, it could still be restarted. They just needed to reset the overloaded circuit breaker. Captain, you find the overloaded breaker. It'll give the turbine an external boost. The captain nodded. They had to hurry or the helicarrier risked crashing. Tony Stark entered the helicarrier's massive propeller housing. He pushed against a giant blade, maxing out the Iron Man suit's thrusters to start the propeller spinning. Clint snuck in, knowing where the helicarrier's prison was. He was going to free Loki. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, his loyalty was absolute. In anyone else's hands, the Mind Stone would be a true artifact. But in Loki's, even the finest weapon was wasted. Loki, in his giant glass cage, heard the commotion outside and smiled. Oh, not bad. The big guy finally decided to come out. Loki was gloating, but his brother Thor was suffering. Pummeled by the Hulk, Thor wondered why Earth had so many green monsters. And each one was more insane than the last. Sending the Hulk flying again with a hammer blow, Thor pressed the attack, landing punch after punch on the Hulk's face. Wake up! Wake up! But after a few hits, the Hulk grabbed Thor's hand and sent him flying with a single punch. Thor crashed in the direction of Loki's prison. Smashing through several walls, he landed on the ground only to turn and see Loki trying to escape. Forgetting everything else, Thor leaped toward Loki. But it was merely an illusion conjured by Loki, meant to lure Thor into a trap. The illusion blocked the entrance to the glass cage. Thor's lunge sent him straight inside. Before he could react, the cage door slammed shut. Loki looked gleefully at Thor inside the cage. My foolish brother, you fell for it again. Thor, grinding his teeth in rage, smashed his hammer against the glass. The immense force created a crack in the glass. Loki, seeing Thor on the verge of fury, shook his head with a smile. Then he pulled a lever and the glass cage plummeted from 10,000 meters. The cage tumbled endlessly, tossing Thor around inside. Now he was panicking. Even as a god of Asgard, falling from such a height could mean his end. He cursed Loki's recklessness in his mind, plotting how to deal with him later. But the immediate priority was to escape quickly. The cage kept spinning and tumbling, giving Thor no leverage. But with his immense physical strength, he found the rhythm, kicked off with his legs at the right moment, and swung his hammer, simultaneously shattering the glass and bursting out. Boom! The glass cage crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces, the impact creating a deep crater. Thor glanced at it, silently adding this debt to his mental ledger. Humph, my foolish brother, you still underestimate your brother's power, Thor said with a proud smirk before turning away. If Xiao Lin were here, he would have shouted, what a doting brother! Dr. Selvig had already arrived at Stark Tower. Wiping away sweat born of nervousness and excitement, he looked at the assembled device and pressed the start button without hesitation. The Tesseract reacted violently, a surging torrent of energy erupting outward from its core. Dr. Selvig was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, but his face was still filled with excitement, his eyes burning with fervor. A colossal blue beam of light shot into the sky, rippling across the azure heavens. Wave after wave of energy slowly tore open the fabric of space, revealing a massive pitch-black portal. Countless onlookers gazed up at the sky, their exclamations filled with shock and terror. What is that? Oh my God! Pedestrians and vehicles instantly clogged the streets. Xiao Lin looked up, saw the Chitauri army beyond the portal, and turned to Ernest. Send some souls to Helheim. Might be useful later. Yes, my lord. Ernest outwardly obeyed Xiao Lin's command, but inwardly, he held the Chitauri army in utter contempt. After all, this army was incredibly weak, and their flesh was tough and stringy, even worse than zombie meat. Ernest couldn't muster the slightest interest. Tony and Captain America repaired the power system of the helicarrier. This brought a sigh of relief to everyone, for if the helicarrier were to fall, the nuclear power within it would explode with a force no less devastating than a nuclear bomb. Captain America and Tony rushed to Stark Tower, where the enemy had already begun their assault. Meanwhile, Hawkeye was revived by Black Widow. "You just attacked the helicarrier and I knocked you out. Are you all right now?" Clint Barton was filled with self-reproach. Though he knew he had been under Loki's control, he had still stained his hands with human blood. "Clint, pull yourself together. We need you. Coulson is still waiting for you to avenge him." Mentioning Coulson sent a pang of grief through Clint's heart. The two were close friends, and he was indirectly responsible for Coulson's death. Clint's gaze turned resolute. Hatred fortified this man of iron while making him even more unyielding. "Coulson, I will avenge you," Clint vowed silently. Soon the Avengers assembled at the base of Stark Tower. Tony, Captain America, Natasha, Clint, Thor, and Fred Saber, the master of idling. A portal in the sky began to spew forth Chitauri soldiers. Tony soared into the sky, taking down enemies one by one with his repulsor rays while firing tracking rockets from his shoulders. With a few explosions, dozens of Chitauri soldiers were eliminated by Tony. But as soon as these fell, countless more Chitauri forces poured through the portal. At this rate, even if the Avengers fought until they dropped, victory would be impossible. Captain America quickly devised a battle plan. Clint find a high vantage point to draw enemy fire and scout their movements. Thor summoned lightning to strike the enemies coming through the portal. Natasha and I will evacuate civilians on the ground and clear the enemies there. As for Fred Saber, you're free to act as you see fit. Captain America assigned tasks based on each person's strengths. Fred Saber nodded. He decided to stop idling and unleash half his strength to teach the Chitauri army a lesson. "Leader, aren't we going to intervene?" Blonsky, a battle maniac, couldn't help but ask. Seeing so many enemies made his hands itch. He was eager to smash a few skulls for fun. Xiao Lin was lenient with his own people. "Go ahead. You and Kingpin have been cooped up for too long." Blonsky let out an excited roar and charged out with Kingpin. Having been enhanced by Xiao Lin, they had yet to test their new powers, and they were eager to do so. Blonsky leaped from the rooftop and landed heavily on the ground. Seeing the cratered pavement, Captain America asked, "Is that the Hulk?" Natasha glanced and shook her head. "No, he's far more brutal than the Hulk." Roar. "Come on, you scum." The arrogant Blonsky successfully drew the attention of the Chitauri. Firepower began to rain down on him, but the Chitauri's aim was abysmal. Hitting the target once out of dozens of shots was considered good marksmanship. These energy weapons, so lethal to humans, felt like mere tickles on Blonsky's skin, causing him no pain whatsoever. Kingpin strode behind Blonsky with large, confident steps. His towering, formidable frame made him and Blonsky the center of everyone's attention. With a guttural roar, Blonsky charged at the Chitauri army. Tony, recognizing Blonsky and Kingpin, was overjoyed to see them, knowing their combat prowess rivaled the Hulk's. With their addition, the Avengers would have a much easier time. Thor, however, was puzzled as to why Xiao Lin hadn't come. Shouldn't his strongest thrall be Ernest? Where was that one? If Ernest were to act, the Chitauri army would experience the terror of the Lich Lord and realize that before a Skyfeather-level powerhouse they were nothing but ants. Blonsky, standing over 5 meters tall, nearly 2 meters taller than the Hulk, punched a Chitauri soldier, instantly reducing him to a pulp of flesh. Kingpin was not to be outdone. How could he pass up this chance to dominate the weak? He felled one Chitauri soldier with a punch and kicked another dozens of meters into the air. Seeing the two fighting so fiercely, Fred Saber assumed it was their leader's orders and abandoned his idle ways. As the Blood Patriarch Abomination, he was an assassin-type warrior. His movements were agile, as light as a swan, unlike Blonsky's brute strength and heavy steps. Yet Fred Saber's power was no less formidable. If all evolved to the same level, Blonsky and Kingpin would be no match for him. Fred Saber casually grabbed a Chitauri soldier and crushed him with a slight squeeze of his hand. Though he had no interest in the soldier's blood, he drained him dry nonetheless. Since evolving into the Blood Patriarch Abomination, Fred Saber no longer fed with his mouth. Subtle blood grooves on his fingers allowed him to absorb blood rapidly. In mere breaths, the Chitauri soldier was reduced to a desiccated corpse. Tossing aside the corpse, Fred Saber activated his new post-evolution skill, blood dialysis. The name was peculiar, coined by Fred Saber himself, and even Xiao Lin was taken aback at first. But after hearing Fred Saber's description of the skill, he found it remarkably apt. Blood dialysis allowed him to drain blood from a distance, and if the enemy had an open wound, the absorption rate doubled. However, the skill was not yet potent enough to inflict fatal damage. It could only absorb a small amount of blood and slow the enemy's movements. Fred Saber transformed into a blood-drinking bat, surrounded by swirling blood energy. Countless droplets of blood rose from the ground and gathered around him. These droplets formed a web of blood protecting Fred Saber. He flew directly toward the Chitauri army. The soldiers involuntarily began to bleed as their blood seeped out and flew to Fred Saber's side. The Chitauri soldiers grew weak and feeble. Some of the wounded collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Fred Saber weaved through the Chitauri ranks, the blood in his web growing denser with each pass. He manipulated the blood, dividing it into tiny pellets the size of marbles, and fired them at the Chitauri army. In an instant, a large swath of Chitauri soldiers was pierced through by Fred Saber's attack. Xiao Lin's 3 thralls rampaged across the battlefield, with Blonsky and Kingpin growing more frenzied with each kill. They swung cars as weapons, smashing countless Chitauri soldiers until the street was nearly paved with their remains. Green flesh and tissue like viscous mashed potatoes, chunks of meat, scattered limbs, and countless shattered skulls with brains spilling out. Watching the 2 gruesome figures, Tony, flying in the sky, swallowed hard. Thank goodness they're not Chitauri soldiers. Xiao Lin and Yilnisai hid in the distance, awaiting the opportunity to shut down the portal. Gazing upon the countless scattered fragments of flesh on the ground, Yilnisai furrowed his brow. The leader had instructed him to transform some of the dead into undead, but those 2 fools, Brown Sky and Kingpin, had apparently denied him the chance. Xiao Lin glanced sideways and said indifferently, "Let the matter of transforming the undead rest for now. Let them have their fill of slaughter this time." The Avengers killed enemies to protect their homeland, while Brown Sky and Kingpin slaughtered purely for the sake of killing. This feast of carnage was nothing but a game in their eyes. Several massive steel leviathan beasts surged forth from the portal. Tony looked up at the sight and his spirits plummeted to the depths. A few big ones have arrived. Captain America and the others also spotted the colossal steel beasts. What if we lure them over to Kingpin and Brown Sky? Black Widow suggested. That seems the only way. Hopefully Banner will get here soon. Tony, lead those big ones toward Brown Sky. He and Kingpin should be able to handle them. Faced with such easy prey, the 2 simpletons naturally had no objections. Earlier they had even feared the Avengers might steal their kills. So they had slaughtered relentlessly, never truly savoring the thrill of the carnage. The Leviathan beast pursued Tony, its massive form surprisingly agile. It frequently opened its maw filled with steel fangs and let out deafening roars. Tony flew ahead, occasionally glancing back to entice it. A couple of bombs from his shoulder launcher now and then, like he was fishing. Yilnisai stood beside Xiao Lin, watching the crude battle with utter disinterest. He even felt a strong urge to sleep. Back in the day when he devoured other undead lords in Hell's netherworld, every battle was fraught with peril. When besieged by over a dozen undead lords simultaneously, he showed no fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his weapon and charged straight at them. He still remembered that battle. The entire Hell's netherworld became a battlefield with fighting everywhere. Tens of billions of undead were locked in chaos. In the end, more than 10 undead lords perished by his hand. That battle laid the foundation for his advancement to the Skyfather level. Even now, recalling it, Yilnis's blood still boils, for it was one of the most glorious battles of his life. Brown Sky saw the Leviathan beast Tony had led toward him. He let out an excited roar to the sky, feeling his blood surge with fervor. This is the kind of enemy I should face. With that, he leaped, landing directly on the Leviathan beast's head. One arm clung tightly to its outer shell. His other hand clenched into a fist and slammed heavily into the Leviathan's head. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as half the Leviathan's skull caved in deeply, and the entire beast lost its balance. It wobbled in the air for a few moments before crashing heavily to the ground. Brown Sky quickly scrambled onto the Leviathan's back. With a single punch, he blasted a massive hole through it. 2 punches were all it took to take down a steel Leviathan. Brownsky's face was now filled with disappointment. Was this thing really that fragile? Thor seized the chance to sidle up to Brown Sky. Truth be told, he had no idea Xiao Lin possessed such formidable followers. Where is your leader? Thor asked curiously. This kind of battle doesn't require the leader's intervention. Brown Sky replied with undisguised pride. With that, Brown Sky leaped again, returning to engage the Chitauri army. Soon several Leviathan beasts were dispatched by Brown Sky and Kingpin. Like a demolition crew, they tore the Leviathan beasts apart limb by limb. To them, these steel behemoths were nothing but genuine paper tigers. Humph, Leviathan beasts. They're not even as sturdy as the paper wreaths from a funeral shop. Loki, watching the Chitauri army's pathetic performance, wore a grim expression. Damn Chitauri. You boasted about such a garbage army being invincible. He truly wondered how the Chitauri leader understood the term invincible. At this moment, Loki felt like crying. He sensed that, if the portal wasn't closed soon, the Chitauri army would be completely annihilated. After destroying several Leviathan beasts, Brownsky and Kingpin moved to stand directly beneath the portal. They had lost all interest in the ordinary Chitauri soldiers. They simply couldn't be bothered with those fragile things that shattered at the slightest touch. Now only the Leviathan beasts could satisfy them, so the two fixed their gazes on the portal. After waiting a while, no more Leviathan beasts descended. Brownsky then shouted up at Loki, who was on the Stark Tower. "Loki, send out a few more Leviathan beasts for us to play with." Loki stumbled, nearly falling off the building. The words caused little physical harm but inflicted immense humiliation. "Damn it, I might as well go back to Asgard and face the wall. This world isn't for me," Loki thought to himself. Hearing this, the Avengers were speechless. Were the ones being invaded? Remember, this is a war, not a game. But no one dared to say that to Brownsky and the others, as they all valued their lives. Xiao Lin judged the time was nearly right. He was only waiting for the nuclear missile that Hydra through their senator pawns would arrange to be sent. "Ylnus, go find Loki soon and seize the scepter for me." "Yes, leader." Meanwhile, aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury was struggling to fend off a barrage of attacks from the U.S. Council members. There was no helping it. These men spoke as easily as they passed gas, requiring no thought whatsoever. Watching the council members spew nonsense, Fury felt a strong urge to make them disappear permanently. He forcefully suppressed his anger, intending to reason with them properly. But then one of them proposed a plan that even a 20-year stroke victim couldn't have conceived. "Drop a nuclear bomb on New York." Fury's head buzzed. He stared at the speaker in utter shock, half suspecting the man had been bribed by the Chitauri leader. "Chitauri leader, don't slander me. It was Hydra who paid him. Open your damn eyes and see. We're already gaining the upper hand here." Fury could no longer hold back. He roared at the pig-brained council members. The council members were highly displeased with Fury's attitude, especially the Hydra plant among them. He said with a sarcastic tone, "Nick Fury, this is an order from the White House. Are you planning to declare your own independence?" Watching the defiant Fury get put in his place, the other council members wore looks of schadenfreude. "Today's events are entirely your failure as director. How do you manage intelligence?" "Exactly. Why didn't you negotiate with the enemy before the battle? Mike Asher is just waiting to sign the surrender document. Do you have any idea how much money New York lost today?" Bang! Fury slammed the table and cut off the video feed. If he listened any longer, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Just as Nick Fury was fuming with rage, a fighter jet carrying a nuclear bomb quietly prepared for takeoff. By the time Hill and the others noticed, it was already too late. Nick Fury quickly contacted Captain and Tony. At that moment, Fury had already prepared himself for the worst. Upon hearing the news, Tony Stark inwardly cursed the idiocy of the U.S. High Command, but anger could no longer solve the problem. He had only a few minutes to react. If he couldn't completely resolve this issue within that time, then the millions of lives in New York would be lost. "Leave it to me, I have a plan." With that, Tony Stark flew off toward the direction from which the nuclear bomb was coming. Xiao Lin, silently monitoring the battlefield, knew it was time to close the portal. "Ylnus, go!" A flash of black light streaked by and Ylnus vanished from Xiao Lin's side. He instantly appeared behind Loki. Sensing the threat, Loki gripped the scepter and spun around swiftly, attempting to control the figure behind him. But the scepter malfunctioned once again. It had already failed once when he tried to control Tony Stark. "What's going on?" "Your mind may not be strong enough to wield this weapon," Ylnus said calmly. How laughable. To think that a mere weapon could attempt to control a celestial-level powerhouse. Ylnus swiftly grasped the scepter, wrenched it away with a slight effort, and kicked Loki aside. Then Ylnus slowly faded from Loki's sight. Loki stood there utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Returning to Xiao Lin's side, Ylnus presented the scepter with both hands. The scepter was embedded with the Mind Stone, yet the moment Xiao Lin took it, his interface gave no prompt. This meant that the Mind Stone in its current state could not provide him with energy. This was within Xiao Lin's expectations. After all, the Mind Stone was now part of the scepter, strictly speaking a weapon rather than a form of pure energy. He turned his gaze back to the battlefield where Tony Stark was carrying the nuclear bomb, flying straight toward the portal. Ylnus, close the portal. With that, he handed the scepter to Ylnus. The two quickly made their way to the top of Stark Tower. Dr. Selvig was still there, muttering nonsense about miracles and divine power, babbling incoherently. Ignoring him, Ylnus gripped the scepter and shattered the energy shield surrounding the Tesseract. The collision of energy from the two gems unleashed a considerable shockwave. The interference of the Mind Stone, destabilized the Tesseract's steady energy output, causing the machine that opened the portal to explode. The cube ceased releasing energy. Through the last gap in the spatial portal, the energy-depleted Iron Man managed to return to Earth. Xiao Lin successfully obtained the Tesseract. Beep. Detectable energy detected. Begin absorption. Absorb. The Tesseract in Xiao Lin's hand radiated a pulsating blue light, and waves of energy like rippling water surged into his body. The energy count on the interface skyrocketed 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 3 million, 8 million, 10 million. When the number on the interface reached 10 million, it stopped increasing. Beep. Energy has reached the maximum storage capacity of the current template. Beep. Sufficient energy detected. Template upgrade available. Consume 2,500,000 energy to upgrade Mountain Breaking Abomination King to Mountain Breaking Abomination Emperor. Wait. Beep. Sufficient energy detected. Unlock a new evolutionary template. Golden Abomination 6 million evolve bloodline to Golden Abomination. Drastically enhance 5 core attributes speed, endurance, physique, soul, and strength. Gain skill Golden Body. Dimensional Abomination 9 million evolve bloodline to a higher tier. Gain rudimentary spatial abilities and their simple application. Drastically enhance all 5 attributes. Gain skill Pocket Dimension. Staring at the prompts on the interface, Xiao Lin was somewhat confused. His current template, Mountain Breaking Abomination King, could be upgraded, yet a new template option had also appeared. He recalled that last time he evolved, the new template had simply overwritten the old one. Beep. Host can choose to consume 250,000 energy to upgrade the template first. Then select a new template. This will maximize the host's power enhancement. After the system's explanation, Xiao Lin understood. Upgrading his Mountain Breaking Abomination King template would grant him one boost, and then selecting a new template would grant another. But everything had its pros and cons. To upgrade the Mountain Breaking Abomination King template, he would be unable to select Dimensional Abomination. As for absorbing the Tesseract's energy again, he couldn't do it anytime soon. For the next 30 days, he would be unable to absorb any energy. A flawed setting implemented by the system to prevent him from adapting to a sudden surge in power. In the end, after careful study and repeated deliberation, Xiao Lin chose to upgrade the template first, then select a new one. System upgrade the template. Beep. Consumed 250,000 energy. Mountain Breaking Abomination King upgraded to Mountain Breaking Abomination Emperor. The energy was converted into power, and Xiao Lin's body swelled once more. In the blink of an eye, he had become a giant over 10 meters tall. Aside from the increase in size, there were no other noticeable changes. System select the new template Golden Abomination. The interface's energy count decreased by another 6 million. This evolution was a leap in Xiao Lin's bloodline. A massive surge of energy erupted from within him, violently yet swiftly reshaping every inch of his body. His body grew another 2 meters. All his bones had been completely reforged, their hardness surpassing diamond. His muscles became incredibly dense, and his endurance and speed were vastly enhanced. His physique became more proportionate. The previously bulging muscles disappeared, replaced by a welted symmetrical form. Host Xiao Lin evolution count 7 divine titles: Asgardian God of Strength, God of Light. Main template Golden Abomination. Subtemplates: Tenfold Human, Triple Werewolf, Elven King. Skills: Inch Punch, Teleportation, Wolf Claw, Mountain Breaking, Danger Sense, Light Beam, Breath, Mountain Breaking. Form: Divine Power of Strength, Nature's Power, Divine Power of Light, Golden Body. Vassals: Blonsky, Kingpin, Fred Seb. Illness 46, Energy Storage 1. 5 million energy required for next evolution. 1 million. Beep. Host evolution complete. This evolution brought Xiao Lin immense gains. His strength had at least doubled. Previously Thor could hold his own against him for a few moves. But now it was a complete rout. Xiao Lin had always had a clear understanding of his own power. He felt he was very close to reaching the celestial level. Although Xiao Lin stood atop Stark Tower, truly few noticed him. Apart from Yilnesai, who could discern Xiao Lin's evolution, no one else could even lay eyes upon him. Content with his gains, Xiao Lin decided to entrust the Tesseract to S.H.I.E.L.D, allowing it to follow its destined path to Asgard. After all, having 3 Infinity Stones on a single planet would make Earth far too perilous. He handed both the scepter and the Tesseract to Fred Seb, tasking him with delivering them to the Avengers. Xiao Lin and Yilnesai then made their way back. This expedition had been immensely fruitful, and he needed to return and organize his thoughts. Moreover, Xiao Lin had no intention of evolving again in the near future. He had engaged in few battles recently and required an extended period to fully acclimate to this surging power. Additionally, after evolving, he had gained 2 more vassal slots, and was contemplating whether to offer one to Blade. In any case, he still had numerous trivial matters to attend to, including the possibility of taking Ireneberg back to Alfheim to visit the elves. The New York battlefield. Once the portal closed, the remaining tasks became much simpler. The minor stragglers were easy to clean up. The only real challenge was the severely damaged city of New York. Humanity had triumphed in this great battle, and the losses remained within acceptable limits. With the greatest crisis now resolved, the remaining cleanup was left to the government and military. General Ross led a contingent of soldiers into the city, but when he witnessed the Hulk's awe-inspiring feats, his eyes still burned with fervent obsession and desire. Yet Ross knew that Banner had now become a universally recognized superhero. If he continued his relentless pursuit, he would not fare well. With the military's intervention, the superheroes gradually departed. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief in the command room. Though humanity had won, it seemed almost too easy. But Nick Fury understood that without Earth's superheroes, this battle would have been unimaginably arduous. Unless nuclear weapons were used. Or perhaps the pager in his hand. Yet the ultimate cost would have been incalculable. The Battle of New York concluded anticlimactically while in the distant depths of space. Thanos slowly stroked his chin. This probe had made him view Earth's strength with newfound respect. The loss of his army and the Infinity Stone did not trouble him in the least. In Thanos' eyes, the Chitauri army was less than dogs. Being cannon fodder in his hands was their honor. And one Infinity Stone was hardly worth his concern. As long as he knew its location, whether it was in his possession mattered little. The Avengers? Master Loki, this worthless fool has disappointed you, Ebony Maw whispered at his side. No, Loki has done well enough. At least he helped me gauge Earth's strength. Next time I will appear in person. A confident smile spread across Thanos' face. He believed himself fully prepared. Once the other 3 stones surfaced, he would be able to unleash his full power and realize his ambition. Yet Thanos was unaware that in the coming years Earth would give rise to many superheroes: Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Spider-Man, and others. These individuals would greatly disrupt his ambition. And when he finally encountered Xiao Lin, he would learn the true meaning of a dream shatterer. My very existence is to destroy your dreams. Xiao Lin. Thor escorted Loki carrying a case containing the Tesseract. He intended to return to Asgard, report to Odin, and make Loki reflect on his mistakes. Thor had planned to visit Xiao Lin before leaving, but due to lack of time and their recent parting, he decided against it. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived to collect the scepter. After the battle, no one noticed that this S.H.I.E.L.D. team had significant issues. With the Battle of New York concluded, Xiao Lin returned to his residence and examined the remaining 1.5 million energy points on his panel. Host Xiao Lin, evolution count 7, divine office Asgardian, god of strength, god of light. Primary template golden abomination, secondary templates tenfold human, triple werewolf, elven king skills, inch punch, teleportation, wolf claws, mountain uprooting, danger sense, light cannon, breath, mountain uproaring, form, god of strength's power, nature's power, god of light's power, golden body. Vassals Blonsky, Kingpin, Fred Seb Yilnisai. 46, energy storage 1.5 million, energy required for next evolution 1 million. Xiao Lin initiated his next plan. After the Battle of New York came the storylines of Iron Man encountering Killian and Thor facing the Dark Elves. Among these 2 events, the emergence of the Dark Elves would once again allow Xiao Lin to come into contact with an Infinity Stone. From now on, Earth would remain relatively peaceful for the next 3 years. Though there would be skirmishes between superheroes and supervillains, none would threaten Earth, let alone affect Xiao Lin. Thus Xiao Lin decided to first seek out the Guardians of the Galaxy, absorb the energy of the Power Stone, and then aid Thor in defeating the Dark Elves. He aimed to complete 2 evolutions within 3 years. By the time of Avengers Age of Ultron and the birth of Vision, Xiao Lin resolved to attempt developing a mechanical abomination. However, for the next few months nothing major was on his agenda. So he prepared to search for a substance known as gravitonium. In Xiao Lin's memory, it was an extremely rare element with a high atomic number. It was so uncommon that most people didn't even believe in its existence. Xiao Lin knew that gravitonium had been discovered by 2 scientists over a decade ago. At the time, they had only proposed theories and hypotheses considering the substance highly dangerous. Despite his reluctance, Dr. Hall abandoned further research in the face of widespread disbelief and the daunting scientific challenges, choosing a more promising project that eventually made him a university professor. But the other discoverer did not give up. Over the next 2 decades, he scoured the globe for gravitonium. Ian Quinn spent 20 years crossing 6 continents and excavating 8 mines before finally securing enough gravitonium. However, without specialized technical expertise, he had no idea how to operate a gravitonium device. Gravitonium could destroy its internal gravitational field, forming a fluid amorphous state. But when electrified it would solidify, releasing gravitational fields that randomly altered the gravity around it. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that humans could absorb gravitonium. With a sufficient quantity, one could manipulate gravity within a radius of dozens of kilometers centered on themselves and even project these virtual particles as beams for long-range attacks. Xiao Lin placed great importance on the abilities of gravitonium in the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. After Talbot absorbed the gravitonium, he displayed immense power. With a mere glance, he could crush a Kree into a ball of flesh, and with a flick of his finger, he could tear a rock pillar hundreds of meters high from the ground. Moreover, under the influence of gravitonium, Talbot was equally adept at both close quarters and long-range combat. Having become familiar with it for just a few days, he was able to suppress Quake. Had she not used an agent to enhance her abilities at the critical moment, she would surely have been devoured by Talbot. Talbot's death was regrettable. Quake blasted him into space, where he could not survive the vacuum. Otherwise, Talbot could have scoured the entire universe for gravitonium, truly possessing the potential to become a cosmic overlord. Although Xiao Lin felt pity for Talbot, that fellow deserved his fate. He became arrogant the moment he gained power. He always thought himself invincible. Such a brainless villain surviving 3 episodes was already a defiance of fate. Xiao Lin had some clues about gravitonium, but acquiring it required careful planning. First, he would dispatch Kingpin to gather intelligence, then find someone to build a fusion device. Once he absorbed the gravitonium, he could sense the locations of other gravitonium deposits. Furthermore, Xiao Lin knew that Hydra had long been in contact with the Kree civilization. These beings required various resources from Earth, including the gravitonium element. In return, Hydra sought their weapons and technological support. Of course, Hydra currently lacked the capability to contact the Kree civilization. Their true leader Hive was still suffering on an alien world. Meanwhile, the Inhumans created by the Kree had already broken free from their rule. Under Black Bolt's leadership, they lived a carefree life on the moon. Xiao Lin was not yet in a position to contact the Inhumans. That would be a matter for another day. Returning to the present on Earth, Ian Quinn was likely the only one possessing gravitonium. However, he planned to use a mechanical device to manipulate gravity in an attempt to control the world. It would be over a decade before Ian Quinn hijacked a S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle and kidnapped Dr. Hall. During these years, he tirelessly mined, constantly searching for gravitonium. Through his relentless persistence, he had already amassed a significant portion of his target. Ian Quinn had long wished to enlist Dr. Hall's help, but Dr. Hall was a key asset under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection. Ian Quinn could not get anywhere near him. To protect himself and keep his secret from S.H.I.E.L.D., he renounced his American citizenship, disguised himself as a businessman, and acquired Maltese nationality. There he established Quinn International and engaged heavily in charitable endeavors. This was merely a cover. Yet it must be admitted that, in the future, Ian Quinn successfully found enough gravitonium. He built the control machine and even Dr. Hall joined him, but in the end S.H.I.E.L.D. thwarted his plans. Dr. Hall was consumed by the gravitonium, which then became S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prize. After a lifetime of labor, he ended up handing everything to S.H.I.E.L.D., a rather pathetic villain. No one within S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that this substance could be controlled by a human, until some exceedingly audacious individuals made the attempt. For the time traveler Xiao Lin, this was a golden opportunity. No one valued gravitonium now. Once he acquired it, he could also seek out a particular Hydra agent. That individual could assimilate any metal. Xiao Lin intended to have Samuel Stern study him, ideally replicating him, just as they had replicated the Hulk serum. This way Xiao Lin could obtain a vast quantity of gravitonium. The more gravitonium he had, the greater his power. With Xiao Lin's guidance, Kingpin quickly located Ian Quinn. This man had an excellent reputation. Generous, philanthropic, and singular in his business focus, only mining, never venturing into other industries. Xiao Lin knew this was the man he sought. The gravitonium was in Ian Quinn's possession, though he hid it well. No one knew where he stored it. Kingpin informed Xiao Lin that Quinn was still mining and held several undeveloped mineral veins. What puzzled Kingpin most was that Quinn's mining operations spanned the globe. Unlike typical energy or metal magnates, his footprint was worldwide. He never touched oil, natural gas, or coal deposits. His focus was exclusively on metal veins. Xiao Lin knew that Quinn was searching for the rare element gravitonium, but progress was slow, requiring immense financial resources, materials, and patience. Of course, all of Quinn's lifelong efforts would become Xiao Lin's spoils. Xiao Lin felt somewhat embarrassed about such blatant plunder. Thus he entrusted the matter entirely to Kingpin and Blonsky. Surely Ian Quinn, if he could look down from heaven, would forgive these two monsters. In the Republic of Malta, Kingpin used money to pave the way, quickly gaining the favor of numerous officials. Joao, Kingpin's secretary, was praised by these men as the future of the Earth, a role model for the youth and an outstanding young entrepreneur. One flattering title after another was bestowed upon Joao. Stroking his Mediterranean-style hair, he couldn't help but remark that money makes the world go round. After a period of lobbying, Joao successfully met and conversed with Ian Quinn. His task was simple: gain Quinn's trust and uncover his secret base. Xiao Lin lacked S.H.I.E.L.D's powerful intelligence network and the satellites to track his target. So Joao adopted this straightforward approach. This was in fact at Xiao Lin's behest. Nick Fury had grown wary of him after the Battle of New York, where Xiao Lin had neither contributed effort nor resources, unlike other superheroes driven by justice. In Fury's eyes, Xiao Lin was the epitome of a self-serving individual. He would never do anything without a clear benefit. As for Fred Seaborn joining the Avengers, it was likely for ulterior motives. Now that the Battle of New York was over and Earth's crisis resolved, Fury believed Xiao Lin was intelligent enough, having witnessed the Avengers' power, not to act recklessly. Xiao Lin had the same intention. While acquiring the gravitonium, Xiao Lin planned to avoid drawing any attention. Making a fortune in silence was the way to go. Joao did not disappoint and successfully forged a partnership with Ian Quinn. Ian Quinn shook Joao's hand and said excitedly, "With Mr. Joao's help, Quinn International will strive to become the leading force in the mining industry." Joao smiled faintly, knowing Ian Quinn was no true businessman. "Mr. Quinn is too kind. We are merely helping and supporting each other." Ian Quinn felt a surge of goodwill toward Joao, who had approached him with the utmost sincerity. This man was both talented and eloquent. Together they began planning the development of various mineral veins. Ian Quinn magnanimously ceded 60% of the profits, asking only that Joao provide the investment capital and leverage his network to locate new ore sources. Joao agreed with unbridled enthusiasm. Had he not known that Ian harbored ulterior motives, he would have surely regarded him as a kindred spirit. Once Joao's funds were in place, Ian Quinn initiated extensive preparations. 2 months later, the jointly developed mine was already in production. This pace was nothing short of miraculous. It was evident that Ian Quinn possessed a comprehensive and highly proficient system for mining operations. One day Joao invited Ian Quinn to inspect the mine together. Although Ian was reluctant to let Joao meddle in the mining operations, lacking a valid excuse, he accompanied him nonetheless. Upon arriving at the mine, they exchanged pleasantries and began their tour surrounded by a retinue of bodyguards. Joao looked around, using the pretext of monitoring construction safety to venture deep into the pit. Joao's true objective, however, was to search for gravitonium. Though the odds were slim, he had to try. Otherwise, his only option would be to capture Ian Quinn and force him to reveal where he had hidden the gravitonium. Descending into the mine shaft, the thunderous roar of machinery was deafening, making it impossible to hear what anyone was saying. Gritting his teeth, Joao pressed deeper until he reached the extraction zone. Countless workers clad in heavy protective suits to fend off the bone-chilling cold emanating from the Earth's depths transferred the ore extracted by massive machines onto conveyor belts. After watching for a while, the cold seeped in, leaving Joao's knees icy and aching nearly unbearable. Just as he was about to turn back, the mining machine disgorged a large pile of ore. Amidst the heap, a patch of white liquid resembling a watermark caught Joao's attention. Gravitonium! Joao's heart raced with excitement. After 2 months of undercover work, he had finally found it. Feigning ignorance, he cautiously approached the gravitonium. Ian Quinn quickly stopped him. He knew that gravitonium must never be touched by hand. Over the years, no fewer than 70 or 80 employees had been consumed by it. Fortunately, he was generous with compensation to the families, which had kept things peaceful. Ian signaled his men to collect the gravitonium, then led Joao back to the surface. As they walked, Ian Quinn was locked in an internal struggle. He was tempted to make Joao disappear. However, the disappearance of a wealthy man would cause immense trouble, potentially ruining years of effort. In the end, Ian Quinn decided to bring Joao into the fold. It was a temporary measure, of course. Once he succeeded, Joao's life and death would be entirely in his hands. Back at Ian Quinn's private villa, they dismissed their bodyguards for a secret discussion. Brother Joao, what do you make of that metallic liquid we saw today? Ian Quinn asked calmly. Well, I plan to consult some mining experts. I happen to know a university professor named Hall. Joao replied with a straight face. At the mention of Hall, Ian Quinn froze. He knew that once Hall heard Joao's description, he would immediately identify it as gravitonium. No one in the world understood gravitonium better than Dr. Hall. There was simply no equal. Haha, there's no need. I've encountered that substance many times. In fact, my true purpose in mining has always been to obtain it. Joao continued feigning ignorance. Is it that valuable? No. That substance can change the world. Once we have it, money becomes meaningless. Ian Quinn decided to confess and recruit Joao using his wealth and connections to rapidly expand mining operations and gather enough gravitonium to affect the Earth's gravity in the shortest possible time. As Ian Quinn continued his seductive pitch, Joao put on a show of fervent excitement. Seeing Joao take the bait, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. But a cold glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. Once Joao was used up, he would have to die. Finally, Joao pledged his full support to Ian Quinn. However, he requested to see Ian Quinn's gravitonium. Very well. Joao followed Ian Quinn and finally laid eyes on the gravitonium that Xiao Lin had been yearning for. Ian Quinn had amassed a considerable amount over the years, at least 5 kilograms in total. Gazing at the gravitonium floating within a massive vessel, Joao knew his mission was complete. Finally, Joao left Ian Quinn's secret base satisfied. He then called Kingpin, who was in New York. Boss, I've found what the leader needs. Upon hearing this, Kingpin's muscular scarred face twisted into a ferocious grin. But it was a genuine smile. You've done well. I'll make sure the leader rewards you for this, Kingpin encouraged Joao. Thank you for your guidance, boss, Joao said excitedly. In truth, he had long coveted the superhuman strength granted to Kingpin and his men. But knowing he was not cut out to be a warrior, he hoped Xiao Lin would grant him the power of longevity. Moreover, as Kingpin's most loyal subordinate, he knew that Xiao Lin possessed the hand's dragon bone. Kingpin noted the address Joao had reported and relayed the information to Xiao Lin. Joao has done well. When he returns, give him a piece of dragon bone. It should extend his life by at least 50 or 60 years. Xiao Lin's other followers nodded in agreement, raising no objections. Ernest, go and retrieve the gravitonium for me. Yes, my leader. A surge of black energy erupted from Ernest, enveloping him, and he vanished instantly from their sight. A dark mage certainly has his uses, Xiao Lin remarked, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Ernest materialized directly within Ian Quinn's secret base. At that moment, Ian Quinn had just seen Joao off and was still basking in the joy of acquiring more gravitonium that day. Hey Joao, you stumbled upon my plan and ruined it, but you make a fine tool. Once I've squeezed every drop of value from you, it'll make you die in endless agony. I'm afraid you won't get the chance. A cold, sudden voice rang out as a mass of black mist materialized. Who are you? Ian Quinn demanded, forcing himself to stay calm. His bodyguards drew their weapons, aiming at the newly appeared Ernest. You are not worthy of knowing my name. With that, a surge of black energy erupted from him, engulfing the entire room in darkness. The moment the black mist touched Ian Quinn and his men, they lost their lives. When the black mist dissipated, Ernest had already left with the gravitonium. Chief, Ernest reports back to you. Gazing at the gravitonium Ernest had brought back, Xiao Lin instantly rose from his chair, his joy boundless, his grin stretching from ear to ear, as if he were beholding a vision of unadorned beauty. After praising Ernest profusely, Xiao Lin made him a promise he would grant Ernest power far greater than before. Standing before the vessel containing the gravitonium, Xiao Lin pondered how to absorb this divine substance. System, is there a way to devour the gravitonium? Yes, host can consume 1 million energy points to devour and merge with the gravitonium. Alternatively, host can expend 5 million energy points to acquire a new template gravitonium. The system presented two options, but with insufficient energy, Xiao Lin could only choose the first. Yet the second option was truly tantalizing. Had he chosen the second, Xiao Lin would no longer need to scour the world for gravitonium. He could continuously upgrade his abilities using the system's energy. With enough energy, perhaps a single glance from Xiao Lin could compress a planet to the size of a jujube pit. But for now, energy was scarce, so he had to settle for the first method. Yet Xiao Lin devised a plan: find the mutant capable of assimilating any matter, have him absorb the gravitonium, and then eliminate him. Using PIM particles to enlarge the mutant, he would then devour him, thereby gaining a vast quantity of gravitonium. Though the method was brutal, that individual was no saint, and his original fate was to be consumed by another. Choosing the first evolution path, 1 million energy points vanished as a strange energy surged from within Xiao Lin. The gravitonium drawn by this force erupted into turmoil. The once still liquid now churned like boiling magma in violent reaction. Xiao Lin shattered the vessel with a single punch, letting the gravitonium envelop his body. The silvery gravitonium, like a delicate film, gently draped over Xiao Lin. Ernest and the others showed no concern, not from indifference but from unwavering faith in their leader. Like living blood, the gravitonium seeped slowly into Xiao Lin's form, diminishing until it vanished entirely. Xiao Lin opened his eyes in profound relief, casually waving a hand toward a distant chair. The chair, as if freed from gravity, floated gently upward. With a mere thought, Xiao Lin twisted the chair into a spiral. "Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent!" he exclaimed in sheer exhilaration. Now he possessed not only brute strength but also a formidable power of control. Xiao Lin sensed his new ability, though he could not yet crush a planet, demolishing several skyscrapers with a flick of his finger was effortless. If he exerted his full might, he could uproot an entire city, lifting it into the sky 10,000 meters high to form a new mountain peak. The power granted by gravitonium resembled that of a telekinetic, yet differed greatly. It could not be strengthened through training and was suited only for destruction and ruin. Of course, it was even more effective against enemies. With gravitonium, Xiao Lin's strength had ascended to a new level. Though still far from the power of veteran Celestials, he now possessed the might to crush most foes with ease. Host Xiao Lin Evolutions 7 Divine Titles: Asgardian God of Strength, God of Light. Primary Template: Golden Abomination. Secondary Templates: Tenfold Human, Triple Werewolf, Elven King. Special Ability: Gravitonium. Brank Skills: Inch Punch, Teleport, Wolf Claw, Mountain Lift, Danger Sense, Light Beam, Breath, Mountain Form. Divine Strength of the God of Strength, Nature's Power, Divine Light, Golden Body. Retainers: Blonsky, Kingpin, Fred, Seb, Ernest. 46 Energy Reserve 500000 Energy required for next evolution 10000000. After absorbing gravitonium, a new ability appeared on the panel. Gravitonium's current power was rated as a Brank ability. According to the panel, ability ranks were D, C, B, A, and S. Drank ability users were weak, merely possessing power several times that of an ordinary human. Crank users could inflict mass casualties, requiring small military forces to neutralize. Brank users could destroy a city, though it would take considerable time. A rank users could resist armies and annihilate the low-tier civilizations on a planet. Srank users possessed the power of a celestial, rare and formidable in the universe. Xiao Lin was deeply intrigued by gravitonium, confident that he would soon upgrade it to Srank. Xiao Lin was thoroughly satisfied, rewarding Zhou with a substantial sum of money and a small piece of dragon bone. The timeline for Iron Man 3 was fast approaching. But a mere Killian could not pique Xiao Lin's interest. The extremist virus in his eyes was nothing special. As for his next move, Xiao Lin planned to head to New Mexico in search of the Ghost Rider. Why not seek the one who could assimilate gravitonium? Because that individual might not have appeared yet or had not gained his abilities. In Xiao Lin's memory, when Coulson became director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra rose from the ashes and Dr. White returned. The timeline was slightly altered. That individual would appear then, aiding Hydra in stealing the obelisk. But in this universe, the obelisk had been absorbed by Xiao Lin, reduced to ashes. Even if Dr. White reappeared, he would have no research to pursue, and Hydra was ruthless toward those without value. Xiao Lin intended to turn the older Ghost Rider into his retainer. After all, that man looked incredibly cool when riding his flaming motorcycle. Carter Slade was the name of the older Ghost Rider. A predecessor to Johnny Blaze, he had sold his soul to Mephisto in his youth out of greed, becoming the Ghost Rider. Later, Carter Slade helped Johnny understand the power of the Ghost Rider, turning him into a true hero. Now Carter Slade was likely guarding a cemetery, silently protecting the covenant of St. Vengeance, awaiting the arrival of the next Ghost Rider. Xiao Lin and Ernest appeared near a desolate cemetery. The place was run down, showing no signs of regular visitors. Yet many spots bore evidence of repairs. The graveyard was immaculate, free of weeds and litter, and the surrounding trees stood lush and tall. In the distance stood an old dilapidated house, its yard piled with firewood. The warehouse door hung precariously, revealing tools within. Carter Slade, noticing the strangers approaching, set down his tools and walked slowly out of the cemetery. "You two seem to be in the wrong place. This isn't a tourist spot." Carter Slade observed Xiao Lin and Ernest's attire, clearly indicating wealth and status. Nothing like ordinary folk. At that moment, Xiao Lin's primary template was the Elven King, which differed slightly from a normal human. But to the old Ghost Rider, did that really matter? "We came specifically to find you, Mr. Carter Slade." Carter Slade remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Xiao Lin's words at all. Standing behind Xiao Lin, Ernest could sense a formidable power within Carter Slade. He was certain that power originated from another dimension, for he could feel the aura of a demon on Carter-Slade. Chief, he has sold his soul. It no longer belongs to him. Xiao Lin nodded, well aware of this fact. Both Carter-Slade before him and Johnny in the future had sold their souls to Mephisto. Upon their deaths, their souls would descend into hell, becoming nourishment for Mephisto. Hearing Ernest mention demons, Carter-Slade knew these two were no ordinary men. Who are you? Carter-Slade asked, his face full of wariness. Clearly Ernest's words had unsettled the old cowboy. Observing Carter-Slade's guarded demeanor, Xiao Lin said calmly, "No need to be tense. I intend to make a deal with you." No. I'm not making any deals with anyone right now." Carter-Slade shook his head, his tone resolute. Clearly, he was still regretting his past bargain with Mephisto. "Don't refuse so quickly. I don't want your soul. I need the Saint of Killers contract in your hands. In return, I can free you from your soul contract with Mephisto." Carter-Slade shook his head after hearing this, saying to Xiao Lin, "Your offer intrigues me, but I have no idea what the Saint of Killers contract is. You must have the wrong person." A smirk curled on Xiao Lin's lips. He knew Carter-Slade still didn't trust him, no matter he would just change his identity. In an instant, Xiao Lin transformed into the true form of the Elf King. A shimmering emerald green robe, a strikingly handsome visage, and an aura of noble sanctity. Carter-Slade's pupils contracted in utter disbelief. Though he did not know Xiao Lin's true identity, his wariness toward him had greatly diminished. In Carter-Slade's eyes, Xiao Lin resembled a noble angel devoid of any trace of evil. "Who are you?" "I am the Elf King of the Light Elf clan. My purpose in seeking you out is to help you break free from Mephisto, and to take the souls within the Saint of Killers contract back for purification." Xiao Lin spoke with a perfectly straight face, weaving a tale of nonsense. Yet Carter-Slade had shed his earlier wariness, looking at Xiao Lin with profound respect. Now Carter-Slade believed Xiao Lin was surely a representative of the righteous, an embodiment of justice, and a powerful ally against demons. "Honorable Elf King, I am willing to entrust the Saint of Killers contract to you." Watching the duped, the redeemed Carter-Slade, Xiao Lin felt immense satisfaction. Through his selfless spirit, he had successfully enlightened a ghost rider. Soon Carter-Slade produced the Saint of Killers contract. Xiao Lin accepted the contract with solemn gravity, saying to Carter-Slade with utmost sincerity, "These innocent souls shall be purified by Ernest." Carter-Slade nodded. He did not know who Ernest was, but he had the Elf King's promise. "Now let me sever the connection between you and Mephisto." With that, Xiao Lin opened his interface and silently selected the option to add a new vassal. A drop of blood shimmering with golden light materialized in his palm. Carter-Slade stared intently at the drop of blood. "This is the sacred blood of our elf clan, possessing the power to resist all darkness in the world." Carter-Slade received the floating blood with utter astonishment. His face was etched with gratitude as he looked at Xiao Lin, a weathered old man with tears glistening in his eyes, having waited a lifetime for this moment. He could finally be free of the demon's curse. Xiao Lin averted his gaze with a hint of guilt, maintaining a composed demeanor as he stood still. Ernest mused that the chief's talent for deception had grown considerably. Carter-Slade swallowed the elf sacred blood. In one gulp, a surge of immense energy exploded within his abdomen. Hellfire instantly engulfed Carter-Slade's body, transforming him from an ordinary man into a ghost rider. "Beep. Detected that your vassal is evolving. Please choose a new evolution template for him." Ghostly Abomination 100000 energy possesses the power of the spirit of vengeance. Upon transformation, becomes a ghostly abomination, but the mind is susceptible to interference from the spirit of vengeance. Demonic Abomination 200000 energy completely sell your soul, embrace the darkness, gain dark power, and transform into a hellish creature. Hellfire Abomination 500000 energy wields the power of hellfire, which blazes fiercely, incinerating all enemies. Grants exclusive ability enchantment. With ample energy on hand, Xiao Lin naturally chose the best evolution template for the old ghost rider Carter-Slade. Select Hellfire Abomination. Beep. Template selection complete. The body of the old ghost rider Carter-Slade underwent a dramatic transformation. His previously normal human form swelled to 5 meters in height, the hellfire burning across his body, blazing even fiercer. His entire skeletal structure turned as hard as steel, gleaming with a dark sheen. Looking at his slightly blackened bones, Xiao Lin wondered, had he been scorched black? By now the old ghost rider had completed his evolution. He reverted from his abomination form, appearing no different from an ordinary human. "Master Carter-Slade offers you his most devout greetings." "Haha, just call me Chief from now on. As for Mephisto, he's trash. Don't worry about him." "Oh, is that so?" A sinister voice rang out. Xiao Lin turned to see an old man leaning on a cane glaring at him venomously. Were it not for Ernest at Xiao Lin's side, he would have slapped Xiao Lin silly. "Mephisto?" "Yes, I'm the trash you speak of," Mephisto said flatly, but his grim expression betrayed his displeasure. "If the chief calls you trash, then trash you are," Ernest said calmly, releasing his Skyfeather-level aura. A soul from Helheim. Unbelievable that such a place could produce a Skyfeather-level powerhouse. Mephisto said, a note of shock in his voice. "But you've overstepped. Earth is my territory." Mephisto's tone hardened. "You're full of crap." Xiao Lin shot back without hesitation. With Ernest by his side, he felt no fear. Mephisto was livid. "You stole my contract, stole my Ghost Rider, and now you speak insolently. If he didn't teach Xiao Lin a lesson, he wouldn't be fit to be the Lord of Hell. Undead, you'd better not interfere. Demon, if you dare lay a finger on my master, I will tear you apart." Hearing Ernest's words, Mephisto shifted his attention to Xiao Lin. A celestial-level powerhouse calling him master. Who exactly was he? Could he be the son of some entity? There seemed to be no such formidable force in the universe. The two celestial-level powerhouses locked eyes, neither willing to retreat a single step. Xiao Lin switched his template to God Abomination. His pale golden skin exuded a unique metallic aesthetic. Towering at over 13 meters, his firm and spirited gaze looked down upon Mephisto, while the Stormbreaker in his hand faintly glimmered with a cold light. Xiao Lin's muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Ernest also prepared for battle, releasing his true form to match Xiao Lin's stature, displaying his robust physique. Yet his body was even more formidable, his power more overwhelming, as the aura of a celestial-level powerhouse blazed unabashedly. The undead energy radiating from him instantly plunged the surrounding temperature to freezing with chilling winds that pierced the soul. The old Ghost Rider transformed into Hellfire Abomination, clutching his original shotgun. Enhanced by the skill enchantment, the weapon became exceptionally wieldy, firing energy shells imbued with flame damage, each shot capable of shattering walls. Mephisto, facing off against the three, had no chance of victory. Though a veteran celestial-level powerhouse, his power was suppressed on Earth. Moreover, with Xiao Lin's current strength and his cheats-enabled system, he possessed the power to severely wound Mephisto. But this Mephisto was merely an avatar. He would never descend in person before the battle began. Yet, if he dared to, Xiao Lin was confident he could permanently trap him. As in the previous battle with Ernest, a full-force strike from Stormbreaker combined with Ernest's coordination would make short work of a minor demon lord. Xiao Lin wouldn't mind adding another vassal, or let Ernest devour Mephisto to surge in power. We'll see about that." Mephisto snorted coldly and turned to leave. As an ancient entity who had played it safe for eons, this matter was not enough to make him recklessly strike at Xiao Lin. Seeing Mephisto retreat, Xiao Lin breathed a sigh of relief, though a hint of regret stirred within him. This guy is truly cautious. He can even endure this. Yet knowing this entity, today's affair would not end so easily. Mephisto was merely biding his time for a chance at revenge. As an ancient monster with a long lifespan, he had endless patience and time. It seemed he would have to stay wary of this one in the future. But Xiao Lin was destined to become a being that would make Mephisto tremble. Revenge? Impossible. Even if Mephisto were killed, he would never entertain such a futile thought. Xiao Lin took out the San Francisco contract. Sealed within were 1,000 fallen souls. A great nourishment for demons or the undead. Ernest, go ahead and devour them. The group stood down and the old Ghost Rider reverted to human form. Where's your warhorse? Xiao Lin couldn't forget his incredibly stylish appearance. Chief, my old friend is grazing in the back. Carter Slade whistled and a black warhorse trotted over. System, now that the old Ghost Rider's transformed form is massive, he can no longer ride this warhorse. Do I need to find him a new mount? But Xiao Lin still thought this warhorse was more stylish. Beep detected the exclusive mount of Vassal Carter Slade. An enhancement opportunity has been granted. Xiao Lin pointed at the warhorse, and a strange energy shot from his palm, entering the horse's body. Nay! The warhorse let out a roar as immense energy began to reshape its body. The horse's form was engulfed in hellfire, transforming from a sturdy steed into a skeleton, its body visibly growing larger. Soon the warhorse raised its head and roared to the sky, signaling the end of its evolution. Its size had undergone a earth-shaking change, now appearing even larger than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The horse was wrapped in pure red flames, its hollow eye sockets burning with endless hellfire. Carter Slade gazed at his old companion, thrilled. This was his partner, friend, and comrade in arms. You don't need to change your mount. Xiao Lin joked to the old Ghost Rider. Thank you, Chief. If you ever need Carter-Slade's life, you may take it at any time. After evolving, the horse returned to its normal form, only transforming into a ghostly warhorse when Carter-Slade needed it. Ernest took out the San Francisco contract, intending to absorb it now. He tore the contract apart, and instantly the clear sky became overcast with dark clouds and cold winds swept through. Hee. Countless ghosts emerged from the ground, emitting eerie cries. The vast swarm of spirits darted across the sky, while Ernest stood at the center, death energy radiating from his body. Affected by the death energy, these vengeful souls grew wildly excited. They continuously swirled around Ernest. Absorb! Ernest opened his massive mouth, fong-filled and black as a void, generating an immense suction force. Countless wailing spirits struggled desperately, but to no avail, all falling into Ernest's maw. These weak spirits couldn't escape Ernest's grasp. After the devouring, Ernest's power saw a slight increase. Back in New York, Xiao Lin planned to be a slacker for a while, enjoying a life of leisure. Host Xiao Lin. Evolution Count 7. Divine Office Asgardian God of Strength, God of Light. Main Template God Abomination. Sub-templates Tenfold Human, Triple Werewolf, Elven King. Special Ability Gravitonium, Grade Ability. Skills Inch Strike, Teleport, Wolf Claw, Mountain Uproot, Danger Sense, Light Cannon, Breath, Mountain Uproot, Form, Divine Power of Strength, Nature's Power, Divine Power of Light, Golden Body. Vassals Blonsky, Kingpin, Fred Sepp, Ernest, Carter-Slade. 56. Energy Storage 0. Energy needed for next evolution 10000000. Energy was drained, but the gains were still substantial. At least now he had a genuine knight under his command. Xiao Lin's wife, Elven Princess Erin Berg, seeing that he had nothing pressing, suggested they visit the Elven homeland. She wanted to show her Elven kin how correct their matriarch's choice was. In just a few months, Xiao Lin's strength had soared tremendously. The sacred tree still slumbered, and the elves had tightened their protection around it. Now at least tens of thousands of elves guarded the tree day and night in rotating shifts. They were like ants tirelessly standing watch by the sacred tree. Queen Vera was overjoyed to see her daughter. She took Irene's hand and studied her face intently. "Mother, how is the clan faring?" "All is well, but Angela, who went to purchase weapons, has not returned. There has been no word from her." Irene Bell furrowed her brow and asked, "How long has it been since they left?" "Normally they should have returned 3 days ago, but there's been no news. I've already sent people to search. I hope nothing has gone wrong." Queen Vera spoke with concern. Because the elf's sacred tree had begun its evolution, the Elven clan needed more powerful weapons to protect the slumbering tree. Thus Queen Vera had drained the Elven treasury and ordered a batch of powerful weapons from the dwarves. Angela was the one Vera had appointed to oversee the transaction. Xiao Lin breathed in the fresh air of the primeval forest, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. He picked up a glass of freshly squeezed juice and took a small sip. "I wonder if the wine I brewed in Asgard is ready yet. Hope Thor hasn't drunk it all. I'll go to Asgard in a few days to check and see Loki, who's grounded." Leisurely moments were always fleeting. Xiao Lin, still drowsy, was awakened by someone. "Your Highness, Queen Vera requests your presence." "Oh, it's my mother-in-law. Lead the way quickly." Xiao Lin followed the maid to the Elven Grand Hall. "Mother, Xiao Lin pays his respects." Queen Vera nodded and said to Xiao Lin, "Please sit. There are no outsiders here. No need to be formal." Xiao Lin sat down, slowly speculating that something must have happened, otherwise why would his cheap mother-in-law seek him out? Irene Bell recounted the matter of Angela going to the dwarves to buy weapons. She asked Xiao Lin if he had any way to find Angela. Xiao Lin stroked his chin. This was quite difficult. He thought of seeking Heimdall, but Heimdall had no idea who Angela was. The elves had no cameras, photos, or even portraits. Even Heimdall couldn't find her. "I'll go to Nidavellir first and ask Eitri." Picking up Stormbreaker, Xiao Lin summoned the Bifrost and traveled to the Dwarven realm. Since he had visited before, Eitri remembered him well, and they quickly became reacquainted. After chatting for a while, Xiao Lin got down to business. "When did the elves who ordered the weapons leave?" Eitri stroked his chin, thinking, "They left half a month ago. They should have been home by now." Xiao Lin nodded. If Eitri wasn't lying, Angela and the others must have been kidnapped. After leaving Nidavellir, the elves must have been targeted by scavengers in the cosmos. Scavengers, the scum of the universe, mostly dregs who band together, living by plunder, walking a razor's edge. But these fellows, with an average lifespan of less than 40 years, were all ruthless. Both elven weapons and those forged by dwarves were highly sought-after treasures in the universe. The scavengers capable of kidnapping Angela and her group were undoubtedly powerful. Xiao Lin touched his chin, his gaze turning icy. At that moment, murderous intent stirred within him. He would pursue this matter to its very end. Anyone even remotely involved would meet only one fate death. Leaving Nidavellir, Xiao Lin returned to Alfheim and shared his suspicions with Queen Vera and Irene. Irene grabbed Xiao Lin's arm, looking at him with eyes full of hope. You have to save them. Xiao Lin gently patted her hand, signaling her not to worry, that he would handle everything. But the greatest challenge now was how to find Angela and the others. In the dark, remote corners of the cosmos lay a breeding ground for chaos and darkness. S.H.I.E.L.D, a planet only 1/40th the size of Earth. Slightly larger than the moon, it was originally barren like the moon and completely unsuitable for life. Later, several families of the Kree civilization terraformed it, creating an artificial atmosphere and changing the surface environment of S.H.I.E.L.D. It became a haven for the lawless. It was a major hub for scavengers to fence their goods. Countless scavengers gathered there, selling items of dubious origin, weapons, equipment, supplies, and even slaves. A vast array of products was available. If you had money, you could get anything you desired. The industrious scavengers had made its economy flourish. It was also a crucial source of wealth for several Kree families. They bought plundered goods cheaply from the scavengers. Then they sold them at market price, reaping huge profits from every transaction. A small spaceship slowly docked at S.H.I.E.L.D. Bergen, with a full haul, stepped off the ship, overjoyed. Hey Bergen, how's your luck lately? Ha, so-so. The ship's got some minor issues. I'm going to find someone to fix it. Bergen perfunctorily greeted the scavengers he knew and hurried to the secret fencing shops run by the families. In an unremarkable underground passage, Bergen walked cautiously, wearing a hood that revealed only his eyes. They were heinous scavengers, but there wasn't a single good person on this planet. Everyone here knew the importance of not flaunting wealth. Once other scavengers discovered someone had money, they would not hesitate to play a game of the mantis, stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Getting something for nothing. That was the creed of these scoundrels. The entire underground passage was lined with inconspicuous little shops, all used for fencing goods. Arriving at a familiar one, Bergen carefully pushed open the door. What good stuff do you have this time? A masked figure behind the counter asked in a low voice. I want to apply to hold an auction. Do you know the rules for applying? The man asked flatly. Yes, the auction items must be worth at least 100 million universal credits. It seems I've underestimated you. Prepare the items you want to auction. Well, send someone to inspect them. Bergen quickly returned to the spaceship. Boss, how did it go? Ha ha ha, everything went smoothly, brothers. We're about to hit the jackpot. The scavengers cheered, dreaming of a better life. With this money, we'll never have to be scavengers again. We can live like rich men. Bergen smirked. Ambitious. I'm going to use this money to build a fleet. We'll only get richer. Soon an appraiser arrived from the auction house. He would set a price for the items Bergen intended to sell. Oh, standard issue weapons forged by the dwarves. These spears are of decent quality, each should fetch around 100,000. Bergen and his men were ecstatic. They had 1,000 such spears, which would amount to 100 million cosmic credits. Next came shields, armor, bows, and arrows, a considerable quantity valued at around 30 million. Then there was a longsword forged by the dwarf king Eitri. Though not a divine artifact, it was exceptionally precious. This sword is remarkable. The appraiser lifted the blade with effort, scrutinizing every detail. The forging technique, the materials, the magical enchantments. This sword should fetch a sky-high price. How much is it worth? Bergen asked eagerly, his face alight with excitement. The appraiser had seen this many times. These desperados cared only about money. He silently sneered. A bunch of money-grubbing scum. It's worth somewhere between 30 and 40 million. The appraiser said flatly. He was a man of the world, and his quoted prices were several times lower than market value. But what choice did they have? These goods were of dubious origin. Ha ha ha. All the scavengers rejoiced, their spirits soaring. We're rich. We're filthy rich. Watching the scavengers dance with joy, the appraiser's eyes flickered with disdain. What good was money if they couldn't spend it alive? These pieces of equipment were clearly from some major faction. When they came looking, these 100 or so men would probably wet their pants in fear. Anything else? Yes, yes, Bergen said hurriedly. Soon several scavengers brought up a male and a female elf. Master, take a good look. How much are these two worth? Bergen asked expectantly. The elf brought up was none other than Angela, whom Xiao Lin and his group were searching for. Elves. The appraiser stammered. Elves were a once-in-a-century find. In this universe, the best-selling items were weapons and slaves. Powerful weapons required sufficient strength to wield effectively. But female slaves were coveted by countless wealthy men, and among them elves were the most sought after. The appraiser examined them carefully and said in disbelief, "They're truly elves." Bulgin's cunning face was filled with smug pride. "This male elf is worth about 1 million, but the female elf is harder to appraise. Anywhere from 10 to 20 million. This time the appraiser quoted black market prices for slaves were only traded in such places. Bulgin could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. He had 5 female elves and 20 male elves in his possession. Excluding the equipment, the elves alone were worth over 100 million. This time Bulgin would rake in a fortune, rising from a man of a few thousand cosmic credits to a billionaire. As for sharing the money with his comrades, could they even spend it properly? They were all born paupers. Bulgin feared that sudden wealth might kill them. Still, he cast a covert glance at his men. A vicious thought crossed his mind. These guys are useless now. It's time. After seeing the appraiser off, Bulgin could only wait for the auction 3 days later. That night inside the spaceship, the scavengers sang, danced, drank, and feasted. Bulgin, usually stingy, was unusually generous today. He spent all his money on wine and meat, drinking heartily with his scavenger brothers. Faced with their leader's sudden largesse, the scavengers suspected nothing. After all, they were about to become millionaires. Who cared about a few measly coins? But everyone was swept up in the jubilant atmosphere. No one noticed the greed flickering in Bulgin's eyes. He carried a jug of wine and his cup, toasting every scavenger brother. He solemnly promised to split the earnings equally among them. "Drink up, brothers. We've had a hard life all these years. Every day we've lived on the razor's edge, never knowing when we'd meet our end. But today we've turned our luck around. From now on, every one of us is a tycoon. Drink." Moved by Bulgin's words, the men gulped down the strong liquor. But there was always an exception. The ship's repair master secretly swapped his wine for a soft drink. A habitual drunkard, he didn't touch a drop at tonight's feast. Yet to outsiders he appeared dead drunk. "Haha, old Jamie's already out cold. Burp. You're done too. You can't even talk straight." The revelry lasted half the night. Almost everyone was thoroughly inebriated. Jamie carefully stood up, slowly opened his eyes, and surveyed the surroundings. All the scavengers were fast asleep, clutching their bottles. They lay sprawled on the ship's floor or slumped against the walls. Jamie didn't want to alert anyone. Pretending to be groggy, he staggered toward the bathroom. Bulgin, feigning sleep in his chair, saw Jamie wobbling, and a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. "No one can interfere with my plan." He touched the pistol at his waist, rose slowly, and crept stealthily behind Jamie. On a normal day, a dead-drunk Jamie would never have noticed him. But today Jamie was stone-cold sober. Sensing someone following his guilty conscience sent a jolt of terror through him. Jamie had his own calculations. Even if they made 200 million, each person would get at most 2 million. It might even be less. He hadn't expected Bulgin to try to take it all. But for Jamie, who wanted to retire, 2 million was far from enough. The most valuable weapon, compact and expensive, became his target. He had planned to steal the weapon and flee after everyone was drunk. But it seemed he had been discovered. Jamie forced himself to stay calm, hoping Bulgin just needed to use the bathroom. Reaching the bathroom, Jamie was about to turn and greet Bulgin when a dark gun muzzle pressed against the back of his head. "Sorry, Jamie." Bang! The gun fired, but Bulgin had fitted a silencer. The sound was muffled and failed to wake the sleeping men. After hiding Jamie's body, Bulgin prepared to execute his plan immediately. He intended to kill every scavenger here. He went to his quarters, retrieved a gas mask he had prepared earlier, and picked up a poison gas grenade. A sinister smile spread across his face. "Goodbye, brothers. I'll always remember you." Donning a gas mask, Bulgin unhesitatingly loaded the poison gas grenade into a specially designed launcher. Now the launcher in his hand could emit a spray of toxic gas. This lethal poison could kill a person within 3 seconds, and the deceased would feel no pain at all. "Bulgin, I am truly merciful. I can't bear to let you suffer even a little." In the dungeon of the spaceship, Angela told the elves that the scavengers planned to auction them off. Though they were furious, none of them could do anything. A male elf, his face contorted with rage, struggled against the ropes binding him, but even with all his might he could not break free. "Save your strength. These scavengers wouldn't make such a low-level mistake." Looking at her companion trussed up like a dumpling, Angela said in despair, "I would rather die than be a slave to anyone." Many elves declared indignantly, "Me too. When the auction comes, we will all bite our tongues off and die to uphold the dignity of the elf race. Death is better than becoming someone's plaything." Angela swore silently in her heart. Many influential figures of the Kree civilization had received invitations from the auction house. The items up for auction this time were extremely rare. Even if one didn't need them, they could be resold at a high price. Although most of the time black market deals offered little of value, occasionally they did bring surprises. Moreover, there were several beautiful elf women a favorite among many big shots, and they made excellent gifts. If a wealthy tycoon was interested, a single elf girl could fetch a high price of over 100 million cosmic credits. Alright, well, be there on time. Naturally, no one informed Xiao Lin about the auction. And Xiao Lin knew that the longer the delay, the more dangerous the situation became for the elves. So Xiao Lin decided to seek out scavengers or mercenaries to gather intelligence. He first went to Asgard, where he needed Heimdall's help. He didn't need Heimdall to find the missing elves, only to tell him where the scavengers were. "Hey Thor, why didn't I see you in New York last time?" Thor asked. "That little scene didn't require my intervention, all right?" "Haha, I asked your men, and they said the same thing. I've run into some trouble. Is Heimdall around?" Upon hearing that his good brother was in trouble, Thor immediately responded. "Come on, tell me who's messing with you, and I'll smash his head in." Xiao Lin waved his hand with a smile and said to Thor, "Calm down. Some elves have gone missing. I want to see if Heimdall can help." Oh, when it comes to finding people, Heimdall is the most skilled in the 9 realms. The Rainbow Bridge had just been repaired, and Heimdall had returned to his post. "Lord Heimdall, I have a favor to ask of you," Xiao Lin said respectfully. Heimdall was well aware of Xiao Lin's strength, and the fact that Xiao Lin possessed a celestial-level vassal made Heimdall dare not be presumptuous. "You flatter me, Lord Xiao Lin. You are the god of strength of Asgard. If you have any requests, just command me." Xiao Lin did not stand on ceremony and stated his purpose. "Very well, this is quite simple." With that, Heimdall activated his divine power, his eyes sweeping across the entire galaxy. Soon he spotted a group of capable mercenaries. In Heimdall's sight, the leader of the mercenaries was disciplining a young Earth boy. "Lord Xiao Lin, I have found a formidable group of mercenaries for you. Perhaps you can glean some information from them." Xiao Lin thanked Heimdall. After obtaining the mercenaries' coordinates, he summoned the Rainbow Bridge to teleport there. Thor, having nothing better to do, tagged along. "You, the great crown prince of Asgard, are acting like a street punk," Xiao Lin said to Thor with disdain. "Ah, this is a problem all the mighty face. To have immense power and a long lifespan. For some it's a blessing, for others it's a torment. So you're saying you've lived long enough?" Thor gave Xiao Lin a speechless look and said calmly, "What do you think I've been doing for over 1,000 years? Apart from the occasional thrill of a fight, the rest of the time is dreadfully boring." Hearing Thor's explanation, Xiao Lin understood and also realized why Tyvan loved collecting and the Grandmaster enjoyed watching games. If one had no hobbies or interests, immortality would indeed be a torment. With the small talk done, the two arrived at their destination. No sooner had Xiao Lin and Thor steadied themselves than they were surrounded. "Who are you? How dare you barge into our ship? Are you the biggest scavenger group around here?" Thor asked nonchalantly. "Haha, scavengers. Don't mention those scum in front of us Ravagers. Kid, state your business or else. Or else they'll eat you. Quill, don't cause trouble." A blue-skinned alien approached, slowly addressing the young man beside him. "Yondu." Xiao Lin immediately recognized the figure before him. Yondu the Ravager. And the young man who had just spoken was none other than the infamous father-conqueror Peter Quill. This remarkable oddball who had betrayed his biological father, adopted father and father-in-law, was now just a brash young man in his early 20s. It would be several years before Quill achieved those accomplishments. But even now, Quill would occasionally challenge Yondu's authority. If Yondu hadn't kept a close watch, the kid would have already made a run for it. Hearing Xiao Lin call his name, Yondu assumed he was famous and burst into laughter. "Kid, even though you know me, you've trespassed on my turf, and I'll have to punish you. Yeah, hand over all your valuables." One of the underlings chimed in. Xiao Lin gave a faint smile and said to Yondu, "Answer my question and I'll let you off." Activating the power of the gravity stone, the Ravagers suddenly felt hundreds of pounds of pressure bearing down on them. Kneeling might make it a bit more bearable, Xiao Lin said expressionlessly. If it weren't for Yondu and Star-Lord, he would have crushed these Ravagers long ago. These Ravagers still had some backbone, and the pressure Xiao Lin applied wasn't too great. Except for Quill, who cowered on the ground, everyone else held their ground. "All right, now answer my question." After Xiao Lin's show of force, the group became much more cooperative. "Do you know which scavenger group kidnapped the elves?" I know. Quill scrambled up from the ground and said excitedly to Xiao Lin, "Speak. If your answer satisfies me, I might give you a reward. There's an auction on the planet S.H.I.E.L.D. I heard elves will be sold there." Xiao Lin's demeanor instantly turned murderous upon hearing Quill's words. His gaze was icy. These fellows had crossed his bottom line. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them and death is certain. He made no effort to conceal his aura, and Thor, standing nearby, was astonished. He's grown stronger again in just a few days. Why did I say again? Quill was terrified, thinking Xiao Lin was about to kill him, and quickly retreated. Yondu pulled Quill behind him, his arrow whistle ready to strike. He didn't need to protect everyone. Just Quill was enough. Thor, watching the enraged Xiao Lin, patted his shoulder. Brother, calm down. Anger won't help now. Let's go. We'll charge over and wipe out those scum on that planet. Thor's suggestion instantly won Xiao Lin's approval. He grabbed his axe ready to teleport, but then noticed Quill hiding behind Yondu. Thank you for the information, Quill. I owe you a favor. With those words, a beam of colorful light shone, and Xiao Lin and Thor vanished from the spot. Quill and Yondu were utterly bewildered. Yondu began to question his sanity. Was this guy a magician performing a disappearing act right before their eyes? Quill patted his chest to calm his racing heart. That was terrifying. I almost peed myself. I already did, said the guy beside him. The great genius can't be outdone. Sorry, anyone got pants. I accidentally, on the planet S.H.I.E.L.D. at the underground auction venue. The place was packed with crowds, including many wealthy magnates, and no shortage of rich women. Male and female elves were truly rare spouses in the universe. Chris, the auction's mastermind, was ecstatic. Elves, such a rare find. A guard entered with his head bowed. Master, I have failed. It's not your fault. Those elves are naturally proud. Refusing to reveal their homeland was expected. Yet Chris still felt deep regret. If he could find the elves' homeworld, he could capture them, endlessly skyrocketing his status in the family. Don't misunderstand. Chris was just a branch family member, not some persecuted young master. Where's Bergen? Will he reveal the elves' origin? The guard shook his head. Chris' gaze turned cold. The guard quickly added, Bergen knows nothing. He caught these elves by accident. Chris Quinn, a Kree, belonged to the Kree civilization. His family had ridden the wave of Kree development, becoming a vast dynasty. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a planet jointly transformed by his family and others. But Chris was just a marginal figure running the family's auction house on S.H.I.E.L.D. In essence, he was a tool for making money. Yet Chris, with a hint of ambition, refused to settle. He aspired to be a family executive, a helmsman. He believed his vision and ability could lead the family to greater heights. Sigh. Chris let out a heavy sigh, lamenting fate's injustice. He had worked tirelessly, yet was given no chance. The auction was still a while away, and countless VIPs had already entered. Luxurious private rooms were filled with wealthy patrons from afar. Their sole purpose was to buy an elven maid for their beds. Many scavengers sat in the main hall, targeting not elves but dwarf-forged weapons. Though energy weapons were common, a powerful melee weapon could turn the tide in a critical moment. Bergen sat cheerfully in his booth, clutching a glass of fruit wine, his hands trembling with excitement. Only under alcohol's influence could he slightly control his body. After the auction, he would be a billionaire, and all the money was his alone. Not a single coin to share. Excitement, thrill, impatience. No one was more eager for the auction to start than Bergen. Angela and the other elves were ashen-faced, many contemplating death. For proud elves, death was preferable to inhuman torment. The Bifrost Bridge spanned billions of kilometers, instantly bringing Xiao Lin and Thor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Flying through the sky, the two looked down at S.H.I.E.L.D. Chaotic, decayed, filthy. Their eyes icy. Let's go rescue the elves first. They grabbed a random thug and learned the auction's location. Underground auction. And many big shots. Seems the forces behind this auction are no small matter. Thor remarked calmly. But nothing beats your backing. You're the crown prince of Asgard. Xiao Lin said, half seriously, half jokingly. Thor smiled awkwardly. What Xiao Lin said was true. Few in the universe had a stronger support than Thor. Alright, stop teasing me. What's our plan? Just charge in. First we get the people out. Otherwise, when the fight starts, we might hurt our own. Bang. Xiao Lin kicked the door open. Countless heads turned to stare at him. Wow, so handsome. Another elf? Boss, grab him. They'll pay $1 billion. A fat woman so obese she made Pigsy look slim exclaimed excitedly. Everyone calm down. I have something to say. I am the Elven Prince, the Elven King. My purpose here is to send you all to your deaths, which you deserve, so no need to thank me. Without giving anyone time to react, he activated his gravitonium ability, enveloping the entire auction in an invisible pressure. Pop, pop, pop. Countless scum exploded like overripe watermelons. Xiao Lin and Thor strolled leisurely into the auction hall. Wherever he walked, pressure surged, instantly snapping limbs like twigs. He crushed countless scum into a ball of flesh. A literal meatball. Before the auctioneer, Xiao Lin waved his hand, levitating him. "I ask you answer." The auctioneer nodded frantically. If not for Xiao Lin's power holding him, he'd have been on his knees kowtowing. "Where are the elves?" "Locked in the back." With a thought, Xiao Lin snapped the auctioneer's limbs and compressed his body until it became a meatball. The immense pressure squeezed his flesh tightly together like processed meat, forming an inseparable whole. In the back, he freed the elves, letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I've rescued you all. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving our lives." With the business now taken care of, Xiao Lin planned to collect some interest. Just as he was about to make his move, a piercing alarm sounded. Chris was firmly pinned to the ground by an invisible force, yet he could still barely move. After much effort, he finally crawled to the alarm. However, the alarm button was on a table over a meter high. Gripping the table with his fingers and using all his strength, Chris managed to lift his head to the tabletop and, aiming carefully, pressed down without hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm rang and Chris breathed a sigh of relief. This alarm would automatically notify his family, and it wouldn't be long before their family's warship arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. Heh, Xiao Lin scoffed. At this moment, he had already decided to completely destroy the planet. No matter how many people came, it would not change the outcome. "Angela, I'll send you all back first. The rest will be handled by me and Thor." "Your Highness, we can help fight too," Angela said. "No, you are too weak right now. Go back and recuperate. But rest assured, this planet will disappear forever." Angela and the other elves were deeply moved. All signs indicated that the choice of the Holy Mother was undoubtedly correct. They had come to regard Xiao Lin as their leader, as the monarch they would serve with their lives. The true king of the elf race. After sending Angela and the others away, Xiao Lin instantly activated his power, using intense gravity to crush everyone in the auction house. The large auction venue, filled with tens of thousands of people, saw the revelry come to a complete and abrupt end. Xiao Lin and Thor slowly walked out of the auction house, both ready for battle. "Aren't you going to call your subordinates? What are you, scared?" Xiao Lin teased. "Humph, how could that be? It's just that the number of opponents is a bit overwhelming, or I'm worried we might tire ourselves out here." "Haha, you don't need to worry about that." At this moment, countless scavengers had been waiting outside the auction house for quite some time. They were armed and hoped to capture anyone causing trouble in the auction house. After all, the auction house's owner was quite wealthy. If they resolved his troubles, he surely wouldn't be stingy. But what they didn't know was that the auction house's owner was already dead, and everyone inside had perished without a single survivor. The doors opened and Xiao Lin and Thor slowly emerged, one wielding an axe, and the other swinging a hammer resembling a demolition crew. "Let's get started." Xiao Lin immediately transformed the Golden Abomination, appearing before everyone. Can you imagine the shock of a handsome elf standing at 1.8 meters, instantly transforming into a muscular giant over 10 meters tall? The axe instantly enlarged and Xiao Lin delivered a powerful strike to the ground. The strength of the Hercules was infused into the axe, resulting in a loud thud and a giant pit forming in the ground. The shaking ground seemed on the verge of collapsing, and the scavengers could hardly maintain their footing. Cracks. Pieces of land split open, covering the entire earth with fissures. With this strike, a violent earthquake rocked the surrounding area for miles, and the enormous crevices formed were bottomless. Xiao Lin leapt from the pit, charging towards the scavengers to slay them. In that moment, he resembled a demon descending from the abyss, reaping the lives of the scavengers as if they were mere ants. The giant axe smashed the earth to pieces. Countless buildings turned to ruins, with an uncountable number of scavengers being crushed and buried. Many scavengers, seeing the situation was dire, rushed to their ships, planning to flee. However, with just a few hammer strikes from Thor, their dilapidated second-hand ships were smashed to bits. But Thor was just one person. How could he possibly stop so many fleeing scavengers? In an instant, countless flying vessels took to the skies above S.H.I.E.L.D, as the scavengers intended to temporarily escape this place of chaos. For scavengers, running away when unable to fight was all too common. But Xiao Lin would not give them a chance to escape. He knelt down slightly, his palm pressed against the ground, and at that moment the power of gravity was exerted across the entire planet. In an instant, the gravity on the planet increased exponentially, and those ships that had taken off could no longer ascend, slowly descending instead. "Quick, set the power to maximum." This cry was echoed by countless scavengers. But it had no effect. The small ships with weak power fell like raindrops. The sparks from the explosions resembled a devastating fireworks display. The situation for the large ships was equally dire. They could not ascend, not even by a centimeter. This left many scavengers in despair. Who brought this plague upon us? Countless angry curses echoed within the ships. Xiao Lin looked coldly at the ships struggling in the air. A disdainful smirk appeared on his lips. Overreaching, though his power of gravity was only at level, Xiao Lin cleverly utilized the solid star beneath him, combining the gravity with the planet's own gravitational pull. These large ships, despite having powerful propulsion systems, could not hold up under such conditions and soon began to descend. At this moment, the Chris family's warship arrived above Solid Star. Trash is still trash, allowing such a commotion in the auction house. Young Master Nikolai, should we proceed to Solid Star immediately? No, just send the family's most elite warriors. It's just a few scavengers causing trouble, right? Nikolai said nonchalantly. The guards wanted to advise him, but knowing Nikolai was stubborn and would not listen, they remained silent. Deep down, the exceedingly proud Nikolai had no desire to set foot on this dirty, decaying planet. In his eyes, the lowly scavengers were not even as noble as his pets. But one thing was certain: no one could cause trouble on Solid Star. Whoever offended the Quinn family would find death as their only option. Lowly ants. The Quinn family's kindness over the years has made you forget our cruelty. Now it's time to remind you. Nikolai stood by the spaceship's landing window, leisurely accepting the wine glass handed to him by a maid surveying this planet he deemed beneath him. At this moment, Xiao Lin had ceased the slaughter of the scavengers, instead transforming into a demolition crew, continuously striking the ground with his axe. Each of Xiao Lin's attacks landed precisely on the same spot. After several strikes, the ground had already formed a pit nearly 1,000 meters deep. This planet was like a ripe apple, and Xiao Lin was like a worm, gnawing through the skin and flesh, steadily advancing towards the core. Boom! Boom! After swinging his axe dozens of times, the deep cracks became hundreds of meters deeper. This wide top and narrow bottom pit reached a depth of 10,000 meters. That should be about enough. Xiao Lin now stood deep underground, his sole purpose to cleave this planet in two. Not with the axe in his hand, of course, but with his ability Gravitonium. He spread his arms, pressing his palms tightly against the rock walls on either side of the pit. He would use Gravitonium to alter the gravitational pull of both sides, making them repel each other like the same poles of a magnet. And this planet, like an apple, would be completely cracked open by Xiao Lin. As his ability activated, the entire planet began to tremble uncontrollably. The violent tremors on the surface made standing impossible. Thor soared into the sky, his gaze solemn, as he watched the planet shudder violently. He knew Xiao Lin was still underground, and he feared his friend might go too far and bury himself alive. Thor casually shattered a few scavenger ships, his face etched with worry as he stared at the ground. A small squad of Kree soldiers dispatched by Nikolin also noticed Thor, hammer in hand. Looks like he's the troublemaker. Get him! A group of Kree warriors on flying motorcycles surged toward Thor. These were elite, well-equipped, professionally trained soldiers of the Quinn family. Seeing the 20-odd soldiers charging at him, Thor's battle lust ignited. How dare these mere notches above uselessness attempt to slay a god? How utterly presumptuous. With the scavengers either fleeing or hiding, Thor hadn't even worked up a proper sweat. Mjolnir summoned a bolt of lightning, instantly dispatching 4 or 5 Kree warriors. The remaining Kree warriors immediately scattered and began their counterattack from a distance. But their cannon fire couldn't even touch the agile Thor. Even when struck, the thick-skinned Thor emerged unscathed. The two sides were simply not on the same level. With Mjolnir, Thor effortlessly reduced several Kree warriors to mere piles of debris. The 20-odd small fries were dealt with by Thor, essentially one hammer blow each. By now, the ground's tremors had become intensely violent, as if something were about to burst forth from beneath. The chasm Xiao Lin had carved with his axe grew wider and wider. The original pit had been only a few hundred meters across, but in the blink of an eye it had transformed into a colossal rift thousands of meters wide. Watching the ever-widening, unimaginable rift, a shiver ran down Thor's spine. An utterly absurd thought dawned on him. He couldn't be planning to. A cold sweat instantly drenched Thor's back. Upon learning that his entire elite squad had been wiped out, Nikolin flew into a rage, trembling with fury. How many years? How many years has it been? When has the Quinn family ever suffered such humiliation? Nikolin ground his teeth. Young master, please calm down. We still have thousands of warriors. They can't escape our grasp. Nikolin paid no heed to his guard's counsel. At that moment, he felt only the sting of insult, the stain upon the Quinn family's honor. Now send every single warrior. Remember, I want them alive. I will personally execute this defiler of the Quinn family's honor. The guard dared not refuse and obediently went to relay the orders. But Nicolin's arrogance and hubris would bring disaster upon himself and his family. Over 1,000 Kree warriors poured out charging toward the planet S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor, still itching for more action, was about to have a truly exhilarating battle. A smile spread across Xiao Lin's face. He slowly withdrew his hands and wiped the sweat from his brow. Haha, finally succeeded. Now the gravitational pull on either side of the deep pit had been completely altered by Xiao Lin. The immense repulsive force caused the planet to shake with increasing violence. Xiao Lin quickly began to climb up one of the sheer walls. Using both hands and feet, he scaled the kilometers-deep chasm in just a few breaths. Emerging from the chasm, Xiao Lin looked back. The pit he had carved was now a massive canyon, still expanding at a terrifying hair-raising speed. Moreover, the canyon was growing deeper. Molten rock from the planet's core spewed forth from the rift. Though not as violent as a volcanic eruption, black smoke billowed up instantly, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Every scavenger on the planet felt a profound sense of dread. They wanted to flee, but the chaotic force fields and magnetic fields had rendered all electronic devices useless. The scavengers' ships would become their tombs. More and more cracks appeared on the surface. Besides the main canyon, other fissures were also expanding like the ravenous maw of a Tautai, devouring everything. Countless ships and scavengers plunged into them. As time passed, the situation would only worsen. The planet's fragmentation was inevitable. Xiao Lin looked up and saw Thor wreaking havoc. The siege of thousands of Kree warriors was like thousands of flies attacking a dragon. Impressive in scale but utterly incapable of threatening the dragon. Thor casually hurled his hammer. These mere mortals couldn't withstand its impact. Losing a limb was a stroke of luck, countless others were simply obliterated on impact. In mere moments, the Kree warriors suffered devastating losses, with casualties reaching 1/3. Xiao Lin's hands itched for action, but he knew these Kree warriors must be the force behind the auction house. Maybe I can catch a big fish, he muttered to himself. Hefting his axe, he charged forward. Thor, I'm coming to help. Thor wanted to refuse, thinking bitterly, I haven't had my fill yet. And now you're here to steal my kills. In a flash, Xiao Lin had already slain several Kree warriors. Thor could only sigh and quicken his own pace. Aboard Nicolin's warship, a guard timidly approached him. Looking at Nicolin with immense fear, he hesitantly delivered news that nearly made Nicolin faint. Young master, all the warriors have fallen. We must flee. Nicolin's mind went blank. He couldn't even process what the guard was saying. Oh, his brain had lost the capacity for thought. After the guard shook him vigorously, a pale-faced Nicolin slowly came to his senses. His first words were, You damned bastard, are you lying to me? The guard, with a mournful face, quickly replied, Young master, I speak the truth. The life signs of all warriors have vanished, and we can't contact any of them. Nicolin now realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. But how could he slink back in disgrace? He was a son of the Quinn family, born with the family's honor. He grabbed the guard by the collar and roared, Go! Blast them to bits. Level the planet S.H.I.E.L.D. Terrified by Nicolin's fury, the guard dared not defy his will and scurried away. If he hadn't ordered the bombardment, Nicolin might have had a sliver of a chance to survive. But with the cannons firing, his doom was sealed. Looking at the bodies scattered around, Xiao Lin smirked, planning to drag Thor away before the planet exploded and caught them in the blast. But the appearance of several streaks of light in the sky instantly ignited Xiao Lin's rage. There is a path to heaven you refuse to take, the gates of hell you barge right in. Nicolin opened fire, the colossal warship cannons unleashing countless beams of energy. Yet these formidable projectiles grazed past Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin and Thor exchanged a glance, both seeing fury in each other's eyes. Since they dared to fire upon them, it meant they were ready for battle. Charge over. I said not a single piece of trash on this planet should be spared. Thor nodded without any objection. The Stormbreaker instantly teleported them both inside the spaceship. Meanwhile, the scavengers left on the ground were in dire straits. Their ship had already been reduced to scrap, and now they faced bombardment from the Kree warship. Death and injury were everywhere. No one could escape. This planet would become their tomb. Though most scavengers were innocent and had not kidnapped the elves or angered Xiao Lin, these cosmic scum steeped in sin and evil deserved death as the mildest punishment. Inside the Kree vessel, Xiao Lin and Thor dispatched a few reckless guards. Striding toward the command room, Xiao Lin was eager to see just which little darling was in charge. After thousands of warriors had perished, they still dared to open fire. Such a genius command ability and audacity were truly admirable. Bang! The door before Xiao Lin deformed and shattered on its own, without him lifting a finger. Your ability is incredible, Thor said with immense envy. Haha, just a small trick, nothing special. What kind of power is this? Telekinesis. Magic. Thor pressed curiously. Actually, it's a superpower, a specialty of Earth. On our planet, the rich rely on tech, the poor on mutation. Xiao Lin spun the tale. Though puzzled, Thor didn't press further. Nick Olin stood frozen in place, motionless as a statue. Little did they know his heart was pounding with terror. But he had already notified his father, confident that a fleet would soon arrive to rescue him. Now Nick Olin could only lie low, waiting until his father came to save him. He also believed they wouldn't dare kill him. First, the Quinn family was not to be trifled with. Second, he considered himself valuable enough for the Quinns to pay a hefty ransom. Seeing Nick Olin's foolish grin, Xiao Lin's anger flared. "Are you that brain-dead commander?" Nick Olin looked baffled, instinctively glancing at his guards. But his guards were just as cowardly. Yes, this is our Kree civilization's famously brainless commander." Looking at the fawning guard, Xiao Lin felt keeping the idiot around was pointless. "Why did you come to Saradstar? Remember, tell the truth, because I won't give you a second chance to lie." Xiao Lin snarled menacingly, fresh blood, clinging to him, exuding a thick scent of gore. Though Xiao Lin had shrunk to 5 meters using the Bashan form, his somewhat ferocious appearance was still intimidating. "It was Chris. He sent a distress signal to the family, and we were the closest, so they dispatched us," the guard explained. Nick Olin nodded quietly, trying to make himself inconspicuous. Thor glanced at the fool, seeing a hint of his own brother in him. But this one's intelligence seemed underdeveloped. There was a little but not much. "Who is he?" Thor asked the guard, pointing at Nick Olin. Nick Olin had hoped the guard would cover for him, but the guard had no honor selling him out completely. "He's a direct descendant of the Quinn family, the youngest son of Lord Quinn the Patriarch, and doted on in the family." Xiao Lin grinned. The guy was an idiot, but unexpectedly a big catch. "I wonder how much your father is willing to pay for you?" Xiao Lin asked Nick Olin with a teasing look. Hearing that they intended to demand a ransom from his father, Nick Olin relaxed and said proudly, "I am a direct heir of the Quinn family, worth at least dozens of planets." The guard's face instantly turned ashen. The Quinn family had developed for millennia to possess over 100 planets, and this fool was about to give away a third of them. If Lord Quinn heard this, he would surely regret not having. "Well done, better." Thor's mouth twitched. He had clearly overestimated this guy's IQ. There was no trace of Loki in him. Instead, he seemed blessed by the god of stupidity. "Oh, I didn't realize the young master was so noble. My apologies, my apologies." Xiao Lin said, barely suppressing his laughter. Thor pulled him aside and whispered, "Are you sure his father will come to rescue him? This creature's intelligence is barely above that of a cat or dog." At Thor's words, Xiao Lin stroked his chin and stole a glance at Nick Olin. Suddenly he felt Thor had a point. "Ahem, Nick Olin, can you contact your father now? I need to discuss the ransom with him." Yes, I just sent him a message." "Xiao Lin." "Thor." The guard burst into tears, streaming uncontrollably. "Are you sent by the heavens to torment me?" There had been a glimmer of hope. The guard had already imagined Xiao Lin and Thor striking him down. "Haha, you really are an honest child." Desperate to survive, Nick Olin had lost all dignity. Spoiled and pampered in his family, he was nothing but a child ruined by indulgence. "Beep beep, hello father. The 2 kidnappers want to talk to you." Lord Quinn sighed in relief. He wasn't afraid of them demanding money. As long as they didn't kill his son, everything could be negotiated. A projection of Lord Quinn appeared on the large screen, a portly middle-aged man who looked affluent, imposing, and ruthless. "You've kidnapped my son. Name your price." Lord Quinn asked with full authority. "Your son says he's worth at least 30 planets. So what do you think?" Hearing Xiao Lin's words, Lord Quinn was stunned. The audacity to demand such an exorbitant sum. But he suppressed his rage and said, "Haha, young man, you must be joking. My son isn't that precious." Nick Olin was incensed. His father saying that meant he didn't value him. Father, please save me. Their demand isn't unreasonable, just agree to it." By now Nick Olin was already imagining how he would boast about this back home. After all, his life was worth 30 planets. Supremely noble. Who else in the Quinn family could claim such treatment? Nick Olin's words did not affect Lord Quinn. He had more than one son. Yet what puzzled him was the other's demand for planets. Did he not fear retaliation from the Quinn family? In truth, Xiao Lin was merely setting an exorbitant price, and negotiations had yet to begin, and Lord Quinn would never agree to 30 planets. 1 billion. That is the highest our family can offer. Upon hearing Lord Quinn's words, Xiao Lin and Thor showed no reaction. But Nick Olin frowned, displeased. Was he worth only 1 billion in his father's eyes? The thought sent a pang of heartbreak through him. Lord Quinn, do you find this price unsuitable? I have no need for money. It holds no value to me. I want gravitonium. Impossible. Lord Quinn refused without a moment's hesitation. Nothing is impossible. Xiao Lin stared coldly at Lord Quinn, a new plan forming in his mind. Seizing the Stormbreaker, Nicolin thought Xiao Lin intended to kill him, trembling in terror, voiding his bowels and bladder. Xiao Lin glanced at him with disdain and vanished from the spot. Indeed, capture the chieftain to subdue the bandits. Nicolin's worth was minimal. When he reappeared, Xiao Lin stood before Lord Quinn. Lord Quinn, you look rather pale. Have you been unwell lately? Xiao Lin, axe in hand, narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke teasingly to Lord Quinn. No, I am perfectly fine. At this moment, Lord Quinn too began to feel fear. Ask yourself, would you not be afraid if a 5-meter turtle giant suddenly appeared before you? Especially with that massive axe, its blade taller than a man. Now I believe we can continue our negotiations. Let us return to the previous topic. I want gravitonium. Xiao Lin's tone grew heavier, carrying an unspoken authority. Should that old man Quinn dare refuse, he would surely meet his end, blood spilled and body severed. No problem. I am willing to offer all the gravitonium within the Quinn family to you. Satisfied, Xiao Lin's face broke into a warm smile. Then how much gravitonium does the Quinn family possess? Xiao Lin asked with anticipation. 1 kilogram. Xiao Lin's anger flared instantly. Are you joking with me? On Earth I even found 5 kilograms. Are you treating me like a beggar? Seeing Xiao Lin's expression, Lord Quinn grew frightened and quickly explained. Gravitonium is exceedingly rare. The Quinn family has spent centuries collecting this much. Hearing Lord Quinn's explanation, Xiao Lin slowly calmed down. It was not that he was prone to rage, but rather evil must be met with evil. Without cruelty, the other party would never fear you. Look at DC's Superman. His power far surpasses Xiao Lin's current strength, yet no one fears him. How tragic. Very well, I will take all of this 1 kilogram of gravitonium. Lord Quinn naturally dared not object and quickly ordered his family to retrieve the item to secure the rescue. At that moment, Asgard welcomed an unusual guest. Mephisto, the infamous demon, had arrived in Asgard. Though Odin had no prior dealings with him, out of respect for the other's Skyfeather-level power, he received him grandly. Lord Mephisto, what brings you to Asgard? Odin asked calmly from his throne. Lord Odin, are you aware of other powerful beings emerging on Earth? Mephisto countered. Odin shook his head, feigning ignorance. For Mephisto to call someone powerful, they must be a Skyfeather-level entity on par with them. And did Xiao Lin not have such a Skyfeather-level vassal? I do not know. Asgard has not set foot on Earth for millennia. Odin spoke. Mephisto nodded and continued. A Necrolord has appeared on Earth, plunging humanity into a life of misery. I have come to invite you to join me in slaying him. In gratitude, I will gift Asgard with the flames of hell. Mephisto's purpose in seeking Odin was to eliminate Ylnis. Yet he was unaware that Xiao Lin was the ally Odin had chosen for Thor. As their interactions grew, Thor had become Xiao Lin's friend, and Xiao Lin had been appointed as the god of strength of Asgard. With their ties deepening, Odin naturally would not agree to Mephisto's proposal. But he did not refuse outright. Mephisto's visit indicated that he had set his sights on Xiao Lin. If this threat were not eliminated now, the consequences would be dire. Allow me to consider it, Odin said calmly. Mephisto did not press further, rising to leave. He would await Odin's decision. It was widely known that Odin had entered his twilight years, and after him Asgard had produced no other Skyfeather-level warriors. Thus Asgard was destined for decline. However, if Odin wished for Thor to succeed him and continue ruling Asgard, there was only one way to help Thor eliminate potential threats across the 9 realms. Few in the 9 realms could threaten Thor, but Ylnis was among them. Moreover, in Mephisto's eyes, Ylnis posed the greatest danger to Asgard. After all, Ylnis was born from Hell, one of the 9 realms, and all realms within the 9 bore deep grudges against Asgard. After Mephisto departed, Odin relayed this information to Thor. Having chosen the young and promising Xiao Lin, Odin intended to see it through. Moreover, Mephisto's words sounded fine, but who knew if he harbored ambitions to covet Asgard? Xiao Lin's joy over receiving the gravitonium was quickly dampened. He narrowed his eyes, silently calculating his chances of eliminating Mephisto. After careful consideration, Xiao Lin knew that even with 2 Skyfeather-level beings like Odin and Ylnis, killing Mephisto was impossible. Having lived for eons, Mephisto possessed numerous means of survival. Xiao Lin could not yet destroy him completely. Nearby, the Quinn father and son grew anxious. Xiao Lin had obtained the gravitonium, yet he seemed in no hurry to let them leave. And Lord Quinn was the most panicked. His sons wished for his early demise. Now that he was in danger, the chance of them coming to his rescue was nearly zero. Those bastards would not even avenge him. Why haven't you two left yet? The two felt as if pardoned, quickly leading a few guards and departing in a small spacecraft. Let's go, Thor. Back to Asgard. I need to have a serious talk with your father. The two returned to Asgard, where Odin had been waiting for some time. Xiao Lin first expressed his gratitude to Odin for tipping him off a debt of kindness he intended to remember well. Then Xiao Lin revealed his plan. He intended to have Uranus and Odin join forces to severely wound Mephisto, forcing him back to Hell, and ensuring he would need at least a century to recover. This would give Xiao Lin and Thor ample time to grow, and 100 years later, Xiao Lin could crush him with a single finger. Your Majesty Odin, I wish for my vassal Uranus to collaborate with you in setting an ambush outside Asgard to inflict a heavy blow on him. Upon hearing Xiao Lin's suggestion, Odin hesitated. In truth, Mephisto posed no immediate threat to Asgard in the short term. Even if Odin perished, Hela possessed the strength to resist Mephisto. But once he joined forces with Xiao Lin against Mephisto, retaliation would inevitably follow. He did not fear death, but if he fell, Hela would surely seize the throne and Loki and Thor would fall victim to her cruelty. He did not fear death, but if he fell, Hela would surely seize the throne and Loki and Thor would fall victim to her cruelty. Moreover, gravely wounding Mephisto offered no tangible benefit to Asgard. As a competent sovereign, Odin could not act solely on impulse but had to weigh all factors. Alongside the privileges of kingship came the burdens of duty. Xiao Lin had anticipated Odin's concerns and hesitations. Yet, without Odin's aid, Xiao Lin lacked the power to confront Mephisto alone. He could not allow Uranus to be tied down by Mephisto, or he would lose a crucial ally in future endeavors. Still, dealing with Mephisto had little to do with Asgard. It was understandable that Odin might decline to help. Leaving the palace, Xiao Lin felt troubled. He knew Odin would likely refuse him, but it was only reasonable. He would have to think of another way. Mephisto was different from Uranus. Their previous victory over Uranus had been sheer luck. Moreover, Uranus had been overly arrogant, believing his celestial-level power could easily overpower Xiao Lin and Thor, only to pay a brutal price for his hubris. Uranus had always lurked in Helheim, possessing great strength, but lacking cunning, which allowed Xiao Lin to seize a golden opportunity. Now Xiao Lin's forces and Mephisto were roughly evenly matched. A direct confrontation would lead to mutual destruction, and given Mephisto's treacherous nature, Xiao Lin might gain no advantage. But with another celestial-level ally, Mephisto would surely be outmatched, his best outcome being a retreat to Hell. Xiao Lin even had a 20 to 30% chance of permanently eliminating him. Returning to his estate in Asgard, Xiao Lin, Thor, and the others feasted on roasted meats and drank merrily. What's your plan? Being targeted by that fiend is no small matter, Thor asked with a burp. Well, take it step by step. For now I have no solution, but soon I will ascend to the celestial realm, and then Mephisto will be my first target. Xiao Lin declared, fiercely raising his goblet. He felt disgusted by Mephisto's tactics, seeking other celestial allies just to spite him. It was a clear case of the strong bullying the weak. Demons have no scruples. My father always said no demon is good. Thor consoled Xiao Lin. The warriors three cast worried glances at Xiao Lin, having heard of Mephisto's infamy. That bastard truly is loathsome, devouring souls for sport. If you need, well, take up arms and fight him alongside you. Volstagg said heartily. Rest assured he won't make a move until he finds more allies. The next morning, without a reply from Odin, Xiao Lin planned to return to Alfheim to see his elven wife. But just as he was about to leave, Heimdall arrived. Lord Xiao Lin, the All-Father Odin summons you. Xiao Lin knew Odin would surely refuse his request, so why the summons now? Puzzled, he followed Heimdall to the palace. Inside, Odin sat upon his throne, silently awaiting Xiao Lin. He had pondered all night and realized a terrifying possibility. His remaining lifespan was short. Once he was truly gone, Hela would break free from her seal. At that point, Thor and Loki would be utterly incapable of defeating Hela. This was why he had courted Xiao Lin. First for his potential, now for Uranus, a celestial-level vassal. Even if Xiao Lin couldn't secure Thor's throne, he could at least protect Thor's life. But if Mephisto intervened, their situation would become dire. Though Uranus was formidable, facing two celestial-level enemies would leave him with no chance of victory. In that scenario, Xiao Lin, Thor, and Loki would have no hope of survival. Such an outcome was highly probable. An alliance between Hela and Mephisto would be mutually beneficial. Hela would eliminate her potential threats, while Mephisto would achieve vengeance, and even devour the soul of a necromancer lord. These thoughts unsettled Odin. If that scenario unfolded, all his prior efforts would be in vain. Heimdall led Xiao Lin into the palace and then discreetly withdrew. Your Majesty Odin, what do you wish to discuss? Xiao Lin asked, puzzled. I have one question concerning the futures of you, Thor and Loki. Please answer truthfully. Seated high on his throne, Odin spoke with utmost gravity. Xiao Lin felt no fear before the imposing Odin but grew more serious inwardly. At the same time, he resolved to be as honest as possible so long as the question didn't involve the system. Can you still use the ability that allowed you to control Uranus? Odin asked flatly, though his heart churned. He both hoped Xiao Lin could still wield that power and wished it came with significant limitations. Xiao Lin was taken aback. The ability to control Uranus. Wasn't that just adding a vassal? Yes, I can. Odin's expression remained calm, but inside a storm raged. This fellow possessed such a power to manipulate others seemingly without restriction. It was time to increase his investment in Xiao Lin. Very well, then I shall grant you another celestial-level ally, Odin declared with majestic authority.